Hey everybody, how's it going?
Morning.
We're hoping Helly Hansen and John Deere is going to sponsor us by wearing their logos today.
Yeah, that's right. I'd also give a big shout out to Filson. I'd love to have some more of their vests.
I'd wear those things to bed.
I did last night. It was cold.
Awesome, guys. Well, hopefully you had a great day yesterday. We're excited for another amazing day.
Yeah. So I mean, we've got Jeff Lawton up today. We've got I'm going to be doing a presentation this morning.
Let's just bring up the schedule.
Yeah.
How about we do that?
Let's do that right now.
Let's just take a look at what's coming down the pipe.
And actually, just an update. So we had about 15,000 people register for the summit. And the live stream yesterday had over 15,000 total views, which is fantastic. We've gotten just, our emails and texts are just filled with just people saying they really enjoyed it. And so that's great to hear. We crashed about everybody's website, all of our sponsors' website, our own websites. So it's going really great. And we're hoping that we can just blow it out of the park again today.
There's something really enjoyable about seeing a big line through your name.
Canceled.
So Dakota's going to be up first. We're going to do an intro from New Society here shortly. Chris Magwood's a good friend out in Ontario and has a bunch of amazing books on New Society's website. And Peter Bain, who runs Pina.
He's a grandfather of permaculture.
Pretty much, yeah. He's one of the elders. And Mark Shepard is kind of leading the way with regards to kind of a resurgence in keyline design in North America and kind of modernizing it. Rosemary Morrow, who's another, like, the grandmother of permaculture. So
yeah, absolutely.
One of Bill's colleagues. Jeff Lawton, who's written the foreword for our book, and Philippe Chouanier, I think.
Your French is better than mine.
Oui.
Philippe is they're from Annika, who's actually one of our sponsors. We gave 3 or 4 of these amazing.
They were so generous.
Gift baskets.
Absolutely. I'm getting inspired to start taking more showers because of them.
I think I might start using soap again if I had that. But we've got all kinds of sponsors, but before we get into that, we just want to let folks know we've got a ton of giveaways. We actually had more come in because our sponsors are just like blown away, and so we have another like $1,000 worth of giveaways that we're going to be adding onto the pot. I think there's over $4,000 worth of
crazy
prizes that we're going to be giving away. So after each of those amazing presenters, we're going to be doing riddles and maybe some jokes as well. If you can guess the punchline or up the we gave some riddles out yesterday, and people gave better answers.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Than the answers to the original joke. Yeah. So, anyways, we've got lots of exciting stuff planned for you today. But before we jump into all that, why don't we bring in Sarah from New Society Publishers to help us start the day off?
Hi, thank you. It's so awesome to be here. What a day yesterday. That was so great. Everybody, just the energy and the fun. And it was so nice to, see everybody coming together around permaculture. And it was just excellent. We all had such a great time in the office. We were all emailing each other. Have you seen this? And so thank you so much. And I expect we'll have a similar experience today. So yes, as Dakota said, my name is Sarah Reeves. I'm the marketing manager with New Society Publishers. I'm joining you from Nanaimo on Vancouver Island, which is the unceded traditional territory of this Nanaimo First Nation. We're so excited to be sponsoring the Building Your Permaculture Property Summit this weekend with the amazing lineup of speakers and partners. And we're proud to be the publishers of Building Your Permaculture Property by Michelle, Rob, and Dakota. And we're really excited to be here to celebrate the launch. And having heard them talk about the summit for so long and about their plans, and to see it come to fruition is a real honor. It's just awesome. So New Society Publishers, we've been a leader in sustainable publishing for over 40 years. For those of you not familiar with our work, maybe some of you are if you were here yesterday and heard our spiel, but you get to hear it again. Our roots are firmly planted in activist soil in both the United States and Canada. In the US, the original Philadelphia office grew out of a need for pamphlets and small books on nonviolent civil disobedience training to support the activist work of the movement for a new society during the Vietnam War. From this work, a book publishing company emerged in the late 70s. New Society's Canadian office grew out of British Columbia's Fed Up Food Co-op in the early 70s, and later the bioregional movement in the 80s. The first New Society Publishers Canada books, the New Catalyst Bioregional series, were based on the work of the New Catalyst, an offshoot of Fed Up's political broadsheet and price list entitled The Catalyst, which kept co-op members in touch with each other's communities, as well as providing a food price list. All of this early publishing was done in the mountains near Lillooet, BC, the home of the Statliam people, with a battery operated computer powered by a micro-hydro system and phone service by radio telephone only. Chris and Judith Plant, the founders of the Canadian wing of New Society Publishers, called it their Paleotechnic phase. In 1990, the company was moved to Gabriola Island, one of the Gulf Islands in BC in the Salish Sea. Later in 1996, the Canadian office formed a limited company, and through a friendly buyout, the Philadelphia wing, we took over continent-wide operations of New Society and the complete list of books. So today we've published over 600 books, available as both print and ebooks, and we have a growing audiobook program, which the Building Your Permaculture Property is a part of and will be available soon. It may already be already. We care deeply about both what we publish and how we do business. And so the same thinker and doer approach permeates our in-house work and the books themselves. We know our supply chain and impacts, and we print all our books in North America, never overseas. In 2001, we became the first publisher in North America to commit to publishing all of our forthcoming titles on acid-free paper that is Forest Stewardship Council certified, 100% old growth forest free, processed chlorine free, and printed with vegetable-based low VOC inks. And I want to give a shout out to Friesens, our printer in Manitoba, who made that possible for us, as well as Chris Plant, one of our original co-founders, who championed this project. He originally approached a variety of BC publishers because we had to commit to one truckload of this paper that was challenging to find and source before the press could bring it in for us. And so we tried to go to other BC publishers and ask them to commit to printing one book from their season a year. If everybody printed one book, we could afford to get this paper. And, you know, it was more expensive and people weren't sure what the print quality would be like and were hesitant to join up. So Chris said, forget it, we'll just print all our books on it and commit to the truckload ourselves. And so since then, we've enabled other publishers because we were able to source the paper and bring it in by making that commitment to have access to the paper. And over the years, of course, the quality has just continued to grow. So I would recommend, just as much as we look to our food to be organic or local, to challenge your book publishers to print their books on recycled paper. So it makes a huge difference and it's not that hard to do. Okay, in 2005, we became the first publishing company in North America to go carbon neutral. In 2015, New Society employees became shareholders in the company. And in 2016, we became a certified B Corporation. New Society Publishers' mission is to publish books for a world of change in a way that has a minimum impact on our environment. Our vision is to provide the world with fundamental tools to help build a just and ecologically sustainable society. You can find out more about who we are and what we do at newsociety.com or follow us on social media. If you sign up for our newsletter, we will get you early sneak peeks of upcoming books, free excerpts, and of course, notifications of specials and sales. And for today only, you can use the code BYPP Summit 40 and receive a 40% discount on all New Society titles at newsociety.com. And I believe that code will appear in the chat throughout the day. Please note that Building Your Permaculture Property has not officially been released. It's only available through Verge Permaculture, through the summit, until its pub date on May 11th. You can pre-order it from our site and receive a 20% discount. So just clarification there, because there was some confusion yesterday. So this is on pre-order on our site with a 20% discount. All of our other books, ebooks and audiobooks are 40% off. And we have a couple of our authors speaking today too, Chris Nagwood and Peter Bain. So you'll find their books on sale today. As we're all acutely aware, the planet and humanity are facing climate breakdown, ecosystem and biodiversity loss, and other Earth system stresses, coupled with social and economic inequality and inequity. Underpinning these compounding crises is a dominant worldview of our separation from nature and each other, which has enabled oppressive ideologies and political systems and destructive perpetual growth economies within a finite biosphere. We recognize that we operate within this context, at times benefiting from it, while also experiencing collective loss. Within this context, we acknowledge that permaculture's roots lie firmly and deeply in the ancient fertile soil of Indigenous ways of knowing. Bill Mollison attributed much of what he and David Holmgren formalized as permaculture to what he learned from the Aboriginals in Tasmania and other Indigenous peoples around the world. Permaculture as a design system incorporates Indigenous knowledge, assimilating it with sustainable new technology, making strides towards harmonizing traditional knowledge and wisdom with pioneering modern science and technology. As we share in the knowledge of the summit speakers, it's vital that we remember and reflect on the deep origins of the knowledge and practices of permaculture, both within Indigenous communities past and present, and also within many pre-industrial societies in what is now Europe, Asia, and elsewhere, before many of us and our cultures lost a deep sense of connection with the earth and each other and started down the path of modernity, colonialism, and the compounding crises that now engulf the planet. If we forget the deep Indigenous and pre-industrial origins of permaculture, then permaculture is at risk of being at best a little more than gardening, and at worst it runs the risk of being appropriated, colonized, and commodified, stripped of its deep roots, its ethics, and its potential for re-engaging many people and cultures in a harmonious relationship with the natural world of which we are an inseparable part. As we do our work, I challenge us all to go deeper in this journey and not take land practices from Indigenous cultures without context or without consent, but rather humbly request the aid of and financially support traditional knowledge keepers whenever possible and aim to build reciprocal relationships as we go. If we keep these tenets always in the forefront, then the practice of permaculture is well positioned to aid in preserving valuable current knowledge, help relearn and restore ancient knowledge, while steering our industrial society towards a more viable future based on regeneration and reciprocity. At this critical moment in history, there is an opportunity for the human community to come together, recognize our shared responsibility and interdependence, and imagine and co-create a just transition to a better future. One that is ecologically regenerative, honors and promotes biological, human, and cultural diversity and thriving, upholds equity, justice, and peace, and reintegrates all of humanity into a symbiotic community with nature. Through our publishing, it's New Society's goal to act as a catalyst to open conversations and foster relationships with organizations, businesses, authors, and readers, and to bridge the gap between those whose viewpoints, values, and life experiences may differ from our own towards a better common future. We are honored to be a sponsor of the Building Your Permaculture Property Summit, and we both admire and thank Rob, Michelle, and Dakota and the whole team at Verge Permaculture for their willingness to share their often hard-won knowledge and expertise on so many platforms to help empower people with the tools to create real change in the world. So thank you so much. We're really excited to be here. Don't forget to use the coupon code to receive a 40% discount on all our titles at newsociety.com. And just a reminder that it is not applicable to building a permaculture property, as it is still on pre-order with a 20% discount. So thanks very much. And I'm really excited to hear all the speakers today. So I'll sign off.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks so much, Sarah.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Okay. All right, folks. So to kick off the morning, I have the privilege of being able to share my story of how I built my permaculture property with my parents. And actually, we've got some really great pictures I've never shown anywhere before about.
They're with clothes on, right?
Oh, maybe I better double check that just to make sure I didn't have those snuck in there.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, no, they're all decent. So we're going to be, I'm showing, I've got lots of pictures, lots of stories to tell you. And we're actually going to be giving you a sneak peek about some of the tools and processes that we introduce in our book. And well, no, Rob wants me
That's
to.
a story gap.
Yeah, it's a story gap. There's something that Rob wants me to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you until later.
Until we get to 1,000 people live streaming.
That's right. Yeah,
So
I'm not going to waste it on this piddly 500 people.
545
go,
people.
Go tell your friends.
Okay. See you guys. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, Rob's he's gonna go get busy signing books. So I'm gonna jump into my presentation here. All right. Share the screen. Mitch, that's coming through loud and clear. Yeah, I can see that. Perfect. All right, folks. So this is the permaculture property that myself and my family have been working on for, well, it was before I was even born. And the kind of theme of my presentation is going to be about how we've been working to kind of use biomimicry to shift our entire farm along with all the principles of permaculture and stuff. And people often ask me, it's like, what is permaculture? And the one word answer is biomimicry. It's based upon the idea that the earth has existed for billions of years, and it has found through the process of evolution just really amazing ways of solving all these different problems. And so we have a lot to learn from that research and development. And so by kind of, as Victor Schauberger said, if we comprehend and copy nature, that's the best way to achieve success. So that's going to be a major theme throughout my presentation today. But before I jump in, I do want to in addition to the acknowledgement that Sarah gave today of the indigenous peoples and all these cultures and people that have come before us that have made it possible to talk to thousands of people on via computer from all around the world. I also want to acknowledge my own ancestors as well. And so, my parents started, this journey of kind of building their permaculture property back in the 1980s, before they'd even never heard of permaculture. They were actually, my dad was born and raised on a kind of conventional farm, which I'll actually show some pictures of those original farms in a second here. But yeah, I just really want to give a big shout out to my parents, Michael and Laura, who have been they were literally doing this work before I was even born, and I wouldn't have done I wouldn't have been able to write this book. I wouldn't have been able to do half of the things that I've had the opportunity to do if it hadn't been for their decades of hard work that has gotten very little appreciation. And so a big thank you to them. This is our farm here in central Alberta, Canada, and this is exactly where we're located. We've got 250 acres of land on the kind of northeastern shores of Red Deer Lake, and this little arrow here that I'm showing is this is actually where my great grandparents were settled back in the 1914. And so I want to show you a picture of that. And so this is my great grandparents, Hans and Anna Erickson, that they lived just a few miles away from my house. That's where this picture was taken. And I'll talk a bit more about kind of why the significance of this picture when we get into some of the water systems that I want to talk about on our permaculture property. But one thing I do want to point out is, so just notice this is a hand dug well in the top of this photo here with a corral around it, that they were able to get clean drinking water within the reach of a shovel just over 100 years ago, back in 1914. And I'll be talking about how as a result of some of my ancestors' practices, we have drastically degraded the quality of our water cycle and the biodiversity and all these things in our area, but how just in a few years of practicing permaculture on our 250-acre farm, we're starting to see an upswing in that. So this is all based on this idea of comprehending and copying ecosystems. And so that's gonna be a major theme. As I also mentioned, I'm gonna be talking about some of the tools and processes that myself and Rob Michelle have evolved in the last few years. And how I'm going to show you some original designs that the way I used to do it with marker and not a very good process, and then we'll actually show you the new process and the tools and templates that have made it a lot easier. So like I said, this is my ancestors back in 1914, and this is actually a picture of just going to change this to presenter view. Oops, I can't do that, I guess. Shoot. Let me switch that back. Sorry, folks. Normally I have my dual screens, but we've got a different setup here today because we're in a new office. Anyway, so this is actually the original farm that my dad bought in 1986. So this is our home quarter, and I want you to notice some of these kind of yellowish lines running through the field. This is actually water drainages that in this particular crop here, it had been doing some damage to them because of the amount of water that was running off. And I'll show you some slides later. So this photo was taken back in 1945. So my parents didn't own this land here. My dad lived just up the road. So this was the farm that he grew up on, and he farmed with his parents for quite a few years. So my family's been in this area for a long time. We've got a lot of history of observing and interacting with our environment, and not all of those have been good interactions, but we're definitely turning that around. And I also want to highlight this other kind of white patch up here. These are locations where we were able to build dams basically 80 years later that have really helped to push our farm forward. So yeah, this photo was taken back in 1945. And actually, before we go into that, I just want to highlight there's this great quote by David Holmgren, who's actually going to be another presenter on Sunday, the final day of the summit. And it's this great quote that traditional agriculture was labor intensive, industrial agriculture was energy intensive, and permaculture is design intensive. And so when you so I made a mistake. I forgot. David Holmgren isn't present. my TA is like, no, David couldn't present. I forgot. We tried to get him on, but we're hoping he couldn't make it to the summit. But it's a little. I kind of spilled the beans. We're actually going to get him to do a private session with us that'll be available with the bundle later on. I forgot about that. Thanks for that, Mitch. Okay, so as I was saying, traditional agriculture was labor intensive, industrial agriculture is energy intensive, and permaculture is design and thought intensive. And so just look at kind of the layout of this farmyard and how spread out everything is. It really kind of the disconnection really actually starts to get worse kind of the closer we come to the present, before we started to adopt permaculture. And so this is basically the year that my dad bought the farm. So before it was owned by a nice couple named Happy and Minnie, whom he bought from in 1986. Again, notice this kind of water drainage path that flows through here, and actually also notice these tiny little spruce trees that are just kind of in the corner there. Those are spruce trees that my grandparents planted that are now actually the major source of the water on our farm. But you can see that the farm is still quite scattered. It doesn't look particularly nice. There's lots of bare soil, and there's no real patterns to it. It seems kind of random and chaotic. And so that was when my dad bought the farm. And so the first couple of years, I think this was taken in 1987, the year after he bought the farm. He basically just spent a lot of his time cleaning up and trying to just organize stuff. So you sort of see the sheds were put a little bit better alignment. Some of the old buildings were torn down, but it was still it's still pretty disconnected. Look at how far the garden is away from the house here. This is one of the gardens. This is another garden. Everything is broken up. Also, again, notice this kind of the same water drainage that this is probably some wheat that's planted here, and it's been lodged because of the amount of water flowing through that area. And also notice this is a shelter belt that my parents had planted. And it's quite a big difference later on, some other photos. So then in 1989, my dad built just a really nice barn. By that time, he'd met my mother, who's kind of a hippie who grew up in British Columbia, and she she kind of came to the farm, and one of the first things that she noticed was that it didn't really make sense. Why are these bags of fertilizer and herbicides and bottles of herbicides that you're spraying on your fields, or the things that you're giving to your animals, why do they all have skulls and crossbones on the bags and bottles? and so again, this is back in 1988. My parents transitioned away from chemical agriculture to organic agriculture. This was, before there was the internet, before there was so much, damning evidence about the dangers of these products. So they were really pioneers, in their own right back then, and they've definitely continued that tradition. It was really difficult in the early years, and so we went from there's this industrial agriculture was the movement away from labor intensive agriculture to energy intensive. So using a lot of machines, using herbicides as opposed to tillage, and fertilizer instead of having animals that you have to keep and make their compost and put that on the fields. We cut all that stuff out so that it was just simpler. And a lot of farmers jumped at this. One of the best techniques for fertilizer salesmen was they would just give away bags of fertilizer to farmers at these fairs that they would give, and they would say, hey, look, go home, find the worst pasture that you've got in a little corner of a field somewhere that the animals can't get to, spread this bag of fertilizer on that pasture, and remember where it was, and then come back in a few weeks and see what happens, and then give me a call, because you're going to want to buy some more of this. And the growth rates were phenomenal. Like you could take dead, beat up pasture, and you could get quadruple the production just by throwing a handful of this stuff on it. And so these farmers who didn't know any better, they jumped at it, and they had these problems with these pests that would eat the crops, or the blights or the rusts in the grain crops. And then there's these miracle things that you could just spray a little bit on. It was just you dumped it into a tank. It seemed pretty simple. And my dad tells stories about when he was a kid. They would spray their fields on a open. So this tractor here has a cab on it This is one of their first cab tractors. A lot of the other tractors didn't have cabs, and they would literally spray their fields with open air tractors. And my if the sprayer ever got plugged, my dad said he would jump off the tractor, and the cutoff switch to shut the machine off was actually on the machine. So he'd stop the tractor, run to the sprayer while it's still dumping stuff out, kill it, shut it off, and then unscrew the nozzle that was plugged and blow it out with his mouth. This is the kind of stuff. There was no workplace safety. Farmers were taught that this stuff is so safe that you could drink it. There's a lot of demonization, I think, for farmers in our culture, as though they were kind of the perpetrators of this industrial agriculture. They were its biggest victims. Our agricultural departments and all of these massive organizations were really working in cahoots to move these small diversified farms into these big industrialized farms. Okay, so now, fast forward a few years, and my parents actually subdivided. So that this is the yard that I grew up in. And back in 2007, my parents subdivided because I was the last kid at home, and because we had moved away from industrial agriculture to back to kind of traditional agriculture, organic agriculture. It was more labor intensive. I'm the youngest of 6 kids, and thank goodness kind of for that. It's kind of a bit of a blessing. Is the older kids were worked so hard that that none of them wanted to stay and be on the farm, and also it wasn't profitable. And so all my older siblings, I've got 2 brothers and 3 sisters, they left the farm, and they pursued careers in other paths, and so I was the last kid at home. And, I'd seen kind of everybody else leave. And even though my parents, wanted somebody to kind of continue on their legacy, it was just always implied that, you can't make a living farming. And so you just got to do something else. And so that's what I did. I actually left the farm too. And I went to become a carpenter. I spent 4 years building houses from the ground up with my brothers, doing everything from the foundation to the finishing work. But around 2011, it was like the year after I graduated high school, I started to watch all these documentaries about how just screwed we are, Earthlings and Inconvenient Truth and all these, Forks Over Knives, all these or Farm Inc. and all these amazing documentaries that just documented the corruption and destruction that is happening all over our planet. And because I was raised in an organic farm, and I was a bit sheltered from that. I didn't realize how massive these systems were. And I started to realize that it's like, if we don't have sustainable agriculture, I didn't know about the term regenerative. I'll get to that later. But if we didn't have agriculture that could sustain itself, because it was obviously going downhill, we weren't going to have a civilization. Because the fact that some people in our population have the ability to grow more food than they themselves need is the precursor to civilization. That's what allows specialization of other trades, engineers, writers, healers, people who make clothing, all these things. If you can't feed yourself, you're done. And it's difficult to have that kind of specialization that a civilization requires. And so agriculture is really core to all that. And I realized that in the same way that kind of, Jeff Lawton says all the world's problems can be solved in a garden. It's like all the world's problems can be solved, via agriculture as well. And so in 2011, I started to research, okay, industrial agriculture doesn't work. Traditional agriculture also doesn't work in the way that my ancestors had done it, because it's so much work. It doesn't make any money. It was terribly inefficient. Like my one sister, she spent every night. It took her an hour to clean out this barn. We used to have pigs in this barn here, and we had pigs in this barn as well. So even though we were organic, we still were doing practices that weren't great. We practiced full, tillage and fallowing the soil, so leaving it black for a whole summer. And it wasn't out of any maliciousness or desire to just consciously destroy the environment. It was what my parents thought was best. And so, anyways, as a result of I started to look into, okay, traditional agriculture doesn't work, industrial agriculture doesn't work. There's got to be some other alternative agricultural system. Somebody else must have seen the same things that I'd seen growing up, and the problems, and they must have, somebody's got to be smarter than I am. And so I just typed into the internet one day, alternative agricultural systems. Permaculture was one of them that popped up, biodynamics and a few others. But, within minutes of watching a few videos and reading a little bit about permaculture, I instantly knew that this is the kind of agriculture that was going to, transform the planet. And so, luckily enough, my parents had they'd subdivided this yard site, and they'd sold the farm, the farmyard, because, none of the kids wanted to farm. And so, in 2007 or 2008, they started to rebuild. This is a straw bale house that they built. And again, even before they knew about permaculture, they had the same ethics. They had the desire of earth care, people care, and future care, but they didn't have the process and the systems behind it. And so they started to rebuild this in 2007. I was still at school at that point, and working off farm. I helped out a little bit where I could, but you can see the old red barn there, and so that's kind of how it started out. But then by 2012, I'd already come back to the farm full time. I'd taken several permaculture design courses from people like Jeff Lawton, and I'd watched all of Bill Mollison's old recordings and read all of his books, and so we started to change our whole farm. Now, a lot of the initial infrastructure was already in place, but you can start to see like the transition is like, we were kind of still back in that traditional agriculture where things were, the gardens were a little bit closer this time to the house. This is a, one garden here, there's another garden over here, but things are still kind of spread out. There's one corral system over here, there's another corral system over here. But when I came back to the farm and I started to realize that it's all about connections, we need to stop separating all these things out and start bringing them together. That's when things started to change. And I want to kind of highlight some of these photos now, and I'll talk about some of the specific systems later on. But you can just, an image is worth 1,000 words. And so you can really see the transformation of, as we started to understand, what permaculture was, and transition an existing property into that kind of a system, even though our kind of water and access was already started. And so I'll just give you one simple, example of this. Is in needs and yields is one of the best kind of design methodologies, where there's all these different elements on your property. There's there's ponds, there's houses, there's livestock, there's plants, and all these different things. And they all have needs, so things that require them to function, and they also have yields, things that they give back to the system itself. And so if you can design a system where those elements have a relationship where they can facilitate each other's needs and yields without your involvement, it saves you work. So now as opposed to using energy to remove labor, we're using design to remove labor. And this is the key piece. Like, the labor component is what drove people away from traditional agriculture to industrial agriculture, and so the labor saving is absolutely essential. And I'll talk about how far you can take that in towards the end of my slide. Oh, actually, I was going to talk about that. So this pond here, just to give an example of like some of the integrations that was really simple, is we needed to build a road to get past this kind of wet area. This was a drainage that moved through our property, and actually it didn't have water in it since for over 100 years, because it had all been drained out. I'll talk about more about that in a minute. But we needed to build this road, and so a road needs clay to be able to build it up. I mean, the roads need to be high and dry, and a pond yields clay if you have clay soils, because you got to dig out the material to make the pond. And so one needs clay, one yields clay. You put them side by side, and you get a really efficient system. So now this pond, all we had to do is just dig out, the clay from this pond, pile it on the road here with an excavator, and we got a pond and a road for a few $100s. Now, what's also interesting is that a road also yields water, and a pond needs water. And so by just, even though the driveway had already been built and a lot of the the kind of driving areas to maneuver machinery and stuff were already in place. With a little bit of grading, just shaping and sloping the land a little bit, we're able to turn this road into a catchment system that keeps the pond full. And I'll tell, that's just like one simple integration. There's a whole other system with our integrated livestock system where this corral floods into this pond and we grow duckweed and feed it back. And I'll get to that in a minute. And so this is where you start to see the connections, the patterns of this farm. And there's kind of a hybrid because, we had found permaculture a bit too late. There's a lot of things we would do differently, but we were still able to take, a kind of a traditional agricultural farm and tweak it pretty well into one that kind of follows the permaculture principles. So, and this is actually the front cover of the book. This one, you can really see it. You start to see, look at these patterns up in the hills here. These are some of the swales that we've got in our property. We have over 3 kilometers worth of swales and dams and dugouts. And, this is a forest garden that's starting to come up. You can see all the windbreaks that we've been planting to slow the wind down. This looks quite different than, just go back to, some of these photos here. It's like, how different does that look than these kind of traditional agricultural farms? I mean, for one, it's more beautiful, but it's also far more functional, as we'll see. Okay, now we've kind of given a brief overview of like the history of the farm and my ancestors, roles in creating the farm and honestly just being really conscious about the fact that like I've never met a farmer who didn't love his land. Never. I think a lot of farmers are misguided about the best way to care for their land, and but there's really a sentiment of discrimination that's building towards the people in our society that are keeping us fed, even if it's not the best quality food. And I think they really need our support more than ever to help them transition away from not go back to this labor intensive agriculture, but to move forward away from the energy intensive into the design and thought intensive. And when you approach it that way, as opposed of pointing the finger at them, if you've ever complained about the price of food, you are part of the problem. If you've ever said, "Oh, can't they want this much for eggs or milk or lettuce?" That's why industrial agriculture got started. It was to create cheap, plentiful food for the masses. So just a bit more context about our farm is this is actually a picture of me and Dad out doing chores in our original yard site. And like, as I said, all I'd ever wanted to do was to be a farmer. That's from the time I could walk, I would follow Dad around doing chores. I loved every aspect of it, but I knew intuitively growing up that it's just, I couldn't make a living at it. And so I had to go, leave the farm and do something else. And so it's just been an absolute, just privilege to be able to actually come back and to now make a living on the farm. But the primary crops that our farm sold was certified organic grain and certified organic hay to small scale dairies, while small scale dairies still existed, and then eventually to horses. People had horses, but this hay and grain rotation, which was pretty standard in the organic industry, was quite destructive. This is a picture of the whole family here. This is me. I think this is probably 20 years ago. I think I must have been 8 or 9 there. And as you can see, I've always been fond of vests ever since I was a little guy. Can't get enough of them. And so that's what our farm used to produce. But now, so it was like well, I guess it was 4 main crops. We did, hay, grain. We had cattle and we had pigs, and we had eggs as well. But they were all disconnected systems that took a lot of labor, a lot of energy. And now, our farm is we're still growing those same products with the addition of a few more, but it's in a much more connected system. So this is example of one of the things are the goals of our farm is to be a whole system, in that everything the farm needs and yields can be used within itself. So we try to grow all of our own feed on farm, so all of our own grain for our livestock we try to grow on farm, but we do it in a broad acre companion planting system. So this photo here, this is actually a grain field. This is a picture of this is the grain that came off of that field that we're harvesting here. And so, when we seed the crop, as opposed to just putting in a monoculture, we'll put in, 15 different species. We'll put barley, peas, oats, wheat as that's the grain crop. And then in the understory of that grain crop, we'll plant all kinds of legumes and other, beneficial plants like daikon radish, purple top turnips, chicory. There's even some alfalfa, Sicer milk vetch, or not Sicer milk vetch, hairy vetch, crimson clover, red clover, millet, sorghum Sudan grass. All these things, we'll plant those in the understory, and we're still getting decent crops. This particular field of barley, peas as well, and so that crop got over 50 bushels to the acre, which is, for organic agriculture, that's pretty decent with no inputs other than the seed and, a couple gallons of diesel to cultivate it and plant it. But what's interesting about these companion planting is by planting the peas with the grain crops, the peas have a trellis to grow up on, and the peas provide nitrogen to the grain crop, which it needs. And so again, we've got these needs and yields. And by planting the barley and peas and oats in a ratio that makes sense, which is it's like 1/3 peas to 2/3, barley, peas, and oats. By planting it in that ratio, so like you put, 1/3, 2/3 is kind of what we do. When we harvest it, it's already mixed and ready to go. And so when we grind our own feed on farm, this is a mix mill. It's like a giant flour mill that grinds it up and processes it for our chickens and pigs to eat. We don't need to mix it up. So we put it all in one bin, take it out of the bin, and we grind it up, and the ratio is already good. And it's this nutrient dense, diverse grain. And then after we harvest this grain crop off the top, because it's an annual, this biennial or perennial system just keeps growing underneath it. So you've always got a living root in the ground, and it's helping to improve the soil health. It's attracting beneficial insects. It's feeding the microbiology. All these fantastic things. Versus, and like we're doing this all with it's old farming equipment, but you can do this with brand new farming equipment. And there are farmers like Gabe Brown in the U.S. that are doing this on thousands of acres. And so we can absolutely scale this stuff up. So the other main crops that we still grow on the farm are, grass-fed beef, pork, and chickens. But we do them a lot differently now. Before, we used to feed hay in a corral for 7 months out of the year because we were haying the pastures. And our pigs were in barns. Our chickens were, they were in a separate system. And now all these animals are together. They're integrated into basically one system, and the cows are rotationally grazed, and we've seen tremendous increases in the health of our animals, the production of the system, and actually reduction in the work. And of course, we also have this is one of our first milk cows here, Blossom. You can see we were playing a game of who wore it better. There's another photo that I have where I'm wearing the hat, and I think she pulls it off better than I do. So we right now I've got 6 milk cows, Jersey milk cows, that we raise for our own home production. We make our own cheese and butter and raw milk, and then we feed the whey and the skim milk back to our pigs and chickens. We make fermented feed. Again, part of this whole system of there's no such thing as waste. We're also branching into some perennial fruit and nut crops. So we've got things like bur oak, and there's like 9 or 10 different kinds of berries. We've got Saskatoons, raspberries, red raspberries, black raspberries, 6 different kinds of cherries, sea buckthorn, buffalo berry, haskell, blackcurrant, red currant, tayberries, and just so many other things. And we're those were planted a few years ago in a forest garden, which I'll talk about in a second. And But we're also growing our own hay on farm still. We're not selling it off farm. We're cycling the nutrients on our farm, and trying to again make sure that everything that the farm needs is sourced from the farm. Everything the farm produces is kind of goes back to the farm. We also grow a lot of our own, vegetables, or all of our own vegetables. I've never bought in potatoes or onions or carrots in my life. My mom fed 6 kids out of her own garden and has for 30 years. This is, our gardening is a lot different than it was before. You notice we don't have a lot of black soil anymore. We keep everything mulched down, and we're getting really great yields. This is some of the carrots and some of the hardneck garlic that we produce on the farm. Now, our main kind of products are the pork, the beef, and the eggs, but we are transitioning into other, as I said, perennial fruit and nut crops. We don't have any nuts yet for sale, but hopefully we'll have some, bur oaks, or at least oak-fed pork at some point. But we've been selling some of the berry mix. So I call these cold climate Skittles. The taste is unbelievable. The flavor of this 9-berry medley of all the things that are grown on our farm. And we also sell some herbal teas that are a byproduct of that. And our major focus on the farm is nutrient dense food. And I believe that the nutrient density of our food is a function of the health of the ecosystem that produced it. And so, we have this saying on our farm is like, our motto is heal yourself, heal the planet, and heal the planet, heal yourself. And those two things are intimately connected. So now I've kind of given a brief overview of like what our permaculture property is and looks like, where it kind of came from. I want to talk about like some of the design tools and the processes about how we actually created that. So one of the first things that I want to share is a tool called ContourMapGenerator.com. This is a program that myself and my colleagues have been working on for a few years that can generate data. So you can generate a free preview of the topography of your land anywhere on the planet. And then if you want to download it, it's just a few dollars to download this app and put it into Google Earth Pro, which I'll show you in a minute. But this is really the heart of our land design system, is having access to really good topographical data, because the shape of your land dictates everything else beneath it, which I'll talk more about in a second. And so, the original topographical map that I purchased for our farm cost $1,500. And I mean, you can generate a screenshot for free if you want, or I think it's like $150 to download a map. Plus you get, 9 different layers that go with it. And I'll show those in a second here. But this is actually the original design for our farm. Before I had the Google Earth Pro, which I'll kind of show pictures of here soon. This is how I did it all. I took my permaculture design course with Jeff Lawton. This was the design or one of the designs I submitted. That I used erasable markers on that, laminated topographical map, and I took photos of all the different layers. And if I made a mistake, I had to wipe it out. But because they were, because they smudged so easily, it was really, really quite difficult. But I'm showing this to, and a lot of the other presenters in the summit have shown, like you don't need to have all these fancy tools to get started. I think they definitely help, but the most important thing is just to start. And like, yeah, you can figure it as you go. I mean, some of the people, Ben Falk came from, background in rock climbing, and who else was there? A lot of the other guys and gals, they started in careers that had nothing to do with permaculture. And within a few years, they jumped into it. And so you can do it. But our hope is that with some of the tools and processes that we've created, we can make that a lot easier for people, so that there's you don't have to start from ground zero. So this is actually a screenshot of one of the design programs that we talk a lot about in our book, called Google Earth Pro. So this is a free open source GIS program that allows you to organize layers of lines, shapes, and you can put different colors, different line weights, to illustrate different elements on your property and your design. But what's really amazing is you can turn these layers on and off. as necessary so that you can whatever relevant information you want to see, you can have it in front of you. And if it's doesn't make any sense, you can hide it. Versus in a lot of the hand design stuff now is done with like vellum paper or tracing paper, where you have all these different layers, like literal physical layers that you draw stuff on, you put them over top of each other. But it's very time consuming. I'm not a good drawer, as you can see, here. So it really speeds up that workflow of creating these designs. But we've also, so the tool that's actually part of the bundle is the layout for this Google Earth Pro. So we've got all these files laid out with prompts, like exercises about, find the information about, the water sources of water on your property, draw your existing roads, look at what your wind patterns and your rain precipitation pattern. And there's links of like where you can go to find this information. So we've literally created not only an organization system for your designs and the diagnosis of your property, but actually a way to store information, and it's also like a monitoring system, so you can put data in here about crop history and all this stuff. And if you can, it's infinitely expandable. You can add more folders, you can take folders away. It's just a fantastic tool. Maybe I think I'm running out of time here, but in the Q&A portion, if anybody wants to see that, I can share my screen again, and we can actually go through Google Earth Pro, and I can show you what my designs are and some of the amazing functionalities of it. So this is some more kind of before and after pictures. This is our farm in 2013. I took my PDC in 2012. I kind of designed it all that winter. In 2013, we started, and you can see this was the kind of standard certified organic crop rotation, of full tillage grain with 5 years of hay, and then you rotate them through. I want you to notice, the creeks that are not this creek, this wetland area that had been drained and tilled, farmed right through for generations. And so we got the topographical data. We did that design I just showed you, and we started to implement it. So we started putting in, dugouts. We started to put in swales. We fenced off our riparian area. We relocated our gardens so they were closer to the house. We started planting in food forests. You can see, in this photo, this is a 6-acre forest garden on one of our south-facing slopes here that follows a swale on contour. I remember I told you to pay attention to that drainage location here in those earlier photos. So this is the first swale that we dug. There's now a dugout here. I'll show in a second, but there's another a dam on the top of our property here. And all those things we were able to identify that with our topographical data. This is a more recent photo from 2019. I need to actually get another one here. It's crazy. But now there's a third swale that's been added. So now there's over 3 kilometers worth of water harvesting swales that slow spread and infiltrate water into the ground. As well as the wetlands that we've restored for the first time in 100 years. My dad used to hunt muskrats in these wetlands when he was a child, before he owned the land, and there hasn't been a muskrat on our farm basically the whole time that he's owned it. And the first year we put these wetlands back, the muskrats came within days. I actually have a video on my YouTube channel to prove it. We built this brand new dam up here. I'll tell that story in I'm running out of time here. There's too many stories to tell, Mitch. So I just want to show this amazing kind of image from the book that talks about the kind of order of operations within design. Now, this is based off of the PA Yeoman's key scale of permanence, which is we've slightly modified it, but essentially there are different factors on your property that make up your property, and they have different layers of permanence. So certain things are harder to change, or they take longer to change, and certain things are easier to change, or they change faster. So it's really difficult to change your geography. It's really difficult to change your climate. You can do it. It just takes a lot of energy. And then as you go down the list, things get easier. And so by the order of operations, just like in a math problem, we've got like PEDMIS. We've got to start with parentheses, exponents, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. If you do that out of order, you'll get the wrong answer in your design. And so what we found is that there is a correct order of operations when designing property that starts and this is where it's a bit different than PA Yeoman's, we think it starts with geography, those topographical maps, then it goes to climate, then water, access, structures, fencing, flora, fauna, business, technology, and soil. And so by having this order of operations and then combined with our Google Earth Pro tool, which comes with our book bundle, you literally have a workflow of how, like, step by step, do this for each of these order of operations so that you can design your property. We also have one of the other tools that we have is different SWOT diagnosis templates so that you can help identify what the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are for your specific property based on these order of operations. So it's like, what are your geographical strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? What are your climatic strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? All the way through, we've got different exercises for that in the book and templates that come with the bundle. There's actually a whole filing system about how to organize your computer files so that everything follows the same order of operations, and it becomes this dendritic pattern or a dendritic way of storing information. The same way that a river has all these fractals, a file system can have all these fractals. And there's actually efficient ways of designing these folders so that they only have so many branches, just like a river system never has more than 7 or 8 branches in it. You never want to have more than, we say it's like 4 or 5 branches in a file system. I'm going to have to skip that. So yeah, I now just want to talk quickly about before we go into Q&A here, is just some of I mentioned that a farm disguises an ecosystem and how we were trying to mimic nature. And so the broad pattern is that I encourage is, like, anywhere somebody is in the world, figure out what is your biome, what is your climax ecosystem. If you were to walk away for 100 years, what would your land turn into if it had, 0 human interaction? And the answer to that question in our area is called the aspen parkland biome. So it's basically groves of trees with grasslands in between that would have been maintained by, massive herds of grazing animals. And so it's like, okay, great. If that's what the land wants to be, how do we fast track that? As opposed to taking 100 years, can we do it in 5? And that's what we did. So we figured out where all of our wetlands were that had been drained. We put swales, which are just wetlands on contour. We put those swales back in, and we planted trees along the swales or the wetlands. And then we have pasture in between that we can either hay or graze cattle through, which you can see in this photo. We're rotationally grazing our cattle. It's really that simple. So if you live in the subtropics, okay, what's your biome? What does your land want to be? How do you mimic that? If you live in this savanna system, okay, how do you do that? If you live in a short grass prairie, a tall grass prairie, if you live in the a tundra area or a boreal forest, what does the land want to be? How do you help it become it? It's really that simple. Okay, so I think we're coming up on the end of our session here. Sorry, Mitch, when I'm sharing my screen here, I'm blind to the world, so I'm not getting a lot of your guys' chats here. But I'm just going to flip through a few of these photos here, just so you can see some more of this stuff, and then we will head into break here. Mitch, should I stop now? Can you answer that in the Zoom chat? I'm getting those ones. Oh, I've got 3 minutes. Whew, lots of time. So this is actually another system to illustrate the relationship of needs and yields. So we talked about that pond earlier on our farm that we use to build this road, but we also use it to grow duckweed, which is a plant that's 40% protein. Chickens, pigs, cattle can eat it. Grows anywhere in the world. And so what I did is, after some kind of serendipitous observations, I realized that this corral was a source of nutrients that this duckweed needed to grow. And so I actually graded this corral so that whenever it rains, the manure water runs from the corral into this pond, and it grows duckweed that I feed back to the chickens and pigs. I literally, it's a perpetual motion machine of like from poop to pond to protein, all the way through. We'll do Q&A in like 3 minutes. Okay. And so it's I've got all kinds of videos on my YouTube channel where I go into depth with it. But there's also, you can see this is a garden here that's located right next to the corral. And so this garden is, I showed some pictures where the carrots and garlic was grown earlier, because it's right next to the corral. I can let my chickens and my pigs and my cattle, if I wanted to, into that gardening system, so they can do my composting and my fertility and my weeding and my tilling for me. So my pigs pick all my crabgrass, so I don't have to do it, and it saves me labor. But they love it. It's not work or drudgery to them. It's enjoyable. And so, I mean, I've hours of presentations just on this one system, this integrated livestock system, about the needs and yields and connections. But I hope you can start to see that how our farm went from being labor intensive to energy intensive, and then to design intensive. So there's another saying in permaculture: it's like you're more likely to do 100 hours of thinking and 1 hour of work than the old way, which was 1 hour of thinking and then 100 hours of work. Let's skip through that. I'll show this little video here. This is where our pigs live now, and our cows. They used to be in feedlots and stinky old barns. Now they're out on green grass and just loving life. What kind of an animal wouldn't want to live on a farm like this? So those are our dairy cows in the background, and they're all part of the same system. So they rotate around our farm, and they come back to the hub, our hub and spoke system, so that they can be milked. And so I feed 30 pigs, 150 chickens. I milk 3 cows, do the rotational grazing, collect all the eggs. All my chores now take, like, if I'm doing it really quickly, it's like an hour to 2 hours a day. That's it, to do everything. Like this used to be a full-time job to do this on our old farm. So like you can get to the point where you've got these really efficient systems that are, because of they're design intensive, they're no longer labor intensive. I'll skip through some of this stuff here, just talking about our fermented feed and integrated livestock system. But you can see, like, I hope you can tell, like, the position of every single thing in this photo has taken hundreds of hours and many iterations to get. There's not a thing in this photo that has not been moved 3 or 4 times, and until we find the optimal location. This is where we milk our cow. As I said, I can do all those chores. I'm feeding the pigs while the cow's getting milked. The chickens are out, foraging in the corral system all through the winter. The chicken coop that you can see in the background here, it's a passive solar chicken coop, so it's actually heated and cooled just by the overhang on that building. The grain bins are located really strategically so that the chickens, you can see they're underneath eating all the grain that drops out of the bins. As I'm filling up my bucket, so there's no waste there. They also eat any of the wasted feed from the pigs, and then when the pigs are done in this feeding this thing, they go out to out into the pasture, and they're able to. Man, that went fast. Hopefully we'll have to have some time to come back to this, but my TAs are telling me that I gotta shut her down here. Okay, Rob, we're gonna jump into sponsors now. I think we're still gonna have time in Q&A for if there's any other questions, I can share some more pictures there. But hey, Rob. Okay, so now we're gonna. Actually, I'm going to share it on this computer. I lost track of time with thought you having you by my side. You can't leave me again like that. Are we sharing?
I just didn't think anybody was going to want to ask you questions. You don't really have anything interesting to say.
No, I don't. It's true. Is this sharing the screen? There's such a lag in YouTube to see what we're doing.
Here, let me take control. All right. So we are just going to go to talk about our sponsors.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, let's do this here.
There we go.
Okay, folks. So as you guys know, this weekend we are launching our book, and we are so excited to be doing this. And we couldn't have done it without our sponsors. So for this weekend, and I've just been signing books in the background right now while Dakota was taking you guys through our process and all of the stuff that he's been working on. And so now you've gotten a sense of the tools that we use in our process. And so all of those tools are included in this bundle. So you talked about Google Earth Pro.
Yeah, Google Earth Pro. I mean, I only mentioned like 2 of them.
Oh.
there's like 10 or 12 tools.
Yeah, totally. I'm going to be talking about some of our tools a little bit later in my presentation as well. But those are some of the tools that are included to help you kind of move through this process because it's complex. The printer is going off the hook right now. And so we are getting very low on our books, our current supply books. My mother-in-law is actually working with us right now to pack all the books. It's an incredible amount of work actually packaging them. And the secret thing that we're going to tell you about a little bit later, we've got 70 people that have to get onto the live stream before we're going to tell you about the secret thing that we've got.
We're only 9:30.
Yeah. So you better
go tell your friends.
Better tell your friends about that if you want to see this other thing we've got. But anyways, we were packing the books back there. I was just signing them and we're getting really low. So my mother-in-law has actually gone to the post office to deliver the first bundle. We're $149 this weekend for all the recordings and all of our tools in the book. And you can find out more about that at mypermacultureproperty.com. I'm going to have to go over your arms there to my mouse.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So Dakota just finished. We're going to go to Q&A here right away. And then Chris Magwood will be right up afterwards. Just a quick shout out to New Society. You can get 40% off of their catalog, not including this book today with the code.
Remember, we gotta speed through. There's so much stuff going on.
Okay, I don't know who these guys are, but they're a sponsor. The Light Cellar, we'll talk a bit about them here shortly. Really great friends of ours. We're going to be giving away a prize here after Q&A for 1 root rescue, 2 of these books, which you might want or be interested in, and that's it. So let's go to Q&A right now. And I'm just going to pull up the questions that Mitch has been putting aside for us.
Hopefully there's some questions that allow me to finish off the presentation. There's so much stuff such a short time.
Well, if one of our speakers ends up not showing up, you can just go a second time.
Yeah. So if you live next to any other speakers, you could go and like slash their tire. Actually, no, it's all live. What are you gonna do?
It's not gonna work.
You gotta sabotage them somehow. I want to finish my presentation.
All right. Sounds good.
I'm used to doing this for a day.
I know.
We've got a whole day of packing this stuff in.
We are going to be putting a masterclass on this year. And so if you like listening to this guy, you might want to sign up for that.
Can't see why.
More information coming on that soon. Okay, so the first question, as Rob and Dakota may be observing, Alberta is seeing a lot of family farms being eaten up by industrial farms. How can people like me from the cities help support family farms? That's a good question.
Yeah, so I mean, I touched on this in the presentation a little bit. But it's pretty simple. You know, you get to vote with your dollars 3 times a day, and by if you find a local farm that's doing even reasonably good stuff, offer to pay them more to do more. It took us 100 years or more to kind of degenerate these systems that you kind of saw in the slides. Like we've had a steady decline of production on our farm for 100 years. But within 5 or 10 years, we're only kind of 5 years into doing a really good job. But by 10 years, we're going to surpass our previous bumper crop yields in all of our cropland and pastures and stuff. But it takes time you have to invest resources into that. And because there's so little profit margins in farms, it's really difficult to get started. And so the easiest thing you can do is just become a customer and say, it's like, hey, like we noticed you're using soy in your chicken feed. We will pay you more to develop this duckweed system so that you don't have to use soy, or we'll pay you more so that you can buy organic feed because it costs 3 times the money as non-organic feed. These farmers want to do this stuff. They just need your support because our governments have been disincentivizing the kind of farming that we're doing on our farm. And the industry is not going to bow down. So it has to come from the consumers. I'm going to cherry pick some of these questions here. Actually, this is a really good one. How did you have to deal with the hesitant farmers, neighbors to permaculture? That's a good segue into me being able to show another photo that I couldn't show. So this is our neighbors. And so my parents made the transition to organics 30 years ago, and they basically lost our community, and nobody talks to us anymore, and it's pretty sad, because by even though we've never criticized them, and we're very compassionate with the situation that they're in, we just by not doing something, you are calling out somebody else's faults, essentially. And I think because they intuitively know that it's not the best thing, they're very sensitive to that. And so our motto has just been to head down, ass up, just keep building the system, and eventually they'll come. And so this is a really great example that kind of shows the difference between our farm and our neighbor's farm. So the first picture was taken in I believe it was May, and you can see, like, in order for plants to photosynthesize, they need to be green, and if they're not green, the solar panel is essentially turned off. And so you can see in all these photos, our farm, the solar panels turned on, months before these guys even plant a crop. This other photo here was taken a few days before the longest day of the year, the day that they could have harvested the most solar energy, and the crop isn't even out of the ground yet. And then you fast forward, into August, and the crop is starting to bloom, and into which, as soon as an annual plant blooms, it dies. Our solar panel is still green. We've already taken our first cut of hay. We've got a second one that's coming, and then by the end of August, the crop is totally dead. And then you can also see, like, look at their waterways here in this photo. Like, all the water is in soil erosion that's happening. Look at the difference in biodiversity between our farm and theirs. And so sadly, the worse their systems get, the better our system looks. And so now, like, I'm getting industrial farms that have thousands of acres, cattle in feedlots, using full chemicals. They're coming to us on farm tours, and they're saying, how do we do it? For 30 years, they're not necessarily our neighbors, but we are getting farmers who are coming and asking for support. And so it's just build it and they will come. And there's a saying, it's like, no one wants to join your revolution if it sucks. And so we just live the best lives that we possibly can, do the best job that we can, and let our work do the talking for us. So we've got another bunch more questions here. I've always found identifying contours and building swales a daunting topic. Can you please talk about how to make this topic more user-friendly? That's a great question. And
should we just tell them our vision?
Yeah, while I'm pulling up my slides, you tell them that.
Basically, we want to buy a big chunk of land, and we recognize that our biggest weak link is scaling ourselves. And so we're going to start somehow in the next little while training more people to do what we do. And we're going to get people on the ground. So we have our kind of theoretical approach, which is this book. And we're going to be running a masterclass later this year to teach people how to actually do this from a theoretical level. But then we want to buy one of the most degraded properties that we can find and terraform it in 6 months, basically get all the earthworks done, and have the right people there while that's going on, so that they can see all of the successes and failures that happen as a result of that, because we still make mistakes too, and then send them out into the world. We have got to scale this up. Like, we are running out of time.
Yeah. And so right now, actually, yesterday we had a call from a realtor that we've hired to work for us, who's approached the landowners that owns the land next to us. And it sounds like we might be actually buying that piece of property, and that'll be the first property that we fix up, is the land right next to us. Because there's one of our friends, Luke, who's super helpful and kind of helping us put the book together and editing it for us. He likes to joke that our farm, I'll just pull the photo up here. He talks about how our farm is like the Shire from Lord of the Rings, and then this is Mordor. And so, our hope is to basically, just kind of take over Mordor and have our farm kind of spread into theirs, and to, measure it objectively the whole way along, so that we can prove that like this does sequester more carbon, it does repair the water cycle, it does improve biodiversity, it does capture more solar energy. And then you've got a lot of other big plans that are tied up with that. But this is why we wrote this book and have been doing this training, is we want to get more people to do this.
And we're reading The Secret every night. And that's where all of our money is going to come from to buy this.
Yeah, just
both of us have copies.
Manifestation.
We're just manifesting it.
So coming back to the question about, where do you put swales? And this is why the first piece of our order of operations is geography. And this is also why we built ContraMap generators, because we struggled to find good quality data that could be topographical data that could be turned into a usable contour, because it's one thing to have the data, but then to turn it into a ContraMap that's actually functional and helps you make decisions. But essentially, once you've got the data, my process is I just figure out where were the wetlands before the farmers drained them. And so, those photos I showed you before, like of our farm 100 years ago, there was one there was a drainage here, there were all these drainages here, and you just put them back. And so you find the strategic locations to build dam walls, which are these kind of little brown lines here. And actually, I didn't get a chance to show the images of this, but I want to show kind of some of the earthworks about what that looks like. And so, this is the process for, of us building one of the swales on our property. It's a 600-meter swale that captures 200,000 gallons of water. It took $1,500 to build this swale. Amazingly inexpensive once you get a good system and you know where to put it, which, as I mentioned, is just find where the wetlands were and put them back. Here's the swale when it's filled with water here. This is another one of those dams. Remember that drainage that flows through here. You can see here what we're building. This is a 1.5 million gallon dam that took $10,000 to build. That allows us to actually flood irrigate a kilometer of swales. We can put 1 million gallons of water all across this swale just by opening a pipe. And it cost almost nothing for us to build it. This is this is the process of designing it. We dug it out, just put the clay on the mound, compacted it. There's a culvert going through the base of the dam wall. All that stuff is really simple. And then you can kind of see here. It's simple, but you need to see it. Yeah. And hence why we want to buy this property and start terraforming it with students. Yeah. Like, again, the Rob and I had to kind of make mistakes on our own properties to figure, and there are other people that are doing it, but they're a lot of them are overseas, because that's where it started, in Australia, and so nobody taught me how to build a swale. I built 10 of them myself and tore the first 9 down, and the 10th one was a good one. And same thing with the dams. And I read lots of books, but we want to skip over that trial and error period and fast track it. And this is why our book is not about how to build a swale. Yeah. Our book is a process of design, because not every place on the planet needs swales, but all places on the planet need ecosystems. And how we build ecosystems, there's a process to that, and there's a process to making sure that the humans that are managing those ecosystems are optimizing their well-being. Yeah. So this is the dam being constructed, and you can see the swales that are connected to it. The swales feed the dam, but the dam also floods into the swales. This was the first winter. So the dam is totally empty. All the snow melt that typically washes through our property and causes erosion and things like that is now captured by that dam. I kind of missed this. This was in the fall when it was empty after construction, and that's what it looks like when it's full. I call it Double D Dam for its voluptuous shape. And then this dam, now you can see it connects up to the swale, and the spillway goes out into the swale, and it sends water passively across the landscape for a kilometer before it overflows into another dam and then over into our wetlands. And we've started springs on our farm. We're recharging our aquifers. My grandparents, or my great grandparents, dug a well that they could get clean water within a dozen feet of the ground. Now our wells are 180 feet deep. and they're dropping and they're losing production. And within a few years of doing this, we're seeing our wells come back in production. Like it's so simple. This was the I mentioned my dad used to shoot muskrats. I used to hunt them and sell their skins, and then they were gone from the farm. The year we built this dam, like the day after it filled, there was a muskrat in there. And then I've got a video on my YouTube channel where when I flood irrigate the swale with from the dam, this muskrat comes blowing out of the culvert and then sails off down the dam. Down the swale. It's absolutely crazy.
We need to go to our sponsors.
Oh man, I just want to talk for the rest of the day.
I know.
This mouse is so trippy. Sorry, guys. So there's no more time for questions?
I don't think so.
Shoot.
Okay. Well, we've run out of time. We're going to move over to our sponsors now. So I'm just going to load that up.
Mitch says wait. Why wait, Mitch?
7 minutes left.
Minutes
Our schedule is totally off here. So okay, so you got a bit more time for questions. Let's put the questions back up.
Put the questions back up.
We're missing our Ben today. That's really what's going on. Ben had to go to a yoga training.
Yeah, we're one man short on our okay, so there's I keep trying to use my mouse on your screen. That's the problem. Some other good questions. They're concerned about water quality from the ponds runoff coming from the corral. Nope, there's not. I explained that in all my videos. I've got frogs and salamanders and minnows in the pond. The doesn't harm them at all. We're paying close attention to it, and it's actually some of that. Even though we're putting manure in there because of the way the system is managed, it's absolutely fine.
Talk a little bit about Asian aquaculture systems and how much productivity they.
Yeah. So I mean, like this is not a new I kind of pieced together a bunch of different things that I read over the place, but like in Indonesia, I think they have pig pens that are built on stilts out over fish ponds, and the pigs literally poop right into the pond to maintain the production of the aquaculture. And there's these things called sechi discs, which is like a 8-inch diameter white plastic disc that you dip into the water, and at the point that it disappears from sight under the midday sun is a really good indicator of what the water quality is, the turbidity of the water. And so you can measure water quality with the really simple tools. And then if it's too clean, you throw in more manure. If it's too dirty, you harvest more duckweed. It's super simple. And I've got lots of videos that explain all that stuff in there. So we've got the swale ones. Any legal issues with creating, modifying water courses? Some places in the world there are. And so this is why, another reason why geography is the first thing on our order of operations, because you need to understand what your land use bylaw is for your geographical area. Now, that being said, just because it's a law doesn't mean, one, that you shouldn't break it, or two, that you shouldn't try to change it. And both Rob and I have, and many of our colleagues have been successful in changing laws through using reason and proof that these are better ways to do it. Brad Lancaster, he was once banned from doing his water harvesting techniques in Tucson, and now he's a consultant for the city. And so these systems, they're better systems, and we just need to find locations where we can do it without a bunch of bureaucracy, and use those as footholds to expand out into the world. Okay, some other questions here. Could we see the layers? I'm assuming that's the GIS. I think we'll have time for that. Just want to get through these other ones. Do I milk my cows by hand? No, we have a surge milker. It's like a 1930s technology. It's amazing. I've got videos of how it works. It's really, really simple. Which one? How do I get to be one of the people on the ground helping to transform the land? Are you seeking investors? Well,
that's what the secret book is for. We're putting our manifestation out into the universe. And
for folks don't know, like, we're talking about the book The Secret, not a secret book. It's about
anyways, it's a stupid joke.
It's a stupid joke. Yes, we are actively working with investors right now. We have some deals in the works. But if that doesn't fall through, like, we're going to be looking for other people. And even if it does come through, there will be places to invest, and also for people to come and take part in these programs. And the first people that take our programs are for this on the land program are going to be the people who have gone through our other trainings online, because we need to make sure that you have kind of a theoretical understanding of what our process is before you get to the point where you're, directing earth movers and planting tens of thousands of trees.
Yeah, I mean, the sounds really self-serving, but this book, can you pass me the book? This is our manual. And we need people to have a common language and a common understanding and a common vision and ethics. And Mollison laid the ethics out, but we try and clarify it in a way that is not 900 pages long. Mollison's manual is not being replaced. This is actually just a kind of like a how to use that manual, so to speak. And so we're launching our masterclass later this year. It's actually going to be for sale after this summit, but it doesn't actually officially start until September. And so we want to start training trainers, training consultants, and training landowners. And we want to change the world. Anything short of that that's our vision. So the question that I asked Starhawk yesterday, what would you do if you had the resources, and how would you change the world by 2047? I've written a 2-page précis on that, on what I would do if I had those kind of resources. And that's what we're going after. It's our vision.
Yeah. And so just quickly, I think we've got 30 seconds left. I just want to show you this Google Earth Pro program. This has been a game changer for our ability to get students to create better designs than we were able to when we first started, within like a few hours
For less money.
Way
less money.
And so, this is Google Earth Pro. It has all these layers. So, you've got topographical layers. You can put on the contour lines. You can turn on aspect, which tells you which direction your slopes facing, slope angle, the degree of slope. You can put in, there's catchment maps, which show you where all the water flows on your property, which also helps you to identify where to put swales and dugouts and dams, because there's no point in building a storage if you don't have a water source. And then, of course, you've got all these other layers. So you've got a water layer. Oops, open this guy up. So you can identify, okay, well, here are all the major drainages. Here's the some of the water systems, the swales. Turn this guy off.
Which is prodding us.
Yeah, but I just want to get through. Just hold your horses there, Mitch. You can put on, all your paddocks, and you can write in information about, what size they are. And you can also put in information about your cropping history, going back every year. You can update all the stuff. And so this is what we've been doing for the last 10 years is been building systems and tools and processes to get to the point where we can now take somebody, give them a process or like a manual, and all the tools to do it, and it will work anywhere in the world. So we're, as you can tell, we're a little excited about all this stuff, and we're absolutely thrilled that you guys are here to kind of be part of the launch with us. Speaking of the launch, we need to say some big thank yous to some of the people that have made this possible for you guys, and allowed us to give this to the world for free, because there was a huge amount of resources that went into putting this on.
Yeah. And I mean, part of it's our sponsors, for sure. And we're going to talk about them for a second, but buying the book helps us. Like, we're not interested in dollars for dollars sakes. Like, we want to build a new Google Earth Pro. We want to regenerate land. Like, we have very, very big plans. And so buying the book and our summit and our package really allows us to continue to invest back into these systems to create more tools for people and bring this to the world.
And we, like Rob and I and the whole team here, we firmly believe in the principle of future care or fair share. And so it's like any financial resources that we have that, like, beyond our means, our needs. Yeah. So we invest it back into systems and tools that are going to help other people. And so it's like, it's this upward spiral. So
so New Society's made this happen, and they're actually a very important part of regenerating the world right now.
And they've been doing it for decades, as we heard this morning from Sarah.
Yeah, they're definitely practicing what they preach, and so you should go get some recycled paper with some really good information on it at their website right now, and their beautiful books, and help support the move towards low VOC inks and recycled paper, and also an incredible amount of resources within the permaculture space and all sorts of other interesting topics at their website. The coupon code is in the show notes below. Head over to newsociety.com. Let's see if we can crash their website again today. Okay. Oops. Coen Farm.
We've heard enough about them. They're
So what's really cool about Dakota's farm, I'll just speak for him because he's probably embarrassed to speak about himself, is that as new people are showing up to try and buy from him, he's pretty much sold out before his piglets are born. And what Dakota does is he goes around, coming back to a question that was asked, is that he definitely shares the love. And so farmers that are doing good work that kind of meet the Coen Farm standard, which is kind of the gold standard in Alberta, he recommends the customers that can't buy from him to go to these other farmers. And so if you're a farmer and you're looking to start direct marketing, talk to this guy. You can hire him. He'll come out to your farm and consult for you, or come on one of his tours. The tours sell it every single year, and see what he's doing and start moving in that direction. And then you can start riding the wake that the Coen Farm makes in Alberta here. The people want good food.
Yeah. There's a huge demand for it. I mean, this year we were sold out, and I was passing people on to every other farm that I know that does, similar practice to us. They're all sold out. There's no other farms I can send people to. Yeah. So there's a massive shortage of, and you can make a good living doing this. You can regenerate land. It doesn't have to be, drudgery, and your kids are going to want to stay on the farm and take over it afterwards because you didn't use them as slave labor for years. And so I really mean that. If you are interested in doing this stuff, reach out to me. And I've got a 3,000 person wait list right now in my newsletter, and we'll get all your stuff sold out too, and we'll just keep growing it.
Yeah, totally. Okay. The next comes from the Light Cellar. We're actually working with the Light Cellar. We want to make a superfood pepperoni with them. So we're going to be taking beef and mixing in a 3-blend mushroom blend in there. So cordyceps, reishi, and oyster mushroom. So the Light Cellar is pretty much one of the best places to get superfoods in Western Canada, I would say.
Yeah, I think they're shipping now across Canada, right?
Yeah.
For a while there, they could only just supply Calgary.
Yeah. Malcolm is an incredible guy. And when they open back up again, I highly recommend going over and checking out their elixirs. Make sure you say hi to Denis for us and give him a hug.
He's a legend.
He's a legend, the fermentation legend in Calgary. And I think he's putting on, or he just put on a course just the other day on making medicine for the Calgary Permaculture Guild. So
yeah, well, they do all kinds of online programs. They've got really active on social media. Head over to their website, and then from there you'll get links to their social media accounts. They just do so much stuff. Educating people about how nutrient dense food is important to heal yourself, but they also really understand the importance of regenerating the planet. Malcolm's one of our customers for the farm, and if I wasn't sold, every time I see him, he's like, "Do you have any stuff that I can sell in your store?" And I said, "I don't have anything I can sell you."
Yeah, so I highly recommend checking them out. Let's crash their website too. Keep pressing your computer.
Have we broken 1,000 yet?
1,000
on the live stream?
I don't know. Let's check it. Mitch could tell us. He's probably monitoring it.
Okay. Anyways, so while Rob's checking that out, we want to go through our process for giving out some of the amazing book prizes and giveaways that some of our sponsors have generously donated. We've got over 4,000 prizes that we're giving away after every single presenter. We're still not
960. Okay. You guys are gonna have to share it out a few more times.
Yeah, we'll tell you the big news after that. So the way this is gonna work is I'm gonna ask you a riddle, and then I'm going to throw up how many prizes we have. We have 3 prizes, right? We've got this root rescue. Why don't you tell folks a bit about that?
Yeah. So Root Rescue is a Canadian company that builds or makes this product for tree and shrub inoculants for mycelium. It's got, I think it's over 28 different species. I don't remember exactly how many, but there's a lot. And fungi can increase the root surface area of a tree by up to 800 times. There's a really great book actually called Trees and What They Know, The Secret Life of Trees.
Yeah.
And he talks about how trees are basically connected with an underground internet. Well, this is the basis of that internet. And I use it for all of my tree transplants. And so we're only shipping this, or they're only shipping these across Canada. And so you have to be Canadian in order to get this prize, but we're working on a digital version of it. It just doesn't exist yet right now. So, so this is prize number 1, and prize number 2 is we're giving away 2 copies of this book right here. And so
the riddle is actually before we have 3 things. So the numbers that we're going to do is when you type in the chat the correct answer to the riddle that I'm going to give you, you have to be one of 3 kind of numbers, and we'll do 20. 100 and 200, 20, 100 and 200. So if you're the 20th, 100th and 200th person to answer this riddle correctly, you will get, and we'll do it in that order. The first one is going to get the root rescue, and well, as long as you live in North America, and
Canada.
Yeah, Canada. And then the last 2 is if you live in Canada, the US, you'll get a physical copy of the book for free. If you live anywhere else, we'll give you an e-copy.
Okay.
All right. So the riddle is, what happens when you cross an apple tree with a Christmas tree? What happens if you cross an apple tree with a Christmas tree?
Interesting.
This is kind of not correct, but the answer to it, but you'll, as soon as you get it, you'll get it. The person who wrote this riddle, which wasn't me, doesn't know anything about trees. Aha! There you go. There we go.
Pineapple. It's close, but not quite.
Yeah. If it's carrot, yeah.
Ponzi tree.
There we go. They're coming in.
All right. Okay. So our TAs will get that going. Chris Magwood is up next. So we're going to be getting him queued up. And let's just see how much time is left here.
How did we manage to squeak under the wire? I think we're good until 45.
It's going to take us a few seconds. Take me a few seconds to get back into the.
I think we need more screens. There's not enough screens in front of us
it's
that
crazy.
we could choose from.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so Chris Magwood starts up at
10:45. We got 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, Mitch, can you roll that beautiful intro for 4 minutes for us? Mitch is just queuing it up. Perfect. Thanks, Mitch.
just never, ever, ever, ever ends.
All right. Let's let in Chris Magwood here, and we'll keep going on with our day. Not sure what that is. Hey, Chris. Nice to see you again.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey, Chris.
I'm good, thanks. And yourself?
Man, every time I see you, you look younger.
I bet she has the anti-aging filter on from Zoom. I know.
Oh,
I know Rob
Absolutely,
cheats all
yeah.
the time with that filter too.
My kids put a mustache on me the other
Oh,
day,
yeah.
and I haven't been able to get it off of my Zoom. It's not this computer. So now I've got a mustache over my mustache and all my Zoom calls, and I can't get rid of it. At least I'm not a bunny.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think you've got a presentation prepared for us. So Chris Magwood is a friend of mine and a fellow conspirator, but he's in the green building space and has written many books, which are all available on New Society today at that 40% off. So I'd recommend if you're looking to build using natural processes and principles and materials, you'll want to check out the cadre of books that he's got available there. Chris, why don't you kick it off and tell us a little about yourself and show us what you got.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, first, thanks to everybody at the Verge team for putting this on. This is a pretty cool event. I love the Bob and Doug McKenzie sort of vibe that you two have going on with the checkered shirts. Just need a beer in each hand, and yeah. But yeah, thanks for the opportunity and for putting all this together. It's a pretty great event. It's a really great book that you're celebrating. So congrats to all involved. Yeah, I'm going to give a different kind of presentation than I normally give when I thought about this event. I'm usually being very into what are the materials I'm talking about or what are the systems we're talking about. And I thought today it would be really interesting to just be a bit more personal and kind of take you through a bit of a journey, my personal journey through all of this stuff, through a few of the buildings that I've been involved with, starting with my own house about 25 years ago, and just talk about permaculture principles and ways to think about your own journey through the lens of my own. So I'm gonna figure out the screen share thing here. I think we're good to go. Okay, that's working. Get a thumbs up. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'll start here with a bit of my own background. So I'm going to tell you about the first house that I built, which is what put me on this path. But from that point on, I was an unintentional design build professional. The house that I'm going to show you at the start of this presentation was for myself and my family. It was not intended to be anything more than that. We just wanted a place to live where we didn't have a mortgage and where we sort of saw our own values embedded in the home around us. But even before we were finished doing that, word spread that there was this straw bale house going up in rural Ontario, and people were just showing up and asking questions. And in a very short order, that turned into requests to share what I'd learned at workshops, and some of those workshops turned into offers to go help people build their homes. And so within a couple of years, with my partners at the time in the business, Tina Tarian and Peter Mack, we started a straw bale building company that for about a decade ran around the province of Ontario, building a lot of the houses that you see here on your screen, and lots more. It was actually really fun for this presentation to just kind of dive through the photo archives and and be reminded of, oh yeah, I'd even forgotten about some of these places. It seems hard to imagine that you can forget building a house, but it happens after a while. So that was great. And in about 2005, I left Camel's Back Construction and started a program at Fleming College here in Ontario to take a group of students through the full build of a project like this. And so that program ran there for 7 years. So again, some of the buildings you see on the screen here were constructed by students in that course. And then in 2011, some of us who were teaching at Fleming decided that we could do some more interesting things if we were out on our own. And that's when the Endeavor Center was born, and that's where I'm working today, and where we still teach people how to build there. Some of the, again, buildings on the screen here were built by the students in our full-time program, and we also offer lots of workshops and soon some online programs too. So that's a quick career arc, and I like looking at all of the pictures on this screen, because what this tells me is that, I feel like in my own practice and with Endeavor, we've managed to be able to continuously find projects where, our own very high standards of ecological responsibility and human health and all the other good stuff that people who are interested in permaculture care about, that we've been able to find clients who want to do these things, but also that approach, taking those things as core values, doesn't mean that a building has to look a certain way or appear a certain way from the outside, or even use the same materials or systems. There's a really wide variety of approaches reflected in this slide, and that continues to be true. There's no single path to doing this well, and it's always exciting to see what kind of iterations pop out as we work with new people. And I also want to give a nod to people who, I guess, I would say have been students, but I've been really benefited from, being able to also learn from all of these people. It's been a huge privilege and an honor to be able to spend some really in-depth time with a lot of really cool people. A lot of our students are not, young and straight out of high school. A lot of them are, in their 30s, 40s, 50s. We've even had people in their 60s. They have a lot of life experience. They've had a lot of a chance to sort of, be in the world and think about things and do different things. And they all bring really interesting perspectives that continually, keep me thinking about my own approach and how to best keep synthesizing so much stuff. So a tip of my hat to all of those people who've come through Endeavor and have helped me so much on my own path. So for me, this whole adventure started as being an owner builder. I had no prior building experience, but my partner at the time, we had a very young daughter. She had just been born. We wanted a place to live. We wanted to be mortgage free. We wanted to be healthy. We had some sort of key criteria that were really important to us. We wanted our materials to come locally. We wanted to have a minimal impact on the environment. We wanted to recycle as much stuff as we could. So we carried, all of those intentions into the project, and it was a learning curve for sure. So I had to laugh. I don't have a lot of digital photos of this project. It's pre-digital camera, but I've saved a few, and when I opened this one up, I just laughed because our first thought was that, well, one thing we don't want to do is have a lot of diesel powered equipment on our site, doing all the digging. We want to dig our foundation by hand. And you can see we made that attempt. We had friends and family and shovels, and people came out, and we quickly realized that the first 2 years of the process might just be digging, if we were going to stick to our guns on that one. So there are still some shovelers here, but we did hire an excavator, and to me that sort of is a great example of the kinds of ideals that get tested, and sometimes the way you want to approach it passes the test, and sometimes it doesn't. But in this case, it didn't, and we did lots of other physical labor to replace machines, but the full dig wasn't one of them. So I'm gonna. This isn't really like a how we built our house lesson. It's really, I just wanted to use some of these photos as touch points for more what the experience was like, rather than the sort of technicalities of it. But we had an old barn on the property we bought, and it was falling down, and we helped take it down the rest of the way, and that provided all of these timbers, and we sort of reconfigured them and reused them, and that formed the frame of the house. But also this picture really stands to me as one of the key lessons that came out of doing this was just how important a community is to this kind of building. While there were lots of days when I worked on this house solo, there were also lots and lots of times when I could call on friends and family to do things like, lift these outrageously long and heavy timbers by hand up to their final resting place. And, that part of the experience doesn't, when the house is all finished, nobody knows that, but certainly carry that around with me. Just the sort of understanding that these aren't solo ventures, and long before you can build this way, you want to try to build a community that can help you build this way. This is the sort of finished frame, and I put this picture in because you can clearly see that it's no longer summer, it's no longer fall, it's winter. Winter hit hard and early that year. And, one of the sort of classic owner builder scenarios is it all takes longer than you think it's going to take. And, what you thought was going to be a 1 season or a 2 season project is now happening in winter. It's cold. People don't want to come out and work as much. Everything gets harder to do. And, we certainly faced that. And I think, I put that here because I really try to counsel people now who are undertaking projects to not rush this. We sort of watched our spring disappear waiting for permits, and our summer disappear waiting for some contractors to be able to show up. And, we ended up deciding to, forge ahead anyway. And I think that one of the big takeaways for me was, sometimes you just have to adapt your schedule and not rush, because this whole process would have gone so much better if we hadn't been fighting winter through half of it. This was an exciting day, again, in some by now fairly deep snow. Never envisioned doing our straw bale installation, bale raising party in December in knee-deep snow, but that's in fact what happened. And again, this is the sort of worst case scenario for an owner builder to be in this position. And I'm glad we had friends and family willing to come out and help us. And it did all sort of come together and get done. The house we built was off grid, and it's kind of funny because we didn't even know that term or hadn't even really thought about a power source to any great degree. But we did build quite far back off the road to be at the base of this nice flowing creek that you can see on the left there. And it was a perfect place to situate the house. It had great solar exposure. It was nice and protected from the north by a hill and lots of trees. So it was this, beautiful location, but it was also a $40,000 cost to try to bring power back to that site, which we didn't really explore until the house was well underway. And so, we ended up being off grid, not necessarily by choice. I'm really glad that that's what happened, but it hadn't been a consideration until we realized that we weren't going to be able to afford to bring the power back. And in fact, by the time we had the shell of the house built, we realized that we weren't going to be able to afford an off-grid system either. And so we actually spent the first almost 2 years living in this house with no electricity at all. And that was possibly one of the best things that ever happened to me. Again, it was unintentionally, but the lesson there was really wonderful in that we realized, electricity isn't a need, electricity is a want. But in fact, we had a really high quality of life living in this place with no electricity. And it really made me rethink the kinds of approaches to energy systems, where when we had initially got quotes from people to do things like a solar off-grid system back here, they were also talking $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 to be able to do that. And after living with no electricity for a couple of years, the thing we realized was, our actual electrical needs were zero, but our actual electrical wants were, it would be really nice to have a good, strong reading light at night. And it would be really nice to be able to charge our laptops in the house instead of having to take them into town with us every time we went to town and find somewhere to plug them in. And when I looked at, what would it take to do that off grid? The answer was, these 4 little 60-watt solar panels you see leaning in front of the house, and a couple of old golf cart batteries and a Canadian Tire inverter, and there we go. We had a power system. Likewise, we started with no hot water because we didn't have electricity. We didn't want to use fossil fuels, and the quotes for solar hot water were really expensive. And then I realized, some hot water would be better than no hot water. I'll make a solar panel collector, and that's what you can see leaning on that roof. And so that system went through several iterations, but by a few years into that project, we had really great hot water between a jacket on the wood stove that we installed and our homemade solar collectors. We had plenty of hot water. And so the systems in the building really developed over time. The solar system grew when we decided we wanted a fridge, and it was sort of a constant expansion. We also ended up installing a micro hydro system. So that's the photos on the left, using this falling creek that was beside the house. And that was amazing. It's not very often that the scenario for being able to do micro hydro presents itself, but it did at this place, and that was a real game changer. That little unit makes 50 watts of power continuously, which isn't even enough to light a 60-watt light bulb. But when it does that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we suddenly had more power than we knew what to do with, and so the systems got built over time. And I think, to me, that was such an important lesson to really understand what our needs were, and to build systems to suit those needs, and to not necessarily assume that we needed these things, and to not necessarily take as gospel the kind of quotes and advice that we were getting from people. Not that all those solar energy folks weren't right. It would have cost $40,000 to do an off-grid system at that time that would have allowed us to function as though we were on the grid. But that, we sort of realized that wasn't our request. Our request was, enough solar energy to read and to charge laptops, and then eventually to run a small electric fridge. And that becomes a whole different ballgame. So, everything that the house is made of and around the house were things that we found, made, repurposed. And, it was I say was because I don't live there anymore, but it was a great place to raise my daughter. There she is. She was 2 when we started. She was 12 or 13 when we left. The red thing that you're looking at is a clay countertop that we built into the kitchen. You can see the cheapy Canadian Tire 1200 watt inverter that ran our house there. So, it was definitely a low tech, low cost approach to having a home. The next building that I'm going to kind of run through, and I have almost no construction photos of this one, unfortunately, but this is a house that I built for my mom in 2004. So this is jumping ahead 6 or 7 years from the project I just showed you. And she too had a bunch of criteria. And for her, it was really important that the materials for her house came from as close to the house as possible. And around that time was when the 100-Mile Diet book came out, and people were talking about that in terms of food. And so, we were really interested in trying to do the 100-Mile house. And it was a wonderful opportunity, being able to work with a client like my mom. So I had 6 or 7 years of working with clients as a professional under my belt at this point. And working for my mom was an incredible experience because, the communication between us was great. I didn't just have to take her words about what she wanted. I understood what it was that she wanted. And she was likewise willing to kind of explain to me what she was after, but not kind of dictate the terms or anything like that, or the materials or the those sorts of things. And so it was this really great partnership of trust, and the resulting building was really quite wonderful. And literally almost everything in the building was from within that 100-mile radius. We don't know, the steel roofing was bent nearby, but the original rolls of steel weren't local. The windows were made locally, fabricated locally, but the glass wasn't local. And I think that might be just about it. Things like the wiring and the plumbing, which we don't never really know where they come from, but all the cedar posts you can see, they were harvested locally. The building's made with hemp straw bales from a local hemp farmer. This was the first building where we used site-based clay plasters inside and out. And if you sort of focus in on the windows there, we even did the framing of the building with round cedar. So, rather than having dimensional lumber for most of that framing, it was all done with logs. And it was a really great experience. Oops, I jumped ahead. So at this point, we were getting pretty good at figuring out off-grid systems for people that would meet their needs. So you can see the PV array and the solar hot water collector on the roof there. And that's a system that, has served her well for the past, I guess, 14 or 15 years now. She actually just connected her building to the grid. She approaches her 80s. She was wanting the certainty of, always having power. So that's been a change in this building. But yeah, it's we did a lot of things on this project that have become kind of go-to approaches since doing this. The biggest of which is the sort of real trust in using clay plasters, both inside and outside. And it's interesting, there was, obviously we were concerned and lots of people were concerned about the durability. Oops, I'm having a hard time getting this to click forward. Had a lot of concerns about the durability of a clay plaster in a, cold, wet, northern climate. It's been incredibly resilient. And just last year, we addressed some issues with a couple of cracks and a couple of places where there had been some erosion. It was surprisingly minimal, and it was also incredibly easy to fix. So you can see on the right, I'm just taking some of the same clay that we had used in the first place. It's got a red pigment in it, an iron oxide pigment, and just working it back over the surface. So, it was half a day's work to make these repairs after 15 years. And, to me, that's a pretty great way to be able to keep a finish going. There's nothing about the exterior finish of this building that's ever going to have to go to landfill. No part of it's ever going to have to be waste. Nothing's ever going to have to be, ripped off and redone. It's just going to need a couple hours of sponge floating every decade and a half or so, and it can, we can keep doing that for hundreds of years if we want to, and that's been a really great and sort of long-standing lesson now that we can trust these materials and use them in ways that might not have been obvious initially. I put a few of these pictures up just to raise some points. One of the only things that my mom was really clear on, there were a couple actually in the design of the building. One is she didn't want any straight walls. So it might be hard to tell from the photos, but there's basically almost no linear walls on the exterior of the building. And she wanted her bathtub in her bedroom next to a window. And so you can see that that's the little tub nook area in that photo. And those are the kinds of things that, I think really I encourage people to think creatively about their space and what kinds of things will make them happy. And I know, there's no building project that doesn't have lots of ups and downs, but this has been the thing that has made my mom the happiest. Is, every day she takes her bath and looks out her window, and she's in that little nook, and it's really it's been a great call that we sort of did that unusual thing and put a tub there. In the middle, that's a picture of some handmade leather switch cover plates, and that's a very small little detail, but one of the things as you look around buildings that is so standardized and commodified is like the plastic light switch cover. And to the degree that we were trying to do the 100-mile house thing, we found a local leather worker here in Peterborough and told him what we were after. And he was like, "Oh, I always have scraps of that size left over. Tell me how many you need and what sizes and shapes." And a few months later, he had made switch plate covers for all the electrical switches and outlets in the house. And each one with a sort of unique pattern on it. And it's that kind of thing. It's not important. We didn't save the world by avoiding that much plastic, but it really it just sort of speaks to me as an example of the kinds of things that you can do if you kind of step back and look at where things are coming from and what you want, and how can you try to align as much as possible with your own goals. And then the picture on the right is a look at the cedars that make up the entryway to the house. And this is almost the opposite lesson. This is, instead of being really intentional like we were with the light switch covers, this is was a great lesson in finding the material as is in nature and working with it. So of all the cedars that got harvested for this project, there were these 2 that still had limbs attached, and they weren't particularly straight posts. If we took the limbs off, they weren't going to look particularly great, and they almost just went to the scrap heap. And then we realized, oh, if we look at those posts and we think about the entrance of the house, and we think about the way the roof kind of comes to a point over the door, they are actually perfect. They're kind of asking to be placed in that way, where their branch suddenly isn't a negative, but it's actually something that both works structurally and visually for the building. And I think that's one of the beauties of trying to work with materials in their natural form, is they will surprise you and inform you in really interesting ways. And this was a great example of that. And I know that this is a permaculture celebration, and I'm looking a lot at buildings, but my mom is a kick-ass gardener, and has these incredible perennial gardens surrounding the house. I think this photo may not do them justice. I should probably get better ones, but she's really kind of done a great job of blending the garden that kind of disappears back up into the forest, and what happens where those 2 things meet is really interesting. She sort of encourages certain things that already grow there to do a bit more. And anyway, it's a really wonderful surrounding for the building. The last project I'm going to show you is the house where I am right now. So I'm talking to you from inside this place. And this was so we built this in 2012 with this awesome group of students you can see there on the left. And what we were trying to do here was take so much of what we had learned about these approaches to building, and the mechanical systems and water and waste and all of these things, and put it in an urban context, because most of our buildings up until this point had very much been rurally based. So we were kind of developing greenfield sites, in rural areas. And having done that myself, I understand the attraction and why people want to do that. But I also was really keen to try to not have this approach to building be sort of ghettoized as something you do out in the country, and we wanted to bring it in. So this is in an urban infill lot in downtown Peterborough, and because it was an urban lot, we didn't have the room really to do a straw bale building the way we were used to doing it in rural areas. And we had experimented with panelizing straw bale walls on a couple previous projects, and realized that would suit this project really well. It would allow us to build these panels offsite and have them delivered, so that we weren't attempting to store and house and work with bales on a very narrow site where we were going to be littering the streets and the lawns around us with loose straw and taking up a lot of space. So that element of the building was prefabricated offsite. So the whole team came with us to this little warehouse to make all the panels, and then they get installed very quickly and easily. It's such an incredible thing to see a building go from nothing to complete so fast when things are panelized like this. We didn't completely give up on site building with straw, so we left one wall of the house so that the class would have an opportunity to experience doing a straw bale house that way too. So here at the back, where we could spread out a bit and could make a bit of a mess and keep it contained to our lot, we did that. And by the time of this building, our sort of understanding of and ability to work with clay plasters was really well developed. And so this is Lorna showing off the mix that we're going to use on the inside and the outside of that wall you just saw. And we had learned over time that the best approach for us has been to make it a very clay-rich plaster, so a lot less sand than people normally put in, but a lot of chopped straw. So we basically are making an almost straight clay and replacing the sand with chopped straw as the aggregate. And what that means is the plaster is incredibly strong because the sand that you put in to stop the clay from shrinking and cracking also makes the clay weaker, but the straw prevents the cracking, but doesn't make the clay any weaker. And in fact, it's reinforcing it. So anyway, it's been really great to sort of understand how this really simple, basic material that often comes from the excavations right on our sites can be an almost no cost, really low tech, but really solid solution as both a structure and a finish. This house was one of the places where we really decided to get our act together when it came to healthy finishes. We had been focusing on healthy sort of like building materials for an awfully long time, and then realized because often we weren't doing the finishes, often the owners would take over doing finishes. You know, we were building these really amazing healthy buildings, and then, you know, typically people were kind of slapping a low VOC latex paint over them. And the more I started learning about what is in those paints, even the no VOC paints, you know, there was a real, those two things didn't make sense together. And so here we really experimented with a lot of different finishes, all of which have turned out to work really well. And they've kind of become our, you know, our go-to finishes ever since. So including things like line paint in the top left and the top right. And actually, I guess in the bottom right too, there's a number of different kind of styles and brands and finishes and stuff of line paint. Clay paint in the middle, which that's a manufactured version, but we also do a lot now with making our own. In the middle there, Jen is making a lime-based lime and casein whitewash that we use a lot on wood. There's a stain going on to the shingles for the house in the middle on the right there called Lifetime. That's a mineral-based treatment for raw wood. And across the bottom, Allback makes some amazing linseed paints, including one that's meant as a wall paint. It's a linseed oil water emulsion that it's an incredible product, works really, really well, and it's very clean. And then in the center there, there's some silicate dispersion paints, mineral paints that are great for going on top of plaster and stone and brick and other sort of masonry materials. So there's this whole range. This is, you know, this slide only kind of like starts to scratch the surface of how many great finish options there are out there. But the more I work with people who are interested in having really high ecological standards in what they do, but aren't building a house from scratch, you know, to me, this is the gateway to really learning about this stuff. You know, everybody has to repaint their house at some point. And, you know, rather than going down to, you know, Home Depot or your local paint store and buying a can full of petrochemicals, there are so many really great options, and the nice thing about a finish is if you don't like it, cover it up with something else. But if you do like it, there's just so many really good options, and what's typically available, even the things that are called no VOC paints. We could go down that rabbit hole, but even the measurement of VOCs for no VOC paints has nothing to do with human health. It's a US EPA standard for low-lying smog in California. So the only VOCs that have to be absent in a no VOC paint are those that cause smog, not those that cause potential human harm. So I would really encourage you to explore the world of natural finishes and see what you can find that works for you. And I did say, we did use a lot of clay plasters in this building. So the green wall in the top left and the red wall, those are our homemade clay finish plasters. But we treated every surface in this building with really great natural finishes. So you can see the lime wash on the ceilings. You can see a lime paint on the white wall in the bottom left or bottom right corner, and in the top left corner, the white wall is a natural oil paint. So many great options. And one of the things that we've learned about working with the natural paints, and in particular plasters where we're using natural pigments, is that you can pretty much never go wrong with the color. We've never mixed up a plaster or a pigment-based paint where anybody's response has been like, ew, that's that's not okay, which does happen a lot with synthetic pigments. And so it's, for me, I'm a bit scared of color, but working with natural pigments has definitely changed my approach to color and to being less scared to experiment with it. So this is the outside of that house, now finished, and you can see that it has a lot of the same elements as the other buildings. We've got solar electrical panels, PV panels up on the roof, 5 kilowatts worth. And we have some solar thermal collectors on the shade roof there on the south. So those approaches have kind of remained constant. What has changed here, though, is that this building is grid tied rather than being off grid. And that's something that we've been pretty consistent with over the last 10 years. Our grid here in Ontario has become remarkably clean since the elimination of coal fired power plants, and the ability to be able to size our renewable energy systems appropriate to our actual use, rather than having to size them to get us through the worst 4 or 5 weeks of the winter, and then being grossly inefficient and oversized through the summer, has really changed our approach. We do mostly grid tied work now, and it allows the systems to be smaller and less expensive, and gives us the benefit of, in our case, income from power that we're selling back to the grid, or on a net metering scenario, supplying our neighbors with renewable energy when we have more than we need. And then finally, this is the place where Jen and I have been able to really start to think about food systems beyond just thinking about a house. And you can see this is the garden last year. And we're starting to have a lot of fun thinking beyond the boundary of the house, and starting to think more about food and food systems and fruit trees and all of that kind of stuff. We've built some really great irrigation, rainwater irrigation systems and stuff like that. So I've been really enjoying kind of turning some of my own attention to this part of the approach and learning lots. I'm definitely a bit of a novice, but the last 5 or 6 years, we've really started to understand this particular little piece of land and where the shade is and where the water is and what's working well and what works beside what other things and all of that kind of stuff. Starting to also work with some small little greenhouse structures and figuring out what we can overwinter and what we can, kickstart early in the year that way and extend later in the year in the fall. So don't come to me for advice on this. You can give me advice on this, but it's sort of been an exciting development to finally turn some attention to the land and not just the building. So I'm going to just take a few minutes and talk about how we have kind of come to develop our own projects and to help our clients develop their projects. When we first started, I sort of explained to you that we had these sort of notions of criteria when we started. We wanted our buildings to be healthy. We wanted our home to be affordable without a mortgage. We had, some actual criteria, but we didn't really have a sense of the full range of that criteria or how we knew if we were meeting those criteria. And so I'm going to share this little matrix with you that we've developed here at Endeavor. And what we realized is, after lots of years of talking to lots of clients about what they wanted, we started to understand that we could actually put a lot of what people were telling us, not everything, because people also have very specific criteria as well that don't fit into general categories. But when it came to sort of the notion of like green building, that we could sort of systemize this a little bit. And so what we realized that we came up with, I think, 10 criteria that we saw it come up sort of again and again with people. And so identifying those was important. And on this slide, there's sort of no explanation of what they are, but we work with people to kind of like understand what each of these actually means and what we're covering. But what we then tried to do was be able to build up a sense of how important is this to somebody by using that sort of number ranking, and also trying to attach ways to figure out if we actually are meeting that criteria. So what kind of standards might exist that would allow us to know that we were achieving the kind of level that a client wanted here. So it's not an attempt to, we do this without judgment and without making somebody feel bad if they pick a 1 instead of a 4. It's not really about that. We're very clear with people that what works.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
This is in your building, the essential
sustainable home design. Yeah.
Sustainable home design. Yeah. So I don't know if you have at some point, it'd be nice to just see a picture of the front of that book. Because I know folks are asking lots of questions about your book. So if you're looking for this table, folks, and lots of other really great tables, that's one of my favorite books from Chris. Sorry, I had to interject there. I just wanted to make sure people knew where this is coming from.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. That's fine. Yeah. So, we really encourage people to take thinking this through in a really honest way. There's no point in achieving a certain level of a certain criteria if you don't really care or want to. But when we do have this table filled out by somebody, it really helps us, get to the core of how we're going to approach this project. And if this is for, you and your own building, what it also does is, if you've gone down the path of looking into green building at all, you've probably been slightly overwhelmed by all of the options that are out there and all of the people telling you that this material or this system is like the best and the greatest, and this is what you should be doing. And there is truth to all of those claims, but the other side of that is every single material and every single system option has pros and cons. And what the criteria matrix allows you to do is match the pros that you want to the greatest degree possible, and sort of drop the ones where the cons don't align. So what we find with people is, once they have kind of given us a sort of well thought through version of this criteria matrix, which essentially just involves them circling one of these numbers in each of the categories, that's going to eliminate the vast majority of the potential options that are out there. So if we're thinking about, say, a paint or an insulation, there's only going to be a few that meet number 3 in ecosystem impacts, meet number 4 in embodied carbon. Well, paint wouldn't have to do with energy efficiency, but as you go through, you can sort of use this as a checklist, and it does a great job of narrowing things down. And the other thing we wanted to do was point people towards some existing standards that you can use, such as LEED or the National Green Builders Association, or Active House or Passive House, or the Living Building Challenge. So what we tried to do was sort of point out where those standards would kind of fall in this matrix too, so that if you were looking for some guidance, you could look to that standard. You don't necessarily have to go get certified your building by that standard, but you can use their documents to kind of understand how you would go about, say, building a home where all the ecosystem impacts fall in the number 4 category, where everything is kind of like has the least impact possible on the planet. So that, in that case, you could look at the Living Building Challenge or the Active House sort of high-end thresholds to check to see if you're actually, the products you're choosing do meet that. So we looked at ecosystem impacts, embodied carbon, which is sort of the carbon footprint of the materials of the building. Energy efficiency is usually a key criteria for people looking to build this way. And you can see also, wherever possible, we're trying to actually be able to measure this. Is the carbon footprint 50% lower than conventional? Is it actually a 0 carbon footprint? Are you 75% more energy efficient than code? Like, some of them actually have measurements that you can use to make sure that you're landing in that range. We look at indoor environment quality. So that's the sort of health of the inside of the building, VOC levels, off-gassing. Also looks at things like quality of water, quality of light, those sorts of things. How much waste the building generates, how resilient it is. This one I think is really important, especially as people are thinking about climate adaptation. A lot of clients come to us and they want to be off grid, and they think that it's maybe the right thing to do in a lot of these criteria. And in particular, they want to be able to function when the electrical grid is down, or during storms, or during weather events. But really having people tell us what they're trying to be resilient through or against is really great. Like, if you're talking having 24 hours of backup power, that's a very different building than I want to survive the zombie apocalypse and have all my own water and food and energy, all on board. You can kind of be anywhere in that range, but knowing where in that range really helps to guide the design. We also look at how much you want to be involved in sort of maintaining and sort of working on and participating in the functioning of the building, or how much you sort of wanted it to be hands off. Look at things like code compliance and how much you may have an appetite for undertaking alternative compliance pathways to get code approved. And then, of course, the cost of materials is something that matters to everybody. And again, where these numbers are actually, now that I'm looking at them, a bit out of date for where construction has gone in the last few years. But anyway, sort of understanding like how much money you have and how that works out on a square foot basis helps situate things. And then kind of who's going to do the labor and what they know, and how all of that's going to work is also important. The other thing that this criteria matrix does, I mean, it helps, I think, you figure out what you're trying to do, but it also really helps the people that you are going to work with on the project understand what it is you're expecting of them. Like, it's one thing to tell somebody, well, I want a really green house, and like I want it to be good for the environment. And, James Plumbing Supply, good for the environment might be that, it has a green guard sticker on it, and for somebody else, it might be that it has to meet, a much higher threshold than that. And so, using this, you can be really specific with the people who are helping you. You have something to kind of measure what they're proposing to you against, and you also have a way to say like, well, no, like that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about this, and so I think it can be really helpful with everybody, from people helping you with design early on to building officials to contractors. A really great way to make it clear that you do have these really definitive goals, and you're going about trying to hit them in a really systematic way. And I think there's an appreciation for that, where somebody might not necessarily even be on board with what you're doing, but if they understand what you're doing, they can help you get there. So this is the last slide I have, and I this morning just tried to think like, if I were trying to summarize some advice, distill down 25 years of helping folks through this process and going through it numerous times myself, what kinds of things would I say? And to me, this first one I think is really, really important, and that is that it's going to be the people that make your building, or your permaculture property, or your whatever it happens to be. It's a common thing for people coming to us at Endeavor is that right away everything they're thinking about is what kind of materials am I going to use and what kind of systems am I going to employ, and that's the focus. And you can decide you're going to build a house with straw bales, but a truck full of straw bales don't do anything. They just sit in the truck until there's some people who will, take those and help you build a house out of them. And so it's really important that you find the right people. And I would say, to me, I would value the right person over the material that I feel most closely aligned with. So I'll stick with straw as an example. Straw bale could be a great material. It could meet your criteria matrix perfectly. But if you don't live anywhere near anybody who builds with straw, and you don't want to undertake that by yourself, and you're considering either hiring somebody, locally with no experience who's like, maybe not on board with it, or bringing somebody in from far to do it, I would recommend that you find good local people over choosing a particular material or system, because those people are the ones that are going to be there for you during the time. They're going to be there to support their work afterwards. They're going to be there for troubleshooting. They're going to be there, hopefully, when things need work or repairs decades down the road. And so, really, I would value the people. And I guess that sort of goes, I'll jump one here to relationships are at the heart of these kinds of projects. I think those two things are actually saying more or less the same thing, that, it's the way that you're able to connect with people and the people that you're able to connect with that are going to make a successful project. And so, really developing those networks, those relationships, treating people well, all of that kind of stuff. I can't stress more strongly how critical I think that is to things working out. The second one down, with my apologies to the P2C2E from, I can't remember the name of the book now, that great kids book, Process is Too Complicated to Explain. This is the too good to be true, and the green building world is full of too good to be trues, where the latest and greatest building product or solar panel or battery technology or whatever it happens to be, gardening fertilizer, it saves the planet, it reverses climate change, it makes you healthier, it makes you happier, it's half the cost of its competitors. When things are too good to be true, they really are too good to be true. Every single material, every single system has a set of pros that are really good. If people are telling you the truth, the good things are good, but there will always be cons. I have yet to find the silver bullet of either a single material or an overall approach where it's not a balance of like, yep, here's all the great stuff, and here's the things that aren't so great, but we've decided to live with these because the pros outweigh those cons. And the other things we compared it to, we prefer its pros to their cons. But it's always that trade-off. And as you're talking to people, whether it's like the people you're going to hire or the people supplying you materials or the people giving you advice, if they're not telling you what the cons are, I would not be very trustful of somebody like that. If somebody tells me honestly, this is the good stuff about what I'm talking to you about, and these are the drawbacks, then I would engage and say, okay, let's have a conversation, and I'll kind of understand, what you're telling me are the pros and what you're telling me are the cons. But if somebody's honestly telling you there are no cons, they are conning you. The next one is committing to your goals, whether you use the things that are on that criteria matrix I showed you, or whether you have your whole own set of goals. If you commit to them, don't let people talk you out of them, unless they actually really change your mind. Like, unless you honestly think, oh, I might have been wrong about that. I should change my opinion or my take on this. But we see an awful lot of people who get steamrollered out of doing what they want to do by their architect, by their building official, by their mom, by their uncle, by the guy at the Home Depot desk. Like, all of these people have opinions about what you're doing, and like, you have to be really certain so that you don't just kind of get bowled over by all the opinions and advice you're going to get. The next one is that it will cost you more than you think. You can be the world's greatest budgeter, or you can be a fly by the seat of the pantser. Either way, your best laid plans, your best budget estimates are going to be wrong. It is going to cost more. And so start by acknowledging that. If you have $300,000 to spend, don't plan a $300,000 project. Plan a $200,000 project, and then it will cost $300,000, and then you'll be okay. So, just really, understand, the capital that you have available, and don't overtax it, because, it's very rare, especially with owner builders, that that the projects don't go over budget. Getting diverted by things that aren't so important. As you start to build a house, there's literally, thousands of decisions, and you can get very sidetracked by, what kind of knobs are going to go on the kitchen countertops, or, what kind of, there are just all of those kinds of things. And, in the end, if it's not something that you that's part of your main focus, I mean, obviously you make the decision, but if you sort of agonize over all of them, an awful lot of them don't really matter in the end. The next one is that your favorite things about the project are likely to be the things that you didn't anticipate, whether it's a pigment color that turns out not what you thought, but you really like it, or a design decision, or you made this really great front porch and a little tiny back porch, but you actually much prefer sitting out on the back porch. Like there's, it's very hard to know what you're really going to like in the end. And so, being open to those kind of surprises. There's too much for anybody to know. And, I've been at this 25 years and I'm learning stuff all the time. And I know more than anybody should know about this, but I don't know, it all or enough in a lot of cases. So it's good to know what you can, but I think, you really do need other people to help you with this stuff. You can't learn everything about renewable energy that a really good renewable energy designer knows. You can't know everything about rainwater that a really good rainwater installer knows. All of those things, every one of these is something that people will spend their whole lives getting really good at. And so if you can find, again, those people that you trust, then, trust them to know how to guide you through that.
Hey, Chris, I know that we've got a big, long list of questions here for you. So if you can just wrap up in the next minute or two, then we can get to those right away.
Sure. I will just stop now. Everybody can read the last three things that are there on the screen. And yeah, probably good to get into the questions.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to just quickly flash through our sponsors here, and then we will get to Q&A here. Okay.
Just go over the sponsors there.
All right. So this talk was brought to you by New Society, the Endeavor Center, which we'll talk a little bit more about here in a second. Chris did talk a bit about it, but we'll go into a bit more detail. Mandala Homes, good friends of ours that build incredibly unique homes out in Nelson, British Columbia, and I'll talk more about them soon. And we will be giving away a prize pack from Monica again, and one of my favorite Chris Magwood books, Making Better Buildings. So with that, let's go straight to Q&A. And I know that there's quite a long list, as there always is. We've had Chris teach for us several times in various formats, and they're always amazing classes. So if you ever get a chance to take one of his courses, I highly recommend it. Actually, I have a question. Are you guys launching your digital learning platform this year?
Yep. Yeah, our Hempcrete course is right on the edge of being ready to be released, and then we'll be following that up with our Design Your Own Home course. So both of those will be out this year.
And you're going to send the information to me when it's ready?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so Chris, did you build the Camp Kawartha building at Trent University?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that was a quick answer. Chris was talking a little bit about that, straw might be a really good fit for your building, but you might not have any straw in the area. And it's amazing how often we've traveled around the country to go to places where there is no straw growing, and yet people will haul their straw thousands of kilometers in order to be able to build with straw. And this kind of ties into one of the things we talk about in our book, which is the order of operations. And so when we do a permaculture property design, it ties really nicely into Chris's book on sustainable building design. We look at geography and climate as kind of formative processes, and then water, access, and structures. And the reason structures is really quite a bit lower on that is that your geography is going to dictate your soils. It's going to dictate the flora. And if you're using natural building materials, you're likely going to be leveraging either soils or plant material for your plasters and for your mortars and everything else that goes into a natural building. And so really getting clear on your observation and understanding the diagnosis of your property allows you to choose a kind of tie in to all of that diagnostic work that Chris has laid out in that amazing book, which we put a link to, and maybe I'll get Mitch to put that link to that sustainable building book that Chris was just talking about, those tables that he was just showing us. So there definitely is an order of operations with regards to how we design a property. When you're building with straw, is the straw organic? Is it tough finding farms that have straw that's not sprayed?
I think it depends where you are. It's definitely getting easier all the time here. There's actually just south of us, there's a cooperative of organic grain farms. They've kind of gone in together on some milling equipment and also a barn where they all store their straw. So, if you're lucky enough to have that kind of resource, it's there. But I think, that's going to be very regionally particular in terms of what's available.
One thing I'll just chime in on that is while it is organic grain is becoming, it's amazing in our area. Like it's like doubling every year the amount of acres that are going into organic production, which is fantastic. But if you do, for whatever reason, like if straw is a good fit for your area and you're having a hard time sourcing it, one kind of tip that I give to people is, because it is such a valuable resource for building or also for livestock systems, for corrals. It's just like, absorbing, manure and putting in chicken houses. But if you can't source organic stuff, at least get stuff that hasn't been desiccated with Roundup or glyphosate. And so typically barley straw, malt barley straw is not sprayed with Roundup because malt barley is what goes to make beer. And in order for them to make beer, they need to malt it, which means they need to sprout it. And Roundup inhibits the germination of seeds. And so if a grower is growing grain for beer production, they will not use Roundup during the growing of that crop. And that's one of the worst herbicides. And they also apply it towards the end of the life of the plant to desiccate it, to dry it out. And so that's kind of the, organics is the best. And then it would be like, if you can't source that, get some undesiccated barley straw or something like that, or maybe you can get some undesiccated wheat straw. And I mean, if it has been desiccated, I would stay away from it. It's nasty stuff, and especially if you're working with your hands and and stuff like that. But
imagine what a book would look like with an engineer, a farmer, and a builder.
Yeah. Chris, you want to write a book with us?
Careful, Rob's probably listening.
Yeah. Don't get any ideas.
Yeah. We've also found that with straw, that there are sources that things like switchgrass, things like rye, crops that are less common. They may not be being grown organic, but they're like not in a certified organic way, but they're not sort of being sprayed the way huge monocrop sort of wheat fields are. So there's usually some way to find something that'll work.
Yeah, and on that same note, I caught most of your presentation there, Chris, and forgive me if you talked about this, but have you ever worked with cattails as what are they called? Typholatifolia, the dried leaves of those, to make any kind of building systems. I've done a bit of research. They're getting quite popular in Manitoba. They're using like for biofuel and stuff. They produce an incredible amount of biomass. And the structure of the plant, it's like corrugated like cardboard. Like if you look at the cross section. And I was just curious if you've had any experience using them for any.
No, we use the cattail fluff as a a fiber in thin clay plasters.
Oh yeah.
And I've often looked at the stalks and thought, yep, this would work. You know, if we baled that up or chipped it up, it would work. We've used Phragmites,
Oh yeah.
which have a kind of similar structure.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, the sort of potential sources of biomass for building, like nobody's really tapped into that yet. You know, I was at a hemp building conference a couple of years ago, and there was a sunflower farmer there who was considering, you know, planting hundreds of acres of hemp so that he could start using it for building material. And you know, I said to him, your sunflower stalks that you just told me you're just chipping up and letting molder on the field, and that they're a waste to you, like, use that. You don't need to start growing something else. And you know, if you look around, like the millions of tons of all kinds of sort of ag residue biomass that you know could be used for building, or things that we're not even thinking about. Yeah, like cattails, like Phragmites, like, you know, those sorts of things. It's yeah.
Very
Cool. Okay, what I have a question here about consultation. Do you do consultations?
Yep.
And how would people organize that with you?
They can find the consultation link on the endeavorcenter.org website, and then there's like a booking system set up there.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the kit that you're using for the microhydro setup that you were showing us?
Sure. The little unit was made out in New Brunswick. I forget the name of the company, but the guy who runs it calls himself Powerhouse Paul, and he sort of makes custom little micro hydro turbines. And I just did a sort of like a run of the creek. I put a 4-inch pipe in at the top, ran it parallel to the creek bed, and then the unit just put the water back in at the bottom. Incredibly effective and cost, like I think the having that little generator made was about $2,000 at the time, and another about $1,000 in piping, and we had, you know, more energy than like tens of thousands of dollars of solar panels, especially at that time, you know, would provide. And it does it 24 hours a day, which is, you know, the beauty of hydropower. So even our little 50-watt system, 50 times 24 is, you know, a couple and a half kilowatt hours a day. It's pretty remarkable source if it's something that you can actually tap into.
What was the fall on that?
It was a whopping 11 feet of head over 250 feet of run. So not much. Like that 50 watts, that's all we were going to get out of it. But, you know, it was in an off-grid building like that, it made a huge difference.
Cool. That's great. How much time do we have here? I've got a few more minutes. For someone new to owner builder, what research, skill development, and experience would you recommend before breaking ground? Do you allow a certain percent of extra budget or time when building? You kind of hit on that. It's going to cost more, but why don't you tell us a little bit about the courses that you teach? Because I think that's probably a good place to start, but there's probably other resources you can think of as well. Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's interesting. There isn't a lot out there to guide owner builders. It's not a very common thing to do anymore. And kind of the you know, most people who owner built, you know, lots of people's like grandfathers did it, you know, the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, there were, you know, people would make their own house, and that was not an unusual thing to do. I think CMHC now said that it's like 2% of homes in Canada aren't even built by the owner, are like directed by the owner, you know. So it's really, really small. And so there's not a lot of resources. The most popular class we teach at Endeavor is called Design Your Own Sustainable Home. And I think the reason it's popular is because it's hard to find that kind of information. And the book you referenced, the Essential Sustainable Home Design, that's kind of that course curriculum in book form. That, it's hard to give broad general advice for owner builders, but my two go-tos are like, give yourself a full year of research and contemplation before you jump into like actually hiring a designer or getting to the point of drawing up a set of plans. And then give yourself another year from starting the design to thinking you're going to be in the ground. So, really, I think it's a 2-year process. And I've seen a few people do it shorter than that and pull it off, but by and large, it turns into a 2-year process, whether somebody wanted it to or not. So I think going into it intentionally, and like rushing is just the worst thing. Every time somebody reaches out to us in a panic, it's because they, it's February and they want to be in the ground in April and they're just getting going. And it's like, this is not going to work out well. So just giving yourself, an adequate amount of time is the key.
One of the models that Rob and I tell people is we call it how many B's are we up to now?
Oh man, too many.
I think it's 4. Anyways,
I think
there's
it's 5.
so there's buildings. Yeah, books. Okay, so there's buildings, babies, businesses, beasts, bushes,
and now
and books. There's 6 B's
and bros.
And so what we tell folks is like, you can do like if you're starting a new business or you're starting a new book or you're starting a new a house or you're getting a new animal that you have no experience with, or you're planting a bunch of trees it's like you can pick one of those per year because they demand, and I mean for buildings, like you said, it's probably a 2-year process. But there's so much decisions and attention and observation that needs to go into it to make it a success that you even if you're really organized, it's not going to be enjoyable and it's going to take longer anyway. So, another analogy to think about is if there's only so many balls that we can all juggle, whether it's, the stuff you've got, you could have a business going that's really well and everything else. But if you pick up one extra ball, you don't just drop that ball if it fails, you drop all the balls. And then you got to start again.
Yeah. And building is like, you're trying to juggle and people are just like throwing these balls at you like from every side. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I've got a really interesting question here, and from somebody in the chat. Have you ever used or heard of anybody using mycelium as a way to kind of strengthen, natural walls or in any other format of natural building, using actually mycelium
we've grown mycelium insulation onto some of our wall panels, and that worked really well. And we're working with a guy who's got a little startup happening, and he's figured out how to grow them so that they actually are quite surprisingly structural. He's growing them in tube form. And hopefully by the end of this summer, he's going to send us a bunch of 8-footers.
Wow.
And we're going to start to play with those as structural elements. There is, the company is called Red, I can't remember, Red something, might come to me. They take old buildings down, grind up all the non-toxic waste, and then grow mycelium in that waste, and then use that to build new buildings out of. Like there's lots going on in that space right now. There's pretty much none of it is commercial, but I think it's between that and growing things with algae. These are 2 things that are gonna, I think, really change the face of how we think about materials, because sort of even with the best natural materials, we're still in this thing of go out into nature, get a bunch of stuff, take it away and put it in your building. Whereas, when I look at the mycelium and the algae materials that people are working on, it's like, have these little tiny, spores or these little tiny critters, feed them, and they will turn into building materials. And we can do that really without, necessarily having to go get stuff anymore. And that's super exciting.
They sound like fun guys.
Yeah. Oh man, you're on fire today.
Oh,
That's a good one. So on that kind of same, I'm reminded of I can't remember which resources is, but Bill Mollison had some just really crazy ideas about how to build natural buildings, and one of the most ingenious ones that I can remember is he talked about building like the frame of a house out of like really thin wire. And so you'd have like the wire frame, like all your openings and your doors and your studs and your roof system, but it was just really thin wires. And then lowering that into an ocean and running a very slight electric charge through it to basically attract the organisms that build coral reef, so that they would literally build the coral reef structure around, for whatever reason, the electric charge kind of attracts them. This is, he had this idea like in the 1980s. Have you ever heard of anybody doing anything like that?
Not that in particular, but yeah, like the people working with cyanobacteria to grow algae kind of concrete, that it's the same kind of notion. Like, here are these creatures that take carbon either out of the water or out of the atmosphere and turn it back into rock. And how do we help them do that, so that we don't have to, go take the existing rock and burn it for hours and then grind it down and then add water and ship it all over the place. And yeah.
That's so amazing.
Yeah. I think about that with chickens too, right? Like, chickens make eggshells inside them. They make these calcium carbonate structures that are incredibly strong.
Yeah.
From the food they eat, the air they breathe. And it's like, how do we learn how to take these processes and sort of, work with them in a more deliberate way? So there's no shortage of examples of, structures and materials being assembled. I think about that when I see moose antlers and elk antlers. That is the single strongest, most rigid, most lightweight material, and it grows with no heat, no additional inputs. In a season, it grows, 6 feet long. How do they do that? And why aren't my building studs made out of that? Because, that seems better than hacking down forests. If we can encourage those things to grow, separate from the elk, then that seems like the way to think about building materials. Cool.
So
we're actually out of time.
Yeah, for your final thoughts here, because we've got till 12:15. Just to wrap up, Chris, do you if you could go back in time, to the point where you were like just kind of starting your journey, what's the, if you had 30 seconds to tell yourself something before the time machine sucked you back in, what would you yell at yourself?
I think I would probably tell myself it's all going to be okay. I don't know if I would have changed anything, because some of those lessons were really shitty and they were hard to learn, and they were real kicks at the time. But the benefit of having made those mistakes and gone through that has been so beneficial. So it would just be like, it's okay, like stick with it, do your best, muddle through, and just take the lesson out of it at the end to make sure you come out with at least that.
Yeah. Great answer. That's a good sign of a life well lived. If there's the only thing you tell yourself is you've got this. That's awesome, man.
Cool. Okay, we're gonna go to our sponsors now, guys, and so in the spirit of Strange Brew, hold on to your horses, hosers. And thanks so much, Chris. That's great. And we're going to be talking a little bit about the Endeavor Center here, so you'll have a link to get to Chris's stuff. And I've got a couple of comments from folks saying, "Oh my gosh, I pretty much own all of New Society's books now," and Chris has got a whole bunch of them there. People are buying books like crazy, apparently. So, and I recommend all of Chris's books. Thanks so much, Chris.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Ben.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Bye.
Talk soon.
Take care. All right, well, Rob's pulling up that. We're going to talk about our sponsors quickly. Have we broke 1,000 yet? Can we tell people about the
Well, actually,
exciting new
no, people aren't, but I think we have to, like, there's that exciting stuff, but I think there's something else we have to entice them with. And so I'm willing to do a little dance. If you guys can get our likes up to 900, we're at 458 right now. So we're going to try a slightly different challenge. I've been trying to ping you guys in the chat there, but
I'm not sure if that's a carrot or a stick though. Like maybe we should say, like, if you don't give us 1,000 likes, Rob's just going to dance for the next hour.
yeah, you can tell us which one is more enticing for you, and we'll make it happen. So that was a really great conversation from Chris, and I definitely want to have him on our channel more often. He's just got so much knowledge around building. Definitely somebody.
Yeah, I've never thought about deer antlers before. Like that just blew my mind. Like there's like, when you hear stuff like that, like there's so many possibilities.
You haven't even scratched the
that we haven't
surface.
even scratched the surface yet. Like it's just
Imagine mycelium on deer antlers.
Yeah.
Like, just like
because it isn't like mycelium stronger than steel, like in terms of like, because it's only a cell wall thick. But like it's such an amazing, or spider webs, there's
something like that.
all
Yeah.
these things. We just need goat spiders that grow antlers, and you've heard about the genetically modified goats.
No.
So they put this is not the way to do this. This is not the way to put, but they apparently took spider DNA and they put it into a goat so that when they milk the goat, the milk comes out as this spider filament that they're using to, like, create this reinforced.
Sounds horrible.
It sounds terrible. Yeah, there's so many better ways to do this than in a laboratory. Oh, hey, we got 540 likes. So are those likes to get Rob not to dance, or to?
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, here he goes.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, so here we go. On to our
Back
sponsor.
to our sponsors.
I think I just got 5 dislikes because of that. Okay. Okay.
Good thing we're so professional here. Now for our corporate sponsors.
Don't tell HR. Okay. All right. So speaking of HR just told me that we are shipping this bundle globally. We haven't quite figured out how to get it to Mars yet, but it is definitely going all around the planet. So if you've been holding off because you're not sure if we're going outside of North America, this is a global product. And we'd love to get this outside of North America as well. So we're including all of our tools. We're including a course on Google Earth Pro. Includes the book in any format you want. Unlimited lifetime access to all of these recordings. And Dakota's going to show you. I'm just going to stop the screen share so you can see it.
The suspense is killing me. Whether we get to 1,000 people or not, but there's some exciting new additions that have been made to the bundle. We have our own bookmarks.
Go a bit
folks.
closer.
Bit closer to let you. So this just came in this morning. If you get the bundle, or if you've already ordered the bundle, fear not, you're not going to lose your place in the book.
This is one of our tools.
Yes.
Because it's so dense. The book is so dense. You need a bookmark because you can only read about 20 words at a time.
Yeah. So you want to keep your place in there. So yeah, the bundle now includes this limited edition laminated. You can't tear it. It's, the bookmarks, they always get torn on me. It's real value here, folks. So make sure you get your bundles in before they're gone.
We're starting to sound like an infomercial here. It's like going downhill every day a little bit. What's it going to be like tomorrow?
And if you order now,
I wish Mitch was here so he could give us the Australian accent, because like, to be a true infomercial, we need an Australian accent.
Totally.
All right. So anyways, hop over to mypermacultureproperty.com and check that out. So that was Chris. We're going to be presenting with Peter Bain here right away at 12:30. It's coming up right away. New Society, thank you so much for all of the support that you provided to us. I know people are buying books like mad right now. They're going to probably have their own sellout situation there pretty quick. If you're an author and you're looking to be published, you might want to check New Society out.
I was just thinking it's a good thing that all their books are printed on recycled paper, because otherwise we'd probably deforested the planet already. How many books that we're selling for? So that's awesome, guys.
Well, don't worry. They're gonna start looking into printing on
Goat milk fiber.
yeah, or no, cattails.
There you go.
That's the
Cattails.
next one.
Well,
Cattail
what was
paper.
the papyrus? Was I think it was.
Oh yeah,
It actually was originally made from that, I think.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
crazy. They should pre-inoculate them with spores. So at the end of life, you just throw it in the compost and it turns into a garden.
There you go.
Anyways, been amazing to work with them, and hopefully they're smiling at our silly comments right now.
Yeah.
We haven't started drinking yet.
Honest.
Chris Magwood and Jen is absolutely, essential to making the Endeavor Center work. They are kind of like Michelle and myself. They work incredibly as a team. I've had the chance of staying with them and teaching at the Endeavor Center. This place is the place in Canada to go and learn how to do natural building. And that's why Chris is not just an author, but he's actually the editor for the Essential Sustainable Building series, which you can get at New Society Publishers. They've got lots of great content on their website, and they're going to be launching online courses here later this year. And so if you're looking to get your education on the web because you can't make it up to Canada, then definitely check them out. So really glad to have them as a sponsor.
So if Chris and his wife are like the version of you and Michelle, I wonder if they have a Dakota, a third wheel.
You're a unicorn, man. You know what they say about unicorns? When you find one, you got to trap it because they don't come along very often.
It's like the biologists, like I think it was there's a biologist on the Canary Islands, and this was like a couple hundred years ago. He'd been studying all this bird diversity, and there was this extinct bird the people had thought was extinct for like 100 years. And this biologist was so excited that he finally found this bird, and so the first thing he did was shot it and added it to his collection, and he killed the last one.
Oh man, we won't kill you.
Yeah,
Dakota.
good. Hopefully not. All right.
So Mandala Homes, these are very dear friends to Michelle and myself. Lars and Rachel build incredible homes and buildings. In fact, I have a student right now in our permaculture design course that's living in a Mandala home in I think North Carolina. So these homes go all around the world. They're prefabricated. They use healthy materials. They're energy efficient. And they're absolutely stunning. They are gorgeous homes. And so if you're looking to build a house in a way that kind of meets a lot of Chris Magwood's principles there, you're going to want to check out Mandala Homes. And I have taught in Mandala Homes. I've had the opportunity to stay in them, and it's a very unique experience to be in one of these houses because they're round. Now, not all their houses are round. You can have square homes as well if you want to use more of a rectilinear shape, and they leverage all of their ideas and technology in any shape of house that they use. So check them out, and they've got lots of content on their website, and I know they'd love to hear from you. So let them know that we sent you. Okay, we've got another. Man, we're like cleaning the world, or actually these guys are cleaning the world.
Well, I think it's fitting because, permaculturists aren't the cleanest of folks. So it's great that, Annika has offered to
They're stepping up.
This $90 soap package. That's primarily soap. There are some lotions in there, but take the hint, folks. We need to not scare away people with our
Man,
odors.
I should show you the bottom of my feet. I could use some of those Annika
I
products.
saw this morning when we were sitting by the fire. I didn't want to say anything, but it's getting pretty bad.
It's getting pretty bad. We're actually going to be hearing from Philippe later this afternoon. And so really great case study on how to bring permaculture into your business. We've said it a couple of times. You don't do permaculture, you use it within what you do. And so Philip is going to tell us about their business, their permaculture farm, and how they kind of married the two things together. So stay tuned for that. I think you're going to need a lot of value out of that conversation. And this is just such a great book. I show this to everybody that I meet in the building industry. This is kind of like the encyclopedia of natural building materials, and it's also 40% off at New Society right now. But we're going to give two of them away to two lucky people. And so Do you have, I like
Which one?
that bread one.
I'm looking for a building related riddle that I can boggle your minds with, but it looks like all of the riddles that I have are they're all the like animals. So, oh, actually, here's a good one. This is tricky. I don't know if you guys might not get this. If you can't get it right away, I'll give you some hints. But we were just talking about the thing. We were just talking about this a few minutes ago.
Oh, that's so hard. No one's gonna get that one.
Don't get it, but we'll give them some. That's a pretty good clue there.
All right.
Okay. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to tell you a riddle, and we've got 3 prizes. And so we're going to go higher now because there's crazy. We're going to do the 100th, 200th, and 300th person to answer this riddle correctly in the chat window is going to get access to those prizes there. And actually, before we do that, Mitch, let us know the folks who won the prizes. We forgot to announce the other people from yesterday, but trust us, we reached out to them. We're not just like showing these prizes then not giving to anybody. So the folks that won this morning's prize was Laura Stone, won the Root Rescue prize. Sue Siwick, Siwak, and Ken Lehman got the books from what were the books this morning? Can't remember. It was our book, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was our book. Yeah. So you got 2 copies of Building Your Permaculture Property. Congratulations, you guys. And so we've got a few minutes left before we jump into the next presenter here. Here's the riddle, folks. Get your fingers ready. Remember, this is a hard one. The clue is we were just talking about the thing that makes one of the alternative building materials that we talked about how you could make building stronger and reinforce them. So in the world, which room is one without doors or windows? So this is a hard, look better on before I said it. In the world, which room is without doors or windows? So which room is without doors or windows? Oh, we got it right away. People are smart.
Wow, I wouldn't have got that. Elk.
There's just the last goats, spiders.
Coral.
So yeah, there we go. Okay, you guys got the thread now. Somebody picked up on it. Yes, it is a mushroom. Which room is without doors or windows? A mushroom. All right, so the 100th, 200th, and 300th person to get that are going to be the first person is going to be squeaky clean, and the last 2 people are going to have beautiful homes. So,
all right, we're still not at 900, guys. What's going on here? Come on.
Yeah, we were at 1,700 yesterday.
But I mean the likes. I mean, and there's 5 unlikes. Who the heck is hating us?
Yeah, can somebody find those people and just
tell them to flip their thumb in the other direction?
Tell them a joke and make them smile. I just can't imagine why.
Okay, just before we bring Peter in, I had a question about our master class, which is coming up. So if you are wondering about that, we can put the link into the show notes. There's here's the web page on it, and so it includes everything that we're going to be going over. It's actually a really long course.
7 months.
August
7 months of this.
August 16th to April 18th.
Yeah.
And we will be wearing plaid the entire time. We might not even change the shirts that we're wearing.
Yeah, I won't. That's for sure.
Yep. So anyways, if you're interested, we are limiting the registration for this. It's going to be a relatively small class. And if you're interested in that, you can put any questions you have up into the chat. And how are we doing, Mitch? Let me see what the schedule is.
I think we're ready to go. I think we can bring in.
Okay, let's bring in Peter.
Peter.
I know he's got to leave a little early today. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Peter. I think you're muted still.
You're muted there.
Unmuted now.
Okay.
Perfect.
How you doing?
I'm all right. I think
All
I'm
right.
over the butterflies.
Perfect. Well, I know you've got to truncate a little bit today, so let's get right into it. I'll let you do your own introduction. I think everybody here is going to know who you are, but you're definitely one of the elders in the permaculture space, and we have an incredible amount of respect for all the work that you're doing to build communities and elevate permaculture to a whole new level in North America and around the world. You've got an incredible book that has been in publication for a while now. It is through New Society Publishers. So that book would definitely fall under the 40% discount today, folks. If you don't have Peter Bain's book, I would head over there and grab it right now before New Society's website crashes and runs out of copies of that book. So Peter, without further ado, why don't you get in and show us what you got?
All right, Rob, Dakota, thank you very much for that lovely opening. My name is Peter Bain, if you didn't hear that already, and I'm the executive director of the Permaculture Institute of North America. I have a long, and some might say checkered, career in permaculture since the late 1980s. I've been teaching all over the United States and parts of Canada and other parts of the Western Hemisphere. And I've done projects large and small, including an eco-village in the North Carolina mountains and a revision of city policy in Southern Indiana, University Town, Bloomington. And I am now talking to you from my home office in Western Lower Michigan. I'm going to show you quite a large slice of my life, the last 10 years, visually over the next 30 to 40 minutes. And then I hope we'll have some time for some questions. I've got a series of photo montages, and I'm going to interrupt myself between them to talk a little bit what they mean. But when they're playing, and they're short clips, I probably won't try to compete, or maybe I will kill the music and talk a little bit, but they're sort of sequential and also thematic. And they really hinge around this question that the summit here is addressing. How do you develop a permaculture property? I think that goes to the heart of many people's ambitions and hopes as they get into permaculture. I assume most people who are watching or will watch here have some idea what permaculture is, that it's a design system, that it's a global movement, and that it's a personal practice. And it has a 40+ year history coming out of Australia and now moving around the world. So it's been in North America now for 40 years. And I got involved in one of the early waves and had the good fortune to move to a position of dissemination or preaching, if you will. I got the opportunity to take over the newsletter magazine of the former Permaculture Institute of North America, one that's now defunct, but which name has been passed along to the group I'm now working with. The Permaculture Activist. That magazine title disappeared in 2015 when I sold the business, but the magazine itself, which is quarterly, continues as permaculturedesignmagazine.com, both in print and online. And it's an amazing archive of research, demonstration, views, opinion, and much more that has helped sustain the movement for many decades. So I recommend you to it. What I want to do with my presentation today is to try to make sense of this question: how have we moved, how have I moved, I and my household, my partner, my family, moved toward land and engagement with land? And what did that mean? So as a teacher, I require you to understand the fundamentals of permaculture and ecosystems, which are three. They're easy to remember. They are energy flow, materials cycling and storage, and information exchange. All ecosystems depend on those, and you characterize an ecosystem by describing those processes and structures. So what you're going to see in my presentations is my best attempt to give you a visual thumbnail of a decade of my life, during which time I built and abandoned one system, very beautiful and very challenging at the same time, and am now in a new location where I've been for 7 years, building up a second system with a broader vision, but the same principles. So during that, and to do that, I need to share my screen, and I need to give you some idea of what we're going to do. I have 11 short film clips, and they range in length from 30 or 40 seconds to a couple minutes at the longest. And during those times, I probably won't say much. There's some schlocky elevator music, or maybe not so bad little stuff to carry us along that gets obnoxious, and the facilitators tell me I can probably mute it. But it helps us see into where I've come from to explain why I am where I am and what led to that change of direction, continuation of work in permaculture. So if you'll give me a moment here, I'm going to call up the place in Indiana where I lived from 2006 to 2017. We finally sold it, and show you what Renaissance Farm looked like. I assume you can still hear me, but I'm probably going to be quiet after I start this clip. So let me say by way of introduction that this is a look at a system that I would say is fairly mature, and it was a retrofit adaptive system. We took over 2 small houses on a 2/3 acre lot about a mile outside the Southern Indiana University city of Bloomington. Very cosmopolitan place, very parochial territory. We had resources of all kinds, and you'll see a lot of them displayed here. And we gathered more, and we put them to use. So this is the backdrop to my present situation. So that's really very quick and topical, but what you saw were a whole series of energy storages, energy transformation technologies, equipment, everything from humble milk jugs collecting pee to be used to fertilize wood chips that were in abundance in the surrounding terrain. We were in a wooded region, to solar panels on the roof of the new porch addition that also turned out to be an outdoor kitchen and recreational space amidst a garden, 2/3 acre, densely planted with fruit trees, bearing sweet cherries. That was Keith holding a bowl of them. Our life there was a bowl of cherries until it wasn't. We had 6 excellent, wonderful years and 5 horrible, miserable ones, which is one of the reasons we left. And it's the important lesson, besides resources are abundant and our job as designers is to harvest them store them, transform them, exchange them. We did that. You can't see in this short clip that we had 300 local students in the permaculture design course, most of whom were Indiana University undergraduates and graduate students. You can't see that we taught privately in the city as well as out of town for the university. You can't see that we had dozens of design clients. You can't see that our neighbors, for the most part, loved us, and some of them hated us. But that was part of a big story there. I was able to, and Keith to a degree also, influence the city policy. In 2009, they adopted my written recommendations on how to transform the food system for the city of about 110,000 people. You know, I think we had pretty good success. You saw water cisterns. We were holding 14,000 gallons above ground in ferro cement tanks. We were producing more electricity than we consumed in the course of a year, net grid intertied. We converted a 1958 ranch house and a 1964 second ranch house into relatively energy efficient buildings operating at about 40% of the energy consumption standard of the average US household, which if you consider the construction is really quite good. We were very resilient. We had water reserves, food reserves, of course, a large library of information on top of what was around us socially, students and friends. We developed the concepts, most of which are now embodied in the Permaculture Handbook of the pattern language for garden farm. Garden farm being a term I borrowed, but which I hope I've made a little bit better known. Small scale, intimate, and conducted largely by the household, but serious. That's the farming part. You're feeding yourself. You're probably feeding some other people too. And you're transforming land use around you. So that book, although it's been out for a few years, still has some really important lessons for the society to digest. And I've had, as far as I know, nobody who's disliked it has talked to me anyway, mainly rave reviews. I hope you'll read it and enjoy it. So I want to set that as a backdrop. We were successful here in many ways. On the terms of that 2/3 acre, we couldn't have been doing better. In the town, socially, we had engaged well. We had many friends. We had engagement with business, with local agricultural advocacy organizations. We were on nonprofit boards and so on. We worked as contractors for the university. And we ran afoul of prejudice and unreconstructed attitudes, probably ossified about the time I and Keith were born in the 50s and not moved along since. An unpleasant man who came right out and insulted me to my face, used county government as a bludgeon to drive us out of the neighborhood. It worked, but we're still alive and still doing what we do. And that takes us to the next piece, which is what did we face when we turned our backs on all that? So you get to see this developing story in a few vignettes here. I'll take it. That's a very short postcard from the past. And you can see that we walked in on the decay of someone else's dream of a family farm. Maybe you can't see all that. That big old overgrown apple tree gave us 200 pounds of fruit last year, but it was in no condition even to be noticed for several years. There were a lot of canning jars under the best of the trailers. I still use them. Might have used one this morning. There were also shotgun shells in the woods and insulin bottles and death certificates, morbidly obese, heart disease, people who had come from where I had come from a few years back, North Carolina. I want to honor them, the family that lived here and that left this to us through the actions of a niece 7 years ago in March. It wasn't a lot, but when the realtor said, I know you didn't want any trailers, there's 3 trailers, 10 acres, and then he named a price, and I said, I'll take it. We bought it sight unseen. Had friends go out and look at it for us, give it the sniff test. And we've been here with increasing frequency since. We spent years going up and down the road, that road being US Highway 31, runs from northern Michigan, St. Ignace and the Canadian border down to Mobile Bay. And it runs through Indianapolis and past South Haven, Michigan, and up towards Grand Rapids. And we're beyond that in the western lower peninsula, a few miles from the big lake. We sit 25 feet above trillions and trillions of gallons of fresh water. And we have a cold and variable climate, which, because we're on sand, means we have sometimes desert-like conditions with wild swings in temperature and droughty weather. But it was very accessible. And I think after this, you'll see some more of this, that you'll perhaps feel like we've done some justice to the former occupants of this place. The first step for us was what I call going to ground, and really involved locating where to build. We didn't expect to live in any of the trailers beyond a very short transitional time. We destroyed one. We filled the other with storage material, and we rehabilitated the third for utility use. But we knew that we were presented with the opportunity to build fresh, and we designed and built a proper, large, solar-oriented building that would be energy efficient and climate adapted. So this is the beginning of that journey. So I've stopped the music. I hope you can still hear me. The big choice here was where to locate, and there almost was no choice. The house site is big. That limited where we could put it. It needed to be central. It was going to be the hub of a farm with operations that extended over a quarter mile into the woods and affected the neighborhood. It needed to be a south-facing orientation. And because of the zoning requirements here, we were really only allowed one large structure. We can have smaller outbuildings, which is why we've retained, or how we've retained, the best of the three trailers. We built in this phase over 3 to 4 months. And then we were stopped by winter weather in 2014. This was all built under permit. We built under the previous Michigan building code. We were thus spared the requirement of using a blower door test. But we built to a very high energy standard. The walls of the building, as you'll see in the next clip, were 10 inches thick, blown cellulose insulation. The lower floor of the two-story structure ultimately was entirely insulated, even though a large part of it, the garage workshop, is not heated. We built in root cellars and we earth sheltered them. We put in a large amount of utility space upstairs. We built in composting toilets. We did many things that will emerge. Let me show you the next phase, which is where we take the structure up from the slab. And I maybe should point out that the slab here was a Scandinavian style innovation that's now code approved in the United States and Canada in shallow frost protected foundation. The entire 4-inch concrete slab is resting, floating on 2 inches of foam board, including the shallow footers, which are only 18 inches deep. Mind you, we're in mid lower peninsula Michigan, and the winters here get to 20 degrees Celsius below, and the normal frost line is below 32 inches, or about 9/10 of a meter, I guess, for those listening in the metric system. But we didn't need to pour that much concrete because of the design. And it enabled us to build 2,000 square feet of garage workshop space, essentially, that will maintain above freezing temperatures regardless of what happens on the outdoors or whether we bother using it or heating it or anything else. And there we have not only shelter for our vehicles and our tools, we have a working shop, a space big enough to manufacture farm implements and devices to do repairs, to do auto repairs. We have our root cellars. We could house animals in there. And that forms the north and west sides of the house, which is seamlessly integrated. There's no break, there's no passage, there's only doorways. So the house has turned its back against the cold north wind, against the hot west sun, and takes advantage of microclimates throughout. So let's look at some of how that happens. So here we begin to build up above the slab. So assuming that I can narrate a little bit, I would say, first off, our friends helped us build this house, so it has really excellent energy in it. You saw the barn raising shot, where the second floor walls went up with the help of 9 people. Here we are, looking out on a landscape that's pretty flat, pretty sandy. It's basically old lakeshore dune covered with a thin scrim of grass and organic matter. And we needed a building that could stand up to snow and wind. Winds are fierce here. And we needed it big so that it could hold a family, an extended family, classes, everything a farm would need. It has to face the south. You're looking at the north up here in the upper left. We had a drive-through garage so that we could take vehicles in. I got so much, the plumbing inspector was gaga over this. He said, I want one of these. It's basic wood frame construction, 2x4, 2x6, curtain walls, headers. The stepped rear wall down below allowed us to put a ramp up over the root cellars, which jut out from the middle of the north side of the building. So they're fully earth enclosed and they open into the cool, climate sheltered garage, just a few steps from the kitchen. Aside from that, the particulars of the building are not that interesting. It's the design. And as you'll see, there are other features in the systems section we'll see soon that take advantage of the different microclimates the building itself creates. It's partly sunken at the west end here and at grade on the east end. And we moved it just a little at the very last to preserve this big old apple, and I'm so glad we did. All right, we're going to stop our share here and close this out and go back to looking at my face. I can manage the controls. So we built one big building. We began with the concept, if it's a concept at all, 40 by 60, which is the dimensions of the core. And then it went to 2 stories. And then we bumped out root cellars on the north and a living apartment space on the southeast and a greenhouse attached on the southwest. And in the middle of it, we put a sauna where all 5 sides, other than the insulated slab under it, radiate heat, lose heat into the building, into conditioned spaces. Moreover, there are doors and hatches and windows by which we can wheel heat from the sauna in the middle and depths of winter while we're keeping ourselves healthy anywhere in the building that we need it. We can carry the greenhouse through double-digit negative Fahrenheit temperatures. We can warm the workshop. We can put extra heat into the house. We have a second wood stove, and you'll see as these systems demonstrate themselves what is involved here and all of the conveniences that, and we provided for ourselves, all the comforts and all the attention we paid to the surrounding environment and to the internal microenvironments of the structure. I'll say here, an aside I learned from working for a while with European permaculturists. Most of the original pioneers of permaculture in Europe were architects because, as they'll tell you, in cold climates, people spend 90% of their lives indoors. And in Michigan, that's also true, despite the fact that we have glorious summers and we love to be outside. We spend a lot of time in buildings, and those buildings have to be really well designed. So we're going to look at the environment around this building and how we began to respond to it. The dominant feature in our environment is wind, primarily in the cool seasons, but at any time of year. And normal wind temperatures range to 40 miles per hour, 65 kilometers per hour. And gusting to 50 and 60 isn't at all unusual. Tornadoes are a little uncommon, but we have regular high winds. It's a resource we haven't yet exploited for energy conversion. Part of that is regulatory in our area. Part of it is time and capital to invest. Let's look at what we need. We remember also that we sit on a sand dune. And while there's Lake Michigan is 25 feet below us in the aquifer with a virtually unlimited amount of water of good quality, we have to pump it. So here we are. You're looking east from the northwest corner of our property, not far from the street, in a hedge that we planted the second month we owned the property. We put in 300 trees. Most of them are still alive. Now most of them are taller than I am. We also planted an orchard. Initially 25 trees, now closer to 50. And the second year in, we gave it fertility from this chicken tractor. And we learned to use drip irrigation, something I never thought as a Midwesterner that I would have to do. We do collect rainwater, but not yet in tanks. The tanks, you see, the totes are filled from the well. Of course, we grew gardens. And we had yields. So we're in a cold climate where wind dominates. We're on the edge of wild terrain. We are literally part of the Manistee National Forest. Its southwest corner. Deer populations are heavy. We had to protect trees. We had to irrigate trees and other perennials. We had to exclude wildlife from the gardens in order to grow here and prosper. The things you don't see in here are, of course, indoors. There's more to come about the big house. The little one is a sideshow. We lived in it for 3 years. We rehabbed the floor, the roof insulation, the roof itself, the heating systems, the windows, the doors, the refrigeration. We cleaned it up quite a bit. But it really was just a passing phase, and it's now home to friends and visitors and family who show. So, so we responded to the elements, and we also built, and this is a very important lesson, I think, for many people, we built on a pay-as-you-go basis. We bought the property for very low 5 figures. And we have now put 20 times that into it, not counting our labor. It's probably not worth that on the market, but it'll be worth that in the long run. And it was worth it to my daughter and son-in-law enough that they came to look after their inheritance and to be with us because they too want to farm. Because we paid everything out of pocket or with only short-term low-cost financing, we couldn't build continuously. It took us 4 years to finish the big house and move into it. We weren't done then. But in between building stints, and we tried to build in the marginal seasons, we farmed and gardened, we worked the woods, we traveled and made money teaching, designing, speaking at conferences, doing other things. Building, such as you see, is an industrial artifact. All the lumber, except for 2 posts in the greenhouse, was machine made, it's industrial 2x4 and 2x8 dimensional lumber. We had, no, don't do that. Excuse me. I want to share the screen and show you what went inside the building to make it work for this environment. This little vignette is called Systems, and it's a bit more raucous than some of the others, but so were the tradesmen, if I dare say. There's a certain Zen gestalt here about the lawnmower in the empty garage. It's not been that empty since we left that moment behind. If you don't do electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and you don't want to stand around and blow cellulose into wall cavities, then you need to figure out how to pay others to do it. I sure didn't want to break my neck hanging tons of drywall from big trusses and beams across the ceiling. I knew nothing about putting in mini splits. We do know how to run chimneys. We did some of these things ourselves. We did do block work. We did do stucco work. We did do painting. But for the most part, we hired out the more complex, capital intensive systems to other people. And as a result, spared ourselves a lot of grief, added, of course, cost to the building, but also saved time. So this was one of our time-saving strategies. As soon as all of that got done, and it took some time, and I didn't show you the electricians, but I did show you wires in the wall, we went ahead. We had a little bit of a break again because we'd blown all of our savings and we were left being poor gardeners, but things were beginning to look a little better. So while all that, or after that, was going on, we were starting to see yields. Which principle in permaculture is it? Get a yield. The trees were now visible. The ramp had buried the root cellars. The garden had a small windbreak. We could drive up to the second floor. We had an irrigation system. We planted cover crops on bare ground. We were getting flowers, fruits, and food. But we still were living, in a single wide mobile home. And for much of this time, we were also still commuting. So the car is an honest statement here. We were running thousands and tens of thousands of miles over 4 years to get out of one habitat and into another one. What made it real and made it home was what came after that, was turning to build the house that I'm sitting in right now, or the part of the house. I think of this process somewhat as giving birth. The land gave birth to a new settlement, and in that was our home. And the building, like a placenta feeding a baby, gave birth to a home for us. So it's a pattern I recommend to you. Build the garage and the workplace first, and then build the house out of it, or from it, or on top of it, or underneath it, or whatever works in your setting. We did draw plans. It wasn't all seat of the pants. So we really laid out the last big phase of the building itself here, but it continued to unreel like a big long saga. This gave us a space that became, I'm gonna run it again just so we see the pictures.
Pay close attention, folks.
The aim here is the country kitchen pattern from Alexander's pattern language. Alcoves around a central social space with the kitchen in the corner. And of course, because of our soil and setting, we built on sand, we built a slab, an insulated slab again, this time with heat pipe in it, an insulated footer. Notice these roofing panels here. They became the roof of the new addition. They were used temporarily to cover over the common wall between this living space and the pre-existing garage, other portion of the house. The library alcove, one of the sleeping alcoves, storage space up off the floor, the kitchen, the common wall with a future greenhouse, the common wall between the greenhouse and the workshop, the utility space upstairs. We created this, but we didn't stop there because there were more things that were needed. This is hard to believe when you're 4 years into a 4-year building project that's taking, your bone marrow. But it's really about farming. It's really about working with the land. And for that, we needed water everywhere. We needed better soils. We needed the windbreak. We needed help. And so some of those adaptations are shown in this next clip. One 10-day stretch of September after we moved into the house in July, the forecast was for no rain and fair temperatures. We rented a trenching machine. We hired 2 high school boys, and we threw ourselves into the sand. we put down a 1/4 mile of PVC underground water lines in a circuit. And for this idea, I have to credit the fine author from New Society who farms in Quebec, and whose name is escaping me, but you'll see him on their book list. Successful and outside Montreal, a circuit of water around your main property with branches out. We needed a greenhouse, and it was part of the energy design of the house all along. It sits in the southwest corner, the hot spot, and shelters the house. And to pump that water through that 1/4 mile of line that goes to 14 frost-proof hydrants, we needed electric power. So we put it on the roof as soon as we had the cash to do it. This is a 7150 watt system, 22 big 325 Panasonic panels, and an inverter, grid tie. And we needed climate control in the greenhouse, so we put in a climate battery. And you should read Jerome Ozentowski's fine book, The Forest Garden Greenhouse, if you want to see how to do that in detail. And of course, the stem wall is insulated. And of course, it's polycarbonate south wall and roof. And it has fans and shelving and space that keeps that man happy in the winter. Barrels are valve boxes. You saw the well. The irrigation system, the drip irrigation, is not directly connected. We fill those tanks with hoses off of this. These are directly connected to the well, and we have very good pressure. I'll tell you this, our sand has no structure. We ran that machine 4.5 hours in 9 days. That's how much work was needed to dig the trenches. All the rest of the time was us redigging them when they collapsed and laying the pipe. But we did it. And we even repaired a major leak, 2 major leaks. And now we have a very solid system that supplies us all the water that the farm needs. If you don't provide for water, you'll never succeed. You need it on property. And you need several sources. So we have big roofs, and we have well water, and we have ponds. So we've begun to adapt deeply to our environment and get our roots down inside it. And the results are showing. The trees are starting to bear. They're flowering profusely. Trimming the native black locust is giving us fence posts to contain livestock, the first of which is my daughter's dog, her English Shepherd. There's material for use and reuse. We're raising poultry. Here it's chickens for meat. We're making biochar out of the brushy tops of the locust and other waste wood. We're inoculating it with compost tea and applying it to the trees. We've got fencing and gates so we can visit our neighbors. We're bearing fruits, cherries, pears, apples, plums, peaches, small fruits, mushrooms. We're growing some tropicals indoors and out. We have a lovely transition to the outside in our vestibule. We have an outdoor shower with 2 compartments for men and women. Friends are giving us things we don't raise ourselves, and we raise a lot. We're warm in the winter, and we have firewood stored up for 3 years and more. I call this full belly. And it leads directly to where we are now, the culmination of a long process, my dream, my hope, my work, my prayer, as family have joined us. And we've begun to hit a multi-generational stride. This is a glimpse of where we are today with growing climate control structures, attached, detached, durable, ephemeral, and so on. We built this pit greenhouse last fall as a family of 4 adults with my partner, my daughter, and my son-in-law. And we plan a second one for next year while we exploit the hoop house here, which, by the way, came with us on our backs from Bloomington. This is inside the pit greenhouse. Red is a color that plants use. It also captures heat. Underground connections to water, overground climate shelter, indoor seedling production for our use and for sale, soil mixing. Notice I said there were only 2 posts in the building that weren't dimensional. You just saw them. This is today. We're selling plants, we're selling produce, we're meeting the neighbors. We're raising the crop of ducks and geese for this year's work in the orchard. And we're planning for next year's move, a garage, 2 stories here next to a house that my kids already own that will move onto the site. So I'm going to stop there if I can. Pause the slideshow and leave on that note. This is what I wrote before I built the system in Michigan. And it's a book I recommend to you. The principles I used to do what I did and what I showed you are all here. But I'd really like to engage with you a bit. And I hope that Dakota and Rob have been taking notes and maybe not too many mean comments about me running on and on. And can pass me along some good stuff. I'll stop the share. I'll go to whatever screen we need and turn up the microphone.
I only save my mean comments for this guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
likewise.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see the whole progression of you building your 2 permaculture properties and all the lessons and insights that you were able to glean from that. Just awesome.
It's real. I think that when you watch something like Kiss the Ground or what was the other one?
Biggest Little Farm.
Biggest Little Farm. I mean, those were real videos too, but I mean, this really, you guys were working with limited resources and limited labor and showing kind of the progression over time, I think was really valuable for people to be able to connect with. So
Absolutely.
Permanent means it takes a while.
yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna just quickly, actually, why don't we skip that? We'll do it because I know Peter's back ended today.
Yeah,
So-
we've only got Peter for another 20 minutes, and
So-
we've got all kinds of amazing questions for
Yeah.
you here.
Let's see that.
So the first one that both Rob and I were curious about is your having a greenhouse attached to a building is obviously a very kind of common what you want to call it, just like a concept within permaculture design. And
We get emails about it every week.
yeah,
How do I connect a greenhouse to a house? And I've come up with some strategies to do that. It's not, I usually actually recommend people don't do it, to be honest, because of the
So do
building
I.
science.
yeah.
The building science makes it really challenging. So I'm curious kind of what your research and how you kind of overcame some of those building science challenges to connect the greenhouse to the home.
Yeah, well, really good waterproofing along the joint walls. On the north wall of the greenhouse, which is common with the workshop of the garage, it's plywood and painted, but it's over house wrap. and we waterproofed everything on that wall. We took waterproofing paint that you'd put on bathroom drywall and
wow.
coated the whole thing and then covered it over. On
Okay.
the common east wall with the kitchen, we actually built that with metal siding and it's still there.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's an exterior wall.
Mhm.
And we did everything we could. The beams you see inside were treated with beeswax, linseed oil, and solvent, and they're soaked and holding up pretty well. We have an advantage. Not everyone will have this advantage. It's cold a lot of the year, and we're on sand, and we have relatively dry conditions. Not that it doesn't get humid, not that we can't get 10 inches of rain in a week. We do, but it all goes away. It just runs off. So part of the building strategy in general for us was metal siding. I talk about an industrial building. It's got an industrial cladding because we're in a harsh climate. We've got wind and snow and ice, and they fly around in every imaginable combination.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think the message is that there are a lot of details that go into connecting a structure like this. And you do need to do your homework because you can end up creating a real problem for yourself with toxic mold and other condensation issues that can occur in the wall if you're not careful.
Yeah.
I trust you noticed there were a lot of windows, and those windows came out of the barn we built in Bloomington, which had to be hacked down. The second floor was the main cause celeb with the county authorities. We got the windows. They went in there.
Right.
But also, we have a climate battery, and one of the pieces of genius of the climate battery is it pulls warm, moist air up out of the upper layers of the greenhouse, puts it down underground in plenums where it circulates, cools, and drops its moisture. So we can dehumidify the greenhouse continuously, even before we open the windows and let the air, and there's a lot of air moving, flow through.
Yeah.
I would say, don't do this at home until you get some really good advice.
Yeah.
But it works here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just spent the better part of last summer. Mitch, who's our TA on the call here, is putting a white paper together with me. And we studied the thermodynamics with a finite element analysis model for these geo exchange systems in greenhouses. So we'll be in touch when that happens, Peter. We can put that into the Permaculture magazine.
Yeah.
Very good.
And so, Peter, like you've on your property now, you have two, you have an attached greenhouse with an energized solar system in it. Do the detached greenhouses, are they a similar system with the earth tubes or no?
No. The detached pit greenhouse has a small ventilating window screened on east and west ends and a door.
Yeah.
And it's we're going to need some sort of remote monitoring probably because we're getting old and feeble and forget things. It's like we almost toasted all the seedlings yesterday. It went from 60 degrees to 120 in about 3 hours.
Wow.
Well, closed up while Keith was mending clothes for a trip and I was doing this. But it's okay. We came through fine. No, they work beautifully and they don't need any extra heat in the winter, which they need adapted crops.
I've got a line on some really great vents, Peter. I should send you the contact info from Pennsylvania. And I'm going to be trialing them out on my greenhouse here shortly. So once I've trialed them, I'll let you know what they are.
We have we could easily modify the superstructure on the north side to vent if we find that that's something we need to do.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's another kind of major theme in the questions is people asking about details about your sauna and plans, how you connected that in, what
Yeah, it's right in the center. It's
and so this is a dry sauna, right?
It's a dry sauna. It has a Finnish made halo stove that sits in the sauna room but is fed from outside. It opens from the sauna into a changing room, which is also a hallway between the garage and the house and the bathroom. So everything is there. We've got we can step out of the sauna and go take a cold shower. We can walk out through the garage and roll in the snow. We can go into the house and dress. Every bit of heat going up or in all four directions laterally is going into conditioned space. There
I
is
think I
no
need a
waste.
basement now.
Yeah.
We can heat the whole house with the sauna stove alone. But we have a
Wow.
bigger one in the living room that's more convenient, that distributes it a little better for our
Wow.
comfort.
Yeah.
We use the sauna as a clothes dryer in winter or whenever conditions are inclement. And the laundry lines stay hung up on the roof. How did we isolate it? Vapor barrier. I mean, it's thick wall insulation. We used mineral wool in those walls rather than blown cellulose, which is moisture resistant. Rock wool, sometimes called expanded mineral. And we put reflective barrier all around. It's a dry sauna. I mean, we can pour water on the stove and get moisture, but for the most part, it's just dry heat.
Cool.
And baffling the chimney that goes through it and up to the roof was the main issue.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There's a hatch that opens that lets heat go directly into the greenhouse, has a fan in it, exhausts through the sauna, pumps warm air into the greenhouse. I can raise the temperature in there 30 degrees inside an hour if I need to, against outdoor temperatures.
I'm just remembering, I visited Jerome Osentowski during my travels, and that's when I first learned about you, actually. And that brings it back to the sauna, because you used to take the train to teach at his PDC, didn't you?
Exactly. Yes, I did. I taught there 10 years between 2001 and 2013, at least 10 times.
Yeah.
I got pickled in it. Jerome he's absolute taskmaster about the things that he knows. It's like, you learn.
Yeah.
And
Totally.
while he's feeding you figs, you're like, okay, now get this. You can't say no. So
Yeah. I remember showing up there, and he was a bit standoffish, probably because a lot of people come and visit him. But within an hour, he had us on a sailboat. He was fishing for trout for us. He sent
Right.
us home with, I don't know, we were in a Westphalia van, and he fed us, and it was just such a lovely experience to see his property up in the really high alpine there.
it's a sublime experience.
Yeah.
Lemons, bananas, oranges, citrus at 7,200 feet, mile and a half up in the Rockies.
Yeah, totally.
It's like, this is genius. This is what permaculture can show the world. Come
Absolutely. Yeah.
How many people are currently living on site?
on. There are 7 people here now,
Wow.
and we have a farm helper coming in 3 days a week.
Okay.
And I would house more if I could figure out how to do it gracefully and all of that. I'm here with my partner, and my daughter and son-in-law bought the next door property, but we consider it to be one farm. They have a 3-bedroom modular home, double wide. We're going to move that onto one of our side lots and connect it to a new garage we build this year.
Oh, no.
They have 2 boys, 5 years old, 10 years old. And they have a friend. We have a friend living here, a young friend, also a young woman of 26.
Yeah.
I don't
Wow.
expect that's the final population. I can envision us getting up to a real nice household size of a dozen or, something like that.
Yeah. And do you have there's a lot of questions about plans for, the building that you've put together, because it takes hundreds, if not thousands of hours to think about all those connections and stuff like that. Is there any place that folks, are they in your, I know your
No,
book didn't
I
have
haven't
that.
done a book on it. I haven't
No.
done a book on it. And in fact, although we had plans drawn by an architectural student that we submitted to the building department, and they do resemble what we built, every critical decision was made in consultation with our builders in a very
Yeah.
organic process. That
Interesting.
doesn't mean we just waited until the last moment and said, oh, let's do this. It meant like we're looking, at a PERT chart in our minds or otherwise written out. It did get written out from time to time. We did sketches, we did layouts, we talked it through. We worked with builders with decades and decades of experience who
Yeah.
were intimate friends, people really we're close with, students of ours, neighbors, beloved people. And it just flowed out of all that. Now, not everybody gets so lucky, and sometimes you just have to put plans down. But I will point you to Christopher Alexander, who is my master in architecture. And he's telling you, you have to be clear about what you're going to do, and you need to model, and you need to sketch, and you need to have a very clear vision. But plans are dead. The building will not be alive if you try to build it from a set of plans made through the mind of one person. It's not going to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, don't be careless. Enter in. It's a complex process, requires that you pay a lot of attention to feedback. We made mistakes. The headers on those big upstairs windows weren't adequate to the code. The building inspector yanked us back and said, you won't handle the snow load. You need a bigger header. Pull them out, put another one in. Okay, thank you. But by and by, I have very few regrets. There's almost nothing that I really regret. I'd like to have put one other drain in the laundry hall so that we could have had a sink, but there's not really room for it. So it kind of doesn't matter.
That's pretty minor. Yeah.
So I know you're back-ended, Peter, and I want to ask you this question. It's been lovely to see your permaculture property, but you haven't just been gardening and building properties, you're building a global community. And with all the work that you've done on the kind of social side, chapter 14 stuff. And you've also been in the space for a very long time. You've seen it probably ebb and flow. And with this last year, I'm sure the interest in your inbox has been just as much as ours. Given unlimited amount of resources, human, financial, material, and looking at where permaculture has come, where do you see it going? And what would you do with all of those resources if you could just kind of wave your magic wand and scale this system up across the globe?
So look, there are global imperatives, and I didn't write them. I just recognize them, and other people recognize them, and I began to be an amplifier. In North America, we need 50 million new farmers in this generation. They're not there. 3% of Canadians and 0.2% of US residents are full-time farmers. We need 50 million, basically, full-time farmers, even if some of them are just a little bit above subsistence. So that's people on the land. That's access to land. That's training so they can succeed. How do you grow perennial crops? We know how to grow perennial crops. So the organization I serve as executive director, and I was formerly on the board as president and secretary and all that, is called Permaculture Institute North America, PINA.in, and they are right now putting together a pilot project on how to move people into perennial agriculture. We're going to work in the upper Midwest, center of the continent, Minnesota, Wisconsin right now. We're also launching a research project this year on mitigating fire ecology. We need to protect the forests we have. We need to plant many, 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 many new woodlands of many millions and billions of trees. And we need to make it pay or get society to pay for it. So if you've given me access to unlimited resources, those are two of the main things I would do. And the farmers, being land managers and smart people trained in permaculture, I would hope, are going to be harvesting water and building soil, using all kinds of strategies and anchoring that in a stable climate through reforestation.
Yeah.
We need justice for people of color. We need justice for all oppressed peoples of all across the world. And that's a majority of humanity. We're sitting here having a privileged discussion as white people, and two guys talking to another guy, an old one especially. I got lots of privilege. It's been hard for me to do this, what I've shown you. It was not, a breeze, but at least I had a pathway to cut through and get somewhere. A lot of people don't have that pathway. We have to help create it for a lot of our allies and people who would be extremely good at what needs to be done here, managing systems and learning from them and sharing that with other people. Those are the imperatives. We need this kind of environmental ecological education, a shift in paradigm of thinking, solving problems holistically. That's the permaculture stuff. We need 1 trillion new trees, and we need, tens of millions of new farmers. And our cities need to disaggregate and become green spaces, not go away, just tear down the wretched parts and plant them and put people in nicer places where they can have community and, make it all bike friendly.
What do you think is behind all this push towards vertical farms and these high energy intensity
Capital.
Yeah. I mean, it's
there's
also,
gobs of it. It's toxic. We need to take it away from these dopes who don't know what to do with it.
Yeah. No, it's just crazy. I've been wanting to kind of rage on the whole kind of high tech, centralized, vertical,
Fake meat,
and
fake milk.
it's just nuts.
Right.
I feel like if we don't start talking about it, we're gonna end up where we're going.
Fake meat means a fake countryside.
Yeah.
Do you want that?
Yeah.
That's most of the planet.
Yeah.
No.
Sounds like you want to rage with me. We should
Sure.
do a whole podcast on this.
I've got an axe to grind there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not personal to me in the sense that I've been injured by vegans or anything, insulted occasionally, but people can choose their own diet. But I'm talking about society, and we need animals in the landscape.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's that he made me do it. You saw him right there. He made me do it.
Peter, we've just kind of closing up here. We've got another just a few minutes before you've got to go. What do you have any final words for folks who are just starting out, building their permaculture properties, or who are well into it? What would you say to them?
Get help. I mean that in the sense of get good advice. Study. If you can't meet the people in person who are giving you the advice, read what they've written, view what they've filmed, find people who will be your allies in the process. You cannot do this alone. I did not do this alone. Sam and Step and Andy and Keith Skillman and his son Garrett and Ben Steinke and a host of teenagers and young 20-year-old somethings who had strong backs and lifted block and mixed cement. That went into the house. And all the allies and all the people who hired me, or all the people who listened to me moan and groan, or fed me when I was hungry and trying to do things that were impossible, working with bee veils to keep the mosquitoes off us while we were digging sand trenches in 100-degree heat. I had lots of help, and you need it too. If you don't get help, you won't succeed. Make yourself humble and vulnerable and keep learning and have confidence in yourself. You're doing the right thing.
I want to ask if this is being true for you, and then we'll close it out. But Mollison said that when you're doing the right thing, the resources pool. Have you found that to be true in your life?
Absolute. It's absolute solid metaphysics. It completely works.
Yeah.
In other words, pray. I don't care if you're religious, it doesn't make any difference. Frame what you want to do in your mind. Hold it like a burning ember, a gem, a brilliant diamond. Don't ever let go of it. And the world will organize itself to let you do that. That is assuming it's truly virtuous, that you're not trying to, destroy the world or something crazy. It looks crazy. It looks like, oh no, how can that happen? All the odds are stacked. Don't buy into that. Most of that is just BS. The true heart is going to come through what you do. Keep it pure and clear and remain curious and vulnerable and stay in the space of love with those around you. And it'll come. Money will come. Look, I didn't set out to be successful at any particular thing. I found permaculture and it gave me a pathway. Now I'm sitting in an executive director's chair trying to figure out what to do with $300,000, which didn't exist a month or 3 months ago. I mean, it was somewhere in the world. If you have the right ideas and if you demonstrate that you're true to them and that you're a good person, the world will support you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Well
doesn't mean
said.
you don't get to work. I mean, it means you get to not work. You have to work, but it
Yeah.
will come.
Yeah. Sage advice. That is a fantastic note to end on. Peter, thank you so much for taking the time to,
All right.
oh, one more thing did you want to say?
Well, I just want you to be sure you provoke the audience in trying to give away my books or something.
we
All right.
definitely will.
You got my hint.
I did.
I
Yes.
did, yeah.
I think it's wide out there and big and bold. So we'll see who was paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
right.
Have you got him on the podcast yet?
I haven't. No, if you, I
It
know
would
you're
be a lot
busy
of
man.
fun. Let's do it.
Let's do
You
it.
call
We'll-
me up. You let me know.
The three of us will have a rage against the machine.
Yay!
We got to start with that song.
Yeah.
You might have to dust your hair, Dakota. The other two of us here probably qualify as old white guys, but
Yeah. I'm
you don't.
trying to grow a beard, but I can't. So
He's putting raw milk on it. It's helping a bit.
oh, okay. Maybe he'll get moss.
Anything's better than nothing.
that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're
right.
gonna go to our prizes here, and
Okay, it's time for me to fly down the road and catch a train. or at
Okay,
least
okay.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Take
you
care.
so very much. It's been a tremendous pleasure.
yeah,
Bye-bye.
talk soon.
Oh, that was fantastic. What an absolute gem. All right, let's we've got to give away some books from Peter, talk about what's coming up next, and thank our sponsors that have helped make this event possible now. So sit tight, because we're going to be giving away, what have we got for prizes first?
Let's have a quick peek at that.
Look at that. I know we've got two of
Peter's books.
Peter's, they're heavy books.
They are
They're-
heavy books.
they're like three of our book.
Yeah, that's right. That must have taken him years to write that.
It was actually one of the first book. When I first got into permaculture, I went on online and I purchased. I was like 3 or 4, and his was one of the first books I purchased.
Yeah, I mean, New Society probably shouldn't be taking 40% off. They should be adding 40% to the price.
Yeah, no kidding. And there's so many it's very. I remember one of the things that stood out to me is he gave like a process for like really detailed things, like how to measure like the height of a tree using like a protractor, and just like tips that as a consultant that he'd learned over the decades of doing it. And it was just really amazing, or how to like lay out a site or measure it with just your feet, and just really like simple nuggets that have stuck with me to this day. So it really is a fantastic book.
So I'm hearing the tape going on to the boxes over there. We've actually, I should grab the camera and take it over there, but there's so many books being sold right now that my 2 kids are on the production line packing books for you guys.
Yeah.
So let's keep them busy so that they've got something to do while we're busy trying to.
And what did you say the final count was? What we had 1,000 books that we went on the limb on to pre-order from our publishers, and we have
We've got about 300 left.
we have 300 left, and there's still another full day to get it. And we have some more on back order if those ones run out, but we're not sure when they're going to be available. So if you want to get this is the soonest you can possibly get a physical copy of the book, is to purchase the book bundle. That, are we sharing the screen there?
Yep.
I'm not sure. If
Yep. Yeah, it's right here.
Okay. So with this book bundle, you get unlimited lifetime access to all the recordings. So the conversation that we just had with Peter, plus the other 19 folks that are taking part in the summit. You also get a copy of the book, whether it's a physical copy or an ebook or audiobook. You get access to all of our tools, the GIS workflow tool for Google Earth Pro that I showed this morning. We've got a life planner, which is like a calendar with all the ability to set your goals, create itemized to-do lists and schedules, and it's all in one. I've got a copy right here. This is like really simple stuff that has taken us decades or a decade to figure out. This is one of the tools that you're going to get access to.
That's our life planner.
Yeah, that's our life planner. We've got there's vision and values 1-pager templates, property diagnosis templates, file systems for your computers, all just kinds of tools and templates, everything that we talk about in the book that we couldn't fit in because it's not the format to have it printed. You also get access to a Google Earth Pro course that teaches you how to use Google Earth Pro, because even though it's a free tool, it takes it's very simple to use. There's only about 4 or 5 functions, but because it's a free tool, can be a bit clunky at times. So we've created a program to walk you right through it. And there's also a short kind of mini course that walks through all 5 steps in our process and that we talk about in the book. All that value is worth over $500. And you'll get it for only for the summit for $149. It's $100 off. And
We just threw in another $500 of value.
you'll get a bookmark too.
A $500 bookmark.
Limited edition, laminated, can't tear it. Just, really, really good quality stuff right
Yep,
there.
absolutely. Okay. So we just heard from Peter Bain, and next up is the Shep.
Yeah, Mark Shepard. I am looking forward to razzing this guy. If you think the banter between Rob and I is good, wait till Mark Shepard gets on the call.
Yeah. It could be dangerous. Dakota and I think one of the first times we met was at a Mark Shepard workshop, actually.
That was the first, and you were kind of a jerk to me back then.
Well,
actually.
you were just a little twerp.
You thought you were just such the big boss in town that you wouldn't even give me the time of day.
Yeah, but I mean, if you saw what this guy looked like, you'd understand why.
Yeah, you think I look young now? This was like 7.
I think
8
you
years
had dreadlocks or something.
No,
in
I
your
didn't
hair.
have dreadlocks. No, I've never had dreadlocks.
The dreaded farmer.
Yeah.
And then Rosemary Morrow, Jeff Lawton, and Philippe to finish off the day. So lots coming. So once again, thanks to New Society. You can get Peter's book there today at 40% off.
Along with every other book that they've got, when there's hundreds of books on all aspects of how to build your permaculture property and build a new society.
Yeah, basically. Get on it.
Get on it.
Um,
There's a promo code, so it's 40% off. Mitch or TA is going to throw that in the chat window, and that 40% off code is only good for the summit. So make sure you get on that.
Perfect. So we actually just got accredited with PINA. We're actually a PINA accredited teaching organization right now. So our and we're actually going to be starting to offer diplomas to our students as well if they want to go through the diploma program. We're just sorting out what that means. Great organization. They really are trying to scale permaculture. They're associated with a college. I'm thinking we need to get a college on board up here in Canada in association with PINA as well. I've got some ideas on who that might be, but check them out. They've got great publications, lots of information, and yeah, keep tuned to all the different projects they're working on.
And it sounds like they must be really taking off. He said they've got a $300,000 budget. I wonder if it costs a little bit to become accredited to the organization, but they must have gotten some donors to help kick this stuff off. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, and on that, if you're loving this permaculture stuff and you want to support them, go get a membership. It's not very expensive, and it goes a long way to kind of keep them doing all the good work that they do. So highly recommend that. All of our permaculture design grads now get a membership in PINA as a result of the PDC. So we include that in our tuition.
Holistic management. So two of our sponsors were Holistic Management Canada, which is this organization, and Holistic Management International. And this is like the brother from another mother in terms of permaculture. The folks that are involved in both the international and the Canadian version of holistic management are just fantastic people. Both Rob and I have had the chance to take courses from them, to teach with them. Just really grassroots people that are doing awesome work. So if you whether you're international or you're based out of Canada, definitely check out these organizations. They've got all kinds of tools and templates of their own that are really great. They also offer one of the best conferences I've ever been to in terms of regenerative agriculture. Holistic Management Canada and Organic Alberta, at least for years, they kind of took turns hosting and having their conferences together. And I've presented and been an audience member of these conferences, and just the community. Like, you'll get 300 people at one event of just like in one place listening to this amazing stuff, and you think that there's nobody else in the world that's as crazy as you until you go to one of these conferences, and just fantastic stuff. So thank you so much to holistic management. In particular, Dana Penrice, who's the I'm not sure what her position. She's basically the head honcho of. She manages all these crazy old teachers that started the movement holistic management. She's kind of coordinating them and organizing their schedules and just doing fantastic work. So thanks so much to the folks there.
Yeah, and I just should say there's a lot of bad press coming out right now about beef and livestock.
Yeah.
That couldn't be further from the truth. We have got to stomp that rumor out. The mythology that livestock are somehow bad for the planet is completely ridiculous. If you haven't heard about holistic management and what you can actually accomplish with properly managed livestock, I highly encourage you to watch a few TED Talks on the matter. Alan Savory's got a great one, and check out some of the resources here. Eco growth. These are close friends of mine. Both Kim and Glenn are kind of like the permaculture versions in the waste industry, and so they take liabilities and turn them into opportunities. And they have got one of the coolest factories I've ever seen. Every single product that comes through their organization gets upcycled and turned into something unique. So they literally turn waste problems into gold mines for companies. And so the future is going to be including eco growth. If you represent an industrial or a commercial business that has waste problems, cardboard, wood waste, pretty much any kind of waste.
Tell them about their carpet cleaning system.
Oh, yeah.
It just blew my like if when you think about, we've said this several times, but you don't do permaculture, you use permaculture in what you do. And here's an example of like a pretty like an industry that you would never think, people who clean vacuums or provide, like toilet paper and hand towels for just, office buildings. Rob's going to talk about how they've turned that into a permaculture business.
Yeah. So, I mean, they've got multiple. So Eco Growth actually is a parent company called Executive Mat Service. And so Kim actually invented a rug cleaning machine that uses 99% less water than what's available on the market. And so they go around the city, they collect people's doormats, they clean them. They've invented doormats that don't harbor toxic mold. Those doormats come back to their facility, they clean them, they send them back out. And then Kim realized one day, he's like, man, like I could be selling them paper towel at the same time, but I don't want that paper towel going to landfill. So let's insist that they send the paper towel back to our facility. So the paper towel comes back to the facility, it gets turned into a heat resource because they burn it in their gasification boiler. That heat then goes to heat the hot water, which cleans the mats. All of the dirt coming off of the mats goes through another set of technology that's similar, that's from the wine industry actually. And so this is how they get to such a high water efficiency. They then harvest all the dirt out of the mats, that gets burned to produce energy. Meanwhile, they're getting carbon credits because they're not using natural gas to heat their hot water. And they've got about 3 or 4 of these other systems. They figured out how to deal with K-cups. They've got, they deal with all the ink rags from the printing industry, and they have the ability to distill off the volatiles off of these rags. So they get paid to take the rags, then they get the distillate off, they run those through their boilers, they don't use natural gas. And then they sell the rags back to the printing industry so that these toxic rags are not ending up in the landfill. And so Kim's mission in life is to basically eliminate the need for landfills globally. I highly recommend checking them out. So if you're an industrial, commercial, or even like a storefront and you've got a waste problem, you should go check them out. They ship all over the world. They've got a bunch of videos. I've done a couple of YouTube videos on some of their systems on my YouTube channel, on the Verge Permaculture YouTube channel. And if you want an introduction, I can make an introduction to Glenn in his company. So check them out at eco-growth.ca. Thanks for your support, guys. Okay.
All right, time for the book giveaway. If you think my riddles were hard, Peter gave us a kind of a pop quiz question to test how whether or not you guys were paying attention to his presentation. And so his question is, if you can pull up the chat as well. People can see that, I think.
No,
okay.
I
Okay.
can't.
Pull up YouTube so we can actually see the chat as to whether or not people are going to get even remotely close to this. We might have to give you a clue. So the way this is going to work is we're going to give you a quiz from the presentation from Peter. And we're also going to give off some numbers. These ones are pretty hard. So let's do, actually, as soon as you get the right thing, a bunch of people answer it.
Yeah.
So let's do 100, 200, and 300 again, just to keep it simple for our TAs. So the 100th, 200th, and 300th person to get the answer to this question correct are going to get, actually, no, there's only 2 books, right?
2 books.
We only need 100th and 200th then. So only 2 books available. You're going to get a copy of Peter Bain's book. It's just a fantastic resource. If you live overseas, you won't be able to get a physical copy, but we'll send you an e-copy. But before we dive into that, let's apparently our TAs have figured out who our last winners for the prizes were from our last draw.
Oh, and they want a lower number.
They want a lower number. Lower number makes it. Well, yesterday you told me a higher number. Make up your minds, guys. All right, you wanted single digits,
5 and
double,
10.
5 and 10,
5 and 10.
5 and 10. Please, Catlin. Is single digits, Mitch, or double digits? What do you want? You tell me. Low doubles, he says. Low doubles. All right. Okay.
10 and 11.
10 and 11. Oh, that's 10 and 11. So the prize winners from our last draw, which was from last time, Jay So and Proyectos Ecológicos.
Yeah.
And those guys won books, which were, I can't remember. There's so many prizes I can't remember.
I know, I'm losing my mind.
And then the winner of the Annika gift basket with all the soaps and lotions and stuff was Anne Cowell. Cowell.
Yeah.
Anne Cowell. Our TA is also reminding folks that you can only win once. So you're welcome to throw your answer up in the chat, but we're not gonna send you more than prize, you greedy buggers trying to take it all for yourselves. Okay, so we've got the 10 and 11th person to get this. This is a hard one. So Peter asks in his slide presentations, somewhere about in the middle, he said, what tool was in his unfinished house that would immediately tell you that it was a permaculture property? There was a certain tool that was kind of tucked away in a corner somewhere that would let you know that it was a permaculture house. It is a very ubiquitous, kind of iconic tool. It definitely was not the lawnmower.
Or the teddy bear.
Or the teddy bear. No, it was not the mower.
No mower.
No, stop putting lawnmower in. Every lawnmower you say Trump. No.
Nope.
No, you're all wrong with lawnmower.
No.
Lawns go together with permaculture as much as Trump goes together with politics.
Okay, our TAs are monitoring who says lawnmower, and you guys are going to get kicked out of the chat.
Yeah. My goodness.
Scythe. Oh, you're getting closer.
No. I'll give you a hint. It starts. It's a letter of the alphabet. It's a letter of the alphabet. Actually, that's.
Oh, we got it.
Hey!
Oh, what was that? Oh, someone else said it.
10th and 11th. There's actually somebody said the buckets full of urine.
Oh,
That's close, but there it is. There it is again.
I've seen it a few times now.
Yeah.
Starts with the letter A.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. We're getting close. There's so many people.
There's a lot of people saying it. A-frame it is. Okay.
A-frame. Good job, folks.
Good job. Okay.
We are okay. So we've got a little bit of a break before we bring Mark Shepard on, who is just, I'm sure you guys already know who he is, but if you don't, you're gonna love him. He's I wonder if the reason they were choosing to do, Peter Bain was talking about they're starting their focus of regeneration in the Midwest. I wonder if that's a result of Mark Shepard, because I know he's in Wisconsin and he's been doing just some incredible work. But we've got a few minutes for that. And so why don't we roll that beautiful interlude. We have our own commercials, folks, thanks to our team.
Mitch is so pro. I mean,
No-
Catlin's pro too. They're all pro. Ben's pro.
No big deal.
Yeah. Okay. Make sure you share the sound this time, Mitch, because we all want to hear a bit more Charlie.
Yeah.
and we'll see you guys with Mark Shepard shortly.
Work all day from 9 to 5 and come home feeling half alive. Never see your kids and wife, and I've got news for you. There's no point doing what you do unless it's somehow good for you. Got to get a result or two in the form of something real. Now if you're feeling stressed and not the best and have trouble finding happiness, well, here's one thing I will suggest. Obtain yourself a yield. Obtain yourself a yield. Sustain your energy. Don't drain yourself. Maintain yourself. Obtain yourself a yield. Now money is not the only yield. You could be making a bigger deal about what you eat for your next meal. You can't run on an empty tank. Ignore the stash of cash in your pocket. Just make a salad with some homegrown rocket. Just have to go at the back and pluck it. No need to go to the bank. You gotta work your days for stuff that pays. Not just money, but in many ways. It's time you clear away the haze and obtain yourself a yield. Obtain yourself a yield. Something you can eat. You can produce some things of use with your own 2 hands and feet. Obtain yourself a yield right in the here and now. Make sure to earn something in return. Here, let me show you how. Feeling sleepy, then go and have a sleep. And if you feel like there's not enough air, then breathe in very deep. And if you're thirsty, then you order, get yourself a drink of water. And if it's gonna be cold and you're feeling bold, you can cheer yourself a sheep.
As a matter of fact,
In any given moment, there's everything you need. Just look around, it will be found. And obtain yourself a yield. Obtain yourself a yield. Take only what you need. Life's pretty fun when you're getting some, but there's no need for greed. Obtain yourself a yield, and one for others too. Make sure to seal both ends of the deal. What's good for both of you? Yeah, an easy way to do it is to give one to your friends. Because the good things you do come back to you, and the yield just never ends. That's right, the good things you do come back to you, and the yield just never ends. Yeah, the good things you do come back to you, and the yield just never, ever, ever, ever ends. Everything you need is right in front of you, when you learn to see, good things come to you. All you have to do is stop and take a look around. Before you intervene, don't do anything. Just come to all your senses. They'll tell you everything. First you have to learn to stop and take a look around. Take a look around. Listen to the sound. Why not take a whiff? You'll see much better if you use more than just your eyes. Take a step outside. If you wanna know what your soil is like and what is gonna grow. All you have to do is stop and take a look around. Take a look around. Get your hands into the ground. Don't be scared of the dirt. It isn't gonna hurt. And if you're braver, try the flavor. Take a handful of that land and go on, squeeze it in your hand. Then check out the display. If it stays together, it's clay. But if it falls apart, it's sand. Oh yeah, take a look, take a look, take a look. Read the landscape like a book. Interact, low impact, get your feedback when you take a look around. Abundance will abound. The problem is the solution. Just depends on your perception. Try to change yourself before the world. Yeah, take a look around. On the inside and the out. 'Cause when you observe yourself, you see everything else. Make good use of it now. Some people tell me that I'm crazy, 'cause I do things that don't fit in with the rest of society. Like my love of small spaces, my room ain't too large. I just live in a box underneath the house off the corner of my garage. But the edge is where it's at, and it's easy to create. And my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Been looking to settle down, find someplace nice where I can get my hand on some marginal land and turn it into paradise. The smaller the better, and I don't care if it's bad. I guess I'm the kind of fella who'll always be a fringe dweller. Just do the best I can with what I have. Because the edge is where it's at, and it's the most productive place. And my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. I might wind up in the desert with whipping wind and sun. Well, I'll just plant a hedge and I'll start my edge, and I'll have sorted two things with one. Oh, but if the rain is a-falling and washing everything away, I'll just slow down that water with a convoluted border, and everything gonna be okay. Because the edge is where it's sack. I'm gonna work that into face. Cause my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Yes, she did. Make a pledge to acknowledge the edge. Grow some veg and stack it on a ledge. Wherever things come together, you'll find it getting better. You'll fall so in love with the edge, you wanna write it a love letter. Just broaden your range at the place of exchange. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Oh, there's every single color sitting between white and black. A well-being world ain't always the right track.
We'll just finish this solo and then get started. Such good music.
Because the
All right.
edge is where.
Wow, such great music. I was dancing there. I'm not sure my video's at. Is it not coming up there? Yeah, it's coming up. There we go. I think we just had a disconnection there from. Are you able to see our video there, Mitch? Huh. Are you having a problem with video? Yeah, okay. All right. So I'm going to be bringing in Mark Shepard here right away. But I tried to entice you guys to hit the like button, but it just hasn't been working. I mean, I was offering dancing, which I think was a carrot, but it just didn't work for you guys. So I'm having to pull out all the stops here. I brought in my werewolf, and he's going to scare you into hitting the like button. So can you come on stage, werewolf, please? Give us a big roar.
He's our guard dog. So it's not Mark Shepard. It's
Come on, folks. Let's get it going, eh? We're at 692. Those are rookie numbers. Let's get them up.
Give me a roar. All right, thanks, Mitch.
so,
No worries. Anytime, I got you.
See, if it wasn't a full moon, Mitch would have been here with us helping to put on the concert. But because he's, it's that time of the month, he's just dangerous to be around. So we had to keep him locked up in a facility in Calgary so he doesn't hurt us.
So we're both students of Mark. And so when
speaking of another big hairy guy.
And when we wrote the book, we had to send it off to him and get his approval. And Mark is a principled guy. He in his first book, he talks about his stun process, sheer and total utter neglect.
Yeah.
And he treats his students the same way. And only the ones that actually kind of do good and stay alive are the ones that he pays attention to and talks about. And so the response from his email when we sent him a request for
and it was a really nice request. Like it was like, hey, Mark, we really miss you. We just poured our life energy.
Actually, I think it was a bit rude. I reminded him that he drank all my. Anyways, that's another story. So
maybe we deserved it.
Maybe we deserved it.
What did he say?
So he said, well, I'll only review your book if it doesn't suck.
Yeah, geez. Just poured years of our life into this thing.
Anyways, we are so thrilled to have you on the show today. We've got almost 1,000 people live streaming right now. And Mark, you've just written a new book, so I want you to tell us.
Well, to be fair, we had 2,000 before you showed up, Mark.
Mark is, in all seriousness, Mark has just written a new book. He's literally.
It doesn't suck.
He's literally terraforming or helping to terraform the planet with his work. And he did an incredible amount of research and development over many years and thousands, millions of dollars probably on his own property. And he's going to share some of that hard-earned knowledge with you guys today. If you ever get a chance to take a course from Mark, or if you don't have his books, Acres is one of our sponsors who publishes his books. We highly recommend you go pick one up.
And so his first book, Restoration Agriculture, was just fantastic. It's been like a bestseller. It's won all kinds of awards. And I have no doubt that his newest book, Water for Any Farm, is going to be in the same boat. I just finished reading it. Both of them are on Audible. So it works great for people like me who are illiterate. And it's very, very accessible. But yeah, they're both just fantastic books. So Mark, thanks so much for
Yeah, the one issue with Water for Any Farm, if you do it on Audible, is it's a very visual book. There's a lot of diagrams showing how things roll. So you miss a lot of that if you just get it on Audible.
Yeah.
So basically, folks, you got to buy both the Audible and the paper copy.
Look at that, just trying to get more money. You. Hey, Mark, there's that. We're having problems with your audio. Is there any way you could speak closer? Not that I want to be any closer to your face, but I think
that's how's that working? Because
that looks good.
That's better. Yeah.
Well, that's basically all I got for the audio. So my microphone is about 1 kilometer away. So.
All right. Cool. Well, take it away, Mark.
Well, actually, at first when you guys had emailed me, you said it would be more conversational. Then after the intro you guys just gave me, it's like, well, forget that. I mean, this is going to be a conversation. I'm in trouble. What I'll do though, you also said, go ahead and, don't do a formal presentation, but bring up, 10, 20 slides or so that kind of go through the process and all that kind of whatever. And so I put together about 70 slides. And so like the first, 30 to 50 are really, there's a lot of stuff I haven't even shown before, some really old archival stuff. So feel free to, interject and make it conversational.
You bet.
And believe me, I'll stick up for myself if you guys.
Oh, we know. You don't get this far in your career without having some tough skin. That's for sure.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, and actually that's an interesting story. I won't go there. I just won't go there.
All right.
Well, because actually this is advice that Gary Zimmer gave me when I was first going to publish Restoration Agriculture. He told me, don't read the reviews, just don't read the reviews. And at first I didn't pay any attention to them, and I read the reviews, and you get like 3 million that are awesome reviews, and you get this one jerk showing up over and over and over again. And so just no matter what you do, no matter who you are, somebody's going to hate you and somebody's going to be pissed off by what you do. So don't pay any attention to them. Help those who want to be helped. And that's what I'm all about. And, you guys have been in the trenches long enough. I'm here to help you and other folks who actually want to do this. I'm not interested in hanging out with people who want to like nitpick and put stuff down, because this works. Yeah. And what you have here on this, if you got you see this shared screen and all that?
Yeah. Yes. You got it.
There's a before and after. Any questions, people? It works. It really works. And you can do it, and you can cash flow along the way. By cash flow, I don't necessarily mean, crushing it 6 figures on a 1/4 acre postage stamp lot. It's like, no. I can live a good life. I can eat really well, raise a family, and really improve the value of the real estate that was purchased. Who's whispering at what?
Rob just whispered. He's like, I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah. Could have done that. He could have done that.
So it's now I feel like we're more equally matched. So if you gotta take some swipes at me, Mark, you can go right ahead now.
Well, never mind. I would love to get into like a war of intellect with you, but because I love playing solitaire. Anyway, so here's some pictures. This is our New Forest Farm. The upper pictures I really haven't shown very much at all, mostly because they were originally taken with 35mm camera. Project got started was myself, my wife at the time, and our infant son back in 1995. This property was an arranged marriage. I was at a permaculture design course in Colorado in 1993 when I first suggested that we design a farm on permaculture principles to grow staple food crops, our carbohydrates, proteins, and oils, and do this at scale so we can have the economies of scale to actually feed the industrial food system with crops that are coming from ecological systems. And a couple of the guys in the course said, wow, that's a pretty neat idea. I've got some money and investments that I don't like. Maybe I'll cash out of that and put a down payment on a piece of property. So 2 weeks later, I got a phone call from this guy in Milwaukee who said, "Hey, I found a piece of property, send your money." It's like, oops, had no money. So I ended up putting it on credit cards in order to get in on this project. And within the first year of being involved on this piece of real estate, I'd moved myself and my wife at the time and our infant son, 2 dogs, all of our worldly possessions to this property that for me, moving from Alaska, was flat as a pancake and just boring as all get out. And within the first calendar year, both of the other partners wanted to get bought out, and then they left the partnership, and it was just us, and we're stuck there. And we were in debt, still had student debt, and no place to go. We were living in a camper, so we figured, well, why not? Let's just succeed. So that was a good starting point. So the upper left photo was probably 1996 or 97. And probably 6 or 8 years later is the upper right. And then the lower one is probably only 3 or 4 years ago. One of the things that I want to bring up today and have repeated throughout this whole thing is succession. Your system is going to change. There is no such thing as a fixed system. What you set up today is going to be different next week, next year, the year after, a decade from now, 25 years from now. And the enterprises, the cash flow items that you utilize in year 1 may be very different from what you utilize in year 20, for example. Understand that and have some knowledge ahead of time. And some of the knowledge ahead of time on the planning process that I had gone through, having a little bit of a training in ecology, I figured, well, I might as well go find out what this Wisconsin place is. And what was the original, back in the early 1800s when Europeans first got here, what was the vegetation type at the time? I also looked up in geological, historical records of what the vegetation types were here all the way back to the previous ice age. And where the property is located is right down here at the intersection between oak savanna and southern oak forest. I said, all right, well, that tells me that for the past, 15, 20,000, 100,000 years, those plant community types have done well here. They've been through solar minima when it was an ice age, and they've been through maximum when there's actually somewhere close to 30 species of cacti in that part of Wisconsin.
Wow.
So this region has had both extremes, and these plant communities have been there since that time. I was reading a 1993 report to the EPA on oak savanna because I found out this was oak savanna. Well, what is an oak savanna? I was living in the boreal forest. How would I know what oak savanna is? And I found this report by Stephen Applebaum and Alan Haney. And the dark areas, what you see are all the same plant community type. In the eastern part of the US, my apologies to Canadians who live further north than the screen. On the eastern side, where it's more humid, it's mostly contiguous forest, and the black spots were holes in the forest, and this plant community type came in and sprouted in that hole in the forest. Out in the Great Plains, where water was a limiting factor and fire was more frequent, you'd find the black spots, the same plant community type, would appear as islands and oases in moister areas. Then in the middle, there was a sloshing between forms, everything from what looks like an old field grown up with brush to a mid-stage, really thick, dense thicket with everything thrown in there, to later stage where fire had gone through and cleaned out the brush and it was grass underneath, trees up above. And then there were other places that were completely closed canopy forest. So it was a mixed combination of appearances, but it's the same plant community type. And no matter where you live around the world, you can go find your plant community types. And if you mimic this, it will grow for you. And if you think that the climate is changing, you can plant some warmer cultivars, some colder cultivars, do your breeding in the middle, and you have the genetics to go whichever way the climate goes with you. So here's the species that were part of the oak savanna complex.
Hey, Mark. So, sorry to interrupt. There's your hand or something must be on your mic. We're having a hard time hearing you. It's a bit muffled.
Okay.
That's way better. Perfect.
All right.
Okay.
So these are the plant community types that, these are the plants that are within the oak savanna, barrens and prairie complex. Everywhere you see on this map goes all the way up to like Ericdale, Manitoba, even further north than that. Oak, chestnut, or beech is the tall trees that produce nuts. Apples is an understory. Hazelnuts, the prunuses, everything from the tall eastern black cherries to the ground dwelling sand plums, raspberries, grapes, currants, fungi, forage, livestock. Livestock pre-European would have been primarily bison, antelope, and actually pre-human, it included 2 species of giraffe, 2 species of armadillo, 9 species of ground sloth, mastodon, Columbian mammoth, woolly mammoth. These were the animals that inhabited the savannas of North America. That's what created such a rich, abundant soil that Europeans came along and plowed up and tried to plant crops. So wherever you live, look at your regional plant community types and imitate them. You can't lose. What I did is I now pick out the ones that will serve me the best. So on the tall trees, chestnut produces regularly, and it's a carbohydrate equivalent to corn that grows on a tree. And then hazelnut is a shrub that has a high protein, high oil nut. Between the chestnut and the hazelnut, I've got something up high, something down low. I've got the equivalent of corn and beans growing on a perennial plant. And I've touched a chestnut tree that's 4,000 years old over in Sicily. And I've touched a hazelnut bush in Barcelona, Spain, that was planted by the Romans in 300 AD. So we're talking sustainable agriculture here, not like, oh, let's increase the carbon in our soil and our broccoli will be regenerative. So imitate your plant community type, find the food species and plant them. Take care of them a little bit if you want. I don't treat my plantings like an orchard. An orchard only exists in the human mind. A natural ecology behaves differently than an orchard does. And it just so happens that orchard species came from natural plant community types and actual ecologies. So I manage more like an ecological system rather than an orchard, because all of the problems in an orchard are caused by the concept of orchard. This is a oak savanna in Wisconsin. This one has not been plowed at all. It had been grazed in the middle to late 1800s. So this is the appearance of what an oak savanna would look like, is the canopy never quite closes. It's between 30 and 60% canopy closure. So you always have vegetation on the ground and you have enough light to have all your different layers growing quite well. And once again, we have to understand that our property is going to go through succession. And it's not going to be a natural succession that you just leave it alone, or you could leave it alone and see where it goes. This is a guided succession. And we're going to start in the early years with annual weeds. And some of the annual weeds that I grew for cash crops were corn, wheat, barley, rye, oats, peas. I went into organic produce. I've been a member of the Organic Valley Cooperative since 1995. And that's where I've marketed most of my produce, and I've sold it all wholesale. One of the ideas that we wanted to work with is I did not want to access high-end specialty markets. I wanted to produce staple foods, carbohydrates, proteins, and oils, and I wanted to access commodity wholesale markets, and I wanted to have this whole thing debt financed, because if mommy and daddy gave you 300 million acres for free, or you have a trust fund of $4 billion, or all these different other special circumstances that people have, those are special circumstances. What everybody in North America can do, we can get into debt and we can find some kind of wholesale market that will take our stuff, as long as you're producing enough of it and get it on the truck. So the early years, I grew more annual crops. And at first I planted my long-term perennials. I planted some of my longer-term and this says beech and maple, pay no attention to the species. The principles are the same, is I planted my late successional plants in rows beside the fields of my annuals. Then I started to plant more perennials in the alleys and so on and so on. And what I've done is I've gotten to this middle stage where I have some late successional species, shade tolerant species that are thriving and doing well. And I still have some, you know, annual weeds, annual fields, and have lots of shrubs and lots of this in the middle. So it's like I have all of it plus a grass layer. I'm just going to touch a little bit on mapping. This part of Southwest Wisconsin is rather hilly. And there are large, the Midwest is flat. There was supposedly uplift after the glaciers, and this region of Wisconsin was carved heavily by glaciers. So there's big flat farms up top. There's big flat farms down in the valleys, and on the shoulders of the hills, there's steep bluffs that drop really straight off. And so what you see is to the north of the property outlined in red, and to the east and south are the larger flat farms. And this property was available for cheap because it was on the shoulders dropping off, and almost every ridge has chunks of bedrock sticking out of it. One of the things I would want people to do is use topographical maps, whether you're doing it online or paper maps, whatever. Use it only as a guideline, understanding that there is no map, period. There is no map that actually describes the shape of your land accurately, period. Some are closer than others, but you can get 3, 4, 5 different maps of contours and elevations and all that, and none of them match one another. So use it only as a guideline, then go out on the ground and start your design on the ground. And what I'm gonna zoom in kind of especially right on this section right here. That little spot, if you see where the cursor is a small pond, a pocket pond. And that is not located at what the Australians would call a key point, because the geometry of key line did not work on this property because it was too complex. So what it was is it was adjusted. I put that pond where it needed to go in order to accomplish my water management objectives, which was to spread water to the ridges from the valley, starting high in the valley, spreading to the ridge, high in the valley, spreading to the ridge. And so you can see some of the results. You can see out in this section of ridge here, it is wetter. Out here, this is wetter. This is wetter. And it's because of the shape of the land and how we worked it. But that all had to be figured out on the ground. So this was a long time ago. I don't know exactly when. This is that one little pond right in the middle. The whole entire farm layout is designed around that spot right there, because this pond, it's a dugout, as you Canadians would call it, in part because where I'm at is if I were to build a dam to elevate water above grade, that is considered a pond, and I would have to get licensing and permitting and all that kind of stuff. But if I dig a hole in the ground and use the fill to fill in a low spot in my road somewhere else, that didn't require permitting. Well, fortunately for me, a hole in the ground and a heavy clay soil will hold water just like an elevated pond will. It's a lot less expensive to build. And so the whole system, the whole property, it's 45 hectare, 110 acres. It's designed as a pulse flow, surge flow irrigation, rain-fed irrigation. There are over 40 of these little, what we call pocket ponds, all over the property. And they're just designed to catch the big heavy rains. Part of why I designed the system this way is the type of rainfall that's typical in this part of the world is we get really, I was going to say kick-ass thunderstorms, but probably kick-ass wouldn't be a polite word to say on YouTube and all that. Sometimes we'll get, 3-4 inch an hour rains. And so you get a massive slug of water. It fills all the little ponds. And then immediately the water will go out these swales that I've built, and they go to the ridges where I have a level sill, and the water sheets across the level sill on the ridge. And then we go parallel down and parallel up from that one particular line. And because that one particular line that goes around the whole entire property, it's not on the one true key line reference line, we called it the master line because everything is mastered off of that. The location of the buildings was designed around that line, where how the fields are laid out or arranged around that line. And you'll see as we go through that, all the patterns that you see with all the rows of trees and alleys in between, that's all designed around this point and that master line. So that blue arrow is pointing to that little pocket pond that we're looking at right there. And already you can see all the patterns that it reveals. I just wanted to show this because once you do something really cool on your permaculture property, people are going to take pictures of it and it'll show up online. I didn't take this photo. Somebody took this photo. So I figure if they took a picture of my place, I can steal their photo and use it for a presentation. So in the early years, if you knew what my farm looks like, right down in that spot there in the center of the screen where I'm circling the cursor is where the house is. Obviously that you don't see a house. So the very first season was all about layout, get trees in the ground, start to work on the house, but it's not finished. It still isn't finished to this day, 26 years later. What we've done for these successional strategies are utilize the agroforestry techniques, primarily alley cropping and silvopasture. Those are the big two that we use most. And alley cropping, a simple way to explain alley cropping is you have an alley where your crop is grown, your cash crop, and this is asparagus, and then a row where your trees go, then an alley, and then a row, and in this case is a road, a farm road, and so on. So the pattern repeats itself over the whole property. A row of trees, alley of crop, row of trees, alley of crop. What this one also shows, this dark line here and here, every year for probably the first 15 or 20 years, next to the row of trees, between the trees and my cash crop, I drag a subsoiler in order to root prune the trees so the roots wouldn't go out and steal nutrient from the crop, nutrient and moisture from the crop. It's worked really well. It also helps for water to penetrate. And since everything is pitched towards the ridge, if rain strikes this field, and if you get 3 inches of rain in an hour on red clay soil, it's not going to penetrate. So it moves, and then it'll hit the slot and it'll go out towards the ridge. And if it does happen to overload the slot, it goes to the next one. It still creeps towards the ridge. If it overflows that, it hits the next one, and eventually goes down and it hits the swale, gets carried out to the ridge, and it sheets across the ridge. My goal is to have no water leave the property on the surface as flash flood overflow. I want it to soak in and emerge as springs. And the blue arrow is right where that little pocket pond is, that same one right there, the same as there. Boom, boom. So a few years later, things grow, obviously. There actually are chestnut trees planted in this row down here. A few years later, you can now start to see some trees. And you can see that my cash flow is dependent on things like this. I believe this year that's cucumbers. Okay, this was cucumbers. The reason why I know it's cucumbers is because I'd keep a fallow field next to it, and the cucumbers that weren't market quality, I'd throw it into the fallow field and disc them in. And so you can see the asparagus starting to, the first planting of asparagus starting to really kick in. And if you got good eyes, you see that line right there in the asparagus patch. This is where I ran out of Idaho rock phosphate to put in the bottom of the trench when planting the asparagus the very first year. You can still see the difference in the asparagus in that field 25 years later, just because that first stuff had a shot of Idaphos at the beginning to get going. So this also reveals some of my cover cropping pattern, which we won't have time to get into. But the foreground, this is in an active fallow for plow down, a lot of yellow sweet clover. It was previously some kind of small grain that was there that I rolled down or disked in, and the clover came up underneath it. A few more years go by, and now you start to see the trees are really kicking in. There's the pocket pond is over there. And here's the asparagus patches that you can have a hard time seeing. You see that all of a sudden, at this point in time, we're able to afford a wind turbine. And you can see hazelnut bushes here. There are chestnut trees. This is the part of the farm that has mostly chestnut and hazelnut apples on the far right-hand side. So these are just all pictures of succession that change through time. And some of our grains in the alley crop. And that's the same place. Look at this. Just the same as this over here. And just a few years later, poof. So to say that you can't farm this way, it's not true. It actually works. You know, I've done it. It still works. People say, well, how can you harvest everything? It's impossible to harvest. I say, excuse me, Dakota, I know you're illiterate, but you know, that's a plum. It's ripe. Go pick the plums. This is a grape. They're not ripe. Don't pick the grapes. And even you can figure that out. Or it's like, hey, these are grapes. Those are apples. They're both ripe right now, but today we're picking apples. Please pick the apples. You eat the grapes. And
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
So I don't have trellises for any of my grapevines. I trellis them right on the trees, even out in my fruit. Why should I prune a vineyard and then go prune an orchard when I can prune a vineyard? And then what I learned after a while is like, you know, I really don't even have to prune the vineyard very much at all. Just kind of let it go crazy. And as long as I can get by with a tractor and the animals can graze underneath, I'm happy as can be. When the grapes get too high up above my head, I'll go out in the fall and I'll pull the vines down. Last year, I pulled probably 100 vines. And then, you know, of course, it causes damage and this and that, the other thing. But so what? It's super fast. Yank. And you got like bushels and bushels of grapes all over the place. And the apples, I'll go by and I'll pick what's called the low-hanging fruit. What a concept. Who's he pointing at? So I'll pick the low-hanging fruit. Then once I've finished harvesting, I'll turn the pigs loose and let them have the rest as the apples and pears and cherries and plums fall off the trees. And you know, so the quantities of crop that you're doing, this is actually a really significant strategy. Diversity in a ecosystem, the more species in a particular area, the more photosynthetically productive that area is, the more total site yield there will be with more species. Well, a monocrop of only corn, for example, you'll get more corn, but less total yield than if you had 5, 6, 7, 10, 15 different species going on. Problem is, we only have enough capability of managing a handful at a time. And I think that my crazy level is like 3 or 4 above ground plants and 2 species of livestock. If I get any more than that, I just can't handle it and I go crazy. We also want to reduce the number of species or varieties that we have because we need to get enough of a quantity of any one thing. This is a 1 acre field of acorn squash. You'll be producing 35, 40,000 pounds of acorn squash. Obviously, I'm not going to move 30,000 pounds of acorn squash at farmer's market. Well, 30,000 pounds of acorn squash is almost not enough to get it on a truck. The stop fee for a truck coming to pick up all of my squash would be too much if I had any less than that much squash. So you have to make sure that you've planted enough of whatever it is in order to justify the expense of the processing equipment, the packaging, the trucking, etc. One of the complaints with that approach, people say, yeah, but I don't want to be a mega farmer. Okay, then don't be a mega farmer, but partner with enough other small farmers that want to stay small. You guys can still stay small farmers, but now pool your product to get enough of the volume to get on the truck to, you know, justify the processing equipment, etc. But that requires getting along with one another. So figure out how to get along with one another. For a number of years, I grew sunflowers. I'm part of a oil collaborative where we grow oilseed crops. Being a part of the Organic Valley Co-op, a number of us, we just cooperate with each other all the time. That's how we operate. It's pretty easy. So we have a truck and an oil press, and then another one of the guys in the group has dewatering and filtering equipment. And so we'll grow the oil seeds. It can get pressed in the truck. Either we can take the oil directly ourselves, or Jake can take it and dewater it and filter it. The press cake can then get fed to our animals, and then the oil can be used to run our tractors. And we all pitched in together, and we had the engineers from Germany come over and help us convert our tractors and trucks to run on straight vegetable oil. So collecting oil from your local greasy spoon fryolator, that's cute. It's a really neat idea, but that's not a fuel system. How much fuel do you use? How much fuel do you need? What are the losses? What are the processing costs? What are the equipment that you need? What are the dollars that it's going to take to buy the equipment and then to keep the equipment running and the electricity to run it, et cetera? Now you're talking about a fuel system, which will include a lot of different farmers. I don't grow the oil seeds for fuel anymore myself because I didn't have a combine. A neighbor of mine, Zach, had the combine. And after my trees got bigger and bigger, and I have all these little curvy little fields, he just hated it. And he said, forget it. I'm never coming over there to combine again. I said, well, okay, I won't grow oil seeds again. But all through the years be kale and collard. So this is all alley cropping. The cash crop is what's growing in the alley. And then the row of trees is the long-term perennial crop. My favorite alley crop is asparagus. We've got 2 acres of asparagus in the ground, almost a full hectare of asparagus. And I'll pull about anywhere from 1,500 pounds to 2,000 pounds of marketable asparagus per year for the past 24, 25 years. So starting about May 15th and going until at least the middle of June, sometimes the end of June, I've got my feet on the ground, my rear end in the air, and I'm doing lunges all along the way, picking asparagus. And on either side of the asparagus are my chestnut trees. This was taken quite a few years ago. Probably the chestnut trees are twice as tall now, and they're producing really good crops now. The other agroforestry practice that I've relied quite heavily on is silvopasture, where you're managing both livestock and woody crops at the same time. It's not turning your cattle loose in your woodlot and not managing for forage. It's managing for the forage and for the trees and for the animals. And so here I've got quite a few oaks, 60 foot on center, because I want to have these big, huge, gigantic open grown oaks in my oak savanna eventually. And then most of the shrubs that you see are hazelnut. This particular spot right here is walnut. And this spot right there to this day has had zero equipment in it at all. It's only been managed by grazing animals, cattle periodically, but mostly the pigs. And what you'll see here on the right is a beautiful little mulberry tree. The Russian white mulberry is now illegal in the state of Wisconsin because it's invasive. Well, it's a super high protein berry. For a fruit, it's like 4% protein, which is, off the charts. The leaves are more nutritious than alfalfa hay. You cut it down, it sprouts back. If you've got a really good producer like this one, you can cut a stick off and you shove it in the ground and it roots. It's like, why would we make that illegal? This is an amazing miracle wonder plant. And when the mulberries start to produce out here, starting around, say 4th of July, and then going till September, when the mulberries are on the trees, the pigs are on the mulberry trees. They got purple noses, they got purple rear ends. They're happy, happy, happy pigs. Of course, most people have seen pictures of my Jurassic chickens. Also have Jurassic guineas, and they kind of run around. And some years the guineas come back and there's more of them than there were in the spring. Other times they come back and there's less of them than there were in the spring. This year we've had an interesting phenomena in that we've had a Cooper's hawk that's learned. Now the hazelbrush, the chickens are kind of a jungle edge fowl, a shrubland kind of fowl, and the hazelnuts provide them with extra feed. You know, there's all kinds of bugs in there. They eat the nuts when the nuts are within reach. All kinds of bugs in the ground. They love to scratch in the duff underneath, and it gives them protection from aerial predators most of the time. This past year, we've had a Cooper's hawk. We call him Bradley. It's Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper has been annihilating our chickens, and it's just been really interesting watching it happen. And the guineas have really gotten wise to Bradley. Now the chickens are starting to pay more attention to the guineas, but they still haven't quite figured it out yet. And I'm wondering, you know, if we're going to make it through the summer with more or less chickens, we'll find out. So stay tuned. With enough cover, you don't lose all your chickens. You know, people say, well, don't you have a problem with predators? It's like, well, yeah, not with the smart chickens. And you look at those chickens. Are those stupid looking chickens? Those are not timid little barnyard hens. Those are Jurassic chickens. They're I can say badass, can I? Yeah, so, and of course, my favorites, of course, are the piggies. Every year I've had anywhere between half dozen and 50 hogs. I do them seasonally. I work with some growers who are producers for Nyman Ranch, and they target a July delivery because they get a pay price premium in that. So they'll farrow in February. By the time May rolls around, they'll know if the pig's going to make weight. And if the pig is undersized, I get all their undersized pigs. So for me, it's an advantage because it's a little bit bigger than a 30-pound feeder pig. And for them, it's an advantage because they can't sell these pigs anyways because their contract is for feeder pigs in July that are 250 pounds. So it works out pretty well for both of us. I put rings in their nose so they don't plow up the pasture, because the grass is absolutely important when it comes to pumping, you know, liquid carbon into the soil for fertility, and it's critically important for the cattle to be grazing. And of course, there's a whole erosion potential. And the pig's diet is probably the majority of it is grass. Every day they get enough of a ration. They get about 1.5 cups per pig of a feed ration that's locally grown, organic. It's enough to keep a 30-pound pig alive, but it's not enough to make them grow. So they have to get whatever they need in order to grow. They get it from their environment. So from the grass, then their first woody crops that they get are currants, and then raspberries. Then the mulberries start kicking in. Then partway through the mulberries, we'll get early apples, cherries. Then hazelnuts start kicking in August. And they'll get, not only will they get hazelnuts from the bushes that are in their paddock, they'll get all the cleaning waste when I'm husking the hazels to get ready to ship to market. And then the oaks will be like, you know, late August into September. And then the chestnuts start in September and they go into October, and they finish on apples and chestnuts. And they'll get up to about full size in, you know, by mid-September, but they're lean. You can see these are not fat pigs. But then once the chestnuts start falling, they just plump right up, and it's a really nice. It's a fairly unsaturated fat. It'll be about 1/3 oil, and then 2/3 like saturated fat. And so the stuff that's on top, I call it pig oil. But if you've ever been cooking in the morning, you just reach over and the spoon is stuck in the bacon grease. Those of you guys who are meat eating slobs and all that, and you can't get it out. And then you're trying to whack it off the spoon and all that. You don't want to like push it off with your finger because it's gross. You just grab the pig oil and go in the pan. It's just fine. So there's my piggers. I don't know why. Oh, okay. So this is like how back to succession again, how things would have been in the early years with the fruit. This is not an orchard. Underneath the trees when they were first planted, you can see this has been newly grafted. There was a border of comfrey, then a band of Jerusalem artichoke, and then underneath in this particular row is a lot of alliums, a lot of chives, a lot of garlic. I just was up there a couple days ago, and this whole spot is just a like 4-foot wide swath of garlic. Who would have thought that after 25 years, garlic would have outcompeted Jerusalem artichokes? And then growing my grains. Obviously, this is rye. You can see in here the comfrey. There's also irises underneath there. It's basically a jungle mess. And since 1995, I'd sprayed 0 sprays on my fruit. I've sprayed 0, pest or disease control sprays anyways on either my organic produce or my fruit. I'm going to grow a large quantity of whatever it is, and I'll sell the perfect stuff. And the things that are flawed, the pigs get to clean it up. And if you look at the fruit on that tree, I've already gotten out of this exact spot. I would have gotten mushrooms in the spring. I would have got daffodils. Well, the daffodils bloom about 3 weeks before the apples. So the first wild pollinators are in there and they're multiplying. It takes them conveniently 3 weeks to have their second generation raised. Now you get your second generation of pollinators right in your apples when they're blooming. So after the daffodils come the irises. There have been mushrooms in the ground. So there's 5 crops already, and it's not even spring yet. And then finally the apples bloom. Well, then of course there's honey and wax that come out of that. Then through the early part of the summer, I'll put the pigs in there to catch the June drop. So there's 7 crops already, and we have yet to harvest an apple. Then come fall, we have to have the period of time when the pigs are not in there. I'll mow once before harvest to make it convenient to walk in there. I'll go through, pick the low-hanging fruit, put them in bins, and then I leave the stuff up top for the pigs to get, and then I'll turn the pigs loose. They graze all through it, and I send the cattle out there, and they trample graze, and it's just a really beautiful system. And that's kind of what it looks like. It's just a wild, woolly, 0 spray jungle orchard. And there's the cattle. For people who say, oh, you can't put cattle out in your trees, they'll mess it up. Notice there are no branches down low on the apple trees. That's perfect, because now I'm not going to have a lot of apple scab that propagates up through the tree, because apple scab is splashed from leaves and spores on the ground, and it goes up. And if it finds a leaf, a drop can hit it and it can splash, just climb right up the tree. But it only can splash up about 3 feet. And if you prune the lower 3 feet of your this is 5 feet here. You take the lower 5 feet off your apple trees, virtually 0 apple scab. And obviously there's some grains in there. That'll all get trampled in, and it'll resprout for next spring. One of the things that's happening now is I'm 99% perennial. Most of the yields, 99% of the yields are coming off of the tree crops. Hazelnuts are the big one. Chestnuts, apples, they're kind of my big 3 on the woody crops. Korean pine, the pine nuts is right behind that. And then the pigs and the cattle are the biggest livestock, unless you count numbers in it, because I've got bees. But the bees, I have the bees not because they're necessary for pollinating. I have them because I like the honey. And my dad got me into bees when I was 12, and it's kind of been a hobby that both of us can share, is taking care of the bees. I'm now at the stage where most of my management is done with a chainsaw and a orchard mower behind my tractor. And I'm just cutting and cutting and cutting in order to get rid of everything except for my crop trees. Well, when you do the chop and drop, all this carbon that's going down onto the ground, that is the energy source for your soil food web. When you have all kinds of wood that's down on the ground, leaves that are down on the ground, the first thing that starts to decompose that wood are your fungi. Well, so instead of just letting it rot naturally with fungus, why don't I inoculate it with fungus that I can sell for a very lot of money, which I would like to do. Plus I eat lots of mushrooms, I really do. Oyster mushrooms in the upper left, shiitakes upper right, the wine cap strophareas. The wine cap strophareas, I have a fairly decent naturalized population, because if you go back to this previous picture here, before I chip it, I'll cut the non-chestnut trees in this picture, for example, put them on the ground, scatter some stropharia spawn, then mow it, and I'll get a flush of stropharia in the grass, which is what this is down on the lower right here. And then in the woods, I have a mushroom yard. I'm removing some of the pioneer species that I originally planted way back when. I planted hybrid poplar as a perimeter, as a spray barrier and privacy barrier on the property. And after 10 years, it was harvested and milled into lumber, which turned into this building here that I'm sitting in. So I'm sitting in a building that was built with trees I planted. Well, the hybrid poplar then sprouts back, coppices regularly. And I figured I can do about 1,000 mushroom logs a year forever and never run out of hybrid poplar, just hybrid poplar. And if you've ever done 1,000 oyster mushroom logs, you know how much of a it's a pile of work in order to do that. So the racks that you see here are these are the shiitakes. All these little totems down here are oyster mushrooms. Behind me in this lower left picture, where I have not wine caps, but lion's mane and comb tooth and reishi. So naturally, fungus is going to be a part of the system. I might as well farm the decay cycle as well. So this is a picture of what it looked like after 15 years. It looked like this farm on the left when first got started, except that there was a little bit of trees down here, and that's why I built the house right where it is right there, because it was near the only trees. The rest of these trees were all planted, and this is about 15 years into the program, and this is 25 years into the program. That little patch of dirt right there, that's the 1 acre that I had in annual crops this year. I grew some pumpkins and acorn squash and butternut squash for winter use, because I didn't know if the plague was going to be really that bad. So I might as well throw some squash in the mix. So that's basically kind of like a successional picture of what I've done for the past umpteen years. I've got another 300 slides, but we don't have to go there. I got a section that's on the house, what it looked like with the house. Have a little bit of a different approach in the fact that when I first got here, there was nothing here. There was no buildings, no well, no septic, no house. So lived in a camper at first, then have built the house and been building the house for however many years I've been building it. It's been off-grid wind and solar since day one. It's roof water collection, sunk into the hillside, all these super fancy permy kind of whatevers. But it was all done before the day of the internet, and there was no such thing as YouTube University. We didn't even have a phone out to the place for years and years and years. And so I guess I'll stop right here for now and let you guys ask questions. You haven't been very conversational.
It's hard to get a word in edgewise with all the
I've been breathing. I've been breathing and giving you a chance. Come on.
No, that was fantastic.
That was unreal.
That was just, both Rob and I have just been just oogling over your what did you call it, a vineyard?
Yeah, the vineyard, right.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Unbelievable, Mark.
Yeah.
Since you left Alberta when we were taking your course, you planted the seed in my head, and I've wanted to ask you this forever since then. And you said using stun and like all the stuff you were talking about, how you would plant 1 million Korean stone pine and only a few of them would survive, and then the ones that produce, like your whole process of propagation, which I think would be cool to talk a little bit about. But you said, theoretically speaking, we could bring coffee north. We would just have to start with the coldest stuff. Have you furthered that at all?
Even if I had access to that information, I would not be authorized to discuss it, sir.
Well, noted.
So the whole stun, which I've kind of modified it to mean strategic total utter neglect instead of sheer total utter neglect. That's how nature breeds, and that's how nature actually produces resilient systems, regenerative systems. Regenerative, what I mean by the word regenerative is the ecological use of the term, not the marketing use of the term, and that something that's regenerative has the ability to regenerate itself on its place under the conditions that exist. If you live in California and fire comes through every once in a while, you survive and you thrive there and you propagate there and you expand your populations and you grow and you're healthy there. You don't get burned down and call it a disaster. That's normal. In the Mississippi River Basin, like 4 or 5 miles downstream from this property right here, it floods, period. It just does. Once or twice a year, it's going to flood. And if you got placed, you put your farm in the middle of a floodplain because it's the best soil, and then it washes away and you get federal subsidy money because of crop loss, that's called stupid. So how nature rolls is a tree will put out zillions of seeds. And then out of those zillions of seeds, maybe one or two make it to maturity. That's the whole point, is you want to find the ones that are now genetically suited to that site with the conditions the way they are. And the Macintosh apple, for example, was discovered in a hedgerow in Ontario in 1839. Why did that guy take a snip off that branch and graft it all over a bunch of roots? It must have had something magic to it. Maybe no pests or diseases bothered it. Why do I think that no pests or diseases bothered it? Is because in 1839 there was no pest or disease sprays for apples. And so in 1839, that was a top producer. It produced a lot of fruit. They were pest and disease free. So now you clone 1 million of them. Well, today, the Macintosh apple has not had a genetic interaction with its environment since 1839. And even if you're just measuring atmospheric CO2 levels, the atmosphere is entirely different than it was in 1839. All the different industrial chemicals in the air are different than 1839. The pests, the diseases, everything has had a chance to modify and adapt as the seasons go by, as the years go by, except that tree didn't. And so now people have to defend it with all kinds of chemistry because it's not fit. It is not fit to survive on this planet today the way it is. So what we're doing here is we're using mass selection breeding in order to develop population fitness. Now, within that population of plants that are adapted to the site, they can handle the flood, they can handle the drought, they can handle the fire, they can handle the livestock trampling, they can handle the soil the way it is right now with no modification. What happens with that process is within that population, we'll get one or two that are high performing individuals. Well, what classic orcharding does, they say, aha, this is a high performing individual. Let's now take it out, put it in isolation, clone it either through grafting or tissue culture or layering. And now we grow an acre or 100 acres of the same exact genetic variant, and see, we'll get the highest yields and therefore will be the most profitable. But what you lose all the synergies of an ecological system. I have 7 different species of amphibian out in this property right here. Where did they come from? There's no surface water for like 1.5 miles around here. But after having 40 pocket ponds all over the place and channels with water, I've got, frogs and salamanders galore and toads. And what do? They eat pests. Now, even if you're going to be using certified organic sprays for pest control, if you spray your fruit to get rid of codling moth, for example, amphibians get about 50% of their oxygen through their skin. So you're spraying a poison on all of your pest control in order to get pest control, which I think is really, really stupid. Yeah. So in addition to 7 different species of amphibians, we've got bats, we've got birds, the chickens and the guineas range all through here. There's quail, there's turkeys. This is a full, rich, abundant ecosystem. And yes, we have all the pests. Yes, we have all of the diseases that you could expect to have in whatever the crop is that we have. But even you look at the apples, they're not these nasty, horrible, falling apart, full of, bugs and diseases, because there's a whole system. And I don't know why they come out looking so clean, other than the fact that it's because they're in a real rich, diverse ecosystem.
2 things. It's like your system is the original big data, except the data that you're using is genetic material and seeds, and you don't know which one's going to come out. But the comment you made about mulberries and kind of tying into the shift in atmosphere and all the different kind of signals, so to speak, these plants and animals are having to adapt to is kind of interesting when you look at the climate narrative right now. Like, probably the most dumb thing we could be doing is chastising quote unquote invasive weeds when, like, if in fact climate change is happening as quick as they say it is, we actually want to encourage that kind of adaptation. It's really interesting. And usually the people that are going after the invasives are the same people that are talking about climate change, which is really interesting. But really what you're doing is the ultimate form of trading options, except you're doing it with biological material, and you're letting nature kind of decide kind of the direction that is most adaptive to move forward. We don't have to kind of use science to do that. It's literally just statistics and big numbers.
Well, and if you want to scientifically describe it, you can. But what's radically different about this is not reductionist, deductional science where you isolate a variable and now you experiment with this isolated variable. Because first of all, to start with a hypothesis, that's an idea. That's just an idea that you invented. That's not even reality. So most science, they want you to start with unreality and control these variables. So only these two things are going to be measured, and then we can do statistics on it. We're scientists. It's like, that's not what nature does. Nature throws a ton of seed out there. And yeah, let's learn from what these deductionist scientists are saying. Yet we have the audacity to be able to project forward and test these theories live action. And for a plant, it either dies or it doesn't. And for a farmer, is either going to work and pays the bills or it doesn't. And what related to this, I've got a lot of things out here that are dead and dying. And I'll be doing tours, and some person will go, "Oh my gosh, what's wrong with this tree?" And I go, like, who cares? Who cares? I don't care what's wrong with the one that's dying. I want the one that's doing really, really well. But back to your climate adaptability, even the USDA and Forest Service, they're still only tinkering with, gee, do we think that it is possible to do assisted migration with tree species? Do we think that we can take trees from down here and move them up here and see if they live? Let's do a pilot study and get a grant and keep applying for 5 years until we get one. It's like, F that. Live action, we're farmers, man. This section down here, right in the lower center of the screen on this photo right here, this is my southwest dry, hot zone. It's the end of a crumbled off bluff. It's really stony. It hardly holds the water at all. And that's where I have a lot of plants from high altitude Colorado and New Mexico, where they get super hot, super dry, and super cold because I got cold. So that's all down in this zone. Then on the north, you can't see it here, but on the north east facing corner, I've got a lot more of my Arctic stuff. And I have like a repository of super cold, and I have a repository of super hot dry, and then everything in the middle. And so I've got genetic options along the way, and whichever ones multiply, keep spreading, that's the one I'm going for. You think about how simple breeding can be. I plant 100 seeds. The ones that produce seed the first, the youngest in their life, I save that seed and plant it. Now I've concentrated and begun to concentrate fast reproduction in the woody crop gene pool. Well, then the next thing I want to select for is high yield. Well, how do I do that? Well, easy, because this one produces 1 nut, 1 nut, 1 nut, 15 nuts. The one with higher yield gets represented more in the gene pool. So the Forest Ag Nursery, forestag.com, that's part of what we do. Is we are doing mass selection breeding in multiple regions across the country, USA, and we're selecting for site adapted populations. That within those populations there'll be individuals that are high ranking individuals, but we're looking for overall population fitness, where they are with the insults that they can handle at that particular site. And you're gonna kill a lot of trees, and it's okay. It's okay, because you look at all the trees that were out here, and you were right. I think Rob mentioned it, probably spent millions of dollars on trees. But how I did it is I learned of a business model. There was a friend of mine in high school named Bucky the pharmacist, and he was into oregano. And so what he would do is he would buy a big bag of oregano, and then he would take a little bag for himself and then chop it up in all these little bags, and he'd sell oregano to all of his friends. And the money he made off of that oregano, he'd buy a new big bag of oregano. He always had oregano for himself, and he always had cash in his pocket. And so what I first started to do when I started with apple trees is I needed 100 apple trees. So a friend of mine needed 400 apples. So if you look at that, 100 plus 400, there's 500 apples. I can go get the $500 price discount. Instead of paying $30 a tree, I can pay $7 a tree. But then I looked, if I got 1,000 trees, it's only going to cost me $1.50 more per tree. So I got 1,000 trees. So my friend paid for his 400. I didn't pay for my 100 yet. Now I've got 500 trees I got to unload somewhere. And I go up to you, hey, Dakota, you were going to buy 5 trees at $30 a piece, right? That's $150. I'll give you 5 trees for $100. I make you a deal. You're happy. And then now I've got cash to pay for my trees. So every one of the trees that you see on this property right here either went in at 0 cost or they went in at a profit. So if you look at it that way, it's like, how on earth can you afford to plant, millions of trees? Well, why on earth wouldn't you? When the more trees I plant, the more money I make. And that's called a business. And so let's do that at scale, and let's pay our bills, and let's revegetate the planet in 15 years at a profit.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
Love it.
Mark, there's all kinds of questions for you, and there's more coming in. But before we jump into that, we just wanted to let people know who the sponsors were for your particular talk real quick, and give them an idea of the amazing prizes that they can win after your Q&A, which just so happened to be
Your books.
a pair of your books. So Rob, do you want to share the screen? And we'll pull that up. So this will just be a few minutes here, folks. Keep those questions coming in. Use the hashtag question, and then put your question in all caps so that it's easy to find out. And
Want
we
to
will
stop sharing my screen, Rob?
Yeah,
I'll take it away from you.
Jerk.
yeah.
Wow.
I like the other part better.
Man, I just I have a giant grin from ear to ear
Yeah,
after that talk.
I've got like 50 directions I want to go, but we'll
Oh, man.
we'll go with sponsors first.
All right. Okay, guys. So we're launching our book this weekend, and we've told you lots about our bundle. So get on it. Acres USA is core sponsor for this talk, and that's also the publisher that Mark has gone with. We actually have a book with Acres as well, and they're just such a great publisher, and we'll talk more about them after the Q&A there with Mark.
We've also got ongoing works for sustainable living spaces. We'll be telling you more about them. Oops. And come on, mouse. The book giveaway, we've got 2 of Rob Michel's first book, Rainwater Harvesting. This is part of the Essential Sustainable Building series from New Societies. And we also have 1 each of Mark's book, Restoration Agriculture and Water for Any Farm. Now, remember, even if you get these book giveaways, you're still going to need to go and buy the other copy, because Mark's insisted that you need to have both to be able to get the maximum value out of it. But in all fairness, Mark, our book is the exact same way. It's good to have. And I have a lot of my books are the ones that I really like. I've got a physical copy that I can, highlight and I like having a physical thing. I've got the audio book that I can listen to when I'm driving or in the tractor or something. And then I actually like to get an e-copy, because then you can use, the Command F function to search for, keywords, because it's, if you forget where, a particular idea was in a book. So definitely
Get all 3.
Get all 3, folks.
For both of them.
Okay, now if you want to stop the screen there, before we get into the Q&A, your story about the conversation you're having about complexity and reductionistic science, and its kind of failure to be able to understand and partner with ecological systems. I was reminded of one of my favorite quotes by Bill Mollison, and he says, this is from the Designer's Manual: "You can hit a nail on the head or cause a machine to do so and get fairly predictable results. Hit a dog on the head and it will either dodge, bite back, or die, but it will never again react in the same way. We can predict only those things we set out to be predictable, not what we encounter in the real world of living and reactive processes.
Send that quote to me. That is brilliant. That's great.
This is the sad thing about, writing anything in the permaculture space is you think you've got an original idea, and then at some point you come across something that Bill wrote that explained it in half the words, right, and just did a way better job than you could have ever done. And the guy was so dense. I'll throw that up in the
dense in a good way.
No kidding. So I'm going to put this up in the YouTube chat. I can't because it's over the 200 limit. When did YouTube become Twitter? You can only have 200 characters. That's lame. All right, we're going to put this in. We'll send it to you, Mark.
We'll give it to Mitch, and then he can put it up into 2 messages.
How do I get it to Mitch though? I don't have Zoom up.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Anyways, we'll get it to you. So we've got lots of questions here for you. First one is actually there's a lot of questions about your genetics and with the trees that you're developing, Mark. What how many generations have you had to kind of, or have you already jumped through in terms of like, okay, this one produces seeds early, okay, we'll save those, these ones now we're going to take the ones that produce the most seeds, and then okay, we're going to plant those. How many iterations have you gone through in that kind of version 2.0 with your genetics for the different crops you got on your farm?
In live action, I think that the hazelnuts have been exclusively my genetics since the late 90s, into 2000. Same with chestnuts, and it's hard to say how many generations is because I'll take the seed here and I'll put them and they're part of the mix.
Yeah.
And they're part of the mix. And so I don't know how many generations actually would have happened. And there's at least 2 family lines, and I can pretty much tell by the shape of the tree and the leaves of chestnuts that they come right up out of the ground and they flower. And so I know these 2 family lines. So if you're just talking about those guys alone, it's been 15 generations.
Wow.
If they're getting pollen from somewhere else, and they don't, not all of them produce the very first year, but on the hazelnuts, about 80 to 85% of them will produce nuts the second year. Well, if you have a 100-meter row of hazelnuts in their year 2, they're knee high if you're lucky, and you walk down there and maybe you get like 2 or 3 cups full of hazelnuts. It's not worth your effort to go harvest them for food or for feed. However, for seed, for breeding purposes, it is worth my while to go down there because that's the genetic magic, are those real fast reproducing ones.
I think your hand is on your microphone again. Mark, what was the name of I think it was either you or one of my botany teachers, the gentleman at the turn of the century that developed the Burbank potato and a lot of the vegetables that we kind of are commodities today.
The gentleman who is credited for producing the most numbers of named varieties of plants on the face of the planet is Luther Burbank.
Right.
He was born in Lancaster, Massachusetts, my hometown.
Right, I think he's
right at the bottom of the hill.
I think he spent some time in southern Saskatchewan as well. What you're doing is like, there's not that many people that I know of that are doing what you're doing, and it's kind of taking on his work in the 21st century. And I feel like that's one of the most important pieces of like vocations and pieces of work that humanity needs to be doing. I mean, it's if anything, we're going in the exact opposite direction right now as diversity is kind of moving in the wrong direction. But
just a couple of days ago, I forget which science magazine came out with it, is the funding for genetic breeding, whether at the university level or even in, like the big seed houses, is going way down. It's not being done anymore, hardly. It's just really dropping off. The guy in southern Wisconsin, with Saskatchewan, that was Adolf Heyer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Higher. But the whole Luther Burbank thing, obviously he was an inspiration for me as a kid. He was born on one side of the hill where I grew up. Well, the other side of the hill where I grew up, this other guy, John Chapman, Johnny Appleseed, was born. And he's responsible for the just amazing proliferation of apple genetics. Like 99% of all apple genetics that are being used on this continent, north and south, came from his mass multiplication just from seeds everywhere. And we found all these different variants that work really great. Now, both Johnny Appleseed and Luther Burbank did their breeding work. And Luther Burbank, to this day, the Burbank potato is the French fry potato in industry, period. It is. Both Johnny Appleseed and Luther Burbank did all their breeding work before we even knew what a chromosome was.
Wow.
Wow.
They needed no notes. They needed no scientists. So that's what we as farmers working the land, as land managers, whatever. It's our job now to do the breeding. And we haven't released the data yet, but my hazelnuts actually have been studied by University of Minnesota and Wisconsin for a number of years now. And we have enough data that they've collected showing that we are actually outbreeding them.
Wow.
And I don't yet have the full audacity to stand up in front of everybody and say, come on, catch us if you can. But think about this: one university, one pollen grain, one flower, one bag, wait and pray, apply for grants, get a PhD. Here's a variety 15 years later. See if that can keep up with 20 million farmers all saving their seed and picking the one that works the best on their place and sharing it with everybody they possibly can. Go ahead, catch us.
Everybody wants your nuts, Mark.
So I've got a really good question from the audience, and I already know the answer to this, but I love that. It'll be mind-boggling when Mark tells you. Somebody says, Mark, your farm is amazing. How many people are needed to make everything work to go from farm to table?
Me.
There it is, folks.
This is a farm. This is not a garden. When you wake up in the morning and you reach for a tool, if you reach for a hand tool, you're a gardener. I don't care what you call yourself, you're gardening. When you go to a piece of equipment that can now do like 1,000 hoes worth of work, now you're a farmer. You design it to be planted mechanically, maintained mechanically, harvested mechanically, post-harvest handling mechanically, etc. I have used hired labor before sometimes, like if there's a frost coming and have a big, like a delicata squash is super sensitive to frost, or green peppers, I got to get the last green peppers out of the field before a frost. I've hired folks then. And for hazelnut harvest, if I'm not able to keep up with it, I'll hire folks to help with hazelnut harvest. I don't have a harvesting machine myself, in part because most of my harvesting is being done for seed production. So I'm harvesting individual plants instead of the whole batch at once.
Yeah. Now for to add the cherry on top of that, how many farms do you currently manage, Mark?
Hang on a second. Of farms that I have signatory authority over, or working with others as well?
Both.
Well, let's just stay with the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in 3 states that I have signatory authority over, and there's dozens right now that I'm actively managing with others.
And how many books have you written and are in the process of writing?
There's a third one that's in pre-publishing right now. It's going through the final edits.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 others that I'm working on simultaneously right now. Yeah, I'll kind of leave it at that, I guess.
You make me feel like a slacker, Mark.
Let's go back to management. Let's go back to, well, when do you get up in the morning, right? You got to get up at 4:30 or something, right? So, but back to management. If you have a natural plant community type that's adapted to your region, look at the ditch on the side of the road. I use this over and over again. Who takes care of that? Nobody does. Nobody does anything nice to the plants in the ditch on the side of the road. If anything, they hit it with herbicide or a mower or a snowplow and cover it with salt, and it still survives. That's sustainable agriculture. So if I
That's where
set
the best oregano grows.
ditch oregano, I've heard of that before. I have. So if you have that natural system, you can go away and it's taking care of itself. All I have to do is I have to be there for critical harvest periods. And when I'm harvesting this in such a way that it's taking care of that, and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah. There was an aphorism that I first heard at the first course that Mark and I took, or Rob and I took from you. And I don't know if this is your brilliance or if you took it from somebody else, but you said the insanity of agriculture is that it's forever been trying to solve two problems. How do I kill this thing that wants to live? And how do I keep this thing alive that wants to die?
Yep.
And it's just,
as far as I know, I came up with that because that's
okay.
like, this is ridiculous. You know,
It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Well,
any of those questions, if they're asking me how to keep stuff alive, why?
I know that, and like half of them are. They're honestly like half of them are what should I grow in my case? There's like 10 of them that are like, Mark, I live in this part of the continent. Can I copy what you're doing? What should I grow on my property?
Now what you can copy, and this is something I have to give credit to this Dakota Coen guy who figured it out, is like what I'm talking about is this pattern, this process, a set of principles. I'm not talking about a prescription.
Yeah.
The prescription is specific to your place. Even though this farm happens to be at this borderline with oak savanna and mixed oak hardwoods, on the rocky south-facing knoll, I can grow cacti. And if I wasn't on the ground with that granular details, and it'd say, oh, I can grow, mesic oak forest. Well, it'll all die because it's not wet enough. So no matter where you are, imitate your native plant community types. Then you pick the specific edibles, medicinals, herbals that you want to grow out of that plant community. And then you plant the specific ones that will grow in the specific location. That's how you get granular. And that's your job.
Yeah.
It's crazy. No matter how much we teach, and I'm sure you get this too, like we just get blue in the face saying that stuff over and over again. Stop copying what I do, understand the principles, get on the ground and adapt it to your context. But
well, and I'll be the first to admit that when I first heard Mark's stuff, I that went in one ear and out the other. And I just tried to copy what you're doing because I saw it as that prescription and I wanted to succeed. But it's like they have all these side effects if you're just taking somebody else's prescription. And when it finally clicked for me, like everything became so easy. It was just like, just like go in the bushes, go in the ditches, figure out the stuff that works with zero energy and plant that. And it's just been an absolute game changer. So I can't stress that enough.
It is the basis, and this is part of my whole strategy. This is all part of a real estate investment program. I could buy a piece of crap property anywhere and then upgrade it ecologically for real. It's a healthier ecological place, and it produces food, fuels, medicines, and fibers, and it's beautiful. And so over time, it actually sells for more money than the properties around it because it is actually more valuable than the properties around it. And so you can do this anywhere using the local plant community types that are native and natural to that particular region. Yeah.
Coming back to the question about labor, I'm curious. So you don't have any employees, and you've only just rarely hired people when you need help, but you use a lot of equipment. Could you walk people through what are kind of the main pieces of equipment and give an estimate of like how much money you've invested in that equipment? Because from my understanding, it's not like a substantial, like when people think, farming and equipment, they're thinking $1 million combines and air conditioned tractors and stuff. But I know you're not quite to that.
Right. Not quite. Like that. The tractor is a 40 horsepower hydrostatic diesel. I wish it was 50 or 60 because the orchard mower that I have is rated for a 40 to 80 horsepower tractor. And at 40 horsepower, I have to be gentle with that. And I want to be able to go and really snort through the brush when I'm chipping stuff up. So I wish I had 50 or 60 horsepower. So it's 12 years old by now. It was a New Holland. My first tractor was it was came in two parts. I bought a junk Farm All-M that had a bad transmission, bought it for $500, and I bought another junk Farm All-M for $500 that had a bad engine. So you switch the two around and you get something that actually functions. So I've got get me off that big screen, jeepers.
I don't know, that's our TA. There he goes.
Okay.
What's he doing?
Oh, he just wanted to get a good shot of Mark's face.
Oh, he's just,
Oh, I think he's muted.
oh, now we're muted. What's going on here? Mitch, you okay there? You must be having a seizure in the green room. So yeah, continue on with your equipment.
I've got a tractor. I've got a orchard mower. Probably the one specialized expensive piece of equipment is that orchard mower. It's a Berti, B-E-R-T-I, from Italy. Hinneker makes one that's comparable. That is essential. I can chip up to 4-inch logs.
Wow.
Just grind it right up. I use
So
it.
is that 4-inch hardwoods?
Yeah, but you have to put them perpendicular to your travel pathway. If you take them end on, it just wraps them up around the spindle, and then you end up underneath. I spend a lot of time underneath my orchard mower. But if you got them laying lengthwise, it twists them and it breaks them up in a bunch of little splinters. So
Interesting.
I've got the tractor, the orchard mower. For my annual crops, I got a disc harrow and a tiller. Then I got a cultivator for weed control. See, most of it's for the stupid annuals.
Yeah.
Front end loader has the quick attach for forks, because I'll use a lot of the orchard bins, whether I'm picking hazels
Yeah.
or chestnuts or apples, whatever that is.
So
that's it for the.
what would you say, like $50,000 to $75,000 worth of equipment?
Oh, at the most. And actually, this is it's sad, but it's true. Is all these books that are out there that says you're gonna crush it with hoop houses, you're gonna make it big with this and that and the other thing. It lures a lot of young folks into agriculture, and the first thing they do is they invest in all kinds of junk. Invest in biology, because it grows and it reproduces and it has more stuff that you can sell, like offspring and things like that. And don't invest in objects like tractors that fall apart. As soon as you buy that tractor, it's worse than it was when you first got it, and forever and ever and ever it's falling apart. And so get that last. So a lot of my equipment actually came from young farmers that came out here, overspent on the stupid shit that they shouldn't spend it on, and went broke. Because now you got to pay for it. Just take a look at a pickup truck. This guy down the road, he's going to get into rotational grazing with cattle. He's got 10 cattle, okay? He got a $50,000 pickup truck and a $20,000 stock trailer because he needs it. Well, I can call Marty down the road, and Marty will come pick up a load of 20 animals for $150, and he takes them to market. How long is it going to take you to pay off $70,000 with $150 at a time? 300 years worth of having Marty haul my pigs. I don't need to buy the truck and the trailer.
Yeah.
So we're just about out of time for questions, but go ahead.
No, so that's just my approach and opinion on equipment. Is as little as I can get away with, but make sure buy new equipment. It really get it on the warranty. Get to know the dealer. The dealer knows you by name. Now you're a friend. They want to help you, and that's really important.
Yeah.
Man, I wish we lived closer to Mark. I wish we didn't have a stupid 49th parallel border between us. But Mark, I want to paint a picture for you. So the year's 2047. Your bank account got full of money, as much as you could ever possibly spend. You've got
devalued the currency, and it took wheelbarrow loads to buy a bubble gum.
Yeah, we'll use gold. And you can deploy an army of people to revegetate the planet. What are the 3 things that you would do tomorrow to start you on your path?
Well, let's just first of all, is those of you who have real estate resources or investment resources that can get the real estate, is we're ready for you. So as far as if I could deploy a team, no, we've got a team. That's what this is right here. We go all over the world, man, and we're putting stuff in the ground as fast as we possibly can. what's limiting us right now are people who actually believe that this is possible. It blows my mind. People go on Facebook and yell and scream and holler about all this kind of stuff. It's like, hello, let's do this. It works. And they like, and they freak out at the last minute. So put your money where your mouth is. Give Rad a call. We'll be there tomorrow. So if I could do this tomorrow, I have to get ready. I got to fix my transplanter because I broke it on the last job, because we're mobilizing to Indiana, and we're going to go plant out a huge system in Indiana.
Man, we gotta.
Got back from a run. We just did Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri. I did one up in Wisconsin. I'm going to be doing one in Wisconsin before I go to Indiana. Then from Indiana, go to North Carolina, then to New York. Yeah, we're on the run, man. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, all this spring. So if we could, we're doing it.
Perfect. So what's the website for Rad?
Restorationag.com.
Okay, so we'll put that up into the chat.
Yeah, in the chat.
And I want to interview you again. I want to hear about all these big projects. I'm sad we didn't get to it, but
yeah,
we'll have to do another 20-hour session just with Mark Shepard.
So Mark, I have a kind of a special request. It was my birthday yesterday, and you didn't send me a nice thank you or a message or anything, but you can make up for it if you tell my favorite joke for me. It's another joke I heard that you said back at the first course we took together. Hopefully I'll jog your memory. It was a joke about I think it was a lion, a grizzly bear, and an Australian guy that were trapped in a room. Could you? I'm
not going to. There is. Have you heard that one about the piece of paper?
No.
Oh, no, wait, I'm not going to tell you that one either. You know why? Because it's terrible.
Okay, folks. Well, we're gonna draw for Mark's 2 books. We're gonna go back to a sponsor break here. Check out Mark's website. I'm sure it's up in the chat now, and if it isn't, yeah, it just went up there. That's perfect.
We're still selling trees for the next week or 2.
Okay.
Okay, and they can, if people want to buy those trees, that's on Restoration Ag as well, or that's New Forest Ag?
You can link through that, but that's forestag.com. And actually, we do have a load going to Ontario. And so Canadians who want to get on board, if you hook up with the guy in Ontario, it'll only be one order, one phytosanitary. So we get it through once, and then you pick it up at his place.
Awesome.
Looks like Mitch says we're 15 minutes too early. Is our schedule wrong?
Hold on a second here. It says 3:45. That's what I'm hearing here.
Yeah.
Mitch, you got it backwards now. No, he's ahead now. We're gonna fire you, Mitch.
No way. He did the wolf thing. He gets bonus points for that. All right. Well, we're gonna head over to our sponsors. Mark, I can't thank you enough. I look forward to our next conversation. We will be interviewing you again, but I'll wait till the fall when your year slows down a little bit.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure that we push out the book. When that new book comes out, let me know, and we'll email our list about it.
You bet. And keep trying to thank me enough. I
will keep trying.
Talk to you guys later. Thanks.
Yeah.
See you, Mark.
Talk soon.
All right. Fantastic.
What a jerk.
Yeah, I can't believe that guy. The nerve to own 6 farms.
Oh man.
He's gonna run Bill Gates out of business.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So folks, if you're just joining us, this is our book launch. Rob and Michelle and I recently wrote a book that outlines kind of a 5-step process to design and develop land anywhere in the world. We basically decided that to help us get the book out to as many people as possible, it'd be great to feature some of our personal heroes, mentors, and peers in the permaculture space from all around the world, so that they could share their stories about how they built their permaculture property, and that you guys could benefit from all of our terrible mistakes, awesome successes, and really bad jokes.
All right, so you guys know the spiel here. You get a copy of the book, you get unlimited lifetime access to the recordings, and we're definitely going to add a few more in there for Mark Shepard. I want to hear about some of the stuff he's doing on. You get a $500 bookmark.
Yeah, overestimate I can't thank this bookmark enough. for all
Well,
all
keep
the
trying,
work- all
keep
the work-
trying.
yeah, keep-
You get the toolkit, all of our tools. We'll be talking more about our tools throughout the weekend. Google Earth Pro and Contour Map Generator mini course, the Building Your Permaculture Property mini course as well, where we go through our 5 steps, and it's on sale for $149. That price is going to go up after the summit is over, and you can find out more at mypermacultureproperty.com. So we've heard from Dakota and Chris Magwood, Peter Bain, and just recently Mark Shepard. Rosemary Morrow's in queue next. I think Michelle's talking to her right now in the green room. Jeff Lawton, and then Philip.
Still can't pronounce his name.
No, he's gonna get mad at me or make fun of me. So that's coming up this afternoon. New Society is our key sponsor, and all of their books are on sale this weekend, 40% off. The code is in the show notes down below. Lots of great permaculture resources there, and I highly recommend that you sign up for their newsletter for all their deals, and new releases coming out on a monthly basis. Acres USA is also a sponsor and the publisher for Mark Shepard and his books. Sounds like they've got a busy couple of years ahead of them with all the books he's writing. And so go to Acres USA and check out. They've got a great magazine. We've got a couple of books. We've got a book with them as well. That's available on their website.
And for folks who don't know, Acres is North America's oldest publication for, basically regenerative agriculture before it was called regenerative agriculture. I'm pretty sure was it Gary Zimmerman? I think it was one of their authors actually coined the term regenerative agriculture. It's just a fantastic organization. You guys actually wrote a book together with Acres and Joel Salatin,
Yep.
or a book and a whole video package called
Yep.
the Salatin Semester.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, Acres was the internet for farmers before the internet came out. This is where people got information about regen ag. So check them out. On Growing Works is run by a good friend of mine, Bruce Kay. When you want regenerative landscapes, this is the guy you go to. They're out of Cochrane, and they do some incredible work. If you're looking to get some of these ideas onto your landscape, large or small, these guys have a construction company and a design company that will take it from your vision into reality. And so I'd recommend going and checking out their website. They've got some incredible photography and case studies with regards to some of the work that they did. I actually did a video with Bruce, and somehow the video got lost. And so I actually have to go back out to On Growing Works and film them again. But this year I'll be able to go out in the construction season and capture their story as they're building some systems. So check them out. Thanks, Bruce, for all the support. And I look forward to connecting with you again this year sometime. Okay, so we've got 2 rainwater harvesting books that we're giving away and 2 of Mark's books that we're giving away. So do you have a dad joke lined up or something like that?
I actually, this is a really simple one, but this is in alignment with Mark's new book, Water for Any Farm. So the way this is going to work, I'm going to ask you guys a riddle.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Let's change that around a little bit.
Why? Okay, well, you tell the joke. Rob's got a better riddle. He doesn't like my riddles.
Well, it's close to that one though. It's a little bit more daddy.
I'm drawing a blank here. You're way over my head. Whoa. We got to explain how this works. So Rob's going to tell you a riddle, and if it sucks, I'll tell you one that's.
The answer is the same though.
Yeah, it's okay. The answer is the same. And what we're going to do is we are going to select, 4 people, because we've got 2 rainwater harvesting books, right? Yeah, 2 rainwater harvesting books and 1 each of Mark's books. So let's do, our TAs want us to go with smaller numbers. So let's do 10, 20, 30, and 40. If you're the 10th, 20th, 30th, and 40th.
I think they want smaller numbers than that.
No, they said low, middle. Oh man, you picked the numbers. I'm tired of picking the numbers. Can't do anything right around
10,
here.
15, and 20.
10, 15, and 20. There you go.
Oh no, there's 4, wasn't there? 5, 10, 15, and 20.
5, 10, 15, and 20. If you are the 5th, 10th, 15th, and 20th person to answer this incredibly difficult riddle correctly, you will be contacted by our team to get one of those amazing prizes. And if we've got, we've got we'll announce our previous winners from the last book draw after Peter Bain. It was Draw Borderless and Anne Brossard. Unfortunately, it was a really difficult riddle to solve, but it was a big shout out to Chris Kay, who cracked the code and then allowed all these other intellectually challenged folks to get in on these.
People are saying clock.
We haven't even said,
the riddle
what
yet.
are you guys doing?
Yeah, just getting ahead of me.
You're like lemmings. Somebody just heads for the cliff and you all just follow them.
Yeah. No, clock is not it.
No, we haven't even said the riddle yet. Okay, so Rob's gonna say the riddle here, and
You know what riddle has been kind of in my head ever since watching that Mark thing? It's like he was kind of insinuating that he's working on coffee.
he is, and I'm a bit upset that he didn't release it on our podcast,
Yeah.
or our show.
We might have to go down there and steal it from him.
Yeah. I don't drink coffee anyways, so you might have to go down by
You
yourself.
just haven't had kids yet. That's the
right.
problem. Okay, here's the riddle. What be a pirate's favorite letter of the alphabet? Lemmings, chickens, carrots.
I think just the leg.
LOL.
The leg is still kicking in.
Yeah, I know.
Pineapples.
R. It be the letter C, mateys. So we got the first one there.
Yeah. Okay, R or C will do for all you pirate.
You landlubbers.
All right, thanks so much.
Oh, just going crazy. Everybody wants Mark's books.
Yeah,
Oh man, I don't envy Mitch and Catlin.
yeah.
All right. How much time do we have?
I think we've got 4 minutes.
Okay, just
Before-
enough time for a quick break. So why don't you roll that beautiful interlude? Come on in,
And we will see you in 4 minutes with
Rosemary Morrow.
Hopefully she's a little bit kinder than Mark.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
no
go.
kidding.
I gotta go lick my wounds from that
Yeah.
conversation.
Oh man.
You work all day from 9 to 5 and come home feeling half alive. Never see your kids and wife, and I've got news for you. There's no point doing what you do unless it's somehow good for you. Got to get a result or two in the form of something real. Now if you're feeling stressed and not the best and have trouble finding happiness, well, here's one thing I will suggest. Obtain yourself a yield. Obtain yourself a yield. Sustain your energy. Don't drain yourself. Maintain yourself. Obtain yourself a yield. Now money is not the only yield. You could be making a bigger deal about what you eat for your next meal. You can't run on an empty tank. Ignore the stash of cash in your pocket. Just make a salad with some homegrown rocket. You just have to go out the back and pluck it. Don't need to go to the bank. You gotta work your days for stuff that pays. Not just money, but in many ways. It's time you clear away the haze and obtain yourself a yield. Obtain yourself a yield. Something you can eat. You can produce some things of use with your own 2 hands and feet. Obtain yourself a yield right in the here and now. Make sure to earn something in return. Here, let me show you how. have a sleep. And if you feel like there's not enough air, then breathe in very deep. And if you're thirsty, then you order. Get yourself a drink of water. And if it's gonna be cold and you're feeling bold, you can cheer yourself a sheep.
As a matter of fact,
In any given moment, there's everything you need. Just look around, it will be found. And obtain yourself a yield. Obtain yourself a yield. Take only what you need. Life's pretty fun when you're getting some, but there's no need for greed. Obtain yourself a yield, and one for others too. Make sure to seal both ends of the deal. What's good for both of you? Yeah, an easy way to do it is to give one to your friends. Because the good things you do come back to you, and the yield just never ends. That's right, the good things you do come back to you, and the yield just never ends. Yeah, the good things you do come back to you, and the yield just never, ever, ever, ever ends.
Can you share that Telegram thing, the the Muppets?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have the ability to share it on your thing?
Don't you have Telegram on your computer?
I don't have it on this computer. We'll have to send
okay.
it over.
No, I've got it. Mitch, you probably have Telegram on your computer. Can you, Rob and I have been getting some really funny references of who Rob and I remind them of. We've got Doug and who's the other guy?
Who's the Muppets?
Well, there was the Muppets. There was Doug and those guys. We've had the Red Green.
The
Red Green Show.
Strange Brew.
Something.
And the Red Green. People are making fun of our plaid.
Yeah, it's kind of hurtful. But the best one was the Muppets one. We'll
pull that up at the next break.
We'll pull the meme up at the next break.
So the next speaker is someone that I'm just absolutely so thrilled to have on the show, and I'm actually let's toast to Rosemary Morrow. She's had such a huge influence on the permaculture community, and I was telling her just the other day that I was really sad that I didn't get to meet her while I was in Australia. So here's to Rosemary Morrow. She is basically the female version of Bill Mollison. She's just contributed so much to the permaculture space. We all owe her an incredible debt of gratitude. She's still crushing out content. I'm sure she's going to tell us about the book that she's working on right now. So here's to you, Ro. Thanks for coming on to our show today.
Cheers.
Well, I'm drinking water and coffee because it's 8 in the morning. I don't know what you're drinking, but the sun's just.
This is just juice here. This is just some.
Well, the sun's coming through the trees, and it's a beautiful cold autumn day here. So, yeah, I'm on coffee and water, or tea and water, or something. Thank you for that.
Yeah, when I started writing my first PDC notes, I leveraged your books so heavily. So I can't thank you enough. Although Mark's probably listening to me right now, saying, "You just keep trying to thank me." but your contributions have been absolutely unbelievable, and I'm so thrilled to have you. So why don't you, let our crowd have it.
Right. Well, thank you very much, both of you. I spelt my name wrongly in my window. It isn't Marrow, though it's a good permaculture name. It's actually Morrow. And I think with a flower and a vegetable, it's as permaculture as you can get, but it is Morrow, not Marrow.
Mitch, can you change that for us?
Okay. Well, thank you both very much. It's terrific to be here with you this morning from Australia, where it's 8 o'clock and the sun's coming up on a crisp autumn, beautiful, exquisite autumn morning of the world. I can't tell you what's going to happen today, but often I can, because we're so much in advance, we know the news before you do. I'd like to welcome everyone here today from a slightly different point of view. I would like to acknowledge that I'm living on Gundungurra country. The Gundungurra were the Aboriginal tribe who inhabited this land for probably 40, 50, 60,000 years, and who never ceded the country. They never for a moment gave up, which makes it perhaps by Captain Cook one of the largest land grabs on earth. It was a huge land grab and never ever been seeded. So that what we're doing now is acknowledging the Gundungurra, and I've learned a welcome to you all through that. So it's Watamai, Nalama, Mitiga, Watamai, Nalama, Mitiga, which means please come in and sit down and join the circle, which I think is just a lovely greeting. So in the spirit of the Indigenous Gundungurra people who lived on this land, I'd like to mention that during all these years of habitation and living and ceremonies and knowledge profound of the environment, Aboriginal people in Australia never damaged the waters. They have never damaged the seas. They have never reduced biodiversity. If anything, it increased. They have never damaged the soils. In fact, the soils were built. I just think a record like that is a fabulous example for permaculturalists. If we accept now we have to clean waters, build soil, and build biodiversity and encourage it to come back. I can see the sun on my face because it's come up and it's shining through the window. So I might speak from this position. So I think we don't have to live as Indigenous people did, because I think that's not possible. But we can aspire to the same sorts of principles, to build, to restore, and not to destroy. So I think permaculture now has to take a step not towards sustainability, which is unachievable at the moment, but a step for restoration, so that all our houses, all our designs, all our permaculture moves to restore. And that would mean monitoring yourself. Have you restored soil? Have you restored biodiversity? Have you kept waters clean? And every time they leave your land, that anything can drink from them. This is a sort of thing that we can do in our own lives on our own land. And I think it's really, really important. And of course, as you know, this year is going to be the year of ecosystem restoration, and that applies to natural ecosystems as well as cultivated ecosystems. So wherever we are trying to create ecosystems, we're trying to build back natural capital and give a world to children and animals and plants and every living thing, really. Okay, so now with that bit of an acknowledgement, I'd like to talk to you about the history of this presentation. So before we start, I have spent nearly 40 years working in developing countries, recovering from war and civil war. So we can talk about East Timor that was razed to the ground by the Indonesians, talk about Vietnam, where Americans and Australians created 30 million bomb holes and 2 million deaths. And Australia has never said sorry or offered war reparation. There's Cambodia with the civil war. We have reams and reams of countries throughout the world that have been decimated. And that is where I chose to work. In addition to those that were suffering badly and couldn't get permaculture. So I guess I'd be looking at Uganda and Malawi, where the AIDS pandemic raged so badly that they were building more and more orphanages. So an indicator for me of poverty has actually been about the orphanages that get created. So I spent a lot of time in orphanages in Vietnam, in Cambodia, in Uganda, and also in East Timor. Just giving you some background to my thinking. At the same time, when I was home, I would work with my local Blue Mountains Permaculture Institute, and Liz and I would work together to give local and work locally. And Liz has gone on to do fantastic things through solutions journalism, the big fix. Bit of an introduction. So all that development work, where did it take me? Well, it took me to understand that permaculture is a critical intervention where there's poverty, distress, and powerlessness. Poverty may be environmental, poverty may be caused by military impacts, poverty through not knowing. So there are types of poverty and different reasons. Poverty through too little land, as happens in some countries. Distress and trauma from living under really difficult, uncertain conditions, as we know through COVID, what uncertainty does to us. So we know today that the uncertainty of people in refugee camps, or whether they're going to be bombed, or whether they'll have enough to eat. So I think uncertainty through COVID has been a unifying global factor that we can understand what others have gone through. But so I'm coming to permaculture from not Permaculture My Property, but you can see the room at the back. This was a laundry. It's now a sunroom because I retrofitted it, and so on. What I want to talk about is a world that's coming, and a world we need to recognise. So if I could have the first slide, please, Mitch.
Mitch, you on that? Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. So I changed the title, as you can see, and I'm looking at permaculture solutions for our future. Now, these are also design solutions. So I'd like us to be able to look at how we are going into the future. My big understanding that I took away from all those years in camps and developing countries, in the last 2 years intensively in refugee camps, was that the world I occupy as an Australian with the house and land is not the world of 2/3 of the inhabitants. This is an elite Western middle class thing, and permaculture has been teaching mainly to that group. So very, very radically, I'm challenging not the particular principles of permaculture, but I wanted to see whether they are going to be suitable to deal with the future world. Next slide, please, Mitch. So where will the world's people be? Now, this is a shock, isn't it? Because in some ways, I think permaculturists imagine we'll all go out and get small farms and raise lots and lots of food and develop wealthy areas. Well, yes, where you have neighbourhoods, and neighbourhoods with house and land. But there isn't always a neighbourhood. There are high-rise buildings, there are informal buildings, and there are marginal places. So only 20 to 30% of us will have the luxury of a home and land to work on. So where does that put permaculture? Where does it come with when you think of your zones, your zone 0, your zone 1? I've been working where people live in tents and containers, 8 in a room. I've been working where the hunger is so bad in Afghanistan, and the dangers and the air pollution that people are afraid to go outside. I've been working in Hong Kong, where all you have is high-rise buildings. So this is going to be a lot of the future. And does permaculture have anything to offer most of the world? It certainly does agricultural lands, big agricultural neighbourhoods. But let's have a look at the next slide. So what's going to be compromised, and what can we do? Look, I regard these as wicked questions. These are the questions that I have taken to groups of permaculturists. What do we do about the Miami areas? What do we do about the Mekong Delta? What do we do about the Ganges Delta? What do we do about clean drinking water, which is fast running out? How do we access blue and green landscapes, the seas and the vegetation that keep us healthy and well? And what do we do about land that's going to be lost as it turns to desert or submerged? And about 1/3 of the world's people live in places that are likely to be submerged. So will permaculture have the answers? I mean, this is a cogent question for all of us. So I just want you to write down, if you've got a pencil and paper, or think what and how we might do under this different world, and can it be a good world? It possibly can, but what would we have to do? Now, coming to these answers, I could have brought a lot of very stimulating, interesting photographs from situations in refugee camps with the Bangladesh, Rohingya, 1 million people living in tents and bamboo. Or we could have gone across to Malaysia, where there are 5 million refugees, also from Myanmar, but less known. We could go to Turkey with its 5 million refugees from Syria. You know, we can go to Iraq, to the camps of 50,000 or 1 million people. Now, what can we do? And there's likely to be more. And can we make a world of these places? So I'm seeing design as bigger than the individual. I'm seeing design as we, not me. What can we do? What can they do? What can we do together? Yes, please, Mitch. So I'm using Rob's drawings from my book because I think that they are beautiful for a start. So one of the huge issues that people talk about is population versus consumption. I think we all know that one of those children in the drawing on the left with their house and garden is likely to consume 20 times that of one of the children on the right. It seems to me, and I'm going to challenge you on this, that people are inclined to say population is the big threat, and to some extent it is. Sheer numbers needing water and food and fuel are a threat. But who sets the model? Who sets the picture for how to live? Who sets the examples? Who sets the desires? Who is it that creates the images that people want when they're living in poverty? And the other thing is, look at the family on the right. Are they really, if their children can go to school and have opportunities, what sort of poverty have they got? When COVID hits the family on the left, what happens? They watch Netflix. When poverty hits the family, when COVID hits the family on the left, what happens? They stay home and they watch Netflix. When COVID hits the family on the right, they've got mangoes, and they've got a sheep or a goat or a pig, and they've got a vegetable garden, and they've got eggs, and they've got something really worthwhile to do. You know, which one is going to survive? Which one is going to survive with mental health in place? I just think looking at consumption, we must look very, very carefully at what we show the world. I've been in places where someone's held up their mobile phone, taken a photo of everyone, and then put it in their pocket. And later on in that course, 2 phones got stolen because people desperately would love to have a phone and take photos of their families. What do we model all the time? Are we modeling simplicity, peace, sharing? I'm not sure. Okay, next one, please. Thanks, Mitch. Right, and then what happened to the farm? I don't know if you can read that. You've got a calf looking at her mother saying, "What's that, Mum?" Mum saying, "It's called a supermarket, my daughter. It's what humans have instead of a farm." So what did happen to the farm? It's happening now in India, isn't it? As they're proposing to make big farms of little farms and get rid of small farmers who have been out demonstrating in the streets. And what happens to the farm? What happens when you have places like this? What happens to the waste? What are the trucks doing to air pollution? What desires are they creating in people? What monocultures are they promoting, and what are they even paying the farmers? I think this sort of drawing raises a lot of questions for us all. And if we're going to have a farm, what could or should it look like? So let's have a look at the next slide. Here's one of our problems. Can you read that? So you've got the animals coming over, and one of them saying, "That's not a water hole." The tiger's looking in. And you've got the koala saying, "No, it's a black hole." The bee is arriving because it wants a drink. The rhinoceros can't get in and everyone is amazed. So what we're looking at extinction, local and other. And this is about to become extremely critical. And I think we need to be concentrating massively on insects as well as big animals. We must everywhere. Your garden, your farm in summer should sound like an insect zoo. You should be able to hear little murmurs and hums from bees and wasps. You should be able to see a lizard or a skink disappearing under a stone. Birds coming to water. Without these, they are the bottom of the pyramid on which we depend. What are we doing to reverse biodiversity loss? It's time to measure. So for all your home designs and all community designs, we need to do a bit of a inventory, find out what the biodiversity is, learn to identify the smallest insects and animals and what they're doing, and then measure their increase because of what you're doing. Build this little zoo, build this little humming, busy place. Look across the light when the sun's shining and see all the insects dancing. This is something we must do, and then we've got food for the rest. Next one, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about marginal places because this has been ignored by permaculture. Marginal places, I think we can regard as a whole, not single. So right through the world at the moment, we have migrant worker dormitories making clothes for us and watches for us and televisions for us and everything for us. And they live under some horrific conditions, and these people do not have access to permaculture to change their world. We look at refugee camps, they too are shut out from good, valuable information that can change their lives. And so we look at squatter neighbourhoods, favelas, and the starting to drown coastal edges. The 80-storey buildings are perhaps a little bit different. If we don't intervene, if our responsibility with our knowledge as permaculturists, and we carry valuable, wonderful knowledge, it's not really ours, it's a shared knowledge, and we adhere strongly to the third ethic, surplus to need, and our knowledge is always surplus to need. So we should be able to share that to enable others. Let's go on, please, Mitch. And these numbers are going to grow and they could be good. So let's look at the choices we've got. We've got wonderful villages like these that I saw in the 1970s in Afghanistan, the top one, and then you can see what happens. So they had palm trees, they had sorghum, they probably had some camels somewhere, they lived on the flat roofs, they often farmed in the little valleys. And here we see what happens when war comes in. War not only creates present damage, it creates future damage. And this is where I have been working in the bottom picture. And you can see the tents that would normally be the blue tents. People are not allowed outside very often. You can have guards with AK-47 on the gate. Is this place possible to do permaculture? Go back to the top drawing for a minute, just have a look at it, and you'll see how the top drawing, you could add permaculture, more trees, more shade, sort of perhaps better water, certainly distributed solar panels throughout. We'd be looking at more dryland species, more figs, more dates, more permanent stuff. You can see what can be done. When you come to the bottom photo and regard that as your property, what can be done? So what we did was we took permaculture, the people. See, you can see there in a queue. We asked them if they'd like to permaculture. They didn't know what they were getting, but bravely, they are brave and resilient. They said yes. And then we held classes, and we had people redesigning the whole camp with this much land for more shade, for better water, for running areas around the fences, for recreation, and each little house was considered to be independent, and we would look at how we can improve insulation, how we can reduce the dust, how we can increase privacy, and how we can make it more livable in the heat and shade. So this is a sort of property, permaculture property, that we were working with, and we had to change not the principles and ethics, but we had to change our teaching methods and our techniques. Okay, let's go on. Thank you, Mitch. Thanks very much. Okay, so just looking again, one of the big issues is, and I'm coming back to this every now and again, we're not re-asking the planetary boundaries, we're actually breaking planetary boundaries. Now, as permaculturists, this is a term we all need to know. In your course, did you learn about global challenges or world problems? These Mollison and Holmgren developed in the 1970s roughly, and a few years ago the UN developed the planetary boundaries, and there are 9 of them. 3 have been crossed: drinking water, biodiversity, and people in the United States know that about their birds have dropped by 40%. And then the oceans will be next. So what we've done is we have taken more than we have replaced. So we've actually been stealing from the earth, and we've been using it up in all sorts of ways that are probably immoral. And the mining, a huge one. Stock, enormous, irrigated agriculture, unthinkable. It's wonderful to know that California is going to dryland agriculture, and I think they're well in advance of the world. And we've stolen from the natural environment. We've dried the rivers, we've drained the lakes. We must now start to put back, and permaculture teaches us how to put water back. If you would hear, I would show you, if you were here at my place, well, you are this morning, I would show you the rubble drains without guttering on the roofs that enable surplus water to be absorbed back into these aquifers, which is a design solution for a property. And we were designing them into the camps, especially those in the monsoon areas that are very, very wet. So we take this principle of put water back into the soil, try to recharge aquifers and groundwater as part of restoration of landscape and restoration of sites too. Mitch, please. Thank you. So one of the things we are well aware of now, and I think COVID's driven it home to us, is there's no security in simply being alone. There's no security in a siege mentality. There's no security in getting my 5 acres or my 2 acres or my 1 acre and trying to be self-sufficient, because it doesn't work. Because insects fly over the fence, because diseases are carried, because we can't meet all our needs. So what we're coming back to are some really important points that we need to carry us into the future, which is the diversity, value diversity of religions and beliefs. And because I've been in refugee camps with Sudanese and Congolese and Yemeni from Yemen and Afghanis and Rohingya and Mon and Chum, all these people, I've seen how a class can bring together and be so much richer than each group would be able to do it alone. And going through the refugee camps for a couple of years, how Islam, Buddhism, Christianity, all can come together, contribute something absolutely vital to a permaculture design. So we want to bring food production back to damaged areas. We want to save drinking water. And most of all, we want to build bioregionalism. I think you call that localism in some places. Without a strong community, we won't be able to go forward. And that, of course, is what you can have in a refugee camp, where people do support each other. There's criminality, there's violence, there's drugs, there's fear, but there is also enormous community strength which can grow. So if we look back at our permaculture designs, and when you did your course, we would be starting to think for ourselves, how can we share this with the local community? How can we get on board for this? How can we build wildlife corridors? How can we complement our food supply with someone else's? It doesn't take much. You know, I just took bundles of greens to someone the other day, and they just brought me a dozen fresh eggs that were laid in the last 24 hours. You know this stuff, and you know how quickly it becomes a culture. If you start sharing, the sharing goes on. There are traditional cultures where the person who shares and gives most is considered the most important and esteemed person. And a bank account with $1 million wouldn't count. It's the ability to give and continue to give and give for the common good. So I just want to emphasize that, because if we're going into different sorts of living and we're going into high density and marginal areas, unless we think community, unless we think we're going to be stymied. We're not going to get there. Okay, let's go on. That's a bit of a lecture, isn't it? But I can see. So what's going to happen? We're going to look at every little bit of space that's available in big buildings. So Barcelona has 6,000 rooftop and garden buildings, balcony buildings. So you can use all the walls, you can have your worm farm, you can have your quail, you can have your fruit trees. A friend of mine on a 4th floor balcony has an Australian possum which sleeps on her veranda every day. And you can see how more food could go above the window. You can see how you could pack in an enormous amount of food, because what we're trying to do is meet needs first and surplus next. So how imaginative are you? How green can you get? What's it going to do to that building in terms of air quality and even temperature, to be able to provide these mini gardens? We've been talking about small houses. We now have to think very small gardens. I think you can probably see where you could get more food in there. I certainly can. So let's have a look at the next one. We want abundance, not just enough. So let's look at what else we might do. We might look at other traditional cultures. So let's go back to what people do in wet areas. In Cambodia, on the edge of Tonle Sap, people build their houses on stilts so the water can come up, as it more or less is in the bottom, and then the people are still safe in the dry areas. Government should be absolutely supporting raised buildings now. If you look at Miami, a whole new, or the area that's likely to flood, all East Coast regions and low coastal lands, the move should be for raised buildings. And if the waters go down, you can have wonderful rich soils. The waters go up, you become a water people. But you can see that we need to go back, not implement exactly. There's probably not enough bamboo to do it. But go back to traditional cultures and see, how did they live well on the edge of high tidal areas where waters might come 20, 30 meters in monsoonal areas? What did they do? How can we learn and modify? As I said, we can't go backwards exactly, and their plants wouldn't suit where I live at the moment, but the idea is brilliant. So you could take that on. Let's look at the next one. Now this one is on Tonle Sap, and the Marsh Arabs of Iraq and other peoples in Bangladesh have done this sort of thing to grow food. And provided the waters are not too rough, you can grow a lot of food. They have whole villages floating on the lake. You can have a haircut and go to the bank and sit and eat some food and sit on a veranda and have a very, very nice life living on water. And yet we're not thinking like that, are we? Because a third of the world's people, 1 billion, are living close to, within 100 meters, 100 kilometers of the coast. So that means that we have to really think hard about those coastal areas. Which of them can transition to new types of growing and agriculture and food and meat needs? Which of them do we change the buildings? Which can we live on? This is why we desperately need more traditional models to see what could be adaptive. The Marsh Arabs were fabulous. If you can get something, they built a whole culture on reeds and it's stunningly good. Okay, next one, please, Mitch. Am I running out of time? Okay. The other thing we have to do is we have to pay enormous attention to the oceans. And for those of us who live inland, perhaps we don't realize, but every time we drop something or put something in water, it ends up in the sea. All the problems of the sea begin on the land and inland. So we can't say it's nothing to do with me, it's for them down there. It is to do with me. The solutions to marine damage are in putting more carbon into the soil and more trees on the ground. But already, for those who live on the coastal fringes, we need to be really familiar with permaculture techniques to reverse and minimise the damage. Whether we replant the dunes, whether we would create silt traps, whether we get a lot of traffic, whether we create all sorts of systems to revegetate, whether we get rid of foot traffic, there's that so far as that goes. But then there's what we do on the land. I think it was Aldo Leopold who wrote a wonderful essay, you can correct me, a wonderful, wonderful essay on a drop of water rising from the sea by evaporation, traveling to the mountains, condensing, and that drop traveled through the American mountains as a drop of water. And it showed what happened to that drop of water all the way down. It all ends up in the ocean. So I have designed a booklet called Marine Permaculture, which looks at zoning the coast, looking at the ecosystems and working from the principle to first protect, then increase and allow our marine ecosystems, not just the coast, to adapt to the rising heat. Did you know that the ocean's just about as full of carbon dioxide as it can take? If much more carbon dioxide is absorbed by the ocean, it's going to transverse its planetary boundaries and a lot of things will break down very, very quickly. It's probably the most terrifying of all the planetary boundaries that we don't want to cross. So if you go out this weekend and you plant more trees and you put more organic matter into your soil, you are helping the ocean. And that is going to become a critical function, also the types of practices on the ocean. So I've actually included that in my book as a part of permaculture, which even if you live on high plateaus like the Gobi Desert, things end up in the sea finally. Enough chemicals on agriculture or going down rivers or damming rivers, we need to be aware of how we affect the ocean from far inland. Okay, that's cautionary, but I've loved writing the book because I've learned so much. It's just a booklet to back up for teachers to know more than they teach. Yes, please, Mitch, I better move along a bit. Thank you. So we're going to look at cities now for a while because that's where 80% of the people are going to be. So let's get radical. So Amsterdam, I think Seattle, Portland, Canberra. I think there are cities in Malawi who are starting to absolutely overhaul their cities. This had begun already. And with COVID, we're building on it very, very fast. Because what COVID showed us is those jam-packed cities may never come back. If COVID's with us for a decade, then we can shut off some streets, we can have more businesses, we can have more openness, we can bring in different sorts of cities that are not so polluting and aren't destroying. So these are the basic principles for regenerating cities. And I think that they've got purchase. What we would be looking at would be to take some of those big buildings, 80 stories, and look at the different aspects. Think of a big building. We might look at the one facing the sun and put another glass front on that, and the whole of that front becomes a big greenhouse for growing food. We might take a couple of floors and save the water in those floors for those homes and people living below. We might look at underneath the building, get rid of the parking areas and turn it into markets and worm farms. We could grow mushrooms. We can keep chickens. There's a huge amount we can do with big buildings, apart from just roof gardens and balconies. We could look at their aspects and see how they can come together. A big building has a minimum of 2,000 people. That's a neighbourhood. How do you get a market going? How do you get swap and share? How do you get local production of those people? This is where we need to engage ourselves in being all part of this. We must have more shade. We must have more trees for heat, for cold, and for dust. So let's go on. Thanks, Mitch. I'm moving. I'm going to want to get through it so I can take some good. So this is what a city could look like. Just have a look at it. You start right at the top and you've got the capacity to build in protein. You can come to every balcony. You can use every car park. You can plant along footpaths. I would want streets bigger than that, casting shade on the streets with groups of trees underneath it, seats underneath it for sitting, for stopping places, for natural communication. Now multiply that drawing to a city, but this street becomes your design. It's not just one little balcony or house, it's the whole street. So designing permaculture properties becomes a group activity. And we never do it for people. We take all those people through a design exercise and get them to design their own. Now here's a secret, because if you don't, they'll say, she did it for us and we never liked it anyway. But if they design it for themselves, they will tweak it, keep interested and keep going. Another one, please, Mitch. So this is what we can do. The hard surfaces, of course, are absorbing and creating enormous warming problems. So let's look at everything black and asphalt as having to be modified. If it's your street, we want trees. Look at that diagram on the right. We want shade. We know they're going to drop leaves. Well, we can rake them up and put them on our compost. We look at how the cars get too hot and then require air conditioning, where we could just open the windows. We look at how difficult it is to cross the car parks. I mean, look at the sun. It's even wearing sunglasses because of the impact of the heat from there. We're going to have to look at that asphalt and do something. I'm actually, this is a secret, so don't tell anyone, I'm a guerrilla planter. In my street, I go and put in shade trees everywhere. And then I look after them a bit. And I think this is going to be our future, is going to be lovely, lovely avenues of trees instead of bare spaces with multitudes of cars. So let's start doing it. No longer confined to our own property and what I can grow and I can do, but what we can do for each other. Okay, another one, please, Mitch. Right, we're going to borrow from the French Alps and from Nepal a new type of farm, and it's called a stacked farm. So instead of having one floor farm and all the ground stretched out around it, we're going to have 2- and 3-story farms. And you know how all the farms have those huge sheds? Well, we would make that shed on the bottom floor to store furniture or keep animals in winter, and then live on the top. And we would make our firewood and our animal housing there. I had a lovely experience in the French Alps near Italy with Sylvain, who lived in a traditional house. The bottom was chickens, the next floor were cattle, the third floor was the family, and the fourth floor was the straw and grains that they kept for winter. So you had this lovely, lovely house farm where you didn't have to take valuable land and put it all under huge machine sheds. I think small spaces going up and using a lot of the farm buildings and rationalise them is going to give you more land and better machinery. Again, borrowing from traditional stack farm functions. Yes, please, Mitch. I'm going a bit faster. Okay, so where do we start? Locally. Let's have local teachers in there. Let's start with neighbourhoods and dormitories and where people live in groups. Let's start with schools and universities and TAFEs and refugee camps. Let's get really strong about buy local, spend local. Do you remember, were any of you at the talk that Bill Mollison gave, which was in London? And at the end, Bill gave his talk and someone stood up and said, "Excuse me, Bill, what shall I do about my lemon tree?" And you know, Bill had a reputation for being a bit cranky. He sort of said, "Bugger your lemon tree." He said, "Where's your money in the bank?" And they said, "What?" And he said, "Is your money supporting mining? Is your money supporting armament industry? Is your money supporting cheap foreign factories? Is your find out where your money is and change it big and support local economies. Do not allow $1 of yours to go astray into things that you wouldn't like yourself." Okay, put up materials, tell people what you're doing. Start telling people and use local theatre. Start invading parking lots, roofs, balconies, walls, ledges, stoneland, and add what people have missed. So in my street, we've got some really nice trees. Here in the Blue Mountains, in the middle of a national park, we're inclined to condemn exotic trees, but I'd leave those and just add them. Now, what's needed and missing? In refugee camps, we look at all this. We add water, we add a clinic, we add schools. And in the Indian slums in COVID, this is what has been done to keep people in the slum. So the government brought in clean drinking water. The government started a school. The government started a clinic. People were growing food over tents. People were growing food on windowsills. People were growing food on rooftops. People were growing them and cleaning the grey water systems to start to grow food. I've got photos of it, but I'm not showing you this time. Okay, but suddenly a slum was turning into a very livable space. Refugee camps in Philippines have done the same thing. Wonderful spaces. They've used the grey water systems and they've done it in Bangladesh. And so suddenly these drains become absolutely living in all sorts of things. And you can just imagine, you can do it. Okay, next one, please. Oh, 47. There's a parking lot converted. Where do you want to live? Close to that parking lot or close to the orchard in the city? Yes, please. Next one. Okay, you have to go back and use your permaculture skills. You have to go back into these areas and you have to do a site analysis and a sector analysis. Look what happens when you do a sector analysis to a big building. Right? The top bit gets sun, wind, it gets noise. You would have to do a different sector analysis from flat land, but we can do it. And we have done it. So you look at these big buildings and you look at the values of what can be done to transform them, and you do it from the outside. I mean, looking down at the building the sector analysis on the right, you can see the traffic below, the noise, the heat. You can start to look at which apartments will be shaded and which won't, which will be better for some purposes than others, and then you can start working with it. But without that, you're not going to get the result you want. It's all possible. Permaculture is possible in very difficult margin. Someone said to me, you can't do permaculture in the city, not with 80-story buildings. Or you can't do permaculture in a refugee camp, or you can't do, you can. You just have to use those principles and be really creative. Okay, next one, please. Right, small scale abundance. This is wherever you've got land. Little bits of gardens that are highly intensive, coastal areas that have windbreaks and work behind them. Against walls. Walls are fantastic. Look at every brick wall as a growing space. They hold warmth, they're steady, you can espalier, you can make a whole wall of vegetation. Small scale intensive walled areas are a gift to you. So they're fantastic. Next one, please. Okay, protein. Often in these places, people are protein short. Remember, you've got all these possibilities for protein on balconies and on rooftops. You can have stacked chicken things. So if you look at the little one on the left with the chickens, in a refugee camp in Bangladesh, now what did they do? They put the bird on the middle story, see that empty one? And then below it, they planted vegetables. So they took out those two. So the bird droppings were feeding it all the time. They were able to plant wooden gardens. I did this in Barcelona with the mayor of Barcelona years ago. We went up there and we worked on a garden, and we put in all this garden and solar panels on rooftops in Barcelona. Absolutely possible. You can have dovecotes. Here are 3 different designs. They're still widely used in parts of Europe. They're still used in Southeast Asia. These are areas I know. They're easy to use, good manure. You can have the eggs, you can use the manure. They're simple and a pleasure. Bring the animals back. Next one, please. Right. So these are the sorts of places that we're going to transform, and we do transform. This is a site, and you can see again, we applied the sector analysis here. And in many cases, I was looking at a place in Kabul where there are 2 million people, 2 million, displaced from the rural areas to Kabul, and they live on rubbish tips, and there's no rubbish pickup in Kabul. I realised by building a really nice block of houses over here, you could free up all the land for gardens and food, so that people could learn to build their own, and they are good builders. So you could build whole groups of housing that were oriented for the weather, and they can bring their camels and their goats if they want to. But these long, flat places of degraded living will need transforming over a long time to something else, and we have to get authority. These grey water systems can be turned into living waterways. The unreliable energy supplies can be turned into distributed energy. We've got the solutions. Right, let's go. Next one, please, Mitch. Okay, so what are you going to do? What I know from years of experience of working on the margins is that permaculture offers solutions for every property. That sometimes we look at a property as more than my house and land. We look at it where I live and look over boundaries and fences. We have the solution, and that our knowledge and skills are not given to us to use personally, but we're holding really precious information for our communities. Well, with that, I haven't managed the time very well. I want to say thank you, Mitch, and to Kota for looking after me, and Michelle, and see what comments we've got. I think this is probably different because we're not doing my place, which I could do, but
that's all right. That's great. That's great, Ro. I really appreciate that. And actually you managed the time really well. So I think we'll do a quick review of our sponsors, and then I'm going to come back and we can have a conversation and address some of those questions that have come up while you've been talking.
So just hold tight here. I'm just going to share my screen and then I'll be right back with you.
Mhm.
Okay, so as you guys all know, we're launching our book this weekend, and we just heard from Rosemary Morrow, which was really great. And I'm really looking forward to having a conversation with her shortly here. And so you can get access to our bundle, which has all of our recordings. And that comes in a multitude of different formats, unlimited lifetime access to the recordings from the BYP Summit, our book, the Building Your Permaculture Property Toolkit, our Google Earth Pro plus Contour Map Generator mini course, and the Building Your Permaculture Property mini course, which goes through all of the different 5 steps that we've come up with in order to try and help guide you through the design of your permaculture property. So our first sponsor, which we've talked about a lot this weekend, is New Society Publishers, and we'll talk a little bit more about them after the Q&A session. They've been our keystone sponsor for us to be able to put this amazing event on. So thank you, New Society. Order of the Sacred Earth, we'll come back and talk a little bit about what they do. They've helped to spread the word and being a sponsor of this event as well. Common Digs, amazing little organization. We sent our kids to forest school for a number of years, and it totally transformed the kids that we have now. And so I'll talk a little bit more about why I think this organization is absolutely crucial in every city. And so we're going to be giving away 2 copies of the school curriculum after our conversation with Rosemary Morrow. Another gift basket from Onika. Man, they are just cleaning the world. And looking forward to talking with Philippe tonight about his permaculture farm and how they started this soap company. And so we'll come back to all of those sponsors a little bit later. Ro, thank you so much for your conversation. I have a lot of questions, but I want to understand a little bit about the root cause of all of this poverty. I mean, I know that that's been a lot of your life's work. What is it that causes, in your opinion, the root cause of this? I mean, it's so important that we go into these areas and help people with their current level of suffering. But how do we nip it in the bud, so to speak?
Well, poverty isn't ever just one cause. So when I was in coastal Vietnam, there were 2 things. There were the cyclones, which were increasing, which would bring sand in over the rice fields to a metre high. So they had to shovel all that back. While I was there, I was just walking with a group of people on the beach, and I said, you need your literal forests replaced. Those coastal forests of bamboo, mangrove, casuarina, and so on. And, I went back 10 years later and they really, really designed one and put it in. It wasn't thick enough, but they had begun to do that. So one of the causes there was simply the environment was very, very harsh. The second cause of poverty there was they were mainly self-sufficient, which is brilliant. But as the family size increased, they weren't able to feed all the family from that land. The land side was just too small. Too small. What they were enabled to do finally was give up rice one year to grow peanuts. And that growing of peanuts replaced fertilizer, but also gave them a more valuable crop than rice, which they then had to buy to feed themselves. So that's one place. In Afghanistan, it was totally self-sufficient and healthy. And the people were very, very tall and strong. In 1970s when I was there, because I'm long in the tooth. I remember, and I've been to these places 30 years ago. So that that has been caused solely by war. War has destroyed it, bombed out 5,000-year-old olive trees. It destroyed the food in the valleys. Remember, war says we're going to win hearts and minds. It is actually blitzing the country, destroying water, food, energy, hospitals. It's not true. They create desert zones, green skirt zones, or whatever that, white skirt zones, or whatever it's called. So war is a major point. Another one is inappropriate farm methods. So in Iraq, do you remember the Tigris-Euphrates was considered to be the Fertile Crescent? Today it's a desert of shifting sands and the refugee camps with 50,000, 100,000 people there. And I stood there in that camp and looked out at these shifting sands where they plant some wheat or barley and thought only forestation. But you know, they are also accompanied by snowmelt from their mountains in Turkey. And as that snow melts quickly, it floods. Look, some problems are really wicked questions, and I haven't got the answers. Packed snow melt is one. It's going to affect America and India in ways we can't imagine. We can't stop it. But what can we do to modify the interim, and what can we do for the longer term? And in some cases, I think that the farmers need to be adjusting. And in other cases, we can save lives, but we may not be able to save land. So poverty has a number of causes. You know, there's poverty in every country of the world. Some of it is discrimination. Australian Indigenous people have been sidelined for so long that many of them live in poverty, lack of equal access or opportunity or whatever. You know, so if you go to an area such as I've done, I talk to them about why the people poor. And they'll say, oh, you know, we haven't got enough land. And then you can think whether another crop, or that the cyclones come every year. Well, can they build these enormous strong windbreaks that are going to hold it? In the refugee camps, they need freedom from sand and dirt. They must have trees and windbreaks the way they can. In some places, and if World Food Project stops delivering food, then they've got to have food. And even small amounts can quickly be saleable or edible or change their terrible handout diets and give people agency. So each place will have different solutions as well as different reasons, but you have to think outside your permaculture box, but still apply principles. You'll do your sector analysis. You look at what's happening. You're wanting to meet needs first, surplus next, rebuild soils. That's enough. I think that's sort of covered a lot of the stuff.
What does the average person do that's on the ground, that's not kind of over there and dealing with the crisis about war? I mean, it's just, I mean, I've met very few people that actually want their countries to engage in war, and yet we continue to do it. And this circles around in my head all of the time, trying to think about what, I mean, it feels like just yelling at my government or sending them letters doesn't really change anything. The only thing I've really come to is self-reliance here. Stop contributing financially to the system.
Yeah, I've stopped contributing to system too. I once asked whether I could withhold those percentage of my taxes that went to war, and they said no, that was a federal decision and you could not change it. So I simply reduced my income to where I haven't got enough income to pay taxes. But then what about the libraries and schools and roads and street lights that I support? But I think it's better. The other thing is, let's take the glory out of war. Let's not get a shiver when one of our boys dies, because every time we do, 100,000 Afghans have died in this war, 2 million Vietnamese. We talk about the Australians that died in Vietnam or World War I. They were sent over there by old men because some terrorist in Yugoslavia killed a little known archduke in Yugoslavia. And the world went to war and destroyed all its youth. For years, I think there must be no glory in world war, and we need to apologise. Why did Australians go and die in Turkey? 8,000 in 3 weeks or something. What did the Turks think? Yeah. Why are these people coming here from across there? You know, let's not glorify these issues. Let's keep saying this is slaughter and this is destruction, and we can't afford you anymore. We've had you. No, I think this is probably going to upset people, but I think we have to have got more civilized than going to war to solve issues.
It's interesting as I've gotten older. I mean, when I was younger, I suffered from the same affliction that all of us men suffer from, which is overabundance of testosterone. But I can't even watch violent movies anymore. No. I cannot contemplate video games where we glorify the death and shooting of other people, even if it's in a three-dimensional virtual reality space. Yet our society is full of this.
Yeah, and I think that brings us back to permaculture, which doesn't have a specific syllabus, But I think in the way we can teach people to live something very different from everyday life. And we can teach conflict resolution in those classes without even letting them know what we're doing. I think we can show graphs on war and the military cost, which is just a curve that goes up forever. You know, tanks barely recyclable or contribute, let alone those stupid planes and submarines. They're just boys' toys. They're just ridiculous, really. So we need much less tolerance for violence, not find it great and wonderful. I think we really have to be, I love the fact that Tibetans years ago, when Hans Hara was there, actually he was getting them to do a little bit of drainage around the Potala in Tibet, and every time they found an earthworm, everyone had to stop work while they picked it up and put it somewhere else where it could live. I think when we cherish life to that degree, when we really apologise if we have to cut a tree down for wood and make sure we use it properly and ethically, I think we're getting civilised. Yeah. There's no civilization which just builds weapons. I can't. That's not civilized.
I often wonder what, like, the thing that makes me feel like we're living in the biggest Shakespearean comedy ever written. It is the amount of money we spend in war, and like, what would the world look like if we redirected all those boys' toys and all of that revenue into planting forests and perennial pastures and rebuilding communities? I mean, the budget is just unbelievable, and all it does is create entropy.
That's all. Yeah, nothing else. Entropy and constant sort of standoffs and things about whose tools are worst or bigger. Yeah, I think we have to just say no glory in that. That's shameful, utterly shameful. It is shameful that Australia would go to Vietnam, and that's shameful that Australia would go to Turkey. Australia never had a war or a real threat. Perhaps Japan, yes, and I think you have to start thinking about that. But self-defense is better. You know, the Norwegians, when the Germans, the Nazis occupied, and they were told they had to billet German soldiers in their homes, the Norwegians simply wouldn't speak to them. And the soldiers said, take me out of these houses. No one will speak to me or be nice to me. And the idea was that they'd accept Nazism, but the result was that the Nazis wanted to leave a place where they weren't accepted. And, you know, all the school teachers, they refused to teach German. So the Germans sent them to the north to the ice camps. But then the children kept singing the Norwegian national anthem instead of they're just such massive, wonderful civil disobedience and creative things that I think, you know, we could get on board with a bit of this. I'm planning to do some vigils up here. Now I've got my book written. You know about writing books. So it's, yeah, I've taken my old book and I've put 2/3 of it, 1/3 to a half, into new material and updating it for a different world. Yeah, anyway. So, yeah, I think we have to be at the forerunners of rejecting war and militarism. Yeah, I'm not accepting, don't accept it at all. No. Not okay.
Rosemary, there's a lot of questions here from the chat, and one of them is, can you talk about examples where permaculture has been implemented by a community of very poor people with profitable results?
Yes, I can. So years ago, the first country that was completely war-torn I went to was Vietnam, and there were 57 cars. I mean, think of the traffic jams today in Ho Chi Minh City. That place has been transformed. There were really no post offices, and there were 10 million bicycles, and someone would wait outside the building to cycle quickly with a message somewhere else. So what happened there was, I asked them if they wanted permaculture, and I went to the Women's Union, and they had 11 million members. And they had their own agricultural outreach and agricultural advisors right through the country, because the women had been holding the agriculture together through 30 years of war. So obviously they were the ones. So we gave them a few days, and then they said, yes, we like this. They brought in people from all of the provinces and their heads of departments. So we did a course for heads of departments, and then we said, who wants to apply it? And 3 of them did. So we did Shonla, Kwanbing, Bula, I think. Anyway, 3 different provinces, and started there. And those men went out and they taught the districts. And they went through all the villages, and they got the people into the town square, and they told them how to design their permaculture places and what they must be doing. They were under mango trees, they were under juju trees, they were sitting in banana plantations, but suddenly the food was there. Now, that was later picked up by FAO. We gave them a training method and spread through Vietnam. Then after about 8 years, the Chinese advisors came in with chemical pesticide and chemical fertilizer, and the whole thing collapsed. More recently, with the sicknesses from overuse of chemicals and the waterways and the death of fish, they're now going back to organic means. But recently I saw the chap who's now working in disaster relief, and he worked with me for all those years, partly interpreter. And I said, Shah, what use was it? And he said, it kick-started food supplies right through Vietnam. And we did the same thing in Cambodia. We went to Pusat. We trained trainers to teach permaculture once they were sure they wanted it, and a teaching method. So they then went to Kampong Chenang and to Kandal and the other provinces, and even those that were the white skirt zone that had been created sterile between Vietnam and Cambodia. And the farmers came in from there and sat under trees. Within 2 years, the whole thing was alive and growing, and markets established. We went for very small gains, 10 cents a day, selling at the local bus station to people on buses, of bundles of vegetables and things, with one of the children going on a bicycle, was enough to get more rice or send a kid to school. So from there, they took it where they wanted. They created nurseries, they created markets, they created orchards, they created animal systems. They took it and they made it their own. So you could go there today and think it's a reasonably traditional system. If you look more carefully with experienced eyes, you'd see the permaculture influence on that in terms of how they've selected and what they've done. Some return to the traditional, but some new as well, doing both.
When are you writing a memoir?
I haven't got time. Anyway, I don't want to write another book. I'll tell you what I am writing. I'm going to write a book. Do you remember Farmers of 40 Centuries?
Yeah.
F.H. King. I'm doing gardeners of 30 centuries on Vietnam farming over 3,000 years, because they're the best gardeners in the world, or they were, unless they're rationalizing and doing all chemicals. Fantastic gardeners. And I was there in time to record all the traditional systems, the highlands, the lowlands, the water systems, the brackish water, the fresh water, the fish cages, the whole systems. Wherever I went, I just recorded them. And my field notebooks are this big, and I've got the draft out and I've got the photos. And I think, as I said, to be able to take the best of the traditional with the best of the modern is what we want to do.
When's that coming out?
I haven't got the other one out yet. It's gone to the editor for the 3rd edit.
Okay.
And most of that'll be, it's only black and white. I've got all Rob's drawings in it. As you can see, they're a little bit whimsical, but they're accurate. He draws very, very accurately in a folksy style, so that's done. But I don't know, Amelia Dora, my publishers, that's David Holmgren's press.
Yeah.
And so they'll do that, yeah.
Cool.
I'll let that one go for the moment. But, you know, there's so much new that had to go in about planetary boundaries, about permaculture, understanding the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the fact that the UN Development Goals need permaculture, because the development goals are not integrated the way permaculture is. It's not as much a systems approach. And yet they're trying to do the same things we're doing. And yet we've got 160 countries with examples on the ground for 30 years, and they've really just getting started. But they're coming from the top. We've got the bottom. You should be in it. And you can register your project with the UN SDGs. And we're going to get as many people as we can to register with the UN SDGs, and we'll give them the link to do it, so that the UN can take on how permaculture has the process instead of having to go through governance, and has got the skills to implement what they want to do in their SDGs. Yeah, so I mean, it's a very win-win situation, I think. How are you going for time? You all right?
Yep.
I'm just watching you.
Yeah, I think we've got you until 5:25.
Yeah, we've got a few more time for a few more questions.
5:25. You mean 9:25?
Yeah, exactly.
Breakfast. Did you see the sun come up in this room?
Yeah,
I did,
it's
yeah.
awesome.
Everywhere. Yeah, lovely. And I'll have breakfast then. Got any more questions?
Yeah, you bet.
We got another good one here is, can you talk about, oh, no, that was, do you have any alternative currency / bartering or like alternative economic ideas for ways to promote equality between privileged or marginalized groups?
That's a hard question, isn't it?
Mm.
I think it goes back to that original drawing I put up, consumption versus population. It's the rich that have to change their behavior and the elite to give the others half a chance. And of course, that's the rich in China and South America and Africa and India, who all aspire to have apartments in London, New York and Paris, and want to live these exorbitant lifestyles we can't afford, and who need the community because sitting in their apartment is not going to give them a life if COVID goes on for years.
Right.
So, you know, there are cogent reasons for them to come into their community and participate. I think the third ethic of permaculture has been the least practiced by developing countries and most practiced by the Global South. You know, the Global South are great sharers. It's always a shock to me to come home and find people don't want to talk about their income, how much money they've got. There's a real cringe. Their giving is often conditional and not. See, I went into the gift economy 5 years ago and I haven't done anything for money ever since. And I'm happy to tell people, have a little bit of superannuation, plus a little bit of government pension, my own house. I have a garden. So I'm not, you know, anything surplus can be given. And I don't want to earn income and I don't want to support military. A lot of government spending, especially when they're supporting mining industry or coal industry. You know, there's a lot of it. So, you know, where are they doing it? I think probably there's a city called Canberra in Australia where they're likely to do it more, but you don't need the huge populations, or you need to work within neighbourhoods and people need to be known within their neighbourhoods. I think people need to walk, not sit in cars and zip in and out of doorways. I think there's a lot of behaviour changes that need to happen in addition. I can't really answer that question. I don't know, but someone else probably does.
Can you tell us how you got into permaculture?
Well, I was an agricultural scientist and I ended up in Africa, in Lesotho. I was there for 4 years. I used to walk past the little market, and as I walked past the little market every day, women would be sitting there in their blankets, it's a very high place, selling, you know, 3 tomatoes and an onion. And I realised they were selling food they should be eating. And there was something very, very wrong. And the solutions for that were grow asparagus for the South African market in Bloemfontein and Johannesburg. And I remember thinking, this is bloody ridiculous. They can grow food here. How do you do it? So when I did come, so I didn't really have anything useful to offer as an agricultural scientist because I had learned an industrialised reductive agriculture.
Right.
So it was only when I came back and went to TAFE and learnt to garden and then found permaculture in 85. And permaculture put together the science, it's very science-based. It's a design science. You know, whether you're talking about humus as humic acid or whatever you're doing, it's meteorology, it's everything. And I was able to put that together with the practical skills to grow food. But permaculture has given me a life. Permaculture has enabled me not to make mistakes. So if you do a good sector analysis, you're just not going to put your garden in the wrong place. Or you're going to get your solar panels right, or you're going to get all your water up there on the hill where mine is so that it's gravity fed down to this part of the house, and the grey water goes out the front where everyone thinks it's a little pond, but it's actually a grey water system. You know, it's given me skills and ability to do the things we need to do. So that I tend to regard it as almost sacred knowledge for earth restoration, very precious. And what we've learned in those years, those nearly 40 years since, has only substantiated and created more interest in permaculture for me, because I've got a bear with a small brain. I'd get bored very quickly if it were only just plant like this year after year, but there has to be that time component to a landscape, and this comes out and that goes in and this changes, and the light, the emergent properties of a landscape need to be understood as well as your design, how it emerges. It won't be what you draw. It's going to be something else.
Right.
Yeah.
What's your biggest insight over this really, really incredibly long career in teaching and practicing permaculture?
We don't love the earth enough to save it from us. I mean, while I'm sitting here, my eyes flick over the screen. I've had a pair of red and blue parrots come through. I've had a currawong. I've had some magpies, a pair of tiny little honey eaters. You know, and I find them all miraculous. I think we have to find life a miracle and not want to hurt it in any way. Never want to cut another tree. Never want to hurt an animal. There may be reasons you have to, but only humanely, I think. It has to become just the miracle we don't want to destroy, and the one we want to live amongst, and the one we can create in those very hard circumstances, because we can. We can turn them into green, lovely places. I've got slides, but I decided not to use them.
Is it that we don't love the earth, or that we don't love ourselves?
My feeling is that I'm loving myself and happiest when I'm enjoying those birds and the autumn spiders' webs out the window. I'm loving myself because I'm loving what's happening there. And I'm not loving myself when I'm in a concrete city of asphalt roads and think of what was there once, which comes to me more and more. I think once you're aware of what could be done and what's lost, you're never in it. It's a sort of loss of innocence. And all we can do is what we must do for restoration, where we can and how we can, and except we're only one person.
Yeah,
we can't regret, we can't do more. I mean, if someone's putting solar panels in, that is fantastic. Someone else doing something, everyone's contribution is valuable and good, every single person's. But I'm really convinced we have to get proactive in the big communities that don't have access to permaculture, in which it can transform their life more than even transform mine.
Right.
And so building off of that, the question that Rob just asked, and this is something that we kind of got into with Ben Falk, is one of the kind of major themes that you've been talking about in the Q&A section of your, and as well as in your presentation, is talking about shifting cultural values. You know, like stop glorifying war. You know, stop. All these different things, and one of the things that both Rob and I are one of our kind of hypotheses is that there's this kind of non-intuitive idea, or the three ethics of permaculture: earth care, people care, future care, or return of surplus, which however you look at it. It's often seen as being associated with altruism, and this idea of self-sacrifice, and that's really what morality is about, is giving to other people and taking from yourself. And one of the things that I think, in addition to stopping the glorification of war and all these problems, I think our conversations around morality needs to shift dramatically to one of enlightened self-interest, in that, like, when you see the parrots and the magpies and these birds and the spider webs, and that it gives you real joy, Whereas when you see that, you know, you're surrounded by concrete and all these buildings, it takes away from your sense of well-being. I believe that is actually an intuitive or instinctual understanding that our own well-being is interdependent with the well-being of all other organisms. Like you said, we are one being, and I don't mean that in some metaphysical, purely spiritual sense, although there's certainly a concept of that. I mean, in a literal, like when the spiders are gone, when the magpies are gone, when the parrots are gone, we suffer.
Dreadful.
Literally. And so having this conversation of getting to realize being good to other people is not about self-sacrifice. It's the most selfish thing you can do, because you need them. If the Syrianese people are forced out of their country because of the wars that our government started, that's going to come back and bite us in the ass. And I just want to get your thoughts around this idea of shifting our concept of morality to one of interdependency.
Dakota, I don't think there's anything else to do. We must see ourselves as part of others all the time. And it's been really unfortunate that we had things like Maslow and others talking about self-actualization as the pinnacle. It's not. It's a thriving community is our success, finally. It's not ourselves. And we have tended to create stars and divas and people who are just ordinary people with clay feet like the rest of us, and we're just very, very ordinary. And I think that it's a mistake to do that. I think we must see ourselves as part of everything. And you're absolutely right. We need to, the more you give, there's a wonderful little song about the more you give, the more you get.
Yeah.
And the other thing that goes with that is, if you're really engaged in what you love doing, and it involves giving as part of, then somehow there's a happiness comes with that. Now, the work I do doesn't always make me happy because it's such dreadful, awful situations, but it's profoundly satisfying. And I wonder if that deep satisfaction that you're on the right road, you've got your foot there, you're walking it, you've found it, is better than a bubble of happiness. You'll get that too. Yeah. Something will happen that'll just be unexpected. And you think, wow, who could have thought that would be an outcome? Unimaginable. But the other thing is, from doing what you've got to do that seems natural and organic and right, look, it's a service is not a dirty word. And sometimes it's a discipline to give service. It's a discipline sometimes to have to do things on farms that you don't want to do, or gardening you don't want to do, or whatever. But it's still okay to have a bit of discipline. I love the idea of zone 0-0, which the Europeans talk about a lot. But I love it as being how you function in your community. And that if you want to grow into being a person, what we call a real person, then it's by engaging with your community that you get tested and tried and come back again and do it. And that everything we need to grow is probably engaged. So, okay, someone calls you out and says you're a fool for doing that, or you're unrealistic and everyone can't do it, and you go, oh, part of my growth because I'm engaged. Well, yes, you can think that, but I really love it, and it's fun, and I enjoy it, and I meet great people, and it's optimistic. I think that engaging, even with the setbacks, is where we grow, not by sitting thinking about it. So while we're functioning by going up to see the mayor, to tell the mayor, I think, we need to do this about that city, then takes a long time to get through, and there's couple of right wingers on the council, and they're going to put me down or say something or say you're an idealist. That's all part of it. And how can I manage that better? And each time I think, can I manage that better? I've grown a bit. I could sit and think about it and come to a nice answer, but emotionally it's not quite the same as getting in and trying to deal with situations of potential conflict, or where you're scorned, or whatever you need. But, the more you do it, the fewer people are saying things. They're actually they like it, but we're not doing it for them, we're doing it with them, and they need to come on board, not just say it's great what you're doing. Some thoughts, but you're right, Dakota, absolutely.
We're getting to the end of our time, and I'd love any closing. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, so I mean, just one of the questions we've been asking a lot of folks is, if you stumbled into a time machine tomorrow and you got blasted back to, say, 30, 40, years ago, or, but back into the 1985 when you said you first found permaculture, and you had 30 seconds to tell yourself, something before you got sucked back into the time machine, what would you tell yourself?
I think I'd say permaculture will give you a life, a fabulous life of interest and diversity and people and experiences. If there were any doubts or any queries, I'd say go for it, because it's going to be more reward. I mean, when you look at alternatives, how about being a banker in Bonn? You two need suits, ties, sit up straighter, look a bit cleaner and sharper, and you know what I mean? It just has so much garbage going with it. Or, I just think there's nothing better than permaculture. I'm very, very profoundly grateful against the distress I was feeling even then at seeing a world that was being destroyed and not having tools to contribute. It's been a great gift, and it's a tribute to Bill and David, really, that they started something as powerful and wonderful. It captures the imagination of all of us once we get it.
Yeah. The YouTube channel has just been flooding with thank yous and with love and appreciation and gratitude for all of your time. And my TA keeps telling me to tell you that. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a privilege. And for all the people everywhere in the world, there may be some listening. Marie in Finland, who after doing permaculture, became a specialist in nonviolent communication. I can pick up a phone and say, I have a problem. How can I deal with it? They're all those people that I'm tied into, and all the landscapes and all the situations. Profoundly grateful for all that. Thank you guys very, very much. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dakota. Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
Talk
On
soon.
with the. Thank you.
Oh, geez, need the tissues after that.
Oh,
one.
man. Yeah.
Uh,
All right. Well, at least she wasn't as mean as Mark.
yeah, thank goodness for that. No.
Okay, well, let's thank our sponsors, and we're gonna find Jeff Lawton in our waiting room here shortly.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Get these get some water here.
Yeah, I'm kind of thirsty. Okay, here it comes. Okay, folks, so we're running our global summit, and we just had an incredibly heartwarming conversation with Rosemary Morrow. And so we still have a few copies of our book left. We're really hoping to get them all in the mail to you guys over the next 2 days, and we're getting really close to that. So thank you for supporting us, and we hope that you can join us on this journey of planetary regeneration. We hope that this book is going to help fuel that change that's so desperately needed. We've definitely poured all of our love and thinking and sweat and tears and some blood too into this book, and yeah, if it seems like you're ready to take that step, then we would love to have you join us. So up next is Jeff Lawton, and then Philippe. And keep in mind that all these talks are going to be split up and put onto our learning management system. I know that people are in the background making that happen right now. Thank you, New Society, for allowing this, or for supporting this to happen this weekend. It's been a pleasure to work with you guys, and
Keep in mind that you guys have got 40% off of their entire catalog for the rest of the day, and the coupon is in the show notes. So take a look at that. And you'll want to sign up for their newsletter as well, as they've got lots of great new books coming out all the time. And if you want to be notified about that, then that's the best place to find out. And so one of our sponsors was Order of the Sacred Earth. And we actually ended up talking with this organization when we were writing our book.
Yeah, I mean, there was a kind of building off of the conversation we just had with Rosemary Morrow, shifting our cultural values. The first step in our 5-step process is clarify your vision, values, and resources. And we really feel that, actually, even before that, step 0, we had to add this in at the very end. Because it was such a critical piece. Was step 0 was inspect your paradigm, and I think very rarely do we kind of everybody sees the world through a lens, and it's like we've even having sayings like seeing the world through shades of gray, or seeing it through rose-colored glasses and stuff like that. And so, I think it was Martin Luther King who said, like, we see the world, or everything is something that is cast by, the world we see is cast by a shadow of things that we don't see. And so there's all this sense of that we look through the lens through some kind of a filter, and it's very difficult but very necessary for us to often take off those lenses and kind of inspect the lenses, or inspect the paradigm through which we see the world. And just one of the, we actually had a whole section in the book written about kind of looking at the questions, or the answers to the questions: where do we come from? Why are we here? Where are we going? What is it all for? They're very deep philosophical questions. And one of the organizations that had some really profound answers to that questions that were very much in alignment with our own was a fellow by the name of Matthew Fox, who is kind of an author and a theologian. And this is actually one of the quotes that we put in the book that literally replaced, I think I wrote 10,000 words. It was like a tenth of the book was about this kind of very thing. And Michelle and I had the opportunity to chat with Matthew Fox, who is one of the co-authors of this book and this organization. And a single quote of his kind of summarized everything that we were trying to capture. And he says that the Western civilization has preferred love of death to love of life, to the very extent that its religious traditions have preferred redemption to creation, sin to ecstasy, individual introspection to cosmic awareness and appreciation. And so if that resonated with you at all, I highly encourage you to check out this website, Order of the Sacred Earth, and look at some of the amazing resources they have available.
Yeah. These guys played a really important role in the life of our 2 kids, Rowan and Naomi. And we were living in the city, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow. Not on the idyllic piece of land that we're currently stewarding right now. And tomorrow I'm going to talk about kind of our values and vision, and the importance of setting goals and having a direction in life. Not a prescriptive direction, but a direction that allows you to make good decisions for yourself in order to optimize well-being. And sometimes you'll find yourself in a situation where your vision might be to own a piece of land somewhere in the country, but the resources just don't facilitate that at a specific time. And so when you ask yourself, well, why do you want to live on that piece of land? And one of my big whys was because I grew up in North Vancouver and had access to a huge forest that I could play in every single day. And I've always wanted to give that to my kids. And while we were living in the city, it was not something that I could provide by having my own piece of land. And so Common Digs afforded this for us. It allowed us to put our kids into forest school, and allowed them to have a natural environment to get dirty in, to build their gut microbiome, and to have forest play. And even as ridiculous as this sounds,
There's actually a term for it, and this just is a barometer of how insane our society has become. But there's actually a term for dangerous play. That's just what I grew up with. What I was doing as a kid was dangerous play, but that was just being a kid. But now we actually have a term for it. We have a word for it, and you actually have to seek out organizations that facilitate dangerous play. And this is not a criticism of Common Digs. This is a perspective of where our society has gone and how far removed we are, and how we somehow believe that we're separate from these natural systems. And so I can't speak highly enough for Common Digs. If you're raising children and you're looking for a forest environment or an outdoor experience for your young kids, and you're in the kind of Calgary area, I highly recommend checking them out. Thank you guys for your support. Okay, so the school garden curriculum.
Yeah, this is, so we've been doing these amazing giveaways after each one of the presenters. And I think we've got over $3,000 or $4,000 worth of giveaways.
It's crazy.
And people, and it keeps increasing, actually, like our sponsors are, because they've been getting such, great responses from the audience. They're just increasing it all the time. So the way we're going to do this is I've got a riddle for you, and we're going to do the 5th, 10th, and 15th. There's 3 prizes, right? 5th, 10th, and 15th person to answer this riddle correctly is going to be awarded with those prizes. But before we do that, let's just kind of announce I guess we don't have the last. Mitch hasn't put them up there. The last prize winners. Well, when we do get them up there, we will let you guys know who won the last book prize from which was Mark Shepard's books, Water for Any Farm, and Restoration Agriculture, as well as 2 copies of Rob Michel's book, first book on rainwater harvesting. So get your fingers ready, folks. The 5th, 10th, and 15th person to answer this riddle correctly is going to get those prizes.
And I don't think we're going to get a break today. We're going to go straight into Lawton's.
We are? Oh, geez, I better hurry up. Okay, let me see here. What's a good one? Oh, this is kind of interesting.
I'm going to use the washroom while you do this.
Okay, ready, folks? People climb me, cut me, and burn me. They show me no respect. My trees are not of gold, but they do tell my age. What am I? If you throw that up in the chat. People climb me, cut me, and burn me. They show me no respect. My rings are not of gold, but they do tell my age. What am I? All right. We got folks getting those. There it is. Yeah, here we come. You guys got her, a tree. Perfect. Okay, Mitch, why don't you, can you roll that interlude? I've got to run to the washroom quick before we get into it with Jeff Lawton. Folks, don't go anywhere. We have got a fantastic conversation coming up with Jeff Lawton. He actually wrote the foreword to our book. I think this is the conversation I'm most looking forward to. So sit tight, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Everything you need is right in front of you, when you learn to see. Good things come to you. All you have to do is stop and take a look around. Before you intervene, don't do anything. Just come to all your senses. they'll tell you everything. First, you have to learn to stop and take a look around. Take a look around. Listen to the sound. Why not take a whiff? You'll see much better if you use more than just your eyes. Take a step outside. If you wanna know what your soil is like and what is gonna grow, all you have to do is stop and take a look around. Take a look around. Get your hands into the ground. Don't be scared of the dirt. It isn't gonna hurt. And if you're braver, try the flavor. Take a handful of that land and go on, squeeze it in your hand. Then check out the display. If it stays together, it's clay. But if it falls apart, it's sand. Oh yeah, take a look, take a look, take a look. Read the landscape like a book. Interact, low impact, get your feedback when you take a look around. Abundance will abound. The problem is the solution. Just depends on your perception. Try to change yourself before the world. Yeah, take a look around. On the inside and the out. 'Cause when you observe yourself, you see everything else. Make good use of it now.
Okay, I think that's a good place to stop there, Mitch. Hey, Jeff. Oh, I think you're muted.
You're muted there, Jeff.
Yeah. How you going?
Oh, good. How you doing? You in the solar shack right now?
I'm in my new shed that I'm living in on my new house site.
Cool. Yeah, awesome.
Got a
Where's,
solar inside.
where's your new house site? Is it still on Zaytuna, or do you have to get another piece of land?
No, it's still on Zaytuna. So it's now now there's 7 more houses going to get built. My new one is a new one. So I've sold my house. Other people are living in my house, and there's 7 more shareholders.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Amazing. Yeah, so we've been having a great weekend here. We've been looking forward to this conversation. We just had Rosemary Morrow on. It's a really interesting conversation.
Good.
You've shared a whole bunch of experiences similar to with all the aid work that you've done over the years. So Jeff did the forward to our book, and we're really excited to have him here. And you're going to be chatting a little bit about, I think, Zaytuna Farm itself. You've got an aerial photo of it. Yeah, I don't know. How do you want to go through that case study tonight, Jeff?
Well, are we live?
Yeah, we're live. We're live on YouTube.
Yeah, we're live, and there's about 800 people watching live and climbing. So
Okay. So I just thought I'd run through the history in a reasonably concise form, because it has enormous amounts of complexity that you couldn't cover in an hour.
Yeah.
So I've just written out a brief, and people can pull me up, or you can pull me up,
and ask me questions anywhere along the way, or you can wait until we get to the end. So your choice. But I just thought I'd explain as much as I can. It's complex because I'm someone that tends to take on a lot of stuff. I have a very always aimed at a very broad reach, and I tried to take on as much as possible and take it as far as I can, as quick as I can. So really, I've sort of developed most systems and components of systems when I'm educating and setting up demonstration sites to the edge of chaos, and then I pull back a bit. I'll take everything out as far as I can, and when I feel it getting into chaos, I'll pull back to the most creative potential, which is just before chaos. And that's fine while you're rolling, but then there's a point when you've just got a great big monster that's going to eat you alive if you don't do something else with it. And then things like COVID kick in or whatever, and the internet keeps developing into more and more incredible potential. So I was very lucky to move with the internet. Just took good advice really from other people, and I've ended up with a very large team, and we run a lot of things on the internet, and now I can actually consult better on the internet than face to face. And that reality is not quite realized by a lot of people, but it is once we get up with the evidence that we can show. So this whole journey has been kind of crazy, and I'm kind of coming into the next phase. So Zaytuna Farms, been like this little egg that germinated into a caterpillar, and then that gradually munched its way across the landscape and became a fat, ugly caterpillar. And right now, it's kind of sitting in a resting state, a bit like a chrysalis. And it's kind of a little bit ugly at the moment, and it's a little bit static. It's not a big munchy, wiggly thing like it was before so much. And I think it's just about to sort of metamorphosize into some kind of beautiful butterfly or ugly moth. I don't know, but it's not going to be a chrysalis for too long, right? But it just can't jump. A caterpillar can't turn into a butterfly. It has to go through this other stage. So that's kind of where we're at. So it's kind of interesting. But all the time, I've also been taking on education. I've been teaching. I've been consulting in Australia and overseas, and I've been doing aid work, and I've been trying to be a farmer of kinds, which is really what I love to do. So, some parts of this some parts of the last 21 years are kind of messy, and I don't mind sharing any of it. So I'm doing a kickoff now and just sort of stop rambling too much and go on to where we're at. So I've kind of done a history of Zaytuna Farm. So pre-1850, there's very little known about the Aboriginal history in this area. Although I often find what I'm pretty sure are stone tools. Right? Now, I'm really not sure, but yeah, like scrapers and pounders, because we have a sandy soil where things emerge when you work the soil a bit. And we're kind of next to a creek. And I think there was an area very close to where I'm sitting now that had some human activity, but we don't know. So pre-1850, there's not much written at all. And then we get this period between 1850 to 1898. And there's limited information. And that's when the cedar cutters were here and the early loggers, and it was pre-tidal of the land. There's a little bit of history about it, not too much. And then you got 1898 to 2001. Now it's reasonably well documented. There's reasonably well documentation of the formal land title owners and their farming experience, and the actual first titled owners, as in colonist titled block, we bought from. So not much. We've got to track right back to 1898 with some detail, and then here we come along in 2001. And we buy the land, and it's 66 acres, and it's 27 hectares. So I suppose it's reasonable to sort of say, well, why this land? Like, what was the appeal? I'd been working at on Bill Mollison's invitation at the Permaculture Institute for 3.5 years, which is about an hour and a half drive north of here in the caldera of Mount Warning, big volcanic crater, and we ended up with a council issue there. Bill was worse than me. He put in all kinds of applications and all kinds of stuff, like he was doing a mad thing, which he kindly or unkindly handed over to me to manage. And when he went to retire in Tasmania, and gave me a couple of conditions. And one was that I had to set up the Permaculture Research Institute as a not-for-profit charitable status, which I did. But I ended up having to leave there because of a road issue. There was too many things happening. The council jumped on us, the local government, and there was a clause that Bill had missed in some of the applications that you have to tar the road once you get 100 people a day going through the front gate. Well, that's what I did. I didn't know that. And so I just kept driving it to be busier and busier. And I got more than 100 people a day coming through the front gate, 100 cars. And the council put us the proviso, we now have to tar the road. And that was 7 kilometers long, and that's millions of dollars. And there was no way we could do it. So that was when I started to look for another property. So what I was looking for was more than 50 acres. I didn't have all the money in the world. I only had enough to purchase something just. So the appeal of this land was it's 66 acres, so it was more than 50. So you could sort of take it seriously as a small farm in the coastal region. It was next to a village where before we were 8 kilometers from a village. This is right next to a village where only thing separates us from a village is a small creek. So it's next to a nice small village. 50% of the land had gentle slopes. In other words, you could drive a tractor sideways on the slope and not worry about dying. So that's a good gauge, sideways on the slope and you feel like you're not going to die. You probably got reasonably gentle slopes, right? If you have to go up or down the hill, it's not getting so great. And if you can't go up and down the hill, well, you definitely shouldn't be on there at all, It should be biosphere reserve. Anyway, it has a creek boundary on the eastern side, and that's nice because I fish and I love being near a creek. So just a little creek, it's not a big creek. And there's 5 main catchment valleys, generally the easterly aspect. So they're all going to the east. That means there's a northeast aspect, which is a nice gentle. We're facing north is the sun here in the southern hemisphere. Northeast is a gentle sunrise sun aspect. On the south side of each valley, we have a northeast aspect, which is our favored sun position in the southern hemisphere. It has a long access road on the western side, which is our road. So we've got multiple entry points potentially. It's a gravel road with a short section of tarred road. And this is a real important one. It was a good price, right? It was cheap. It had not a lot of assets. It wasn't a desirable farm. It had been burnt every year since 1898 as a green pick, what they call a green pick. Just burn it off, kill all the nasty insects and let the green grass come back through. And just went into, so that was an old system and they were still doing it when I bought it. They would just burn it every dry season and it all goes black and all the grass paddocks and everything, that's grazing property. And it just then resprouts to fresh green grass. And obviously that doesn't do it many favors. And it's the lazy way of approaching farming in this scale, in this landscape. And you get a lot of weeds that come after fire that fix potassium. So it was covered in blady grass and bracken fern. The other thing was I approached the council before I purchased and said, I had a meeting with my town planner because I have a team of people around my consultancy and town planner is one of my team. The local council were in support of our proposed development of an ecotourism permaculture demonstration site education center. So it was a permaculture demonstration site education center we need to put in, but that falls here under ecotourism. So that was that, and that all sat well with them. So it also I would need a campsite and they're okay with that. So that was all something I could plan for the future. I knew the local council would be okay. And then in the distant future, which is where we're at now, 20 years later, it would also be viable and it would be permissible to apply for a rural land sharing community. And that was an end game at the end of the mass chaos, to settle things down to the system we're in right now. The council agreed that the road would not need to be sealed like the last problem we had, more than from the tarred section. There's a little bit of the property has got tarred road frontage. From that tarred section to the front gate, or just 50 meters past, that would be all they'd enforce if we got a land sharing community into position. So, but each stage of our development would have to have a permit from council, and there would be council fees to pay, road contributions and different fees. So I didn't do anything illegal. I didn't want to get caught with anything that, I didn't see coming. I approached the council and told them exactly what I wanted to do. So everything we've done has been permitted and everything is totally legal. It doesn't mean they've given us easy time, actually. There's still been a bit of a pain. But we've ended up with mobile phones photographing or videoing most officials when they come onto site and start telling us what we should or shouldn't be doing. And that's really quietened them down.
Jeff, I remember a story when I was out at your place, and this has stuck with me for forever, or since I left. And you were putting in an application while I was there, and you looked at me with a bit of a wry smile, and he's like, "Rob, I've been saving this application to submit to council right when all the neighbors are going to be pulling off their marijuana crop." I said, "This, if you look at the design manual, because everything's in the design manual, is how important time is in terms of, and strategy, which is like how and when you go and do a permaculture design. Time is of absolute importance."
Yeah, we're in a kind of Northern California type of system here, where there's the legal marijuana hasn't really come on strong yet, but it's getting there. So a lot of the alternative side of this region is going to be unemployed as it becomes liberalized. But yeah, about early January, when council come back from the Christmas holidays, I got the first application in, because that's the time when everybody's just prior, all their crops are really big, really obvious, and nobody wants to rock the boat. And no one wants to do any complaining, and everybody's like all nervous about whether they're going to get their crop in or not. If you go after May, everybody's got it in, they're really confident, and they've got money in the bank, or not the bank, they got cash, and they're very confident to come out there and complain about anything they want to complain about. So yeah, culturally, you've got to sort of understand who might be objecting to what you're doing and causing you a bit of trouble, and put your applications in when they're most stressed and they haven't got time to deal with the protest. And it worked a treat. Hardly anybody turned up at all to do any protesting. And I live in a community that's based on protest. They're actually famous for protesting old growth logging in the 70s. They were one of the very first communities in the world to stop old growth logging through protest, the early protests, and they're kind of like, that becomes their theme song. It becomes their history. If they haven't got something to protest, they're kind of upset. They just go out of their way to find something to protest about, because it's their history. It's their heritage. So yeah, I got the timing. Now, how was the land when we arrived? The land had no house. It didn't have any built infrastructure, just a fence on the south and the north and the roadside. Cattle were right down on the creek, a road in the creek. There were no internal fences that were standing up or worthwhile in a functional condition, so no internal separation of the animals. There was about 50 cattle grazing on it, beef cattle. There was no dams, there was no farm tracks. and only very, very rough valley cattle crossings. So there was no infrastructure that was worthwhile. I wasn't spending money on things I didn't want. So, you know, one of the things that I've found is like if a really aware farmer hears how we go in and change country and redesign, they often come to me after talking and say, so I don't want to buy a place that's got brand new fences, internal fences especially, because I'm probably buying something that's not of value, and that's, you know, part of the sales price. So often, you know, houses are in the wrong position, buildings are in the wrong position, and particularly fences are nearly always in the wrong position. And they're definitely not harmonizing with landscape, because our high tensile fences are just straight across landscape. That is, unless you have a pretty featureless land. So it was very run down, and there wasn't much in that I was buying as farming infrastructure that had any value. But I located 29 dam sites off the contour map quite quickly, and that was pre the type of mapping we have today. That was like probably a 5-minute contour map.
Do you have a screen share of that, Jeff?
Of the original,
or just of your? So I think some people in the chat want to see an aerial shot. I've got an old one of yours, but
yep. So we'll screen share. All right, we'll screen share here. Can you see that one?
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
That's awesome.
So that's the latest LiDAR over satellite photography. That's a 1 meter contour map. It's got all this is how we now map and do consultancy. So it's got all the meteorological data and sun angles at the bottom. And if you can see my cursor, this is the creek boundary. And these are all the dams that are now in position. I didn't actually get 29 in. I got 25 so far. So 3 of those I didn't see. So I'm still quite a long way in front. And there's one that I saw in the early observation that won't be permitted because it's too big. It's down here. It'll be almost a 2-acre dam in that valley there. So we've ended up with 25 dams, and we put them in stage by stage by stage. A lot of them with earthwork courses, and they've all got names. Every valley's got a name. A lot of the trackways have got names. So water's named, access is named, structures are named, all the cells are named, cell grazing. And what you're looking at here in these boundaries are the 1 hectare, 2.2 acre personal use areas for each of the shareholders. So I've sold my house here, and I'm talking to you from this shareholding here. So I'm here. So that's what Zaytuna Farm looks like at a close up, and you could zoom right up and see quite intense detail with this style of mapping.
Mm-hmm.
Though you could get right in close without it pixelating too much.
So you were talking about how it was pretty damaged and burned out when you first got it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It used to stall the old 50 horse 2-wheel drive tractor, just on the blady grass and bracken fern.
Right. And that was the result of all the burning that was going on because of the potassium deficiencies.
Yeah, it was extra burning every year, and trying to shrink this up so I can get it out of the way. You can see both things together. These are my notes, by the way. I literally very rarely have to take notes, but when you asked me to do a history of Zaytuna Farm, it was kind of like, I better make some notes. So positioning the dam sites was a big thing for me because, you know, I wanted to demonstrate how you can hydrate a property and definitely drought proof it and definitely fireproof it, and you know, and run that as part of the education, so people can get in front of the bulldozers. So I went out on the site and I found all 29, and that was my final decision to buy the place. So I also found the lowest point on the highest boundary for the potentially longest, highest contour line, a future swell positioning for the main internal driveway. So this is one of my favorite little things to talk about. When you look for that on here, it's actually this valley here comes in. That's the lowest point on the highest boundary. This is the highest boundary, and the highest point's right there. And the lowest point on that highest boundary is here. And that contour line goes all the way through here, all the way through here, all the way through there. And then it hits a large woodland, a large forest that you can't really get through, but it's still there as the highest potential water line. It's the highest contour line that has the longest length because it starts at the lowest point. Now, unless you've got really strange shaped property, that's always the case. So there's one point I go looking for, the lowest point and the highest boundary. This is called the Conorigan Road pipe because this is Conorigan Road. So that contour line positioned this driveway. So, you know, the driveway is positioned by that contour line. So the driveway is just above that line for a long length of the property. So the main driveway, which is almost 100% runoff, catches water to the driveway on the lower side, and on the upper side, a V-drain and pipes funnel water to that long, quite high swale in that landscape. So it gives you a very fast charge. So it's really important I found that. And then I then wanted to find an education center and campsite position on site. And that's this lovely long ridge. As you come in the front gate, you come in and you can see the swale going around it, and you can see all this infrastructure. This is now our campsite area. So we have 10 camping shelters. We have an education center. We have a shower toilet block. We have two 24,000 gallon concrete tanks. We have a dairy. We have a bag up cell where the cows bag up after being milked, so they allow you to take the last of their milk before the calves hit them. We have a big kitchen garden. And on the way in, we now have a large 200 square meter shed, commercial shed, with another 24,000 gallon tank and a very large solar system. It's actually on this building as well as a relay. So we have 20 kilowatts of solar power and a large nickel iron battery bank and a big commercial office inside that building. So when you come in the front gate, the first thing you do is go past this commercial setup. Then there are multiple car parks coming down. And then you come down the driveway and you're into the campsite, but you go past the classroom and shower, toilet block, and kitchen garden. These buildings down here, they're all recycled shipping containers that have been refurbished as a sort of industrial bespoke type buildings. So this central area of the property is now still ecotourism. So that's another development approval that all the shareholders now share in running it and share the profits of it. So this is a major positioning. I had to find a position that had a reasonable flat, an interesting country around it, and near enough to the, not too far into the property, because it's a major access road, because many people have to drive it, expensive to build and expensive to maintain. The longer they are, the more expensive they are. So I was able to say, this works. I've got a short distance in there, a longer distance to the main house, but that's okay, because that's just was my original living space. And so I've got the main elements. I wanted education and demonstration site. I've got it on this ridge, can develop it. Got a short access to it. not steep. Once I get past that big shed, it's level all the way here and almost to the turning point down to my house. I can do this. So that was my reasons of choosing. So the first thing I did, though, what was the first thing you did, right? So the first thing I did was something unusual for most people. I built a 10,000 gallon tank positioned on the very highest point on site, and an irrigation pipe, a 2-inch irrigation pipe, sunk underground all the way through the site, passing the main house site position to the creek, and a pump so water could be pumped to the top tank, which is 55 meters head uphill. So what does that look like? So what we did was right up here, that's the highest point, right up there. The first cut on the site was to level an area right at the highest point there and build a 10,000 gallon concrete water tank. And then a 2-inch pipe I ran next to the driveway, next to the road, all the way down the boundary, and then turned directly down the ridge past where this house was going to be built, straight down the ridge, crown of the ridge, all the way down to the creek. And then I had water, because there's no water on site. I couldn't garden. I didn't want to be pumping off the creek all the time. So I pumped 3 tanks of fuel with a double impeller firefighter pump. I could pump all the way to the top tank, and then I could gravity water back down the same pipe. So I pumped to the bottom of the tank, because you never pump to the top of a tank. Pumped to the bottom of the tank so I could gravity feed straight back down. So I now had a chance of growing my first food and getting some sensibility on the site. So we camped on site and installed our first food garden and set up our first nursery, because we arrived with at least 1/4 acre of plants in pots from the last farm. So I had to water them. This is a hot climate, and I'm arriving in, the start of summer. But I was watering from that tank. So that was how I got my first nursery. It's open air nursery just under a tree. Everything's pretty rough at this stage. We're camping. And I built my first dam, including the main house adjoining, with a 50-meter swell and a level sill spillway at the end of the swell. Plus I roughed out that driveway. So that was this site here. I built that dam there. That dam, and that house site is cut into the hill next to that dam. This is facing north. This way is north. So the dam is on the north side of the house, but it was just a house site then. I built that dam there in 5 days. And I extended the swale along to where this little dam is now. That wasn't there. So I extended that swale and put a spillway on the end down what we call Central Valley. So this is our most shallow farming landscape. It's reasonably shallow country in here, quite a lot of flat down at the bottom here. This was our main potential for main cropping and farming activities, with the shallowest slopes really. So that was in 2002. We built that dam, we built the house site, we built that swell, and we roughed out the driveway, which comes through here, all the way past the shed. The shed wasn't there, it was just this drive. We didn't seal it, we just roughed it out. We had to do a bit of a rally cross to get in all the time. Whoops.
Jeff, that small pond just to the north of Paradise, was that where the spillway used to be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We replaced that spillway and extended that swale all around the campsite at the other side later, stage by stage. One of the difficult things we've had here is that because we've staged everything, there's a lot of things on site that are different ages. Now we have different aged infrastructure.
Yeah.
But that's good for education, because I can walk people through 20 years of food forests. Here's some we just put in, and every year going back 20 years. It's over a period of time that takes some explaining, because people come in, why does it all look like this? Like you've got it looking You know, when it's half grown and it's a teenager, it looks really rough. You know, when it's a little baby, it looks really cute, you know, and when it's an adult, it's a refined, you know, sophisticated human, you know, food forest. It looks really stylish, but there's this adolescent stage where they're really unruly and they don't look like they're going to make it. You know, they're just like, man, this is a nightmare. But they come good, you know, it's a bit like people. So move by move. So what we did then was we found the highest dam site with the largest catchment. So that's what I wanted to identify, and began by starting at that point, and we swaled from there and connected 3 dams and a total swale length of 400 meters, increasing the catchment on those dams by 3 times. So what's that look like? So shrink the map back a bit. No, yeah. So that was that site there. So we named that site Tinker's Bubble. That's the name of that dam. And that dam there is almost in the top southwest corner, and it catches 100 or so meters past the boundary and down this road. And because we decided that was a spot where we could start because it had the best site and the largest catchment up high, once we got the spillway height, oh my goodness, I've got an escaped goat outside. All right. I've got a Nigerian dwarf goat. He's going to the right place, I think. Nobody here to direct that goat anyway. We'll gamble on the goat. Yeah, he's going in the yeah, that's a good boy. Get in there. He's going in on his own. There we go. Well-trained animals. So once I got that dam in up there, the spillway connects to a swale, and I took that level round the hill and I hit this little dam here, and that's called Pinchin's Puddle. Now, I always knew there was a dam site above it, but it's tiny and has very few connections. So I ignored that one. I just came to Pinchin's Puddle and I went on round the hill. You and I, Rob, were in here late at night, about 11 o'clock at night one time. You're the only person with me, and you were loving it. I was surprised. And there was big eels floating around, going up and down this swale right on top of the hill. And you weren't jumping at all. The old Canadian colonist thing is works well in Australia. It was pouring the rain. We were up to our knees, almost our thighs in that swale. And I was checking spillways, and I thought, this guy's a maniac. He's up here with me at 11 o'clock at night, plus potentially tiger snakes and brain snakes and everything else around. Anyway, when we come round there, we hit this dam, which was actually in a slip. That's a really dangerous thing to do, because that valley had a lump in the middle that didn't make any sense. And I ended up going to the pub on a Friday night, which is a center of all knowledge in an Australian village. And I spoke to the old guys who were born and bred in the country. I said, do you ever see any slips in the old days up on Pinchin's Road up there? And he said, oh, mate, there was a slip up there. It closed the road for over a month, you know? So, wow, that's probably that valley. And I went back and looked at the regrowth trees uphill and the property next door, and I could see the dip in the regrowth. There was obviously a slip. See, they logged this in 1898, and in the 1950s, all the root net had rotted. And when they had some big rains in the 1950s, big slips. And this was one of them. So it's a dodgy thing to put a dam in a slip line, but I just did it anyway, and took up the consequences. And I ended up planting the back of it, which you can see. And that's one place where I used some running bamboo to really stitch it up. And I planted a lot of other trees, but the back of the hill eventually cracked. When the running bamboo stitched it up beautiful. So then I carried on and I hit some steep country on that contour, which is too steep to swale. But if you're going to hit 200 extra meters of catchment, you can do it as long as you repair the back cut really well. So the back cut's going to be 10 times higher than the swell mound, and it's going to be a steep cut. But if you're getting onto good country, there's times you can break the rules a little bit, right? So, you know, because you're going to move in and really plant that back cut and stabilize it. And God willing, it's going to work. You don't get really big rains in that period when you're stabilizing. Anyway, it worked. And I went right out and run out of country. Now, later on, I put a ridge point dam on there. Later on, that's called Jelly Bean. This one's called Mists of Avalon, and this one's called Jelly Bean. So I didn't put that in for 6 years, right? But I saw that 400 meters of swale going right through that country, 20 meters above my house. I saw that fall so many times. Up to my knees and above, 2 meters wide, 400 meters long. I knew if I put a dam on the end of the ridge, it would fill. And it did, right? It's overflowing right now, right? So, you know, when you start putting dams on the end of ridges, everybody thinks you lost your mind. You got it wrong. You're supposed to put them in valleys. Ridges are dry. You don't put dams on ridges. You don't realize you put attachments on them that pull the catchment, pull the water in. The swale will do it. Diversion drain will do it. I prefer a swale because I'm a tree planting maniac, and swales are, they're a tree planting system, and there's such a deficiency of trees in the agricultural landscape, and they have so many advantages. So that was our next move. That was our next move. But these 3 dams, I put base pipes in. So also scary to do, putting a base pipe at the bottom of a dam wall construction. You got to put a big baffle plate on it. So I put a 3'3", a 1 meter baffle plate in the middle of class 9 high pressure pipe, 6-inch class 9 high pressure pipe at the bottom of the wall. So I could gravity out really easy. But these 3 dams here with that big long swale attached tripled the catchment. So they filled, they were built 6 months after the big one down the bottom here next to the house site. And that was still filling, and it wasn't full in 6 months. But 6 months after these were full, 6 months after I built these up the top, they were full up to the top. And it took a year to fill this one because it doesn't have much catchment. So by that time, I could plant my first food forest and I could start really going, because I had 4 million liters of water on near the top of the property on gravity. And then we really extended irrigation systems because we just never run out of water. We're just that alone secured us in water. And of course, now we've got 25 dams. In the worst drought, when Australia was burning down and ashes were falling out of the sky around us, like burning embers were falling out of heat storms around us.
Nightcap Park, was that the Nightcap Provincial Park fire that happened? Yeah.
It was on the range. You could see the flames in 6 kilometers away, roaring red sky. We were soaking. We were saturated. We'd only pumped 9 dams down out of 25. Right? And so we had, you know, we had 16 dams left. And we were flooding swales, you know, above our knees and saturating landscape. There's no way we would burn. There's no way, no chance. If we burnt, Australia, most of Australia would have been a lump of coal. So like, you know, like embers were landing on the ground and they're going as they went out on the wet ground, you know, like, so, and when we explained it to people, and we've done this multiple times in droughts, we've explained to people why we're still irrigating in a drought, why we're flooding swales in a drought. And I explained to people these multiple long systems which catch all this water and soak it in for weeks and weeks and weeks. It runs after rain. And it's years now, right? That normally the answer you get is, gee, you're lucky. I just think, wow, you're ignorant. Like, it's got nothing to do with luck. It's got nothing at all to do with luck. If I was gambling, I wouldn't be doing this. If this was a gamble, I wouldn't have done all this. It's no gamble. It's not a gamble. It's just basic. It's basic physics. And sometimes you have to be a practical person to get it. Earth movers get it. Engineers get it. You know, it's water hydrology. You know, so fishermen usually get it. You know, people who muck about with water a lot. Anyway, it was an interesting, I still get that response at times. Gee, you're lucky. It's like, what? So 2002 was my first food forest, and I have bunya pines fruit in that food forest now that take 18 years to fruit. I installed a dairy, so I'd mineralized cow manure, but I also put in deep litter system of chickens, duck pen with a manure pond, and meat rabbits. With that much manure, I put in multiple worm farms, and was making compost continuously, extending systems. The main house was constructed stage by stage with straw bale construction. It was partly wheat straw, partly sugarcane straw, and partly rice straw. And Rob, you were famously involved in one of the bamboo walls. In fact, I have some slides with you building a bamboo wall inside some of the bedrooms. And most people are shocked when I show that wall to people, because it's a thinner wall than the other walls, because it's not as thick as a straw bale wall. And I try and get them to understand how you can do a bamboo wall with the same system, earth render, lime plaster, and the same systems as a straw bale wall. So you left your mark on Zaytuna Farm in many ways. So we also put in a 20,000 gallon concrete water tank, because at that time you couldn't get a 24, but now I get 24s because I can. They're the biggest concrete tank I can build. And I'm just built one. I just built one for my house site. And I've just built one that I'm going to leave the top off as a natural swimming pool with a, yeah, it's going to be a cracker. Look out for this video. As I tell you, natural swimming pools pull people out of the city, and we've got to pull those poor bastards out of the city. It's dying in there, you know, they're just going to die. And the one thing that pulls them out more than anything else is a natural swimming pool. You get them a natural swimming, they'll move, right? I don't know why they don't go for a food garden and food forest. Anyway, they sure pull some numbers of people out with natural swimming pool. So I've got to do this one really well, and I've got it. And I can run a natural swimming pool on 35 watts. Wow. That's 3 bloody light bulbs. And, you know, like, I'm sitting right next to a solar system, you know. I'm in a 6x9 shed that I've just built while I build my house. And I'm going to build a conventional house off the plan with a project builder, because I can, and I need the time because I got other crazy things going on. People are asking me to do mad things still. And I'm just trying to choose the big mad ones, because that's what entertains me. Like the largest permaculture park in the world, in the middle of a capital city, where there's only 70 mil of rainfall. It'll be this year will be finished. But anyway, so this is completely off grid, and I got a cappuccino machine, I've got a toaster, you know, I've got like big electrical stuff going on around me. I govern things at night, you know. I can run big water pumps nowadays. The whole technology has changed, and these things are lithium titanate batteries. When I build my house, I'm just going to extend them along that panel there. I'll put more batteries into more panels. So I'm going to put a standard house in off a project builder, and then I'm going to retrofit it into how we can make it work better. Instead of starting with a really trendy house, straw bale house, everyone wants a straw bale mud brick or whatever. No, I'm going to start with a conventional house and then do the retrofit and put, you know, and do the changes. Because it'll be quicker as well. I haven't got the time anymore. So yeah, natural swimming pools. I'm building a natural swimming pool with a 24,000 gallon round swimming area in the middle and 1.5 meter plant cleaning system around the outside. It'll be an absolute cracker. It's going to be the most beautiful thing. But you know, when I went to sell my house with the beautiful Paradise Dam at the front, everybody got so gushy about the dam. They didn't even really look at the house much. They just wanted to buy it because of the dam. I can't believe how people were sold by the dam. It is very pretty, but like you are buying a house, you know, like, and I realized that I've missed something here. We can put natural swimming pool attachments and accessories onto normal dams and make them really, really clear and beautiful. We can make swimming ponds by natural pool attachments. So I'm going to do that with natural swimming pools as well. Okay, I digress. So we put in chicken tractors. Oh no, hold on, I've missed. Main house site, multiple worm farms. Main house was constructed straw bale, concrete water tank, 20,000 gallon, and then compost toilet and reed bed grey water. So I have never connected to the outside world on this site. We have internet, but it's not a connection. It's ether, you know, it's just coming across the airwaves. There's been no connection to the outside world. So we have no mains power. We haven't connected electricity. We have no water, and we have no sewage. We deal with it all. So we create our own electricity. We have compost toilets, and we have reed bed grey water. The campsite area was mowed and set up for basic camping initially, very basic. Chicken tractors were used to extend food forests. So we would chicken tractor an area intensely and then move over and food forest behind them. We had regular earthworks courses and installed more dams, and I could still do a few more. The main crop garden was established and fertilized by compost chicken tractors on steroids. I started off with 48-meter long beds. No one could handle it. I came down to 24. I halved them, 24-meter long beds. They still had trouble. I went down to 18-meter long beds. They were still a little bit flaky. I went down to 15-meter long beds, and the volunteers, the woofers, and the students could handle it. You know, it's just too long for them to weed a long bed and work on a long bed, and you have to work to the people comfort zone when you're trying to educate them. And you got to realize you're dealing with people who don't have experience. You know, having lots and lots of people on site working for you who have no experience, three things happen very regularly, and I'll guarantee it. They'll lose things, break things, and kill things. If you're a pedantic engineering type, you're going to go nuts, right? I find my secateurs and my machetes 5 years later, the handles rotted off, the blades all rusty, the pliers don't work anymore. I got to boil them in oil to loosen them up. Oh my goodness. Anyway, just accept it if that's going to happen, because inexperienced people are expensive. So don't expect you're going to make a lot of money out of any farm work. You know, it's all an educational adventure. Okay, so then a nursery was established, and it's moved many times with a shade house, polytunnel, and hardening off area. I actually lived in the polytunnel in winter. I put my tent in there, and I used to make a cup of tea and have a gas lamp and heat up the polytunnel, so camping wasn't so bad. But it's moved many times. It's in different positions as we've continued with this madness of driving to the edge of chaos. The education center was built, recycled shipping containers, classroom. We have a classroom. We have a commercial kitchen that has averaged 30,000 meals a year, 30 people on site up until now. 30 people on site eat 1,000 meals each. We have a student's kitchen, so they can actually cook for themselves. And we have a laundrette, a small pay laundrette. We have an internet cafe. We have showers and toilets. They're all reed bed, grey water and compost toilets. And we have two 20,000 gallon water tanks. We have a large kitchen garden, which is right at chef level. When the chef's in the commercial kitchen, he's looking at eye level into a lovely, diverse kitchen garden, which is more than 1/4 acre in size because we have a lot of people. We have a large 200 square meter shed at the front gate, which has another 24,000 gallon water tank. Every 2-week PDC uses 10,000 gallons of drinking water. Every time, because they're not people who are used to running on tank water. And we have a large 20 kilowatt solar panel system, and up there we have nickel iron battery banks, which are very expensive and very large but last 100 years. So then we've set up a cell grazing system that I started with a 6-meter wide laneway with very cheap electric fencing on what we call star pickets. I think you call T-bars, which we hand ram in, and with electric live wire at 62 centimeters. I've found that over the years, 62 centimeters, a cow will graze under it and won't escape. A calf will get out a bit, but they always do anyway. But it keeps it clean grazed in the summer when we get a lot of growth. And then a placebo electric tape on the top, which is not live, but it earths out the cow's back when they try pushing through too far above the wire. So then I extended this laneway around the site. So it started here on Wood Duck Dam, went down this big flat, it crossed this big valley, it went to a cell here, a cell here, a cell here with a laneway between connecting, a cell here, they cross by the front gate, another cell, another cell, another cell, another cell, another cell, laneway connection all the way. So I had gates running on elastic, we call it Oki strap in Australia, elastic bungee cord, electric. So very cheap. I think I'm down less than $4 a meter for fencing.
Wow.
Because I find a lot of fencing is ego. If you've got animals that you manage properly, you don't need big fencing. They're well behaved anyway, you know. So then I came down here, another paddock, another cell in the river flat which floods, another 2 cells up here, another cell. I'm back where I started with another cell. So I kept doing this for students because a lot of people don't know how to handle large animals and grazing, and even the vegetarians often, and vegans, they'll often say, I never wanted to do anything to do with cows, and you made me, you know, cell graze cows, and it was the best thing I learned. The best thing I learned was how much great work the grazing animals do and how they improve country when you manage them properly. Like my cows complain like they're starving when the grass gets down to 6 inches. They're just like, they moo all night at 5 inches to get moved. You know, they're just so spoiled. And they're going into paddocks that they're up to their belly in grass. It's just starting to flower when we get them back. But I put in 44 gates on the laneway, 3 kilometers of laneway, and I had temporary pigtail fences for each cell. So people got used to setting up the cells and moving them every 2 days, sometimes every day. Well, that was fine until COVID happened and I had no one here. And I eventually escaped Saudi Arabia and got home. I had to do all of this on my own because nobody was here. There was just myself and my farm manager who was helping Nadia do the changing admin system. So I realized that was 3 man hours in every move, and I was moving 2 or 3 times a week, and I just didn't have 6 or 9 hours spare. So I re-fenced on my own. First time ever I worked on the property by myself out in the paddock on my own, just me and the dog. It was great. All the mistakes were mine. I owned them all, right? No one to blame. And I re-fenced 15 paddocks, and I refined it to not metal wire, but electric cord, which I can stretch by hand. And I realized that I could take out most of the laneway and passage the animals through the cell to the laneway or the adjoining cell next to it. So some places I have 5 adjoining cells, and other places they've got to cross a dam wall, get to another cell, cross a valley crossing, get to another couple of cells. Every dam wall's so I really reduced the laneway as just a connection between the cells. And it's not a complete circuit anymore. It's like a W. So they start here in the south. There's a big cell here. They go down to this river flat, and there's a little bit of laneway between. Then they just connect to this cell here, which connects to this cell here. Then they come back out of there, and they connect with a cell connection right to there, that ridge. And then there's a little bit of laneway that brings them onto this cell. And then there's a little bit of laneway over that damn wall that hits this cell, but that connects to this cell here. Then they come back into that cell and they can connect to that cell, or they can come up and hit this area below the dairy. Then there's a gate here that goes across this giant valley we call Fairy Gully, and they hit this river flat cell here, and then they go into a wooded cell here, and then they go into that big top cell there. Now I've got to do a big cattle drive. It's only 10 cattle and 7, 8 calves, but I got to walk them all the way through it all the way back to the South Paddock, and then they start moving north again. Right? And it's just, all of that cell grazing and all of that management has just made it. The pasture is another world to where we started, just another world. And people say to me, how much extra seed do you put in? None. Well, what else did you? Nothing. Sometimes I slash it with a tractor to sweeten it up after they've gone through. Sometimes I run my horses behind the cows. I have done chickens behind the cows, but I don't do that now. I don't even bother. And how do I move them? I just get the one matriarch cow. I don't worry about anybody else. I just take the one matriarch. She knows what's going on. I just give her a tap on the back with a bit of hose, walk her across the paddock, open the cell, open the gate, and she goes through. Everybody follows her. I close the gate and they're gone. It's the same as walking through the farm anyway, where I'll be going for a walk to look at things. I'm doing nothing. No, there's no work involved. Crazy. Like the water troughs have to be set up, but we've got a ring main that connects all these dams. So we've got a ring main that connects all these dams with a 2-inch pipe. And there's a T takeoff that I can put a pump on any dam. And when I put a pump on that dam, it charges that ring main. So I can fill any other dam or fight a fire anywhere. That is also connected to all cattle troughs or horse troughs or goat troughs, whatever other animal you've got. And wow, that makes life easy. So you can integrate this beautiful grazing system. And some things, the cattle, you get to know, they all camp in one spot and chew the cud. That's the shady spot or the sunny spot, depending on the time of year. Then they manure more there. The horses are great. They all manure in one spot mostly. So you just go, you've got all these places, you just go and pick up manure for your worm farms and your compost systems, and you redirect it where you want it, I have a forage harvester when we have long grass and the river flat. So river flat here, half a river flat here, a river flat here, and a river flat here. That's mainly where we pull surplus forage off that we use to compost or mulches, because it's all draining back down to those river flats that get replenished by the catchment flood. When we have a flood, you might see in here a big line of bamboo. I've planted 2 or 3 big giant bamboo lines through here. When we get a flood, and we might get 2-3 meters of water over that river flat, I gain 1/4 of a meter to 1/3 of a meter soil every time. So I've done that on all the river flats, and they're coming up every time. This is rich catchment soil from the rainforest. Don't think the floods are bad. You can design them into depositing systems. I think you can design anything into deposition systems. It kind of looks like a miracle, but it's not really. It's kind of half a miracle. People worry about erosion and that, wind erosion and flood erosion, all this stuff. Just turn it into a damn asset, It's taking it away. You can be dropping it off, And now I've got the shareholders taking each one of these blocks. Everybody's got a hectare of personal use and a dam. Everybody's got their own dam. But we have to all understand the connectivity of water through the site. Everybody's got gravity irrigation, and everybody's got a share in the ecotourism education center. And I think if we developed landscape like this, and everybody's going to put a natural pool in now that I'm putting one in. Everyone's just copying what I'm doing because I'm going quicker on my house site. So they got me as lead sort of on their move. But if we develop land like this, we wouldn't have any trouble dragging people out of the city, because I put this for sale on the internet, and in the first day, 3 people wanted to buy my house, and it sold. And 2 weeks later, everything was sold.
Wow.
It shocked me. I shouldn't have done, but it shocked me. I was numb. 20 years doing all this, and all of a sudden it's gone, like all sold, like just like that. Whoa. There's a waiting list. If anybody falls over, there's a waiting list to grab one. I got real estate agents nagging me saying, Jeff, I've never sold a place like that. Never. We've done MOs, multiple occupancies here. You broke the price record. You broke the time record. Can you please do it again? Can you? I'm too old to be a landscape developer, for goodness sake. But they're real estate are getting in touch with me and saying, there's this land, his MO, it could be done. You could do another one, like, I said, if you give me the finance, we could ram it in, sure, but I'm not going to do it this way again. But we could have an education center, demonstration site, campsite. We have Hip Camp. You might have Hip Camp, it's like Airbnb for campers. They book online, they just arrive.
Yeah.
Everybody, it's really popular to come and dip your toe in the water and see what it's like to, use a compost toilet, solar hot water, solar power, have veggies surplus, food forest all around you. That's what we got in Jordan now. The Jordan project is an Airbnb. So you have camping Airbnb and you have accommodation Airbnb, and it's pretty much a no-brainer that a lot of people just want to see what would like to spend a week like living like you guys live. And most of them go back and think, well, I'm scared to go home.
Yeah.
I'm scared to go back to the supermarket, of course. So yeah, that's, without going into too much detail, that's kind of like where our history sort of got us. And I think
that's perfect, Jeff. That's right on. That's right on cue for. We've got all kinds of Q&A for you, and there's more coming in. But before we dive into that, we just want to give a quick thank you to some of the amazing sponsors that have helped make this event possible. And I believe the sponsors for this particular talk was none other than yourself and the Permaculture Research Institute. So Rob's just going to throw up the slides here. We'll talk more about these in depth after the Q&A with Jeff. So if you have any questions, please use the hashtag question and then put your question for Jeff in caps lock in the chat there. And then we're just going to quickly show the sponsors and take a look at the book giveaways that we are going to be raffling off after the Q&A with Jeff.
Okay. So New Society, Jeff Lawton, and I know, and I think we'll get to this in the Q&A, but Jeff's launching his latest PDC, which will. Well,
there's actually a bunch of people in the chat that said they were taking it right now.
Perfect.
It must be, you must be running it right now, Jeff. Is that right?
We're still taking people on board, but yeah, we're running.
Perfect.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll talk more about that.
Permaculture Research Institute, which Jeff talked about at the beginning of his talk. And we're going to be giving 2 of these books away from New Society from Douglas Barnes. And that's it for tonight.
Yeah. So stay tuned for those book giveaways.
Okay, let's get to Q&A, because I know people are our TAs have been saying, stop Jeff talking because there's so many people asking questions.
Okay. I'm sure you've got one for Jeff. I'm going to try to find some good ones here.
Jeff, what's your biggest insight over all these years, looking back?
How do you want me to frame that? I mean, biggest insight is the trees. When I look over the land, the trees have left the biggest impression by a long way. Like, when I look back over 20 years of tree planting, I'm looking at them right now outside the window on the skyline. The skyline has changed, the views changed. If I think about what took me by surprise was how many crossing pipes I was going to need, because I was not optimistic enough that it was going to get this busy, and the whole site was going to be used. So I didn't put enough crossing pipes in early enough. I should have been more optimistic, but that's been a theme through all my work. I think we can afford to be a lot more optimistic, because what we do works, and it gets busy, and there's stuff going on. Lots of stuff going on.
So where do you see? I mean, you've done 15,000 students, I think, is what you've told me last. Is that where you're at? Where's permaculture going in the next decade, in your opinion?
Well, it has to go to a tipping point. That's where it has to go. And
you and I were talking about this last time. Like, you were doing some math in terms of how many 100,000 students we'd have to teach a day or a month.
Are we still sharing screens or no?
No, you can share your screen again if you'd like, but
no, that's all right. I just get summing up, but yeah, I've done the calcs. Well, one of my students has done the calculations on all that. We've got to hit 640,000 students a day to get to tipping point in 5 years. So it's rather a lot, and we're just going on Malcolm Gladwell's tipping point, where if you get to 14% of 1 billion, what we need to do is we need to 18 million students a month, 4.28 million students a week, and 612,000 students a day to get the tipping point in the next 5 years, which would be it'd be nice, wouldn't it, if we hit tipping point in the next 5 years. So, so we've got to hit 1 billion people. So that may seem like, that's a bit of a, tall order, but, the internet and the communication age and all the rest of it it's got some great advantages. So I don't think it's actually impossible, because I've seen permaculture exponentially explode, because I got involved in 1980, and the subject only got started to be taught in 79. And everybody had to have been taught by Bill, because you had to have taken a course to teach a course, and that's very much still the case. But what obviously Bill knew about was exponential function. and what he didn't know about was the internet, and what we're doing here, talking to each other across the world, like in live time, and all the videos and all the YouTubes. He could never have imagined this. He always used to say, if we can get it live on television, it'd be a done deal. But this is television. The screen on the smartphone is the new television, because I don't look at the damn television. Who looks at the television much? Yeah. If you do, it's linked to a computer anyway. So we are live 24/7, and exponential function can get there real fast. But it may be looking at silly things like the natural swimming pool. And I know, since I've been doing this, that natural swimming pools have been at an appeal, but it's just got to the stage where David Pagan Butler and other great people in the permaculture movement have made them on such low energy with bubbler pumps that now, and the solar's come up so much that you can definitely be on solar and run a natural swimming pool. At the same time, I'm trying to permaculturize skate parks. Because I've got world-class skateboarders in my student base. Now, you look at something as silly as a skate park. I'm a skater, by the way, and a surfer. And, we're rolling around these things. Where the hell's all the water go on this thing? They're all runoff, and they go down silly little drains in the stormwater. Well, it could be lemongrass crash barriers. It could be, they're noisy things people complain about. It could be noise barriers. It could be food forests. And it's full of young people who are hanging out with nothing much to do but skate. And they're all wanting to switch on, so there's funny low-hanging fruit out there we're not looking at. And I've got world-class skaters and world-class surfers now coming to me. I've got some of the top surfers in the world, really switching on and really understanding about coastal land and weed issues and what they really are not in relation to weed issues. And I'm getting them reading, Fred Pierce's New Wild. Surfers understand about rafting.
Right.
They float around on the damn ocean all the time, watching things float in, and that's that's how weeds get around. That's how we got around as well. Before we were flying, we were rafting around the place on canoes and stuff. Like it's not weird to have like unusual plants come up and help us out that build more biomass. But it's really easy for the chemical companies to get you angry about stuff that you don't have to. It's kind of funny. So some of the unusual people are kind of switching on, and because they've got levels of awareness. I can surf talk to a surfer about patterning.
Right.
I talk about the patterns in the floodplain and the levels of the 100-year, 200-year patterned in the landscape by the movement of water. And I can talk in surf language and they get it. Because they're looking at water patterns all the time, they're surfing,
Right.
Just got to make some of those connections and then let them go and get the surfers, pull them in. It's a big industry. Get the skaters, pull them in. Get, the social promotion systems, the people who are good at getting the society that's sitting there wanting a new answer for the situation they're in. So the numbers are there at one end, and the superstars and the film stars are at the other end. So we're edge thinking society, edge thinking people.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff, in terms of all the incredible things that you've done, what do you think has been the most impactful in terms of reaching that tipping point? Has it been, the aid projects? Has it been, your work on your own property? Has it been, consulting with other people? Has it been the film stuff? What's been like the most impactful thing to bring more people into the permaculture movement?
Well, the video thing through the internet has obviously had the ability to expand. Zaytuna Farm here has had its effect. Nothing really improved in numbers than the Green in the Desert. So that it was a flash video, which we don't even use flash video anymore. It was a little flash video that just shot around the world like a rocket, because a lot of people looked at it and went, wow, if you can do it there, we could do it anywhere. So I went from that's 150 mil of rain. Now I've gone to 70. Now I'm working in 70. So when I was trapped with COVID and all the airlines shut down, I was working on 173 square kilometer property with 70 mil of rain. And we were putting in 45 giant gabions and 50 kilometers of massive swales out through a huge desert. I mean, even if you didn't plan it, you'd be able to see it from Google Earth in a few years' time anyway. What's that big lump of green coming up in Saudi, right by the Riyadh, but they were planting it, they have planted it, some of it. And COVID disrupted everything. But to tell you the truth, the most potential is local community groups. So I started a group 28 years ago called Permaculture Noosa in the Noosa Shire. And I themed local community permaculture groups around local government areas and set up initial kind of theme of how to set them up. I've got back to it. I'm back. I've gone away all over and dragged all over the world by the demand out there, but I'm back on local community groups. I've just set up Byron Shire Permaculture Group. We're funded to do a food forest, got funded in the youth center, which is next to a new skateboard park that's going to get put in, right? Big one, 2.5 million. But I'm setting up with other people. Anybody listening here, listen. Anybody's got local community groups, right? Permaculture local communities. We got a startup kit. We want to make it real easy. Just paint by numbers, follow the instructions, set this damn thing up, call it and set it up for your local government area, because it's the local government politician who stops you planting fruit trees in the street or using a compost toilet. It's the local government. Later on, you get the regional, the state, and the national, but it starts local. And we, the local people, need help. And we need to know what to do in our gardens and our houses and our energy and everything else. You get a research group on the ground with 84 local government areas in Australia. You can look it up on Wikipedia. There's 19,000 in America.
Wow.
19,000 local government areas. And I would like to take every one of them. I'd like to color that map right in. I'm sure when there's only one left, we'll take it easy. I want to take them in state by state by state by state, you know, because as you do that, the decision makers have to listen, because you're a voting block, and you're a very unusual voting block, because permaculture people are not normal. They're a really different crew. Like, you look at a group of permaculture people and they're all ages, all backgrounds, all cultures, all professions. You know, you kind of look at them and think, how the hell do you put this mob in the room together? And you can't find anything common about them, except we are people that are prepared to think through problems and turn them into solutions. That's about it. There isn't anything else. So we scare politicians when we turn up. You know, we don't have to turn up. They turn up to see us. Mm-hmm. They want to know what this not-for-profit community group is that has 100 people meeting every month. And I love that stuff, because it's kind of stealth permaculture. You come under the radar and all of a sudden they want to know who you are, you know, and you're already in position.
So where can people get that community permaculture group kit from? Well,
we're still refining it now. It'll be released pretty soon through Discover Permaculture. Probably, you know, all our web presence will have it up there, and we'll have it up in all the social media news and everything. And we're just getting ready to receive everything, so we can just email it out and say, and we'll back you up with, you know, you got problems, we'll back you up. If it's, you know, you're having issues along the way, we'll back you up on our experience, because we have the experience now.
Awesome. That's amazing.
There's I don't know if you can disclose this or not, but there's a couple of people that are wondering where this park is at that you're doing with
the giant one,
the 70 mil of rain.
It's in the capital city of Qatar, in Doha.
Wow.
That city's called Doha, and we're right in the middle of the city, right, very close to the beach. On one side is a very famous new but replica of an old mosque, and the other side is a Sports City University. And I'm working with a very, very famous landscape architect from Lebanon, who everybody wants. He's the man, but he's done his permaculture design course and he's terminal, no recovery. So he's convincing all kinds of clients to go in an environmental direction with 5-star hotels and massive resorts and, you know, nature parks and all kinds of stuff. So it's often who you hit in your student base gets you into big trouble.
This is kind of a fun one. Somebody says, how is it possible to have so many compost toilets for all 30 students? ! Question mark.
6.
6, that's all it takes, eh?
6, yeah. There's actually there's a 7th one at the top shed.
Oh,
just in case you get stuck up there and need to do something.
Yeah, well, you're working in the office. You don't want to walk all the way down the campsite.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So, Jeff, this is another kind of interesting question. Maybe it's a bit personal, but somebody says, is this the property you think you'll take your last breath at?
I put cemetery in.
Yeah.
Yeah. That answer that.
He's planning for it. There you go.
Yeah, I've got a cemetery. It's right at the top of Central Valley, so it's a long way. The nutrients got a long way to get down.
Oh, that's fantastic. What else we got here? Let's see here. It says somebody's wondering, first, I've got a permaculture farm in New Zealand. How do you increase phosphorus levels in the soil naturally without outside inputs like rock phos, blood, or bone?
Mycelium associating trees, particularly casuarina, which also fixes nitrogen with a Frankia bacteria. So all of your palms, if you can get palms in, but you're looking for mycelium fungi connections in the soil. So that, and see whether you've got any ways of attracting bird colonies and bat colonies, because the manure is pretty good.
Do you know of an analog to casuarina up here? Our tamarack looks really close, like from a pattern perspective, but that have a similar phosphorus relationship.
I don't, but there's a lot I don't know. I mean, especially in the plant world. I mean, we're still discovering 2020 new plants and trees every year, so we don't know anything about most of the ones we're destroying. We know a little bit about sort of 8% of the trees in the world, what's in them. So there's probably lots that we haven't yet figured out. So phosphate has a particular look, I think, in the mulch, right? So, you know, phosphate fixing trees, when you're looking at the way things decompose, you get some intuition that it will be worth following, because the type of work we do so much observation through so many diverse fields. Bill always said that, look, if you get an intuition about something and you think you should make a guess at it, do it, have a guess. And like, if that leads to a research field, then go for it. You know, you're probably right. And when you look at the difference between what we do and all the disciplines we cover, and then you look at what the average agriculturalist does, or even ecologist, it's just not the same intensity of intimate observation. I mean, we build up a very, very intimate picture. So, you know, when you're working on a farm, a lot of it, well, working on land doesn't have to be a farm. Working on land with natural living systems, you're building intimacy. And intimacy is not something you can really plan for totally, because you have to allow your systems to demonstrate their evolutions. Otherwise, you're forcing function. They're revealing to you. There's a revelation of gaps in a system that then become, if you're sensitive, you can then realize how you fill those gaps. Mm-hmm. But if you're not ready to see the gap, if you're arrogant and you want to force systems in one direction or dominate systems, you don't see anything much. But we're quite the other way around. We're looking for the gaps that reveal themselves, and how and the evolutions of our systems that demonstrate how you then dynamically adjust. So, you know, all of that stuff also gives you great intuition. And that's a very non-scientific thing to say. But I don't think we carry the intelligence we have without quite a bit of potential intuition, right? And that's, we don't, I'll clarify here, we don't teach metaphysics. And I'm trying to stay off a metaphysical statement. It's getting a bit woo-woo here. But it's kind of right on that edge where you definitely haven't got scientific proof. But I think we're going to see a lot of this happening, a lot, as people tune in and engage long term. Yeah. And you know, it comes back to, you know, a new Indigenous approach, really. And it's only a new Indigenous approach because we have appropriate technology and 800 times more diversity than we had before, because, you know, we've got those connections across the planet. So very optimistic. We have such a massive potential in diversity that we can use. Mm-hmm. I mean, no way a few hundred years ago we'd have anything like the diversity we have now available to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jeff, do you have a story that you think about often with regards to Bill that you want to share? Something that's inspirational or that stands out for you?
When Bill asked me to take on Tagari Farm, it hadn't been maintained for 18 months. So I now understand those things, why some of those things happened, because he was also driving everything to the edge of chaos and then getting invited away and all kinds of things. And one of the reasons I wanted to do this place with a share property is I didn't want Zaytuna Farm to die with me. And I've seen Robert Hart's famous Food Forest Go in England, and I saw Joe Palacios' Rainbow Valley Farm go, and Tagari Farm is now something else, and I wanted to pre-plan my exit so that Zaytuna Farm had some long-term resilience and continue to do good work. But Bill was asking me to manage Tagari Farm, and I drove around with Bill in a little car through an unmaintained madness of Zaytuna Farm, of Tagari Farm, and it was really long grass, and we were right up in the middle of the property on a big ridge next to a dam called the White Fig. And it's a big, long ridge point dam. And I'd seen a lot of the earthworks go in the early days. And I was stood there looking at the back country with Bill, kind of wondering, you're always wondering what to say when you're in Bill's company. And it's sort of the most awkward person in the world to teach in front of and everything else. and worst person in the world to work in the classroom when you were teaching Bill. You can imagine what that felt like, You're teaching a PDC, and Bill Mollison walks in the back and sits in the back of the class. Oh shit! But anyway, I'm stood there with Bill, and I'm looking at the back of the property, and the swale went round the back and stopped. And I said, Bill, foolishly, I said, Bill, I always wondered why you didn't take that swale round the back of that ridge and pick up those 3 key points in those 3 valleys and then go right out to the boundary. And he never really absconded me much or told me off much, but he had a bit of a stern eye at times, right? And he turned around, he'd give me this stare, and I thought, oh shit. And he said, I thought I was picking up too much country. And I kind of must have expressed something that he saw, like, oh wow, I've done way more than that. And he turned around and he says, yeah, I know, I saw the work you did at Janet Millington's place in Yamundi. It was a bit rough, but you got away with it, didn't you? And I said, wow, I didn't know. I just, I just went right around that whole landscape, And he said, yeah, and you got away with it. You didn't know you were stretching the system, did you? And I just left it there, and I thought, you bastard, you never told me. Now, I was going way further, and I didn't know whether it was going to fall over or not, right? And 3 swales did collapse, but when swales collapse, it's a good lesson because they don't fall over. You just get a little cut, and they go down like a set of dominoes in a row. And that's when I started to put in swivel pipes, because I thought, if I'm going to go this far and I pick up this much country, I want to be able to turn it down. I want to be able to put level sill spillways in. So I picked up the level sill spillways from an earth mover in New England tablelands, where they have granite sands that cut normal spillways down. And they were putting these level sill spillways on the side of dams. And I thought, well, I could put a level sill spillway and a swivel pipe, and I'm pretty well insured. If I do my calculations right, I never have a swale fall over again. But Bill let me go there, like in uncharted country, and just watched. And I thought, right, I'm going to do that for all my students as well. When you sent me stuff, Rob, and thought, what this like, I just thought, I ain't going to tell you, I've never done it before. Just go for it. And you pulled it off, right? So like, it works, But I was shocked when Bill told me. I thought, no way, shit. So I was taking his stuff and I've taken it further. Wow. And he just let me do it. He didn't care at all. Okay. So that's what we should do.
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. And you just keep driving to the edge of chaos. And if you get too far into chaos, you just pull back a bit, and you're on the ultimate expression of creative form.
That's where you learn.
Yeah.
So I mean, just before chaos, you're in the ultimate expression of creative form.
Yeah.
But it's no good if you're in agriculture like you've got in Canada, when you're in massive amounts of broadacre chaos and you pull back a bit. It doesn't do anything. Pull back a bit, pull back a bit. 1,000 defeats later, you've come past the chaos point. Hey, you're already gone. You've already retreated and surrendered. You can't come back from there very easily. You've got to go from the small out to find it. because
Right.
you're not in chaos till you get there, and then you just pull back a bit. But if you're in like massively out of scale chaos, a little bit of greening, a little bit of regen ag applied on that broad acre does jack shit. What's it going to do?
Yeah.
It's just going to make you think it doesn't work. That's all.
Right.
If you're going to do that, cool. But like, get somebody to start on the smaller size and come up, and then incrementally you can change the big stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm worried about people just wanting to reflavor agriculture to be a bit more green or regenerative, because it's like, hold on a minute, there's people out there with thousands and thousands of laser level monocrop. You know, you're gonna repattern it a little bit.
Yeah.
I was lucky. I was lucky in Saudi to work on 17 center pivots that have been, and you got center pivots out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, big ones.
And they asked me, said, what would you like to do? And I looked at this massive 173 square kilometers. It's like the surface of Mars, you know, it literally looks like those Mars photos. And I thought, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to recover those center pivots. I said, how do you do that? And I slept on it. And I woke up the next morning and I got it. I thought, wow, hold on. They've still got the big bore going right down the middle. And they're still on the aquifer. So if I swale right across them, and they're not level anymore because the wind has deformed them a little bit, they're pretty flat. I started with an 800 meter diameter center pivot, and I got a D9, nice big 55-ton bulldozer, and we put this massive swell snaking right across it, and they liked the pattern of it. And on either end was a big wadi, so we put a big sandstone gabion on that would back flood in the big rains, because they do get big rains. They only come once a year. That it would back flood into the swale and would overflow the gabion at either end of the wadi. But this, like, it was over a kilometer by the time it wiggled across this center pivot, would flood in that big rain. But I could overcharge it with the original infrastructure from the center pivot and flood the damn thing, right? And grow trees on it by flooding it. But then I realized, because I'd knocking about in the desert there for a long time, directing all this, covered in dust, that camel shit blows in the wind. It's round and it blows around, right? And like you do watching earthworks, you get a bit bored. So I stamped on a few here and there, and they're full of seed. And I thought, hold on a second, this stuff's full of seed. So I go and see the Bedouins who are moving camels around and feeding them alfalfa to fatten them up and stuff. And you can definitely attract camels with alfalfa, but there ain't much else out there. You just alfalfa down, it's like lollies. So I said, if you these desert trees that are out there in the canyons, if you get the camels to go and graze these trees when they're in seed, the seed's full of the shit, yeah? And they said, yeah. And I said, then the camel shit lodges up in stones, and if it gets a bit wet, the trees germinate, yeah? They said, yeah. These are the original Bedouin. I said, oh shit. So, okay. So if I just line this swale with alfalfa and you take your camels out on the trees when they're seeding, and then you bring them into my swale.
Did we lose him? Oh no.
Right at the
Oh man.
pinnacle of the story.
So was I hearing him correctly in that he connected a swale up to an old center pivot bore well,
Yeah.
so he could use it like a drain to recharge the aquifers?
Yeah.
That's unreal.
And then he's using the camels as seed collectors.
Yeah.
And they're gonna basically reseed these swales and reforest 174 square kilometers.
So in reality, I'm sure Mitch was just like, "Oh, this guy's going over. We're just gonna cut him off. He's done. You get the hook."
Oh man, that's too bad.
Oh shoot.
Well, he might come back in for one last little goodbye, but folks, we were so lucky. I was so lucky to have an opportunity to study under Jeff. He's been a mentor, a friend, and a colleague. I call him every so often and hear about his crazy stories. Like last time, actually, I had him on Skype, and Mitch happened to be at the farm, and Mitch was just like, "Oh my gosh, can't believe what Jeff is telling me right now. It's crazy." And so, anyways, Jeff wrote the foreword for our book, and we're just so thrilled to
to have his endorsement on this book. It was a really important piece for both of us, because you took your PDC with Jeff too.
Yeah, I count him as my first. I took one before Jeff, but it was garbage. And so I count Jeff's as my first.
Yeah, his PDC is absolutely amazing. And as you can see, he's a very articulate speaker and very inspiring. And one thing that strikes me with Jeff is how no problem phases him. He just kind of like, we'll just use permaculture.
Yeah.
We'll just solve it. And he just kind of soldiers on and keeps going. And he's been a real inspiration for me in my life.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna do our draw and thank our sponsors. And I suspect his battery just went dead or something. That's usually what happens when
He was on solar. He went over his
his solar system.
his budget.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's back.
All right, we're gonna go back. I thought we lost you there, right at the best part of the story there, Jeff. You gotta finish your camel poop story.
Yeah.
There we go. Can you hear us?
I can. Sorry about that.
All good.
I wasn't checking my battery.
YouTube just went off. They're like, we got to know what happens to the camel poop.
It's a great cliffhanger.
You're on the mobile phone now. So I realized that I could attract the camels into the alfalfa and the swale, and they just fill it full of camel poop that was full of desert tree seeds. And then I just flood that swale full of water and let it drain down, and I got a forest.
Right on the edge of chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those center pivots with the infrastructure still in position, somebody's got to work out what we do with them, and that's a great way to rehabilitate them, because you have the infrastructure to flood them, and you're going to switch that water off. You're not going to use it like they were using it for center pivot irrigation. You're going to use it to grow tree lines right across them, because they're flat landscapes.
Yeah.
And I tried to figure out, I haven't got anybody's come up with a number yet, how many center pivots are there in the world that we're going to have to redesign?
Yeah.
There's a lot. I don't know how many, but there's an awful lot.
Yeah, I mean, you just go on Google Earth and I mean, you couldn't. The funny thing is, the places that these things exist, you couldn't pick a worse place, because the evaporative losses are so high where most of these center pivot irrigation systems are, and you can see them from Google Earth, because there's basically a desert where there's nothing. It's all beige, and then you'll get these green circles that you can't miss, and they'll be for thousands of acres.
Yeah, there'll be white circles later.
Yeah.
But the ones that I've worked on, the biggest ones I've worked on are 200 hectares in size, and they're running 24/7 with 18,000 liters of water a second coming out.
200 hectares. That's over 400 acres. That's like double the size of our farm for one. That's insane. That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick money and then long-term saltation.
Right.
Yeah.
Jeff, we're at the end of time, but do you have any inspirational words that you want to leave? We've got close to 800 people on the live stream right now, and maybe you want to plug your PDC as well. Just tell people about PDC 2.0 and.
Yeah, well, we have an online PDC running, and people can still join for quite a few months, and it's the biggest piece of educational work I'll ever do. It's 50 times more information than you get in a face-to-face, because that's how we can do it. It's high def videos and animations. They're all our own animations. There's a massive shared Facebook page, people from all over the world, and it gets incredible results. So have a look at it. You'll see, I do Q&As. I have an incredible teacher assistant team. They're international. We have we have a certificate that's made by a company called Accredible, which is digital. You can print it 4K, but it also is an icon you can put on your LinkedIn, Facebook, and email, and when you click it, you can see your resume, and you can verify your certificate in 4 minutes. But it also will the icon will is clickable to your final design exercise and any of your resume of design work. So it's an incredible bit of software. We have a final design exercise software that's probably the best consultancy document I can ever find. All the questions you'd ever want to ask a client. So it's a neat journey to go through the online PDC we've got, and a lot of what we do is really about, realizing that it is, any system that's oversupplied with energy does go into chaos. If you're oversupplied with energy, you can't put to productive use, you end up in a chaotic situation. But it should be fun. Like, we've had a bit of fun this morning, and I didn't intend, I had no humor planned, but I knew it would come out. If you're not having fun, you've got the design wrong. You really have. It definitely shouldn't be a hardship. People care us to start with yourself, and then go to your family and your friends and community. And it should be entertaining and meaningful. And there should be quite a bit of fun in there where we do crack a smile and a laugh. And if we're too serious, we've got something wrong. I think it's one of our great sounds, the sound of a human laugh. Like, it's the sound of the human animal laughing. Like, it's a particular sound. It's one of our sounds,
Yeah.
And it's a good one. That's it, guys. Talk soon.
Awesome.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
Talk soon.
Take care.
All right. Thank you. All right. Cheers.
Cheers. All right. There you go. You got the end of your guys' story. That was gonna just destroy me if I didn't hear it too. So that's too funny. Okay, so I know there's a few copies left. And if you want to read Jeff Lawton's forward, then
Yeah, he shares another funny story of him and Bill, and he also shares a story about him and Rob when Rob was on his place too. It's a really great little story.
All right. So we got one more talk tonight. It's going to be a great one. I can't wait to talk to Philippe. And
starts in 1 minute.
1 minute. I think he got informed he's going to be 10 minutes late. So we'll start in a few minutes here. So New Society, Keystone sponsor, and they've been giving basically book prizes almost every single speaker. So just amazing. And I hope you guys take some time to what you looking for?
I'm just looking for the chat. Sorry, Mitch had put up who won our last prizes there. Sorry, go ahead.
So just send them an email and say thank you, and I'd encourage you guys to go sign up for their newsletter. Check out their library, and remember, we've got 40% off all day with the coupon code that's in the show notes down below. Jeff's been a huge inspiration to us, both in our education. Also, when I first got started, I was posting blogs, and he said, Rob, when you're getting started, you got to lean on someone else's credibility, and you can write and publish anything on my websites. He's always been there and supported us. And he did it again tonight, and did it with the forward in our book. So thanks, Jeff, and all the people that make what you do possible as well. We've got a big team of people. And just remember, we gotta train 600,000 people per day.
Just on that note, it's like, I'm sure there's people out there, they're like, what are these guys doing? They've invited all this other competition onto their book launch, and they're asking them questions about the courses and books that they write. Like, aren't you worried about kind of fighting over the crumbs? And it's like, that's not at all our philosophy. It's like Jeff said, we have 600,000 people a day that we have to teach. There's no
all hands on deck.
It's all hands on deck. But secondly to that, I've taken 5 permaculture design courses. And I know you've taken multiple versions. and every time you go back, it's, I don't know if you said it the other day in one of the talks, but Jeff actually said this about the permaculture designer's manuals. Every time you read it, it gets bigger because you get another layer or another understanding of these principles and how they can be applied to these novel situations, like catching camel shit in the desert. or using deer antlers to
grow buildings.
To grow buildings. Like there's no end to it, and it's so exciting to see somebody like Jeff, who's been in it for I think as long as anybody else. It was just fantastic to see his excitement after all these years. And so don't be take as many as you can. There's lots of free ones out there. Jeff's is a fantastic PDC. I've taken it years ago. And I'm considering taking his new 2.0 one because he's redone all the content.
Yeah, totally. He's also got the Institute as well, which is where a lot of content gets posted on a regular basis. Lots of great news and ideas up there. So check that out. Okay, so we've got 2 books to give away by Douglas Barnes, the Permaculture Earthworks Handbook. Very fitting. So let's do our little thing and then we'll.
Yeah. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to read out a riddle, and let's go the 10th and the 20th person in the chat to answer the riddle correctly will get, if you're in North America, Canada, or as in Canada or the US, you will get a physical copy of one of those books. If you're anywhere else in the world, you'll get a digital e-copy. And so get your fingers ready. This is a good one. A good permaculture riddle here. So we're looking for, it's a one-word answer. The riddle is, what comes down but never goes up? And it's not your age. It's not your age. This is a real thing in the environment. Why tuna fish? It's not tuna fish. It's not even close, folks.
Comes down but never goes up. Everybody's saying tuna fish. I'm not sure where that came from.
It's not.
Oh man. Oh, there we go.
Somebody got it.
Oh, there's another one.
There's a couple actually.
There's
two
now they're
versions
picking it up. It's not tuna fish.
But it is something that the tuna fish require this to live. So rain, there you go, folks.
Okay, awesome.
Fantastic.
Okay, so Mitch, I think we've got a few minutes before Philippe comes on. So why don't you roll that beautiful interlude?
Rob and I are going to take a 3-minute break just to make sure this couch doesn't stick to our behinds.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys in.
We still haven't had dinner yet.
Yeah. We'll see you back in 4 minutes.
Okay.
Some people tell me that I'm crazy, 'cause I do things that don't fit in with the rest of society. Like my love of small spaces, my room ain't too large. I just live in a box underneath the house off the corner of my garage. But the edge is where it's at, and it's easy to create. And my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Been looking to settle down, find someplace nice where I can get my hand on some marginal land and turn it into paradise. The smaller the better, and I don't care if it's bad. I guess I'm the kind of fella who'll always be a fringe dweller. Just do the best I can with what I have. Because the edge is where it's at, and it's the most productive place. And my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. might wind up in the desert with whipping wind and sun. Well, I'll just plant a hedge and I'll start my edge, and I'll have sorted two things with one. Oh, but if the rain is a-falling and washing everything away, I'll just slow down that water with a convoluted border, and everything gonna be okay. Because the edge is where it's at. I'm gonna work that interface. Cause my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Yes, she did. Make a pledge to acknowledge the edge. Grow some veg and stack it on a ledge. Wherever things come together, you'll find it getting better. You'll fall so in love with the edge, you wanna write it a love letter. Just broaden your range at the place of exchange. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Oh, there's every single color sitting between white and black. A well-beaten bond ain't always the right track. Because the edge is where it's at, and we're on the edge right now. Yeah, we're gonna see some change, see some things get rearranged, moving on cause there's no going back. I said the edge is where it's at, and there's no more time to waste. Cause my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Yeah, my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space.
Here we go, folks. Let's bring Philip in.
You got some bread in your beard there.
It's hard to find time to eat. Hey, amigo, how you doing? Last time we met was at Permaculture Voices. I think you're still muted.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Look at this.
Nice.
Nice.
I should
man.
ask you guys, how are you doing? You guys have had a three packed days.
Well,
No,
two. We
yeah,
got one more to go.
Wow.
Thank you so much for all the gift packages that you guys have provided.
Yeah, people have been loving it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, we'd love to hear a little bit about what you guys have been up to. So I met Philippe back at Permaculture Voices, and he told me about this farm he was building where they were growing all their herbs and trying to kind of get their supply chains to be, meet the permaculture ethics. It was super inspiring. And we've kind of kept loosely in touch over the years, and what a great opportunity to have you back in and tell us what the last, I mean, what was it been, 6 or 7 years?
I think a bit more even. 21, yeah, 5, 6 years. It's been a while. I mean, lots has happened, and I was so thrilled to hear about the summit you put together, and I'm really, really proud of you guys. I was telling Michelle earlier that it's a big thing you did, and I'm not surprised, but I just want to say congratulations, and I'm super happy to be here and share all of our mistakes. And so yeah, I've got. Is this a time to start showing some pictures?
Yeah,
that'd be great.
All right,
yeah, give her.
cool. So I'll share my screen. I've got I don't have a formal presentation. Like this is rare that I do this, so we'll probably have a lot of conversation.
That sounds great.
But I've got some pictures just as a reference. I'm starting off with the picture of Oneka because just for those, well, it's probably not many people who know me and know Oneka, but we're a brand of natural personal care products. We grow some of the plants at the farm. And the reason why I start with that is because Oneka is the reason why we were able to buy the farm and develop it. It's the vehicle that the marketing vehicle that has allowed us to do all that we've done. So for me, it's very, very key in the entire design, right? I'll just show you where we are. We're in the province of Quebec. The little pin, should I go full screen?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Absolutely.
Yeah, please do.
All right. Is it working? No, I think I have a different way to do it, like this.
Yep, just to the left there, that little screen icon by the Zoom. Yep, no, to the left of that.
I have to move
Nope,
this.
to the right. One more to the right.
It's the
One
little,
more. There you go. Perfect.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Did I skip one? Let's see. Okay, how do I, silly question, sorry, but how do I go back to?
Just use your upper arrow. That should take you back.
Okay, all right. So here we are. The farm is literally the border with Vermont. We're an hour southeast of Montreal. We're an hour from Burlington, Vermont, 3 hours from Ottawa. So just to give you a big picture of where we are. And let's see, a little bit of a close-up. Our farm, you can see that the yellow line is the US-Canada border, and the white is just a property. So we've got 170 acres. And to the right, so our home is near that yellow line. When I say our home, it's a home that we are building this year. There's I guess a chalet or cabin there that's going to be moved, and we're going to build our house. The farmhouse is actually, when I say that our house is going to be moved, it's moving to become a farmhouse. And the apple orchard across is becoming my brother's. So I just want you guys to have a bit of a look at these things, a closer zoom in on where we farm our plants. And this is I think 2018. It's not up to date, but it gives you an idea, just so you can kind of have a from the sky view of the property. I guess why I start with this slide here is well, you guys recognize the former Toby Hemingway. We have had by accident, the privilege of hosting Quebec's first permaculture convergence, and I believe it's 2012. I may be mistaken, or 2013, I forget. But we last minute, a week beforehand, found out that the venue that the organizers were planning was too small, because they were expecting 250, and we ended up having, I think, 450 people. So we inherited the convergence at our place, which was new to me at that point. I was not really aware of permaculture, or very slightly. And it happened to be an absolute defining moment in the process, because obviously, if you're here, you guys are interested and are very passionate about all the benefits and the I should say insights and power of the permaculture movement and the principles. So Stacy and I really got deeply passionate about it, and the following year we, by design, hosted it again, and we were part of the organizing committee. And it set us off into I would say, quite intense and interesting discovery. We visited Ben Fox homestead, his bigger farm. We went to Mark Shepard's, we went to Joel Salatin's, we went to Jeff Lawton within 2 or 3 years, I believe. And in the meantime, at the second permaculture convergence that we hosted, Dave Jackie was doing a workshop. So he helped us steer some ideas and designs, and we had Mark Krafchick come and do Keyline as a workshop. So all of this because of the accidental permaculture convergence we got to see so much and learn so much and get inspired so much. This is a picture of the building that we didn't inherit. That when we bought it wasn't like that. It was the barn to the left was gone, but this is give you an idea that it was 10 years before we bought. It was a fully operating apple orchard, conventional commercial apple orchard. There was probably 3,000 standard trees. And when I say standard trees, if you guys know apple trees, there's the dwarfs and semi-dwarfs, and the standards are like the big guys. That's what they planted here back in the days, and it had the white building that you see was a fridge. They had the 3 60 by 40 and 16 feet high fridges for apples, and so we inherited. And that building was really the roof was brand new, but the brick was cracked. And so, long story short, it was a beautiful asset for sure, but it needed it's 13,000 square feet, so it's quite big. This picture doesn't show, but so that was an interesting asset that we had to work with. That's what it looks like today. We added an extension to it, which is and we'll get back to that later, but we thought we needed space for Oneka, and we ended up building this addition of 65 by 30, and today 70% of that space is used by my brother for his cider house, which is great overall, but we thought we would building this for ourselves for Oneka, and we ended up once we were engaged with the works, we ended up designing it or preparing it for the cider house. On the right, that was an event that we shared with Regeneration Canada in I believe it's September 2018 or 17, I'm not sure. But so before I go a bit further, I want to say that the permaculture introduction for Stacy and I, and Stacy is my wife and co-founder for Oneka and co-owner at the farm. We became aware of the assets and what was particular with the farm, and I'll list them quickly, and I'll come back to that. The first thing was we realized how passionate we were about that piece of land, and the way that we feel the land came and got us in a way, because when my dad and partners originally bought it in 2009, Oneka was starting out, so we needed to work outside. Stacy was working in a bakery, and I was logging in the winter, and there was a big logging job to do, or a thinning job to do in the forest at the farm. We've got 80 acres of forest, and it was a subsidized program that we were thinning out the forest. So I was walking around with my chainsaw, and I was there working on the weekends and earning more money in the weekend than I was doing with Oneka during the week. So, but long story short, we got to see and we got to go to the farm, and it was abandoned. My parents and partners had bought it out of opportunity because the neighbor was selling, but they didn't have a vision for it. So it felt like there was space for leadership and ownership and just a soul to occupy this space, and Stacey and I felt really called. So I start with that because to me that's all of it. It's the passion, it's the excitement, the enthusiasm, and the inspiration that comes from being there and engaging with the land. So we were obviously aware of our passion for it and the inspiration, the vision that we had. We had the absolute privilege of in 2013, when we purchased, I've had a business that had been built over the last 5-6 years. And so we had momentum, and it was not big by any means, but big enough to say that we can justify buying a piece of land that's way too big for what we need. And we were way better off purchasing plants from everywhere else, but instead of buying the farm. But because of our vision and our passion, we didn't really try to make sense of it financially, because we could. So having Oneka as the tractor to the train, or if that's the right way to say it, was huge. Because of the fact that the orchard had been cut down 10 years before, there was still about 200 trees, but it was all wild. So it was a powerful state to find that piece of land when you're thinking about growing organic plants. And for me, what was so intuitive about permaculture was the idea of biodiversity. That to me made so much sense. And I'm saying this coming from a guy who grew up on a large conventional apple orchard, where my parents at one point had 35,000 trees. Quebec scale, that's huge. You go to Oregon or Washington, that's they have orchards of 170,000 trees, but they're like super dwarf and like all connected. So long story short, my parents built a monoculture business selling commodity, and I knew I sprayed chemicals myself till the age of 27, till I literally was sick. I was allergic. I really didn't like it. So the wild fields were a powerful thing to see, where nature had started to heal itself, and a lot of forest, so a lot of biodiversity there too. There were tons of stones on the property, and you see the stones here. You'll see different pictures coming back with stones. When the settlers, I guess, arrived and planted the orchard, I don't want to say settlers, but I should say the folks who planted apple trees in our area, and in the 60s and 70s, there was a lot of farmland being turned into apple orchards. I think the government had subsidies and such. So they just pushed the stones at the bottom of the field. And today we literally have hundreds of big stones just piled up. So stones are a really great asset of the location. The view, you'll see throughout the different pictures that the view is something very special. The view and how people feel. And this is what the permaculture convergence gave us, is the feedback. People were like, wow, this is so great here. I feel so good. Like there's such good energy, good vibes. And so we knew that we had the responsibility to share the site. It is not open to the public, but share it in the form of, events that we do. So we've been doing events steady. And this is where I wanted to show you. I'm sorry, it's a long intro to this slide. But every year, except last year and this year, because of the context, we've had a weekend where we host. Usually, there's 500-600 people who show up. We do yoga, and this one you've got the goats yoga, and we obviously put flowers at the center stage, and we do outdoor shampoo and herb garden, or I should say. Herbalist walks that they just take people around. And I'm not a herbalist. Stacy's not a herbalist. I'm not a chemist. Stacy's not a chemist. We're passionate entrepreneurs, but we're starting to have a stronger team around us, including herbalists that are able to take people around. So these are calendula fields, very, very colorful and beautiful. And for those of you who know, calendula is such a cool flower, because it just keeps growing all season. I think we do between 15 to 20 harvests in a season. So on the left, you've got, I just want give you an idea of what the fields look like. Out of the 80 acres of non-forest, we currently have about 45 acres of wild fields. When I say about wild fields, is we don't mow them. Last year we worked one section where we pulled out the shrubs because we don't want it to become forest, but it had been left wild for 20 years, and so there's a big diversity: goldenrod, milkweed, burdock, all sorts of hay. And in fact, on the right, it's Stacy and our two little girls last year with horsetail. There's probably 2 acres of horsetail that we have, and so we're very lazy in a way that we don't have to do anything. We just pick it and dry it, and we use it as a herbal extract in our products. I mentioned the forest to be a great asset. It is a great asset. There's on the property there is probably 20,000 pine and spruce that were planted. Half of that was done by my dad right away when he bought. And you can imagine how today, when my dad looks at our farm, he is a bit uneasy to see all this waste, all these wild fields that could be grown to something else. So when he bought, he already had well, didn't really have a vision, but he had an anxiety about the unused space. So he planted 11,000 spruce and I think 3,000 hybrid poplar, which is also what you see here on the picture. This is us in 2019, planting 700 hybrid poplars just to compensate some of our carbon emissions. We do, as a company, monitor that. We hire a third party, and I think it's our 4th year now that we monitor our carbon, and we compensate it. So it's not perfect. That's a whole different conversation. But we have been planting trees, and what's also cool is, so on the left, pine plantation at the very bottom. And there you see my mom with our daughter Raphael and my nephew Laurent picking wild leek. And it's actually this season right now. For what the picture you see is from 3 years ago in the middle, but that's the state of the forest almost right now. And on the right, there's my mom on the backhoe transplanting spruce. And it's like if we have our own nursery, there's 11,000 spruce. We've been using these bigger spruce to create zones and bubbles, if you will, especially with the farmhouse that's coming. These are great trees to use to kind of create barriers, visual barriers, mostly in our case is what we use them for. So the forest has been, well, these plantations have been a great asset to use for landscaping, I guess. There's the stone party. So because the land is a bit on a slope, stones have been very, very useful to use to build terraces and layers. And like I said, we have so many that it's just an easy asset to use. On the right picture is we built in terms of feet, probably 1,000-foot long kind of like horseshoe with three layers of 3 terraces to grow the plants. There was about 8 feet of difference between the top and the bottom, so we didn't want to do one big wall, so we did 3. And on the bottom left, we've been working with friends of ours who have guided us through geobiology. I'm not sure if that translates. I'm sorry if it doesn't, but just working with the energy lines, and this is maybe a bit woohoo for some, and I'm totally okay with that, meaning I own it. But we've been. I didn't really, well, I've always believed in it, but when I saw about 7 different people with little sticks just all point to this is the crossing. So that's a circle that we've built with stones on a I'm not sure what the energy crossing, energy lines, I'm not sure if there's a better way to express, but we have, what kind?
Ley lines.
Ley lines, great, thank you. So I'm not alone, all right. So we've got a couple of those circles, and we were taught to work with the phi distance, and they're on the cardinal points. And so again, using stones to enhance and I should say multiply the energy that's already there, just disperse it. So on the left, this is a picture of what is happening right now. We're building a lab and this is a former Apple fridge. We've put in windows because with no windows, it had no windows. So it's very well insulated. This is going to be, this is in the big building that you saw close to my brother's cider house. It's going to be our extraction lab. So where we macerate our tinctures or our macerations. And our new project is, for Onika, that is there's 200 apple trees, and you can tell on the right side that there's scabby apples. Like we don't spray them, like we haven't sprayed them in, I don't know, 10 years. It affects, of course, the crops. They're smaller, the apples are smaller, they fall off quicker, but because we do apple cider vinegar, we really don't care what the apples look like. They're being transformed, right? So the lab that you see on the left, and it's not finished, we should be done in about a month, is really, it's a 60 by 40 room. We've cut in some cement or concrete to re-pour on top of a heating floor system, because we learned that concrete is very cold in the winter. And so long story short, our big project at the farm now is to reintegrate apples into apple cider vinegar that we will use in, this is a big secret, but potentially to replace the alcohol, the organic alcohol that we buy for our tinctures. And we are also launching a hair rinse specific for all the properties. I guess we learned, that was a huge takeaway for me, and it came as just as a lightning insight that my brother was making cider, so I could take his cider or whatever he didn't want and turn it into vinegar. And then we kept hearing from grandma's tales and you know, so many different people that apple cider vinegar was super healthy for the scalp and hair. And I sat there and I couldn't believe that I was sitting on 40 years of, you know, apple farming history, and that my market could really use products out of apple cider vinegar. So it was really a powerful moment, and almost like a closing a loop of 13 years ago, where I was really looking. I thought we would start a business in farming, and then we accidentally stumbled across a chemist that got us really excited about hair care products because of, I should say, natural hair care products, because of the smaller impact that it would have on water systems, because of the fact that they're biodegradable, and also the good for you, right? The very low, like no toxins or no toxic ingredients. So 13 years later, here we are, going back to farming apples, and in a powerful synergy with my brother. So in the middle, it's a barrel with apple cider vinegar being fermenting. So it takes quite a while. We are learning. It could take up to 2 years sometimes if you start from scratch, meaning from apple cider, and you just put the bacteria in there. So we're learning about that, and we just purchased 6 big tanks from our neighbors. They are a full out vinegar business, and anyway, they had extra tanks. So we bought 5,000 liter oak barrels, or big tanks, that we're going to put inside that lab that you see. So we're quite excited about that. And those are the pictures I have to show you guys. I don't know how we're doing for time. I mean, maybe fire up some questions. I mean, I do have a lot to share, but that was kind of like the prepared stuff that I had.
Yeah, no, it's great. I remember having a conversation with you at Permaculture Voices and brainstorming with you about gray water safe soaps. Have you guys done anything with that?
We looked into it, that, you know, and that's funny because out of the permaculture interactions I've had, that was the most product specific insight I'd never had. We looked into it for some while, but we have not deeply dove into it. But what I can tell you with excitement is we hired a chemist to be on board. She started in January, so our confidence and our ability to execute on these ideas has just increased a lot. So thank you for bringing it up, because it's something that we will definitely go back to.
Well, since we've hung out, obviously millions of things has happened between both of our lives. I work part-time at the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology, and there's tons of funding for this sort of stuff. And so you and I should connect offline, and I can connect you guys with a variety of different technology access centers. And the reason it's kind of interesting, the Greywater piece, is because number one, like the minute you get it right, it's applicable for every septic system.
Mm-hmm.
And so we put septic systems in once in a while, depending on it. It's been a while since I put one in, but we have done it in the past. But then also all the Greywater legislation just changed in BC, so now it's totally legal. And Alberta is just about to actually is a draft Greywater or water reuse document that's likely going to be coming out here not too long. It's just kind of in the draft phase. And I really suspect that all the provinces are going to have these sorts of things. And so we've been experimenting on our farm using soap nuts and making kind of our own kind of soap concoctions for the dishwasher or for our laundry machine. And every time I use them, I'm like, oh man, I just got to call Philippe.
Thank you for steering that conversation. I totally, I think looking back when you share that, it's not that it wasn't interesting. I think we didn't have the ability or resources, but our reality has changed. So thank you for bringing that back up.
I'd love to talk to you about, well, when you get to that point, I'd love to spread the word about it, because we're definitely putting a great water system in our property. We just got a farm ourselves, and so we're kind of demonstrating everything we've demonstrated, but at a bigger scale now. So I'm sure there'll be some cross-pollination possibilities there, but let's connect offline, or online, offline, offline, online, whatever. And I'll connect you with some researchers that I think will be able to help you with that, in addition to what you've got with your chemist. So talk to me about entrepreneurship. You used that word a couple of times. We're both all three of us are entrepreneurs. And I remember I don't know if you remember, we interviewed you. I've still got a really nice professional interview of you on our website, and our PDC students get to watch it as a kind of an inspirational piece of content to encourage them to pursue their dreams in permaculture through entrepreneurship, because there really aren't that many places to get a permaculture job, are there?
Well, yeah, for me, getting a job has never really been part of my, I mean, I don't know what that, I mean, I worked for my dad and my parents, but after that was done, I had the chance to play hockey. So I don't know, I don't getting jobs, I mean, on farms, but for Stacy and I, the natural thing to do was to start a business. So, we both come from entrepreneur backgrounds, like both our families have their own businesses. So not that we knew how to run our own, but it seemed to be the natural path. And I think the key for Stacey and I has been the passion, because clearly it's not because of what we knew and it's not because of what we had. I mean, we started a business with $14,000, right? So it's not, and we never borrowed a dime from any of our siblings or parents, or but and we made so many stupid and silly mistakes, but the passion kept us going, right? So I don't think it has to be done this way. I think people can be a lot smarter than we were, we never really had a business plan until 9 years into it. So it's funny, but yet it could be done differently, right? It doesn't have to be done that way. So
what inspired you to get into body products?
We never thought about it. Our vision, in fact, when we met the chemist that got us into this business, we were actually intending to go to Europe for my last season as a hockey player, and it didn't work. Looking back, I realized I was done. Like my heart was totally, I was done. I wasn't passionate about hockey anymore, and I was so much more passionate about traveling and discovering. And so, but in the process, while waiting for the contract to go to Europe, I was writing down some goals, and what was really getting me activated was and Stacy as well, was to start a business that would have a positive impact on health and environment. There's 15 million ways to do that. Never did we think it would be through body care products. But when we met the chemist, it was like, hey, this is it. This is it. And it made no sense. I mean, I remember coming home and my buddies were like laughing at me, going, "Are you kidding me? Like, what are you doing?" So I was like, "No, I'm serious. We're getting into shampoo stuff." And so it resonated with the bigger picture of just starting a business that would have an impact on health and environment.
How important was setting goals, and what was the process involved in doing that? And do you guys still kind of actively set goals right now and clarify your vision?
We do. I objectively, I think Stacy and I are very, very intuitive, like very, very intuitive and instinctive. Mm-hmm. We are getting to a point where, because we have a bigger team, and when I say bigger team, we have 12 people. It's not like we have 60, but already we feel the need, people's need to say, well, where are we going? What are we working towards? And so it's no longer enough for Stacy and I to have it in their minds. So we need to, express it and communicate it. And not that we're like, it's not a dictatorship, but the vision, we hold it. I mean, we started it. So it's like, we have it in us, but up till maybe a year or two ago, we didn't really write down, or we clarify, but it's more so on the fly between us to say, okay, well, which direction are we going? And Stacy is extremely intuitive. She's called some shots about ending partnerships, and I couldn't even see it at first, right? And she just feels things, and she really feels people and feels things. And so she doesn't say too much, but sometimes it's like, she'll just say, you know what? No. And I've made mistakes in business development and the mistake was that she wasn't there with me in the meeting. And I mean, we did a hotel deal once where we got stuck with like 200,000 bars of soaps because the guys, they just folded and ran away. And I looked back and I said, what didn't work? And Stacy wasn't at the meeting where I said, go, we're going to go. Right. And she would have sniffed them, so we've been very reactive. We've been very agile. And I think that's great. We'll never stop being that, but now it's clear that we need to, it's healthy to just have more structure and more clarity in all that we do.
One of the blogs that I read tomorrow, we've got Neil Spackman, who wrote the blog that I'm going to speak about on the show, and he talked about something like product-driven ecosystem repair, or something like that. And the whole concept of the blog was that there's all these permaculture teachers and people out there who are preaching to the choir and telling people that we've got to fix the planet and blah 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 blah. But he's like, imagine being able to transform the Levi's supply chain in such a way that like everything that they consumed or working towards making sure that everything that they consumed was actually regenerating the earth. And so one of the things that I think about often when I think about you guys, and I do actually think about you on a fairly regular basis, considering we haven't spoken much, is the profound impact that a company like yours can have
when you can actually kind of dig into the supply chain. It's easy as kind of permaculture practitioners or people just buying stuff from Amazon or whatever. You really have no clue kind of what that supply chain looks like. It's so opaque. There's no transparency. And can you just speak to kind of some of the challenges around the supply chain, and how you guys overcome them, and where you see your company going, and how your supply chain potentially is going to have impact on larger pieces of property beyond your own?
Mm-hmm. That's such it's such a timely question and beautiful question. And also, to be very clear, we supply ourselves with a very tiny portion of well, first of all, let's face it, shampoo is 60% water. Okay. So, I mean, right there, 60% is water. So that's taken care of. And the rest ingredients come from Germany, from the US. We are today very weak on the transparency, or the visibility, I should say, of our supply chain. We have just hired 2 weeks ago a supply chain manager, and her role is really and combined with the chemist, is to really get down as much as we can. I say as much as we can because our supply chain is owned by a few players. There's really not, there's not like there's 4, 5, 6 players in the chemical industry. And I say chemicals, we have natural derived ingredients, but it's still the chemical industry that sells them. So it's really a jungle. And we do want, like, I'll give you the big question. We do have some ingredients that are palm oil derived, and to this day, we know that it's totally wrong to cut down a forest and to plant palm oil, right? We buy the palm oil that's RSPO. It's a certification that apparently, I say apparently because some people question it, but that it's responsibly, no forest was cut, and because palm oil exists, it's not that, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like when you start cutting down forest to plant palm oil, that's what's wrong. So that's an example. Like, do we cut it off completely, and it's everywhere? It's such a cheap oil. And when I say everywhere in our ingredients, or do we, so we're trying to get down to, first of all, answer the question, like, is palm oil, like, responsibly harvested palm oil, like, totally wrong, or is it okay? And so we're working with our supply chain manager, with our chemist, and third party, like a consultancy agency that helps us just figure out these things, and because it's too much for us to take on, like, alone.
That we can grow palm oil here in Canada, right?
No, I didn't know that.
He grows it
in the form of pigs.
No way.
Well, pigs are just coconuts on legs, right?
Yeah, like the fat constituency in terms of like the saturated fats and unsaturated fats and everything else. It's very actually similar. I'm not sure about palm oil, but coconut oil.
Yeah.
And like, back, in, couple hundred years ago, most of the soap was made from either, beef tallow or pork lard. And particularly the back fat off the pigs, the kidney fat was saved for, pastries and things like that.
The reason it's really interesting to talk about this, and we're kind of joking, but we're kind of not, is that there's this, it's come up a couple of times over the last couple of days, but this pernicious myth about kind of veganism and vegetarianism and not using animal products. But people kind of, feel good about not killing animals. And I get all of that stuff, but, you only have to watch the TED Talk from, what's his name? Smits there, who was in Indonesia documenting these, and it's not just palm for it's for pastries, and it's for, Europe did this huge thing where they were trying to convert all their cars over to, biodiesel, and it was coming from the global south with palm oil as well. And I think when we get into the depth of these supply chains, which is what you guys are doing right now, you start coming up against these things and you're like, wow, I never realized that. And
and it opens up these new opportunities. And I always find it so interesting when you come up against one of those barriers and you say, well, how did we used to do it? And then you're like, wow, like they were actually pretty smart 100 years ago. Like they kind of had stuff figured out, and we've tried to reinvent it at our peril in some situations. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that the veganism is a conversation itself. And I mean, being in the permaculture movement, I get it that like animals are part of farms, and I mean, Stacy's parents, have cattle, and our commitment has been to provide vegan products, but I from a permaculture friend, I totally get, like you look at your resources and say like what has the most impact, and I think that's where we are, where we do our life cycle analysis too, and it's a very very interesting conversation. So we have a lot of work to do, Rob, in terms of like getting down to Stacy's been just really like animated and anxious almost at the how much work we have to do, and to be real, not that we're not, but it's like we have so much more to do because we need to get more visibility and understand like where's our stuff coming from, and how can we have, and we're still a small business, right? But just to do that work, and which seems like trailblazing because companies are like, well, why are you asking me this? I'm like, what do you mean why I'm asking you?
Totally.
I need to know where my stuff's coming from, right? Is it coconut? Is it palm oil? Like, what is it? So
no, and I mean the most important part is that you guys are starting to go down that path, and I'm sure like this is just one product, but you guys pride yourself in, and we've been talking about this all weekend long. We do buy your products when we can find them out west here, and they are very, very, very good products. And so, but a lot of companies aren't willing to even look at that. It's like, well, this is where the product comes from. We don't worry about it. We just kind of move on. So what are your future plans with regards to your company? Like where are you guys going now that your team is growing? And
we've been extremely privileged in the last year. So we've always been very privileged, and I should say particularly in the last year, where our industry has been strong. We live in the country. That's a huge privilege, and our industry has been strong. It hasn't stopped. Like all the health food stores have been open, so we've used our challenges as constructive. Like we haven't been surviving. We've been challenged like everybody else, but the challenges have been moving us forward. And we also realize, and I guess gain confidence in the fact that we're not growing this business. We're growing, but it's not like growth. Like we've had the clarity as far as that goes. Whereas probably 2 years ago, we were still kind of like, do we go to Costco or do we not? Or, and so we realized that we can't go there. Because of the quality of the products that we've committed to. And so, and there's a friend of ours who said, guys, it's really hard to grow your sales and grow your values at the same time. Like, and I don't think it's one or the other, but one has to be the focus. And we've decided that values has been our focus. We're doing well. Sales are good. And so we've actually pulled back from, we've just had the courage to pull back from a few retailers. We're like, okay, we don't fit there. It's, and you talk about Amazon, we're at Amazon right now and we're thinking about the future with Amazon. It's like, why are we there? And like, we refused a $90,000 order a few weeks ago because it's just, we didn't like the terms.
Right.
Here's the order. Here's how much we're going to give you. What? No. Like, okay. So, so the future for us is really around values. We haven't, and I can share with you now, we haven't shared this, but and it's a band-aid on the problem, but it's still a commitment for us. Is we're compensating twice the carbon that we put out starting 2020. That's already been credits have been bought, and same thing with the credits. There's a company out of Vancouver called Plastic Bank. So we monitor the plastic that we use. We do a lot of bulk refill in our okay. And despite the fact that we do bulk refill, last year we consumed 14,000 kilos of plastic. That's 14 tons. We're a small company, okay? Like we go through a S load of plastic, right? And so we're reducing at the source. We have 250 stores in Canada where you can go and refill your products.
Right.
So it's not like we're short of initiative there, but we still use 14 tons of plastic. So for us, it's like, look, we're not going to wait. It's going to take us a while to really, work on that. So we compensate our plastic twice. So every time somebody buys a bottle, it's 2 bottles that's being taken out of the ocean. Or I should say that is ocean bound. And this company out of Vancouver, Plastic Bank, works in Haiti and Indonesia, and they pay locals to pick up plastic that's on the, near rivers and stuff that would eventually end up in the ocean. So why do I say that? Because that's important for us. Totally. And we are growing our sales. Yes, we're in business, we're opportunistic, but the decisions we're making is we're not gearing up our business for hyper growth. And we actually had a consultant with us who said, well, guys, if you're not aiming to do $100 million, I'm not really interested. And for a while, we felt so like not ambitious. We're like, hey, we have no drive, we have no ambition. But then we're like, F this, like, you know what I mean? It's like, no, it's not us, and it's okay. It's not good, it's not bad. It's just that's not the energy that we hold. And so the future is really about supply chain. It's about the farm. It's about in Stacy's call last year to say, look, we need to build a lab at the farm. Just anchor and bring energy there, and so we're really excited. And this apple cider vinegar project is so meaningful for us because it brings us back to 40 years of farming, family history and knowledge that we have and resources, and it's a very unique thing for us also. So
I think what you're trying to say is that you guys, I mean, in spite of being intuitive, you guys are a vision and values driven organization, and you're bringing those permaculture ideals and concepts into the way that you operate. And that still is a pretty rare thing. And I commend you guys for that. We're gonna do a quick sponsor break, and then I know that there's some questions in the audience that our TAs are asking us to come back and get to you. So give us 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and and we'll come back and get those questions answered.
Thank you.
Okay, folks. So it's the last session of the evening, and then we'll get back to Q&A.
Yeah, and if while Rob's getting ready there, we've the process for asking questions is use hashtag questions, put the question all in caps locks, and we will get to that after we tell you who's helped make this event possible, and also let you guys know about some of the amazing prizes that are going to be up for grabs after the Q&A period with Philippe.
Great. Awesome. Okay. So this is our weekend for launching our book. And so you can pick up a package this weekend for $149, and it includes all this amazing stuff. So I'd encourage you to go over to mypermacultureproperty.com and learn all about it. And so tomorrow starts a brand new day, and we've got a whole bunch of additional speakers. And so if you want to find out more about that, you can find out more at the same website and see who's on queue for tomorrow. New Society is our kind of keystone sponsor, and has really pulled out all the stops for this event. So thanks, New Society. Head over to their website, sign up for their newsletter, and check out all their permaculture titles that you can get 40% off today with the code in the show notes below. So we were just speaking with Philippe, and these guys are pioneering the combination of permaculture and body products. And it's been so great to be able to connect with Philippe again. And I met them number of years ago. And so we'll get to your questions right away. They have been so generous to provide us with
all of their body products. And if you're lucky enough to win one of them, I would really encourage you guys, when you get it in the mail, to do an unboxing and show everybody their amazing products, and spread the word, because we need more conscious business owners out there. There's just not enough people out there that actually care about where their products come from and the effect that it has on the environment. And it really ties into the theme that we've been talking about all day, and that the most ethical thing that you can do is to recognize that your well-being is connected to the well-being of everything and everybody on planet Earth. And that's actually a selfish act, but it's what's the word you use?
Vicarious well-being?
No, there's another one. Enlightened self-interest.
Yeah.
Which sounds like a negative thing, but
Yeah.
we always say permaculturists are the most self-interested people on the planet, because we recognize how important those webs are around us, and where, what our place is within those systems. So Berry Hill. So these guys are out actually near Onika, and I'm always on their website. This is kind of like the homesteading central of Canada. I'm going to talk a little bit more about them after we get the questions done with Philippe, but check them out. They've got lots of great homesteading products there, and you'll want to sign up for their newsletter as well. I get an email from them almost every day, and there's always amazing things in it. So, okay, so we're going to do a book giveaway just to kind of get you guys excited for that. So The Secret Life of Your Microbiome. I really want to read this. This looks really great. So 2 copies of that. And of course, we've got 3 more of these packages from Oneka. And I'm probably pronouncing the name wrong. Philippe, how do we pronounce it properly?
You got it, Oneka.
Okay, perfect.
Oneka.
All right. And actually, while I've got this up, why don't you tell us what we've got in this little package here?
Okay, shampoo, conditioner, our certified organic hand sanitizer,
Cool.
hand soap, and the body lotion.
Awesome. Okay. And what makes these products unique in your mind?
So to keep it tight, they work. They're gentle, and there's a lot of love and care put into it, and that's the plants that we put into them. There's just a lot of good vibes.
Okay. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay. So let's get to those questions. And I was just thinking that it must be really late there for you. So we'll get you to bed here right away.
All good.
Okay. So one of the first questions is, Philippe, do you allow animals on the field with the milkweed? And if so, do you observe any problems with the animals getting sick from that milkweed? I think they're asking specifically about milkweed, but I'd be curious to hear about any of the other fields or medicinal plants that you've got on your farm.
It's a great question. The answer is short. We have had no animals there yet, but Stacy's horses are coming. We've had 2 ponies last year, but they take like a quarter acre, such a joke. We're gonna have horses there within the next couple of years, and so I should really ask Stacy. I don't know what to answer about horses and milkweed. It'll be interesting because where the horses will graze is wild fields. Like there's little trees starting to grow. So it'll be interesting how they interact and how they move in that space, because we're not planning on mowing before.
Cool.
This is another question here from the chat. What were some of the missteps that you guys made in the early years of getting the business going, besides from kind of the no business plan aspect they said?
I mean, we don't have enough time. I think Stacy may have different answers. For me, I'm quick. Like I'm spontaneous. So like I'll jump into an opportunity quick, and I have no regrets about the past because all the mistakes have brought great benefits. But what's an example? Getting into the wrong partnership, it set us back 2 years, for instance, or cost us $100,000, right? Which takes years to pay off, right? So it's a hard. I mean, it's a hard question because there's so many mistakes, but nothing that cost us the business or cost us our marriage or cost us our health, right? And I think that's the main thing. And there's one thing that always stuck with me, and making a mistake once is very healthy. It's very beneficial, but making the same mistake twice is stupid.
Yeah.
So luckily so far we haven't the bigger mistakes we've done haven't been the same. So and luckily also at the farm, just talking about the design, we've been very cautious, because the hardest thing for us that's been at the farm is it's a bigger scale. It's been like, where do I place this? You know, and we kind of stuck around the barn and the warehouse just so that we don't go out and start a design and it's like, oh geez, like how, you know, that's 3 years that we, you know, and it's a wrong place, or we dug a pond at the wrong place. So one of the things that permaculture has taught us is observation and taking the time. And honestly, today it's been 9 years that we've been there observing, or actually more than that, 11 years, because before we bought, we were there. And we get to see, you know, it's getting clear where things fit, and we also have a notion of privacy, like our private, you know, home versus the public area, and so observation and not forcing things. I think that is one of the things that permaculture has taught and reinforced so many times. I'm sorry, it's a long answer to what could have been just a few, few lines, but
no, that's fantastic. This is a really specific business question, but it's there's so few kind of business entrepreneurs that are coming at this from a regenerative perspective. So I also get the kind of impetus behind asking these detail-oriented questions. But they ask, is there a specific website, accounting and inventory software that you have been happy with?
My real answer is we have an accountant doing that. So, well, we've just integrated last summer an ERP, and the ERP is an integrated system. So whether our invoicing and accounting and inventory management, it's just one big system that's integrated, and that we've chosen Microsoft Dynamics. For many reasons, but in terms of accounting software, I apologize. I'm really not the guy to.
No, that's you just gave it there, like Microsoft. You said Microsoft Dynamics.
But that's an integrated system. Accounting is one of the features it has, and we did that because we got to the point where we were managing different warehouses and different manufacturers, so we needed that, like a tool that would manage that complexity.
Yeah, this is an interesting one from the chat. Does Onika have products specifically designed for African hair?
Not specifically, but we do have a lot of black hair type, thick and dry, and using our products, and so, but nothing specific for the moment. Although we do have some an hair oil coming out, which should please that type of hair.
Interesting. And do you guys have any? I noticed Rob's beard's getting a bit scraggly. Do you guys have any beard products or beard oils or anything?
We have a beard oil. I should send Rob one. He'll like it.
And if I ever can get around to growing one, I'll take a
You need the tonic, not an oil.
Yeah,
encourage the growth.
Hair growth.
I think some apple cider vinegar might do that.
Yeah, just soak my face in vinegar.
Just burn it off.
Yeah. I think you've kind of covered this, but how did your background help bring you to where you are now? I mean, because you're talking about you were a professional hockey player at one point. That's an interesting segue.
Well, I've been so privileged, and Stacey would say the same about herself. Like hockey has brought me so much. I mean, I traveled the world. I failed. I lost. I didn't get drafted. Like, I've had so many failures, but looking back, they were unbelievable learning experiences. And if anything, for me, it's to struggle in a healthy way, but you're passionate. You don't think you're struggling, but you're struggling, right? So I was passionate with hockey for a while, and then I wasn't anymore. And so, but I failed a lot in hockey. So I failed and it continued, not, because I felt like it. So for me, business and in fact, designing a farm, it's a trial and error thing in so many ways. And so if you have the ability to just continue, because of course, if you're passionate, I don't feel I've ever forced anything in my life. Forced as in, like, I don't feel it, but I just continue. Just, like there's a balance between, it's like I had this amazing metaphor. When you're water skiing and you fall, you let go of the freaking rope, right? Right? But you can keep on. If you're great, you can get back on. But what I'm saying is that, and I feel in life, it's the same thing. It's like, there's times where you got to let go. And if you're, I've done that too. Like in hockey, I let go. I wasn't passionate anymore. I mean, I was 27. I could have continued playing, but I didn't have it. So I let go. But long answer for me, just the ability to, and my parents are very, very stubborn. Stacy's parents are very stubborn, so stubborn in a good way, to just keep on and see it through. I think it takes a lot of time. It could take a lot of time. Some people are doing quicker, but I grew up on the farm. So for me, things taking time is not bad. It's not.
Yeah.
The ice and the soap are both slippery though, so that must have helped.
I was just thinking that all that time around those stinky hockey players is probably just like,
oh yeah, one of the world's biggest liabilities.
Yeah.
We're gonna solve this using permaculture.
Yeah. This is a really interesting one, and we've only got like 10 minutes to answer this, but there's been a ton of questions about kind of energy lines, water witching, and stuff like that. And so I don't know if you want to just maybe
wax on that a bit.
Yeah, and maybe first for folks who've never heard of this concept, maybe just give them an introduction, and then how you use it on your farms, and any anecdotes that you might have to share about that.
So for me, it's an intuitive understanding. It's like I'm definitely not a good teacher because I'm not knowledgeable enough, but I understand it. What I can share is that for Stacey and I, working with we work with the if for those who drink kombucha in Canada, there's a company called Rise Kombucha. And one of the founders has been disconnected from Rise for many years, but he's the one who's brought us on. Like, he's a very spiritual and like energy connected kind of guy, and he got us onto this ley lines and made us aware of them. And there's a technology called radiostasy. I'm not sure if I say it right, but you can map the ley lines of the earth.
Oh yeah.
And so we actually have that map for our property. And for me, it comes down to I'll say it the way I believe it. Everything's energy, right? So if you're working on a piece of land without being aware of the ley lines, and I'm not saying so many people don't have a clue about ley lines and they're doing great. Okay. So it's not, but for me, because I was aware of it now, then I wanted to work with it. So Mathieu really helped us figure out and find those special energy crossings. And so the meaning of that for me was that energy is already crossing there. It's already there. So for us, we wanted to design like a shape or stones that would enhance and multiply the energy that was there. And it feels, and then to be even more woohoo, we built a pyramid, like a copper pipe pyramid that just really enhances the energy that's there. So the idea is to feed the land, but it's also like to just send that out to the world in a time where it's very needed. So we just want to share the power of the farm with the world without saying it. And I'm saying it now, but we don't invite people to these spots necessarily. It's just it's there. So I'm not sure how practical that actually is, but it's just, for us, it felt really good to work with these ley lines and let them work for the land and for the people that come and visit. And
yeah, well, and just for folks who aren't familiar with this, there's many different cultures have had traditions of, like geomancy is one of the terms for basically understanding these ley lines, or the Chinese called them dragon lines. And one of the core areas of study within permaculture is this idea of patterns, and that all patterns kind of have this fractal nature where it's like as above, so below. The shape of bacteria match the same kind of way that planets orbit around solar systems, or how the waves on on a beach are the same as the waves after the massive floods in the scablands in North America came through with these massive flood events. And the same dendritic pattern that exists on your your vascular system exists in your lungs, and it exists in the river systems, and it exists in trees. And so, like, if you've ever been to an acupuncturist, like there's no doubt that acupuncture has an effect on the human body. And it's basically this idea that there are these kind of energy lines or meridians that run through your body. And if you find those kind of sweet spots in the body, you can have massive impacts on other areas, or even like reflexology, where the whole system of the body is outlined on your foot. And so I guess just this beautiful kind of analogy that like the earth has its own acupuncture system, and that I think there's so many levels within how to regenerate the planet. And I think right now the planet has basically just gotten out of a car accident, and it's all mangled and its arms are broken, and so maybe taking it to an acupuncturist isn't the best thing right now, or it's not going to help set bones. We certainly need to do that, but at some point, or it's certainly not going to hurt to understand some of these systems where you're basically doing energy work on a planetary scale, and that's kind of a very metaphysical level, but on a much more practical level, dowsing for where water lines are on your property, or where to find wells. Like my whole family has done this to find, like my dad can go anywhere on our property and he can find any buried line, whether it's a gas line or a telephone line or anything under the ground, or he's helped other people find water just by using it. Rob can also do it.
I didn't believe it. In fact, like, I can't remember who told me about dowsing. I'm like, that is bullshit. I'm a scientist, and like my scientific brain goes to, it's like, there's no way. Like, how does that work? And somebody put rods in my hand, and I happened to know where one of my utilities were, and I walked over there, and all of a sudden it's like boing.
Yeah.
And now I do it with my kids. So like Rowan can stand underneath me, and I can ask the rods, like, where is Rowan? And as soon as I go over top of Rowan, it does this. And I've showed this to other scientific friends who say the same thing. They're like, no, that's BS. And then like Mitch is one of them. I gave the rods to Mitch. He's our TA tonight. And he's just like, I don't want to believe this. This like compromises some of my scientific beliefs. So there's something there. And it sounds crazy because it's invisible and we can't see it.
Yeah.
And who really knows what benefit it brings? It might be very subtle. Like I was reading, what the heck was the book I was just reading? It was just recently. It was talking about some of the, I think it was the Wayfinders.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What's his name?
And Wade Davis. And he was talking about how they put magnets on people's heads in Britain, and they would put them out into the bush, and these people would get completely lost. And then they would put people out in a similar place without magnets on their heads and say, okay, you got to go back to London now.
And consistently, the people without magnets on their heads were able to kind of go in the general direction.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, and it's the same thing with like the internal compass that, you know, all migratory animals have. It's like, how do they have that sense? Anyways, I see you posted a link up in the chat there.
That's who's been helping us. So, you know, we've been working with the ley lines because we're aware of it and because we have local resources. If Metzer hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have known about it and done anything about it. And would it really change something? Maybe, maybe not, but we're really excited to, and I don't even know if they have an English, I don't even know if there's English translation on their stuff, but so it's for us, it's been powerful stuff, and we feel we couldn't, because of the resources that we had and because of our awareness of it, we couldn't not work with.
Cool.
Yeah. No, there's definitely something there. And, you know, there's this amazing winery in British Columbia called Summerhill that, you know, stores all their wine in this giant pyramid. And they've done, you know, countless blind taste tests, and people pick the wine that's been aged in these pyramids. And so, yeah, we'll kind of leave it at that. There's you know, certain things that we haven't figured out how to measure yet. And it's a pretty interesting topic.
Awesome. Well, let's make sure we get Philippe's